In his previous life, the handsome Lin Yi was betrayed by his beautiful girlfriend and his so-called brothers, who conspired to orchestrate a fatal car accident. Miraculously, he survived, yet what awaited him was an onslaught of humiliation. Subsequently, he found himself reborn, returning to the very moment before the calamity struck. With a swift motion, he rendered the brother who had brought shame upon him into a comatose state. Soon after, he embarked on a journey to the Shennongjia region. Upon his return, he confronted his former girlfriend, the campus belle, to propose a breakup. However, she wept profusely, adamantly refusing to comply. Chapter 1. An Absolute Treasure. Lynching University. At the rear gate, the night rain fell like a veil. "Brother, it's time to hit the road," Wang Zimo said with a sinister grin as he watched the blinding headlights of a heavy truck pierce through the rain. He leaned closer to Lin Yi's ear, his voice icy. "You should blame yourself for not knowing your worth, for Yu Wei is mine." As his words fell, his right hand, pressed against Lin Yi's back, exerted a sudden force, brutally shoving the unsuspecting Lin Yi into the center of the road. In that critical moment, intoxicated and disoriented, Lin Yi felt a sharp pain pierce his mind. He abruptly opened his eyes. Without a moment to ponder, Lin Yi fiercely grasped Wang Zimo's arm, leveraging the strength to pull him back. Once his feet found solid ground, he propelled himself with force. Utilizing his right foot as a pivot, he spun a complete 360 degrees. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, a culmination of countless nights haunted by nightmares, in which Lin Yi had rehearsed this motion in his dreams. It had long since become an instinctual response of his body. Wang Zimo, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, stood frozen in shock, momentarily forgetting to resist. Under Lin Yi's powerful pull, Wang Zimo was violently hurled away. "You!" Wang Zimo's pupils constricted, his face etched with terror. The once arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace. "No!" Shen Youwei's piercing scream was instantly drowned out by the sound of the collision. As his consciousness began to fade, Lin Yi struggled to lift his head, gazing at the panicked Shen Youwei and the already bloodied Wang Zimo sprawled on the ground. A cold, serpent-like smile slowly crept across his lips. When Lin Yi awoke again, it was around 1 o'clock the following afternoon. He found himself lying on a hospital bed, his body aching. "Is this a dream?" he thought, incredulously surveying his surroundings. The pungent smell of disinfectant gradually convinced him that this experience was unlike any other dream he had encountered. The scene of the car accident replayed countless times in his mind, lingering like a nightmare that refused to dissipate. Thus, he hesitated to ascertain whether the reality before him was true or merely a figment of his imagination. Lin Yi inquired, "Excuse me, what year and month is it?" The nurse momentarily paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. She wondered if this patient had suffered a head injury. Nevertheless, she maintained a smile, replying, "It is July 16th, 2012. "Oh," Lin Yi responded softly, his lips twitching slightly. "By heavens, reborn? And on the very day of summer vacation in my freshman year, over a decade ago." Suppressing his shock, he continued, "Is this lynching people's hospital?" The nurse nodded. "Oh, very well." Lin Yi turned his gaze to the window. The street appeared unchanged from over a decade ago. He then faced the nurse again and asked, "Are my injuries severe?" The nurse patiently answered, "Nothing major, just some superficial wounds. You could be discharged after a day or two of rest." "Thank you." Lin Yi nodded slightly. He vividly recalled that in his past life, the car accident had almost led him to meet the king of hell. This time, it was Wang Zimo who was flung away, while he had merely been grazed by the side of the truck. Subsequently, he had been thrown into the central median of the road, which explained the minor nature of his injuries. "Miss Nurse, could you do me a favor and pinch this hard?" Still grappling with disbelief over his rebirth, Lin Yi pointed to his right arm, earnestly requesting. "What? Is that even a request? Could he have lost his memory?" The nurse increasingly suspected her initial thoughts. She cautiously asked, "Do you still remember your name?" Lin Yi, hearing this, found it both amusing and exasperating. "Miss, my name is Lin Yi. There's nothing wrong here. Just do me a favor and pinch hard, or I'll file a complaint against you," he quipped, gesturing toward his head and feigning a fierce demeanor at the end. Upon hearing this, the nurse mused that not only was the patient's head injured, but he also seemed to have a penchant for self-harm. However, upon further reflection, she deemed it not entirely unreasonable. Relenting, she extended her hand, firmly pinching Lin Yi's arm and twisting it. "Ah!" Lin Yi immediately emitted a wretched squeal. "Miss, you're too ruthless." He gazed at the sizable bruise forming on his arm, his expression akin to that of a bitter melon. The nurse, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, "I was born strong. You won't complain about me, will you?" "No, I thank you," Lin Yi said, his face darkened. At that moment, he was certain that he had truly been reborn, and moreover, he had returned to the pivotal moment that would alter his fate. Lin Yi suppressed the excitement bubbling within him and closed his eyes. He urgently needed to confirm a more pressing matter, a thorn lodged deep within his heart. Closing his eyes, Images of those vibrant films he had previously watched flooded his mind. As the splendid scenes materialized, Lin Yi immediately felt cough, cough, cough. The nurse, who had not yet departed, awkwardly cleared her throat a few times. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide. Well, dear lady, you are exceedingly beautiful. If I were to say that I regard you as my, would you believe me? Lin Yi gazed at the charming nurse before him, his heart racing with excitement. In a moment of impulsiveness, he brazenly laid his face bare. He had embarked upon an international jest. A blush of sunset hue instantly adorned the lovely oval face of the nurse. You mischievous wolf! How improper! She shot a fierce glare at the handsome Lin Yi, yet inexplicably, a flicker of affection surged within her heart. Moreover, prior to this, during Lin Yi's state of unconsciousness, she had whimsically taken his pulse in secret. Had she not done so, she might have remained unperturbed. However, the moment she did, she was taken aback. A body of pure yang. What treasure! Contemplating this, she smiled gently and pointed at Lin Yi's injured form, saying, You are already wounded, yet you still think of such frivolities. Do you believe your body to be made of iron? Lin Yi, captivated by her upright stature, involuntarily licked his lips and replied, Well, wouldn't you know if you tried? An hour later, the nurse swiftly completed her tasks. Before departing, she took out her phone and added Lin Yi on WeChat. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered softly, Little brother, once you recover, I wish to witness your true capabilities. No problem, Lin Yi replied with a smile, his large hand firmly patting the long-awaited Cadillac SUV he had purchased. Naughty little brother. After receiving his affirmative response, the nurse turned back to glance at him several times as she left the private ward. She had distinctly sensed that Lin Yi was not very adept in his conduct. Consequently, he had not performed to the best of his abilities. Of course, she was still quite satisfied with his overall demeanor. But the thought that she herself was equally inexperienced, engaging so casually with an unfamiliar man in a hospital. Her face flushed with embarrassment. As a medical student with a slight understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, she was acutely aware of the allure that a body of pure yang held for them. A treasure, an absolute gem, far more effective than any supplement. Thus, in Lin Yi's presence, she set aside her reservations. Chapter 2. Since I have been reborn, I shall endeavor to strengthen myself further. Lin Yi was merely testing the authenticity of his newfound abilities. Reflecting upon his previous life, he recalled the fateful accident that had nearly claimed his life, only to discover, with dismay, that his unique capability had inexplicably vanished. This revelation inflicted a deep wound upon his pride. Even more infuriating was the fact that his childhood sweetheart, Shennongjia, had borrowed 300,000 yuan from him under the pretense of needing it for her mother's medical treatment. At that time, driven by guilt and the fear of losing her, he had surrendered the entirety of his parents' hard-earned savings without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, Lin Yi's hidden secret had been inadvertently exposed during a private moment with Shennongjia, compelling him to humbly beseech her to keep it confidential. Assuring her of his eventual ability to rectify his ailment, she verbally acquiesced, yet subsequently began to distance herself from him, ultimately using this as an excuse to initiate their breakup. Astonishingly, such a deeply personal matter spread like wildfire throughout the village overnight, becoming a source of ridicule among the townsfolk. Even more egregious was the fact that it reached the ears of his university classmates. Lin Yi's dignity was ruthlessly trampled. It was painfully evident that only Shennongjia could have leaked the information. Forced into exile, Lin Yi abandoned his studies. During his time wandering away from home, he experienced the harsh realities of life. You wretched girl, just wait. I shall make you pay, he thought, reminiscing about those wretched days. Consumed by a desire for vengeance against Shennongjia, wishing to see her beg for mercy. However, this marked only the beginning of his tragic existence. Upon returning home after more than half a year, he discovered that his hometown had transformed into a high-tech development zone within the provincial capital, Linqing, with plans for a high-speed railway station and university city. This news ignited a flicker of hope within him for healing his affliction. Thus, he hurried back home, intending to sell his family house and farmland at a premium. Yet, reality dealt him another crushing blow. Upon his arrival, he found that his property had already been unlawfully seized, and the compensation that rightfully belonged to him had been claimed by others. Furious, he sought justice from the village, only to be met with a brutal assault and unceremoniously expelled. In desperation, Lin Yi attempted to report the injustice, but was ultimately rebuffed. With no other options, he recalled the 300,000 yuan Shennongjia had borrowed, hoping she would repay him, thus allowing him to invest in his treatment. However, upon arriving at Shennongjia's residence, he stumbled upon a shocking scene. She was entangled in an intimate embrace with his sworn brother, Wang Zimo. What chilled him further was their laughter as they discussed him. eavesdropping on their shameless conversation. Lin Yi finally uncovered the truth. The accident had not been an accident at all. Wang Zimo had orchestrated it with the intent of taking his life. But fate had allowed him to survive. Although he had narrowly escaped death, Lin Yi was left with a debilitating nerve injury that rendered him incapable of anything but urination. The revelation shattered him completely. The betrayal from both his brother and girlfriend struck him deeply. Consumed by rage, he recklessly stormed into the room, confronting Wang Zimo, who was drenched in sweat. However, outnumbered and overpowered, Lin Yi was brutally beaten by both Wang Zimo and his father, Wang Tao, ultimately fleeing in disgrace. Childhood sweethearts? Brothers? True feelings? All of it was rendered meaningless. A profound sense of humiliation gnawed at Lin Yi. He harbored hatred for Shen Yue, for Wang Zimo, and for those who conspired to seize his possessions. Yet, he found himself isolated and powerless. In the days that followed, he tirelessly sought to reclaim what was rightfully his, only to be met with repeated setbacks. During this time, the villagers began to mock him once again for his condition. Each appearance in the village was met with derision and scorn. Disheartened, Lin Yi, burdened with humiliation and resentment, once more retreated to a distant place. From that point onward, his inability became a persistent thorn in his side. Once a campus heartthrob, he had garnered considerable attention from women. Yet, faced with various advances, even from wealthy women offering him money, he turned them all away. Gradually, his fragile reputation spread, necessitating frequent job changes. In his quest for a cure, Lin Yi traversed countless hospitals, but those capable of treating his ailment either boasted dismally low success rates or exorbitant costs that left him disheartened. In despair, he stumbled upon an ancient text that spoke of a miraculous herb, the Yanyuan grass, aged over 100 years, purportedly effective against various male ailments, accompanied by an illustration. This ignited a spark of hope within him. From that moment on, Lin Yi juggled menial jobs to make ends meet while embarking on quests across renowned mountains and rivers. For over a decade, he endured untold hardships and faced countless dangers, coming perilously close to death on several occasions. Yet, the fervent desire to reclaim his former glory and the resolve for revenge propelled him forward. Just yesterday, after immense struggle, Lin Yi finally discovered the coveted Yanyuan grass in a hidden cave deep within Shennongjia. He lunged at the herb, greedily consuming its leaves, their sweet essence melting in his mouth. Almost instantly, an uncontrollable warmth surged from his abdomen, radiating throughout his body. A glimmer of ecstatic hope flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. Indeed, it worked. The warmth intensified, evoking long-lost sensations that left him trembling with excitement. However, in the next moment, an unbearable pain struck his abdomen, as if his very body were on the verge of explosion. Darkness enveloped him, and Lin Yi lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself at the precipice of danger, expelled by Wang Zimo. Following an in-depth discussion with a nurse, Lin Yi felt an indescribable thrill. He was convinced that the Yanyuan grass was responsible for his miraculous experience. After all, it was inconceivable that a first-time gaming session could last an hour. Many had only experienced seconds. Yet, the attempt had left him somewhat disappointed. He distinctly recalled the sensation upon consuming the Yanyuan grass. It should have yielded even more potent results. He speculated that the precious herb must still be there, driven by a sense of aversion to wastefulness. Lin Yi resolved to return to Shennongjia. After all, such a rare treasure was a fortuitous find for any man. Since he had been reborn, he would strive to enhance his strength even further. Chapter 3. The Gold-Level Novice. Lin Yi lay on the bed, his expression one of cold indifference. Reflecting on his past life, he remembered himself as generous and righteous. However, his capacity for alcohol was a complicated matter. In 4 words, he was a lightweight who enjoyed drinking. This was also the reason why Wang Zimo had the opportunity to plot against him. Their success was not without the contribution of the campus belle, Shen Yue. Originally, Wang Zimo was not meant to be at the gathering, but Shen Yue had secretly informed him. Thus, a shocking scene unfolded at the back gate of Lynching University. He only discovered later that his girlfriend had been involved with his brother. The more Lin Yi thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it. He had long wished to take his relationship with Shen Yue a step further. Yet this woman had always refused, claiming that such moments should be reserved for their wedding night. Consequently, each time Lin Yi insisted, Shen Yue simply resorted to the most rudimentary method to relieve his urges. This green hat, he could not shake it off, even in his rebirth. What a stroke of misfortune. Lin Yi swore that since he had been reborn, he would make his enemies tremble in fear. Just as Lin Yi set aside his memories, the door to his hospital room was gently pushed open. 2 officers in uniform entered. Good day, regarding the car accident that occurred last night. We need to gather some details from you. One of the officers approached the bedside, pulling out a notebook to take notes, while the other prepared to record video. Quel accident? What car accident? Lin Yi asked, bewildered, his eyes filled with confusion. You aren't aware? The officer furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Yi decisively shook his head, indicating he had no knowledge of it. The two officers scrutinized Lin Yi's facial expressions, leaving no subtle change unnoticed. However, they found no evidence of deception in his demeanor. After a considerable pause, the officer continued. You were involved in a car accident last night, which is why you are lying on this hospital bed. Oh, damn. Alcohol is truly a terrible thing. Lin Yi quickly glanced at his body, confirming he was unharmed, and let out a long sigh of relief. Please describe in detail what you did last night. The officer urged, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. The girl with you has already shared everything. The implication was clear. Lin Yi would do well not to fabricate any lies. Lin Yi nodded hastily, feigning deep contemplation before responding. Last night, I remember having dinner with my roommates. And then Zimo also showed up. I drank a few bottles of beer and got terribly drunk, so I genuinely have no recollection of the accident you mentioned. The officer pressed. A few bottles of beer made you drunk? Lin Yi awkwardly scratched his head. Yes, my tolerance for alcohol is indeed quite poor. The two officers exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. In truth, they had already learned from Shennongjia that Lin Yi was not a heavy drinker. Yet witnessing a 180 centimeters tall Lin Yi succumb to drunkenness after just a few beers was hard for them to fathom. If alcohol tolerance were graded, Lin Yi would undoubtedly be classified as a novice, and a poor one at that. The officer continued to inquire. You truly remember nothing about what happened afterward? Lin Yi shook his head firmly again, indicating his lack of memory. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he asked anxiously, Is Yue all right? And what about Zimo? How is he? The two experienced officers exchanged glances, struggling to determine whether Lin Yi's panic was genuine or feigned. They found themselves in a tricky situation. On one hand, there were no surveillance cameras where the accident occurred. On the other hand, Shennongjia's testimony contradicted that of the truck driver and Lin Yi. The only certainty was that Lin Yi's tolerance for alcohol was indeed quite low, having consumed only a few beers. To confirm this, the officers had already spoken to Lin Yi's university classmates and childhood friends from his hometown. Furthermore, the restaurant owner where they dined had confirmed that Lin Yi was assisted out by Wang Zimo and Shennongjia. Judging from the collected information, it appeared Lin Yi had genuinely been intoxicated and was not lying. However, Shennongjia's testimony was extremely detrimental to Lin Yi. According to her, it was Lin Yi who had hurled Wang Zimo away, resulting in Zimo being struck directly by the truck. Yet how could a drunken individual possess the strength to throw a man of similar stature? This was clearly a perplexing inconsistency. The truck driver asserted that due to the dim lighting and the drizzling rain, he only realized the sudden situation had arisen when the vehicle was nearly upon the person, leading him to slam on the brakes. However, given the difficulty in stopping a truck, the accident was unavoidable. He repeatedly emphasized that the traffic light was green at the time of the accident. Thus, he bore no significant fault. Naturally, if possible, he wished he had struck Wang Zimo dead. Based on the interrogation results, if Shennongjia's account were proven to be true, Lin Yi could be suspected of intentional homicide. Yet during the questioning, the officers noticed that despite Shennongjia being Lin Yi's girlfriend, her concern for Wang Zimo surpassed normal boundaries. From the very beginning of the interrogation, she incessantly inquired about Wang Zimo's injuries, but not a single word was directed towards Lin Yi. It was evident that there were underlying secrets at play. The two seasoned officers quickly surmised the convolutions of the situation, leading them to question the reliability of Shennongjia's testimony. Meanwhile, Wang Zimo, who had initially been able to hold his liquor, remained unconscious. The doctor indicated that the likelihood of him waking up was extremely low, and he would likely become a vegetable. Thus, the cause of this incident would probably remain elusive. That girl is fine. She merely suffered a fright, one officer replied. However, the young man is not so fortunate. He may never wake up again. Upon hearing the first half of the statement, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. Yet, with the latter half, his expression turned to one of anguish. How could this be? Zimo has such a good tolerance. He shouldn't have been drunk. How could this happen? Lin Yi cradled his head in his hands, shaking it vigorously, feigning an inability to accept the reality. The officers were left with the impression that this news had struck Lin Yi as utterly unexpected, leaving him in shock. His exceptional acting skills deceived the two officers. One cannot deny that the hardships endured over the years, along with countless cold shoulders, had honed Lin Yi's adaptability. He secretly admired his own acting prowess. In reality, upon hearing that Wang Zimo, the scoundrel, might become a vegetable, he felt no compassion whatsoever. On the contrary, he was overjoyed. In his view, Effortlessly eliminating his most unforgivable enemy at the very moment of his rebirth was a source of great satisfaction. The only downside was that Lin Yi did not get to savor the process of tormenting Wang Zimo. He felt somewhat dissatisfied. This was indeed a stroke of luck for that scoundrel, Wang Zimo. However, Lin Yi was acutely aware that the path toward avenging all those who had wronged him was fraught with challenges, not least of which was the pressing issue of financial scarcity. Without monetary resources, his quest for retribution would be laden with insurmountable obstacles. Chapter 4. The Cold White Skin. Slender Legs and the Campus Belle. The individual known as Hat had been scrutinizing Lin Yi for quite some time before shifting the topic. Please elucidate the nature of your relationships with the two involved parties. Upon hearing this, a visage of anguish immediately crossed Lin Yi's face. Yue is my girlfriend and also my neighbor. We have grown up together. Zmo is from the same village, a brother with whom I share my childhood. Even now, I can scarcely believe that Zmo may become a vegetable. It seems so unjust of heaven. In an effort to render his performance more convincing, Lin Yi cradled his head and continued to feign a state of shock and sorrow. Are you certain you were truly intoxicated at that time? Hat suddenly inquired, catching him off guard. Lin Yi was taken aback. What the hell? Playing mind games, are we? Fine, I'll play along. He expressed his profound distress. I must have been drunk. Otherwise, I wouldn't remember anything. If I hadn't been intoxicated, perhaps the accident would never have occurred. And how do you explain the fact that Wang Zimo was thrown out of the vehicle by you? Hat maintained an impassive expression, pressing Lin Yi further, attempting to exert greater pressure on him. Lin Yi gasped, incredulous, pointing to his own nose. Are you certain it was I who flung Zmo out? This question left the two Hats in a conundrum. They were aware that Shennongjia's testimony might not be entirely truthful. Thus, affirming yes would blatantly contradict their principle of adhering to facts. Yet, responding with no would mean admitting they had attempted to deceive Lin Yi. After a brief moment of contemplation, the questioning Hat finally spoke. This is a statement from one of the witnesses. As for its veracity, we will need to investigate further. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Did Yue say that? Hat retorted, that is not for you to know. Where is Yue? May I see her? Lin Yi understood that continuing this line of inquiry would yield no fruitful results. He refrained from pursuing the matter of the Hat's deceit and instead seized the opportunity to voice his request. She is in the adjacent ward, but her current mental state is not very good. Lin Yi thought to himself, chuckling inwardly. The paramour is incapacitated. How could she possibly be well? Yet, he outwardly displayed a semblance of concern. It's all right. She's my girlfriend. I will speak with her. Perhaps I can provide her some comfort. As Lin Yi spoke, he rose from the bed and exited the ward. The two Hats understood that they could not extract any more useful information from Lin Yi for the time being and nodded in tacit approval for him to leave. However, they did not immediately depart the hospital. Instead, they lingered for approximately half a minute before gradually making their way to Shennongjia's room. Peering through the slightly ajar door, they beheld Lin Yi embracing a weeping Shennongjia, seemingly attempting to console her. This sight prompted the two Hats to shake their heads in disbelief. By conventional understanding, if Shennongjia had a good relationship with Lin Yi, even if it were indeed Lin Yi who had flung Wang Zimo out, she would be expected to shield him from blame. Yet, why had she uttered words detrimental to Lin Yi? Exchanging glances, the two discerned each other's thoughts and silently felt a sense of injustice for Lin Yi. One remarked, "It appears we can only pursue leads from a truck driver." The other nodded, slightly in agreement. Subsequently, they turned on their heels and left the hospital. Inside the ward, Lin Yi released his embrace of Shennongjia. At a height of 172 centimeters, she possessed a statuesque figure, exuding an ethereal charm. Her physique was nothing short of perfection, ample where it should be and devoid of excess where it should not. Moreover, she radiated an otherworldly elegance, particularly accentuated by her long, slender legs, which were the epitome of grace and utterly captivating. Coupled with her pale, porcelain skin, she was nearly irresistible to any man. It was no wonder that she had consistently held the titles of Village Beauty and Campus Belle. Upon entering Lin Yi University, she had become one of the most prominent figures on campus. Yet at this moment, Lin Yi found that Shennongjia's beauty could no longer evoke any affection within him. Instead, it was replaced by a profound sense of hatred. He was internally strategizing how to ensure this woman, who had betrayed and deceived his emotions, would pay the price she deserved. Tentatively, he inquired, "Yue, what exactly transpired last night?" Shennongjia gazed at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with suspicion, retorting, "Do you truly not remember anything at all?" "I was drunk." Lin Yi replied. "Uncle Hat informed me that we were in an accident. Can you clarify what happened?" As Shennongjia observed Lin Yi's expression, which seemed devoid of deceit, doubt began to creep into her mind. Wang Zmo being thrown out could only have been Lin Yi's doing. Yet, she was also aware that Wang Zmo had initially intended to frame Lin Yi. What she did not anticipate was the sudden reversal of roles between hunter and prey, leading to Wang Zmo's failure and ultimate downfall. Lin Yi, surprisingly, had emerged relatively unscathed. In that critical moment, she had averted her gaze from Lin Yi, who had treated her with genuine kindness, choosing instead to look elsewhere. When she heard Wang Zmo's cries, she witnessed him being flung out. However, she had not seen the finer details of the incident. Thus, as she recalled her statements to Had, a twinge of anxiety washed over her. Deep down, Shennyui's heart leaned towards Wang Zmo, for she had long been involved with him behind Lin Yi's back. They had crossed boundaries that should not have been crossed. Yet, on the surface, she remained Lin Yi's girlfriend. Now, with Wang Zmo's fate uncertain, potentially becoming a vegetable, this abrupt turn of events left Shennyui in a state of disarray. She was at a loss for how to proceed or how to narrate the events of the previous night to Lin Yi. There was no denying that Lin Yi had always loved her. However, during the interrogation by Had, in a moment of impulsiveness, she had not considered the ramifications of her words, leading her to assert that Wang Zmo had been thrown out by Lin Yi. Only upon realizing Wang Zmo might never awaken did she regret her statement. Yet, words once spoken could not be taken back. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and stated, "Last night, Wang Zmo and I helped you into the middle of the road while waiting for the green light. I was tired, and he was supporting you. But somehow, both you and Zmo were flung out, and then you both were struck by a vehicle." After speaking, Shennyue furtively glanced at Lin Yi, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. Unfortunately, she was met with disappointment. Lin Yi's face revealed no change in emotion. "I was so intoxicated I could barely stand. How could I have been thrown out?" Lin Yi expressed his bewilderment, clearly skeptical of Shun Yui's account. "That, I cannot clarify." Shun Yui lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi's brow furrowed even tighter. Given the inclement weather at the time, could it be that you misjudged the situation? Shun Yui fell silent, acutely aware that Lin Yi harbored not only doubts about her credibility, but also a smoldering rage. He was indifferent to whether she responded, adding, "What a pity for Zmo to become a vegetable at such a young age." His tone was as flat as still water, yet it resonated with a chilling detachment in Shun Yui's ears. She was taken aback, gripped by fear, and lowered her gaze, terrified of revealing her true self. Deep down, she understood that Lin Yi's words served as a pointed reminder. Moreover, he now seemed like a different person altogether. Setting aside her betrayal of Lin Yi, she recognized that from any perspective, it was ill-advised to utter anything detrimental to him. Indeed, he was subtly warning her. Whether Shen Yue grasped the full implication of his words mattered little to him. The existing evidence overwhelmingly favored his position, leaving him with little to fear. Internally, Shen Yue was in a state of panic, compelled to maintain her silence. Lin Yi, unfazed, rose to his feet. "You should rest well. In a couple of days, we'll visit Zmo together." With that, he exited the room without waiting for a reply. At that moment, he had far too many matters to contemplate. It was not the right time to confront Shen Yue. There was no need to engage in hollow pleasantries with her. He was preoccupied with formulating a plan to be discharged from the hospital swiftly, followed by a trip to Shennongjia. However, he also understood that until the authorities reached a conclusion regarding the ongoing investigation, he was bound to remain in Lin City. Additionally, Lin Yi harbored a more pressing concern: Wang Zmo's father, Wang Tao. Chapter 5. Do you not yet comprehend the state of my health? Wang Tao had long been notorious in Lin Yi's village as a bully, commanding a cadre of over 20 henchmen. These individuals were capable of unspeakable deeds. If his only beloved son, Wang Zmo, were to remain unresponsive, Wang Tao's wrath would surely be unleashed upon Lin Yi and the truck driver. Therefore, Lin Yi was compelled to devise a strategy post-haste, lest he find himself embroiled in dire troubles. He had no desire to be incapacitated before he could exact his vengeance after his rebirth. Should he fall to such a fate, it would indeed be the disgrace of a reincarnated soul. In comparison to the protagonists of those reincarnation novels, who were invariably depicted as formidable and flourishing, possessing wealth and allure in abundance, Lin Yi found himself in stark contrast. His rebirth had been a narrow escape, nearly costing him his life. Furthermore, he lacked any form of advantageous system or support. Time and again, he searched his mind, longing for the sound of a notification declaring, "Host Reborn," binding to the godly wealth system. Yet, nothing materialized. As a reincarnated individual, all he possessed was a modest sum of 300,000, a two-story house in his hometown, and a few acres of meager farmland, nothing of substantial value. He needed a considerable amount of money to generate wealth rapidly. Otherwise, he would find himself powerless against certain enemies. Upon returning to his hospital room, Lin Yi sat at the edge of his bed, lost in contemplation for an extended period. He was uncertain when Wang Tao would make an appearance. Yet he was acutely aware that this enraged man, once he regained his composure from his worries, would inevitably come knocking. Thus, he could not afford to remain passive. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 3 in the afternoon. Time was of the essence, and, without hesitation, he pressed the nurse call button. Shortly thereafter, the previous nurse entered, her smile warm and inviting. "Little brother, what seems to be the matter?" To her, Lin Yi appeared robust, and she presumed he simply wished to converse once more. Consequently, she casually locked the door behind her. Lin Yi smiled. "Sister, I wish to be discharged. Could you assist me in completing the discharge paperwork?" The nurse was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. "What? You want to leave the hospital?" Lin Yi nodded resolutely. Given his earlier unusual behavior, the nurse earnestly advised, "Little brother, considering your condition, I strongly recommend you stay for another day or 2 for observation." Lin Yi's mischievous grin widened. "No need. You ought to be well aware of my condition, right?" The nurse was amused by his audacity, her cheeks flushing. "You little rascal. Very well. I understand I cannot keep you. I shall help you with the paperwork." "Thank you." "Sister," Lin Yi winked playfully, "once I'm fully recovered, I'll come find you at the first opportunity. You have my word, otherwise I fear my sister will not let me off easily." A few minutes later, the nurse returned with the discharge documents, her expression bright. "Little brother, I covered the expenses for this stay. ISNT that kind of me?" Lin Yi accepted the paperwork, casting a deep gaze in her direction. He was astonished by her generosity. Although they were already well acquainted, he still found it hard to believe that this beautiful nurse had taken a liking to him. Moreover, judging by her previous demeanor, she appeared to possess little experience in romantic matters, much like himself. Had his rebirth somehow amplified his allure to the opposite sex? Lin Yi couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-admiration. For a man who had persisted for an hour for the first time, he found it unremarkable. After all, in his past life, he had consumed rare treasures like the yang yuan grass. A little boost in confidence seemed entirely natural. Lin Yi laughed heartily. "Sister, you truly are a wonderful person." With that, he pulled the nurse into an embrace, pressing his lips against hers. The nurse responded with enthusiasm, and they remained entwined for several seconds before parting. "By the way, if anyone comes looking for me, please inform me at once." "Thank you." Lin Yi urged the nurse before hastily departing. Upon stepping out of the hospital, Lin Yi quickly hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the Billion Shopping Center. The shopping center was not far from the People's Hospital, merely a 10-minute drive. Upon arrival, Lin Yi made his way to the 4th floor, where various electronics brands were housed. In his haste, he barely registered the names of the shops, hastily selecting one and entering. Given the pressing time constraints, he had no inclination to engage in lengthy conversations with the attractive sales clerk. Instead, he swiftly chose several high-definition cameras, paid 3,000 yuan, and left the shopping center without delay, calling for another taxi. In Shennongjia village, a locale predominantly inhabited by the Wang surname, the Lin family was considered an outsider. An hour later, the taxi arrived at the village entrance. "Driver, please pull over here," Lin Yi instructed, pointing towards the village. Once the car was parked, he did not rush to exit, but instead scrutinized a modest 2-story building 100 meters away, carefully observing the surroundings for any suspicious individuals. After confirming that all appeared normal, Lin Yi addressed the driver. "Master, here's the fare. Kindly drive out of the village and return to pick me up in 10 minutes, charging by the meter on the way back." Upon hearing this, the driver felt an overwhelming joy. It is well known that orders like Lin Yi's, which take one out of the city, typically result in a return trip with an empty vehicle, wasting both time and earnings. However, with the return passenger and the prospect of charging by the meter, this was an opportunity too good to pass up. Thus, the driver readily agreed. Once he received affirmation, Lin Yi felt reassured enough to alight from the vehicle. His intention to send the driver away stemmed from a desire to keep his forthcoming actions concealed from prying eyes. He crossed the road swiftly and approached the entrance of the modest flat. After meticulously inspecting the door lock and finding no anomalies, he peered through the window and observed no irregularities within. This revelation allowed his anxious heart to settle slightly, indicating that Wang Tao had not yet turned his attention towards him. He swiftly retrieved his key, unlocked the door, and closed it behind him. Indeed, this was his home, now inhabited solely by him. Upon entering, Lin Yi first installed a high-definition camera at each window on the ground floor. He then ascended to the 2nd floor, where he similarly placed 2 high-definition cameras, ensuring their angles captured every scene in both the front and backyards. After completing this task, he still felt a sense of unease. Standing in the corridor on the second floor, he glanced towards the left at Shennongjia residence and noted it was deserted. This was hardly surprising. Shennongjia lived only with her mother, who worked in Lin City, while she herself was currently hospitalized, confirming the absence of others. He climbed up onto the railing of the second floor. Taking a deep breath, he made a determined leap, landing securely in the corridor of Shennongjia's home. In the past, whenever he wished to sneak a kiss or embrace with Shennongjia, he would employ this very method to infiltrate her quarters. Looking back now, he lamented the irony. Proximity had only brought him closer to the moon, yet it had been stolen away. Chapter 6. Smooth Talker. Shennongjia's residence was a story taller than Lin Yi's. He hurried to the rooftop of Shennongjia's home, seeking 2 discreet corners to install the cameras, carefully camouflaging their presence. These high-definition cameras he had purchased boasted a battery life exceeding a month, eliminating concerns about power depletion or detection due to the need for an electrical outlet. Despite this, Lin Yi remained apprehensive. To be prudent, he took the remaining 2 cameras and stealthily made his way to the rooftop of a neighboring house, installing them with utmost haste. Returning to his own second floor, he surveyed his surroundings once more. Noting no irregularities, he descended, locked the door, and quickly made his way to the village entrance. At that moment, the taxi he had previously summoned returned to the village square. Lin Yi swiftly climbed into the vehicle and instructed the driver to depart. However, Lin Yi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding the cameras he had just installed, as they lacked real-time viewing capabilities through a mobile app. It was not for lack of desire to acquire such technology, but rather that he had inquired at the store only to find no such products available. It was understandable. Back in 2012, cameras with app connectivity for real-time monitoring were scarce and exorbitantly priced. Thus, Lin Yi could only hope that during his absence, should any incidents occur at home, the few cameras installed would remain unnoticed, even if those at his residence were discovered. As the taxi pulled away from the village entrance, Lin Yi's taut nerves began to relax slightly. He glanced at his phone. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Concurrently, at People's Hospital, Wang Tao stormed into the facility, seething with anger. Following the car accident the previous evening, he had been informed and rushed to the hospital immediately, remaining vigil outside the emergency room throughout the night. By midday, the attending physician emerged, bearing a grave expression, delivering the harrowing news that Wang Zimo may never awaken again. Wang Tao's heart ached with anguish. Despite having had numerous women over the years, he had but one son, Wang Zimo. Should Wang Zimo become a vegetative state, he would be left without a legacy, a reality he could not bear to accept. After learning the general circumstances of the accident from the authorities, Wang Tao's fury reached a boiling point. He rushed into the enforcement office, intent on finding the truck driver to exact revenge for his son. However, in his arrogance, he ultimately failed to even lay eyes on the driver. To his further dismay, the officials informed him that the cause of the accident was still under investigation, and no definitive conclusions could be drawn at that time. Unwilling to accept this, Wang Tao sought connections to extract more information from those involved in the inquiry. After investing a considerable sum, he received a somewhat uncertain tip. Wang Zimo had been thrown from the vehicle. This indicated that he had been wronged. At the time of the incident, aside from the truck driver, only his son Wang Zimo, Lin Yi, and Shennongjia had been present. It was not difficult to deduce that if Wang Zimo had indeed been ejected, the only individual capable of achieving such a feat was Lin Yi. Yet, Wang Tao found himself perplexed, as Lin Yi and Wang Zimo had shared a brotherly bond, inseparable during their time in the village. Could there be some misunderstanding? Nevertheless, consumed by rage, Wang Tao was singularly focused on avenging his son. Thus, he wasted no time returning to the hospital to confront Lin Yi. However, upon arriving at Lin Yi's hospital room, he discovered it was already vacant. He seized a nurse who was tidying up and shouted menacingly, "Where has the patient from this bed gone?" The nurse, startled, stammered, he was discharged. Discharged? When? Is he injured? Wang Tao bombarded her with questions, his anger escalating with each inquiry. The nurse reluctantly revealed that the discharge paperwork had been processed over 2 hours ago, recognizing Wang Tao's notorious temperament. "Enough. Get lost." Wang Tao barked, dismissing her. Since Lin Yi had been discharged, it indicated that his injuries were not severe. Initially, he had merely harbored suspicions about Lin Yi, but now, realizing that Lin Yi had emerged from the accident relatively unscathed, juxtaposed against his own son lying on a hospital bed, potentially facing a vegetative state, Wang Tao could no longer contain his fury. This was profoundly unjust. No longer requiring evidence, Wang Tao became convinced that Lin Yi was, without a doubt, the individual responsible for his son's condition. He was determined to avenge his son and make Lin Yi pay a heavy price. After much contemplation, Considering his need to remain at the hospital to monitor Wang Zimo's situation, he furiously pulled out his phone and began to remotely command his subordinates. In no time, more than 20 of his underlings received his orders and sprang into action. As Lin Yi journeyed back to Lin City, a furrow of concern etched itself upon his brow. Both Lin City University and his home in Chunjiang Village felt perilous to him at present. He harbored grave doubts about whether Wang Tao might go to extremes in seeking retribution against him. The prospect of checking into a hotel was equally daunting, for with Wang Tao's cunning, it was likely he could trace Lin Yi's whereabouts through various channels. At that moment, a message arrived from a nurse. The nurse, little brother, a rather menacing individual came looking for you earlier. Do exercise caution. A chill ran through Lin Yi, and he swiftly replied, Who is it? What does he look like? The nurse responded, He appears to be around 40, with a square face and a small mustache. He looks quite intimidating. Upon reading this message, Lin Yi's heart sank. He was certain that the person seeking him was indeed Wang Tao. He was all too familiar with Wang Tao, having frequented Wang Zimo's home during carefree days. Thus he recognized both Wang Tao's visage and character intimately. In Lin Yi's recollection, Wang Tao was not only a notorious local bully, but also led a tumultuous personal life, with a revolving door of women. He recalled that during high school, virtually every visit to Wang Tao's residence was marked by different women emerging from his room. Once upon a time, Wang Tao had been an object of admiration among the local youth. Yet, in his previous life, Wang Tao had been a key figure in Lin Yi's struggles. Thus, in this lifetime, Lin Yi swore he would not let Wang Tao escape unscathed. However, he had not anticipated Wang Tao's rapid descent into madness, confirming his earlier suspicions. Lin Yi understood that he was currently vulnerable and outnumbered, rendering him no match for Wang Tao and his entourage. Consequently, he resolved to bide his time. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi replied, I know who it is now. It's nothing to worry about. Thank you, Mississippi. The nurse, still somewhat uneasy, urged him, Do take care. He seemed quite aggressive and not someone to be trifled with. A warm feeling surged within Lin Yi as he responded, Yes, I will. By the way, when do you finish work? The nurse playfully replied, In half an hour. What? Are you recovering that quickly? Lin Yi smirked and quickly retorted, I just want to know where you live. If you're free, I could come keep you company. Smooth talking indeed. The nurse responded with a teasing message, At the entrance of Greenland Community, at 6:30. Don't keep me waiting. Lin Yi sent an OK emoji and then addressed the driver. To Greenland Community, please. The driver nodded in acknowledgement. An hour later, Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of Greenland Community. Chapter 7. The Young Lady and the Young Brother. During their flirtatious exchanges, Lin Yi had glimpsed the nurse's ID badge. Her name was Yanin, a name that resonated with beauty. However, he felt a certain awkwardness in addressing her as Sister Nan. The term Miss carried a playful and affectionate connotation, subtly defining the nature of their relationship without the need for seriousness. And Yanin exuded not only beauty, but also an alluring maturity. Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder how enchanting she might appear in casual attire, stripped of her nurse's uniform. As he waited at the entrance of Greenland Community, his imagination wandered. From her prior demeanor, he sensed that Yanin was bold and straightforward, making the term Miss seem somewhat inadequate. Yet, being merely 19, calling her sister seemed entirely appropriate, especially since she referred to him as little brother, balancing the scales. Minutes slipped by as Lin Yi stood at the entrance, glancing around but failing to catch sight of Yanin. Little brother, over here. Suddenly, a familiar and melodious voice called from behind him. He turned and his eyes sparkled as he spotted Yanin waving at him from the entrance. Clad in casual attire, her stunning figure was on full display, capturing even the attention of the security guard at the gate, who couldn't help but gawk. Lin Yi hastened towards her, and Yanin swiped her card to grant him entry. The guard cast a look of evident envy at Lin Yi, who chose to ignore it. He refrained from inquiring how Yanin had returned or why she was already in the community. It was unnecessary. He was merely seeking refuge for a few days before departing Lin City. As Yanin led Lin Yi towards one of the buildings in the community, she inquired, Little brother, what exactly happened to your injuries? Why was that man looking for you? Lin Yi recounted the events of the previous night without reservation. Though he intentionally omitted the fact that Shun Yue was his girlfriend and Wang Zimo was his brother, substituting them with the term university classmates. And Yanin listened attentively, nodding occasionally. However, her expression soon shifted to one of concern as she pondered Wang Tao. And who was the person that came to the hospital looking for you? Lin Yi replied, He is the father of the classmate who is still unconscious. Does he suspect you harmed his son? Perhaps, but I was genuinely intoxicated. I trust that the hat will exonerate me. Their conversation continued until they reached Building 8. Entering the elevator, they ascended to the 20th floor. Upon stepping out, Lin he immediately sensed a difference. The design featured 1 unit per floor, leading him to surmise that Yanen's apartment must be quite spacious. His speculation proved correct as they entered her home, where a massive shoe cabinet, larger than his own bedroom, greeted them. The living room was astonishingly expansive, nearly rivaling the size of a basketball court. The opulent decor exuded luxury, with every detail reflecting affluence. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lin Yi asked, "Do you live here alone?" "Yes," and Yanen replied, handing him a pair of slippers from a shoe cabinet. "Don't be too formal. Just treat it like your own home." Though Lin Yi acknowledged her words, he couldn't shake off a sense of formality. After all, this luxurious residence, with its estimated area exceeding 200 square meters, would be valued at least 4 to 5 million yuan given the current real estate prices in Lin City's core area. Entering such a grand abode was a reality he had never dared to dream of, even in his past life. Clearly, Yanen hailed from an extraordinary background, either wealthy or noble. This revelation only deepened Lin Yi's intrigue. He could not fathom why Yanen so readily chose to accompany him, even covering his hospitalization expenses and offering to take him to her home. Despite his confusion, Lin Yi felt no sense of inferiority. In his previous life, entering such a lavish residence would have surely made him want to flee in shame. However, as a reborn individual, he harbored no negative emotions regarding his current situation. He possessed a clear objective. Beyond seeking revenge, he aspired to amass great wealth, an unimaginable fortune. Thus, luxury cars and villas were inevitable, and of course, women would also be part of the equation. So what was inferiority? To hell with it. Moreover, Yanen and he had already established a close relationship, making her effectively his woman. What was wrong with residing in his woman's abode? Lin Yi discovered a rather commendable trait within himself, his audacity. With a playful grin, he teased, "Sister, such a spacious house must be quite dull for you alone. How about I stay for a few days to keep you company?" And Yanen, amused yet exasperated, shot him a glance and replied, "Fine, little brother, stay as long as you like." A flicker of joy danced in her eyes. "Then I shall not hold back," Lin Yi said, casually changing into his slippers and sprawling onto the large, comfortable sofa. Both harbored their own intentions, yet their ultimate goal remained the same, and Yanen approached him, gently lying beside him and resting her head on his arm. "Little brother, you aren't still under 18, are you? Damn, who do you think you're looking down on?" Lin Yi internally scoffed, grinning as he replied, "I may not be that well endowed, but I'm definitely of age. And I'm curious about how bright that light will be once turned on." He chuckled, fully intending to flirt unabashedly. He believed his hands were sufficiently large, but in the presence of her beauty, they seemed rather small. "Naughty boy, I've paid the electricity bill. It will surely dazzle your eyes. But are you really all right?" And Yanen paused, then quickly grasped Lin Yi's implication, playfully responding, "My physique is robust," Lin Yi assured her, tapping his chest with his empty right hand. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly delicate. Just as everything seemed to be falling into place, the doorbell rang abruptly. "Damn, which bastard is it?" Lin Yi cursed inwardly, feeling immensely frustrated. The sensation of being poised to strike, but unable to do so, was quite displeasing. Had he known who disrupted his romantic interlude, he might have taken the liberty to curse their ancestors. And Yanen, equally reluctant, gently pushed Lin Yi aside, tidied her somewhat disheveled attire, and sauntered to the front door. Peering through the peephole, upon seeing the visitor, her previously flushed cheeks turned icy. She turned away, leaning against the door, closing her eyes as her chest rose and fell, striving to calm her emotions. Seeing her reluctance to open the door and her pallor, Lin Yi approached her, just as he was about to peek through the peephole, and Yanen lightly nudged him aside, as if recalling something, then stepped aside to indicate he could take a look. Lin Yi, unhesitating, gazed through the peephole. A bespectacled, refined young man stood at the door, clutching an enormous bouquet of roses, anxiously awaiting a response. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and turned to Yanen. At that moment, she appeared to have regained her composure, meeting his gaze with calmness. As he beheld her stunning visage, a possessive thought surged within him. Suddenly, he raised his arms, firmly embracing Yanen's head, leaning slightly forward to kiss her passionately. "Damn you! You think you can steal my woman, you pretty boy?" Lin Yi's sudden assertiveness took Yanen by surprise. After a brief struggle, she willingly reciprocated, and outside, the young man anxiously rang the doorbell again, the chime echoing awkwardly in the corridor. He then called out, "Yanen, I know you're home. Please open the door. Just let me see you, and I'll leave." However, the sister and brother were presently occupied, utterly ignoring him. The young man continued to call out, yet received no response. Lin Yi, finding the young man's insistence irksome, decided to lift Yanen and swiftly carried her into the inner room. Once inside, He tossed her onto the bed and quickly shut the door behind them. He had no idea when the young man outside left, nor did he care. What mattered was that he was no longer plagued by the nerve damage from his past life as accident. Thanks to the benefits of a yang yuan grass, he now felt invigorated. 2 hours later, had it not been for the rumbling of his stomach, he would have preferred to remain in Yanan's chamber indefinitely. It was simply delightful. And Yanan changed into a loose and comfortable nightgown and entered the kitchen, while Lin Yi reclined on the sofa, a look of satisfaction on his face. However, he noticed her gait was somewhat awkward, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. After a while in the kitchen, she emerged with 2 bowls of instant noodles. "I'm sorry, but ordering takeout is quite a hassle, so let us make do with this tonight," she said awkwardly. Lin Yi looked at the 2 bowls of noodles, utterly speechless. "Is this what you eat regularly? Someone living in such a grand house subsists on instant noodles? Can you believe it?" While Yanan was cooking, Lin Yi had stealthily glanced into the kitchen. To his astonishment, he found her exceptionally fit physique. Could it really be attributed to her diet of instant noodles? If such a diet could yield such a figure, instant noodles would surely be sold out everywhere. The kitchen was indeed a sight to behold, with the countertops cluttered with an array of instant noodle packages stacked high. Noticing Lin Yi's incredulous expression, Yanan felt even more embarrassed. She quickly defended herself. "It's not like I eat this all the time. I'm just too busy with work to find time to cook, so I often settle for instant noodles." Lin Yi chose not to press further, instead picking up his chopsticks and digging in voraciously. Considering Lin Yi's likely hunger, Yanan had thoughtfully prepared 2 packets of noodles along with 3 eggs. However, to her surprise, Lin Yi finished his bowl in mere minutes, leaving it completely empty. It was somewhat reminiscent of how he treated her, leaving no trace behind. Of course, the duration was not comparable. "Are you full?" Yanan inquired with concern. "Not quite," Lin Yi replied honestly, having only awakened just before noon, followed by an interrogation and a return to the village. He had hardly eaten all day and was ravenous. "Here," Yanan said, lifting her bowl and transferring a significant portion of noodles into Lin Yi's bowl. Lin Yi was not one to be overly sentimental, and without any reservations, he continued to indulge in his meal. Burp. After savoring the last spoonful of soup, Lin Yi contentedly let out a robust belch. "Would you like some more?" Yanan, who had yet to touch her chopsticks, inquired with genuine concern. Lin Yi shook his head, feeling satisfied. "No, I'm full. You should eat quickly. Don't let yourself go hungry." He understood that Yanan had refrained from eating out of worry that he might not have had enough. Her thoughtful gesture warmed his heart. Once Yanan finished her instant noodles and tidied up the dishes, the 2 reclined comfortably on the soft sofa, casually switching through television channels. "Lin Yi, are you really just a freshman?" Yanan turned her face, her gaze filled with curiosity as she studied him. "Actually, I'll be a sophomore as soon as the semester starts." "At Lin Ching University?" "Yes. What a coincidence. We're both alumni then. How long have you been working?" "Senior?" "Just a month." Yanan held up a single finger. They engaged in light-hearted banter, and as their conversation deepened, their understanding of one another gradually grew. However, they both skillfully avoided prying into each other's family backgrounds or sensitive past experiences. Yanan surmised the reason for Lin Yi's visit, but chose not to address it directly. Likewise, Lin Yi refrained from inquiring about the man she had previously been involved with. He believed that if Yanan wished to share, she would do so in her own time. After all, everyone has a past, and their relationship was not that of romantic partners. At best, they were merely friends who enjoyed cycling together. As long as they found joy in each other's company, that was sufficient. Considering that Yanan had to work the next day and observing her weary gait, Lin Yi decided against prolonging their playful tug-of-war. The following morning, before heading to work, Yanan kindly shared the door lock code with Lin Yi. She even left him a key card for the residential complex, allowing him unrestricted access to the premises. Chapter 9. If you are well, what more could be said? After Yanan left, Lin Yi found himself restless. Leaning against his bed, his gaze was deep and cold. His mind raced as he contemplated his plans for revenge and wealth accumulation. The immediate priority was to seize the opportunity during the summer vacation to venture to Shennongjia and procure the precious yang yuan grass. Despite the inherent dangers of this journey, having previously traversed it in his past life, he believed that with a bit of caution, he could navigate it successfully. His urgency stemmed from 2 primary considerations. Firstly, with summer in full swing, he needed to return to school before the semester commenced to continue his university education. He felt a lingering obligation to honor the years of hard work he had invested in his studies. Moreover, his parents had always emphasized the importance of obtaining a university degree as a means of achieving success. Although he was less concerned about a diploma in this new life, it remained a cherished wish of his parents. Having been reborn, He sought to rectify the regret of having been forced to abandon his studies in his previous life. Secondly, he suspected that Shennongjia's mother was on the brink of a health crisis. Lin Yi needed to return and await Shennongjia's request for financial assistance. Since leaving the hospital the previous afternoon, his girlfriend Shennongjia had not sent a single message to express her concern, which left him feeling cold and neglected. However, Lin Yi did not allow this to incite anger within him. In his heart, he felt far more resentment towards Shennongjia for her betrayal and her tacit approval of Wang Zimo's malice against him. These transgressions incited a deeper fury than her current indifference. Thus, he found himself eagerly anticipating Shennongjia's arrival, prepared to exact a fierce revenge on the school beauty who had betrayed him. If you are well, what more can be said? The third target of his vengeance was Wang Zimo's father, Wang Tao. Wang Zimo, the first target, had already been rendered incapacitated. The second target, Shennongjia, was nearing her fate. Given that Wang Tao was frantically searching for him, it was evident that he had devised a series of plans against Lin Yi. Naturally, Lin Yi could not afford to remain passive. The surveillance cameras he had installed the previous day were a means to prepare for a counterattack. However, he remained uncertain about how to ensure that Wang Tao would pay a more grievous price. To face Wang Tao without fear, he needed substantial financial resources and the ability to withstand the retaliation from criminal forces. Ample funds could facilitate connections during critical moments, while the ability to defend himself would require physical prowess. Both aspects posed significant challenges for him at present. Moreover, if Wang Tao were to relentlessly pursue him, returning to the village would become nearly impossible, jeopardizing his plans for financial gain. Damn, this was clearly a deadlock. How could he break free? Lin Yi pondered deeply but found no viable strategy. His expression clouded with worry. He decided to take it one step at a time, shaking his head in resignation. Meanwhile, shortly after Lin Yi's discharge from the hospital, Shennongjia's mother, Li Kaifeng, arrived at the hospital. Seeing that her daughter was unharmed and aware that the hospital was rife with prying ears, the mother and daughter discussed their situation before proceeding with the discharge formalities. Upon returning home, they engaged in a heartfelt conversation. With a piercing gaze, Li Kaifeng asked, Wei, have you had an incident with Wang Zimo? From Shennongjia's unusual behavior, Li Kaifeng had already inferred something amiss. Now that such a serious matter had arisen, she could no longer remain silent. Shennongjia lowered her head, remaining silent for a long while before finally nodding, her face flushed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she knew she could no longer hide the truth and had to confide in her mother, hoping for guidance on how to navigate the path ahead. As someone who had experienced life, Li Kaifeng sighed softly. Is this how you honor Lin Yi? I never intended for it to happen. Being with Zimo was truly an accident. Shennongjia hastily defended herself. Li Kaifeng, feeling helpless, replied, All right, tell me, what exactly happened? Shennongjia recounted the events in detail, deliberately omitting the fact that Wang Zimo had plotted against Lin Yi. After hearing her daughter's account, Li Kaifeng couldn't help but feel the situation was complicated. Having given birth to a daughter as beautiful as Shennongjia, Li Kaifeng was no less striking herself, a former village beauty with an exquisite figure. Now, at just under 40, she possessed a mature charm that Shennongjia lacked. In terms of grace and intellect, she surpassed her daughter. Having been widowed for several years, she had attracted the attention of many men in the village. Aware that remaining in the village would eventually lead to her being preyed upon by those men, she had resolved to move to Linsheng for work shortly after her husband's passing. Having experienced the world and learned to care for herself, she appeared far younger than her years, resembling a vibrant woman in her 30s. Seated alongside Shennongjia, an unsuspecting observer might even mistake them for sisters. Li Kaifeng then inquired, Is Lin Yi aware of your relationship with Wang Zimo? Shennongjia responded with unwavering certainty. He should be unaware. After a moment of contemplation, Li Kaifeng solemnly advised, In that case, you must forget about Wang Zimo. Mother, Shennongjia began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Li Kaifeng's raised hand. What is there to cling to in a cripple? Li Kaifeng justicia starly. One must admit, upon comprehending the entire situation, Li Kaifeng immediately recognized how to navigate the current predicament. Shennongjia, chastised so harshly by her mother, found her previously wavering stance solidified in an instant. She was indeed cognizant that Wang Zimo had become a cripple. Thus, harboring any illusions about him was futile. However, her heart was perpetually burdened with guilt regarding Lin Yi. She feared that if Lin Yi were to discover her betrayal, he would not only shun her, but might even seek revenge. Furthermore, her testimony was evidently detrimental to Lin Yi, a fact he had already grasped. After finishing her discharge procedures yesterday, she had gone to visit Lin Yi, only to find that he had already left the hospital. She surmised that he must have departed in anger due to her testimony. Now, with her mother's support, she understood what needed to be done. All right, I know what I must do, Shen Yue replied. Li Kaifeng gazed at her beautiful daughter, feeling a deep sense of disappointment that she had resorted to such duplicity. She felt compelled to continue advising. Regardless of whether you choose to part ways with Lin Yi or remain together, remember this, given the current circumstances. Refrain from uttering anything that could be construed as harmful to him. Moreover, we all know Lin Yi's tolerance for alcohol. Shen Yue nodded in understanding. Her mother's message was clear. Lin Yi would come to no harm, and thus, she should not allow her words to incite resentment within him. As their conversation concluded, Li Kaifeng suddenly realized that returning to the village with her daughter was a grave mistake, for she was acutely aware of the true nature of Wang Tao. However, as there were no evening buses to Lin City, they had no choice but to spend the night in the village. Early the next morning, Li Kaifeng and Shen Yue arose to wash up, preparing to catch the first bus to Lin City. Just as they were about to leave, a cacophony of car engines roared outside, followed by a thunderous knocking on the door. "Open up!" A voice bellowed from outside. Shen Yue, startled by the sudden noise, dropped her belongings. Li Kaifeng quickly gathered the luggage and set it aside in the inner room before calmly stepping out to open the door. As the door swung open, 7 or 8 thugs stormed in with an aggressive demeanor. Almost immediately, Li Kaifeng spotted a haggard Wang Tao approaching her. Chapter 10, The Exquisite Matron. Simultaneously, 2 investigators responsible for probing the cause of the car accident subjected the truck driver to intense questioning multiple times. However, the answers remained consistent with previous statements. The truck driver insisted he had been driving normally, and, due to adverse weather conditions, he had not clearly seen what transpired between the 2 individuals. This left the investigators feeling quite exasperated. Early that morning, the 2 returned to the hospital, only to find themselves at a dead end. First, they discovered that Lin Yi had been discharged and was nowhere to be found. Subsequently, they learned that Shen Yue had also been taken out of the hospital by her mother the previous afternoon. Unlike the situation with the truck driver, they lacked the authority to summon Lin Yi and Shen Yue to the enforcement agency, leaving them in the dark about their whereabouts. They promptly dialed Shen Yue's number. "Hello, may I speak with Miss Shen Yue? This is she. We are the investigators who sought you out yesterday. We need to confirm some details with you once more. May I ask where you are at the moment?" "I am in my hometown, in Chunjing Village, a suburb." "All right, please remain at home. We will head over right away. It is imperative that you cooperate with our investigation." "Understood." After hanging up, Shen Yue exchanged a glance with Li Kaifeng, both nodding subtly in agreement. This was fortuitous for them, as they were currently cornered at home by Wang Tao. Opposite them, Wang Tao was fixated on Shen Yue, flanked by the gang members who had barged in earlier, each wielding sticks and other weapons, ready to unleash violence at the slightest provocation. Whose call was that? Wang Tao attempted to maintain a semblance of calm in his tone. By a stroke of fate, he had witnessed Shen Yue lingering in his precious son's bedroom for over 2 hours. Later, under his intense questioning, Wang Zimo had confessed to his relationship with Shen Yue. Although he recognized that his son's actions had wronged Lin Yi, he had little interest in the affairs of the young. However, he never anticipated that his son would end up in a vegetative state, in a quest to uncover the truth, and with Lin Yi elusive. He had no choice but to confront Shen Yue. Shen Yue remained silent, casting a fearful glance at the thugs behind Wang Tao. "You all wait outside," Wang Tao commanded, quickly grasping Shen Yue's intent. Obeying their leader's order, the thugs vacated the living room. Wang Tao pressed on. "Now can we talk?" Shen Yue did not conceal the truth. "It's the investigators. They're coming to find me shortly." Wang Tao pondered for a moment, his expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts or his potential concerns about the approaching investigators. He continued to question, "Be honest, is it Lin Yi who harmed Zimo?" After a night of reflection, coupled with Shen Yue's betrayal, Wang Tao surmised that Lin Yi must have been aware of Shen Yue's infidelity and seized the opportunity to eliminate his son. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his theory, ensnared in a relentless cycle of thought. Consequently, after arranging for his daughter to tend to Wang Zimo, he drove early to Shen Yue's residence and trapped the mother and daughter duo at home. Shen Yue trembled with anxiety, while Li Kaifeng gently clasped her hand, offering a semblance of comfort. Bolstered by her mother's encouragement, Shen Yue finally spoke. He was intoxicated at the time and lacked any strength. It could not have been him. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's fury ignited. His gaze bore into Shen Yue, seething as he demanded, "Then tell me, who was it? Was it you?" Shen Yue gasped in alarm, quickly retorting, "Uncle Wang, please do not slander me." At that moment, Lin Yi was between Zimo and me, and, as a weak woman, how could I possibly have the strength to push Zimo? Wang Tao, enraged, countered, "If it wasn't you or that Lin Yi brat, then did Zimo lose his mind and crash into the car himself?" I truly do not know. Yue bit her lip, nearly in tears. Humph. I will give you one more chance to reveal the truth. Otherwise, I shall send you and your mother to the club, where you will entertain clients 10 times a day. Wang Tao could no longer contain the fury that surged within him, bellowing threats. Wang Tao, dare you? Li Kaifeng, who had remained silent until now, could no longer endure the situation. She rose to her feet, admonishing him with a loud voice. Wang Tao also stood, a lewd grin spreading across his face. What is there that I would shy away from? Moreover, before I send you both inside, I shall first savor the delights of you and your daughter, and then allow my comrades to indulge as well. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed maniacally, reminiscent of a madman. The potential fate of Wang Zimo becoming a vegetable struck him with devastating force, obliterating his rationality. At that moment, he disregarded whether Yue was truly his son's girlfriend. Wang Tao, Wei has been with Zimo. How can you utter such vile words? You are lower than a beast. Li Kaifeng lashed out fearlessly. Wang Tao lunged forward, seizing her collar and lifting her with ferocity. Yes, I am a beast. Unless you tell me who the real murderer is. Let my mother go. Yue cried out, clutching Wang Tao's arm, pleading desperately. Is it Lin Yi who did this? Wang Tao did not relent, instead barking at Yue. She steadfastly shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I truly do not know. Uncle Wang, please release my mother. With a vicious grin, Wang Tao did not release Li Kaifeng, but instead, with a lewd chuckle, extended his left hand and forcefully tore her clothing. Instantly, her ample form was exposed to the air. Wang Tao's eyes widened, an insidious thought flooding his mind. Truly, she was a top-tier beauty, maintaining her perfection even at this age, without a hint of sagging. Li Kaifeng clasped her hands tightly over her chest, shouting, Wang Tao, what kind of hero are you? Bullying two defenseless women. If you possess any bravery, seek out Lin Yi and confront him. Do not unleash your madness here. She attempted to provoke Wang Tao, hoping to redirect his attention towards Lin Yi and spare herself and her daughter. Simultaneously, she hoped to raise her voice enough to attract the attention of their neighbors. However, she was acutely aware that the chances of this were minuscule. After all, 7 or 8 thugs were stationed outside, and even if the neighbors heard the commotion, it was unlikely anyone would dare intervene. Do not think to provoke me. I am not easily swayed. And that brat Lin Yi, I will find him eventually, Wang Tao declared, his left hand slowly rising towards Li Kaifeng. He had long coveted this exquisite woman. Unfortunately, she was too shrewd, rarely returning to the village. And when she did, she left the same day, leaving them no opportunity to indulge. Today, he seized the moment, intent on forcibly possessing this woman he had long desired. Vivi, go outside, Li Kaifeng commanded with unwavering resolve, completely ignoring Wang Tao's vile behavior, turning to Yue and shouting. Yue hesitated, contemplating whether her mother intended to sacrifice herself to quell Wang Tao's wrath. It seemed an unworthy trade, one that defied ethical standards. After all, she and Wang Zimo were indeed together. If her mother entangled herself with Wang Tao, it would complicate everything. Meanwhile, Wang Tao's hand hovered in the air, a smug grin spreading across his face. Now we're getting somewhere. Li Kaifeng disregarded Wang Tao's lewd grin, her gaze fixed on Yue, her tone resolute. Go. Yue observed her mother's calm demeanor, though concerned for her safety. Yet, she also knew that her mother concealed a pair of scissors in her back pocket. Understanding her intentions, biting her lip, she turned and exited, heading towards the edge of the village. The thugs outside exchanged glances upon seeing Yue emerge alone, their expressions revealing an understanding smile. To them, it appeared the boss had given tacit approval, so they did not intervene to stop her departure. Instead, envy and jealousy flickered across their faces. Bam! Wang Tao slammed the door shut and slowly turned, his greedy gaze locking on Li Kaifeng, nearly drooling in anticipation. Join me, and I promise no one will dare trouble you two again. Wang Tao's expression conveyed his determination. He was well aware that Yue was unlikely to be the one who harmed Wang Zimo. He sought only to confirm whether Lin Yi was indeed the true culprit. Unexpectedly, he found an unexpected advantage, as a few threats seemed to bring Li Kaifeng to the brink of submission. Hold on, let's clarify our terms first. Li Kaifeng maintained her facade of calm. Darling, what is there left to discuss? Let us enjoy ourselves first. Wang Tao was impatient, striding towards Li Kaifeng, eager to seize her. However, just as he was about to embrace her, he suddenly felt a sharp pair of scissors pressed firmly against his chest. One more step forward, and I shall not hesitate. Li Kaifeng's expression was emotionless, her voice devoid of any tremor, clearly prepared for a desperate struggle. She understood that to confront a villain like Wang Tao, one must remain composed. Moreover, she knew that if she could protect herself and her daughter this time, It would mean they could never return to the village. They would have to live in constant vigilance against Wang Tao in Lincheng. Wang Tao glared at the prize slipping from his grasp, his fury surging. Yet, staring at the gleaming scissors, he restrained his anger, stepping back. Speak. How much do you want? It is not a matter of money. I merely wish for you to spare us. Zimo's situation truly has nothing to do with Wei Wei. Li Kaifim Mastili explainat. Upon hearing Wang Zimo's name, Wang Tao's previously heightened desires were swiftly dampened. He retracted his lewd smile, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Clearly, he was seriously weighing Li Caifeng's words, particularly the last remark. The relationship between Wang Zimo and Shen Yuwei had evidently crossed a significant boundary, revealing his inadequacy as a father. If anyone could rouse Wang Zimo from his stupor, it was undoubtedly Shen Yuwei, far more than he, the father. Moreover, he discerned the implied meaning behind Li Caifeng's words. The prospect of his father entangled with his girlfriend's mother was a matter that weighed heavily on Wang Zimo's mind. Wang Tao fixated on Li Caifeng's exquisite visage, scrutinizing her repeatedly, yet he struggled to summon the resolve to act. However, as his gaze drifted downward, once more capturing the sight of Li Caifeng's alluring curves, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. His previous trepidations were swiftly cast aside. What was Wang Zimo in the presence of such captivating beauty? Humph, I declare today that you shall be mine, and your daughter will heed my commands, otherwise. He advanced toward Li Kaifeng step by step, wagering that this delicate woman would not dare to thrust the scissors at him. Li Kaifeng retreated incessantly until she found herself cornered against the wall. She had not anticipated Wang Tao's brutishness. Stay back. If you come any closer, I will truly take action. Li Caifeng's hands gripped the scissors tightly, her fingers whitening from strain, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yield to me, and we shall become one family. Wang Tao, already intoxicated by desire, reached out to seize the hand that held the scissors. That's impossible, Wang Tao. The police are on their way. I advise you not to act recklessly. Realizing her attempts to buy time had failed, Li Kaifeng spoke up. Wang Tao sneered. So all your prattling was merely a diversion to stall for time until the police arrived. A clever ploy indeed. With that, he abruptly seized Li Caifeng's hand, forcibly wrenching the scissors from her grip and tossing them aside. Ultimately, Li Kaifeng could not summon the courage to strike. Despair etched across her face. Wang Tao held her hands firmly against the wall, then lunged forward. As a mere woman, Li Kaifeng found herself powerless to resist, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wang Tao, how dare you? Once the police arrive, I will accuse you of rape. This was her final stand. By the time they arrive, the deed will be done. I fear nothing. Wang Tao chuckled with arrogance. Chapter 12. Outwitted by a woman having fled the village, Shen Yuwei was in a state of frantic urgency. She hastily pulled out her phone and dialed the police. The call connected swiftly. Hello, is this Uncle Hat? It's Shen Yuwei. She spoke urgently. Yes, what is it? Wang Zimo's father has cornered my mother and me at home. They intend to harm her. Please hurry. Her voice trembled with distress. Understood. We'll be there immediately. Having already traveled a considerable distance, Uncle Hat quickly activated the sirens atop his vehicle and pressed the accelerator. The police car sped through the streets, its wailing siren piercing the air. Within 10 minutes, Shen Yuwei, hidden at the village's entrance, heard the familiar sound of sirens growing closer. She rushed to the roadside, a mixture of excitement and anxiety coursing through her. Meanwhile, the small-time thugs loitering at Shen Yuwei's doorstep also heard the sharp wail of the siren. They exchanged glances, indecision etched on their faces, torn between informing their leader or remaining silent. If they stayed quiet, their leader might be caught off guard by the police. Yet, if they alerted him, they risked incurring his wrath for interrupting his affairs. This brief hesitation was cut short as the police car arrived at the village entrance. Shen Yuwei hurried forward, calling out, Uncle Hat, my house is right there, hurry. At that moment, the thugs could no longer afford to hesitate. One of them turned and ran to the door, shouting, Boss, trouble. The police have arrived at the village. Inside, Wang Tao had just tossed Li Kaifeng onto the bed, preparing to indulge his desires when the sudden knocking on the door felt like a bucket of cold water, igniting his fury. Yet, upon hearing his subordinate's words, his lust-clouded eyes cleared in an instant. Damn, you're lucky this time, but next time, you won't escape my grasp, he growled, reluctantly pulling up his half-lowered pants. Meanwhile, Li Kaifeng, who had resigned herself to despair, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had genuinely feared that Shen Yuwei would misunderstand her intention to delay and fail to call for help. Had that occurred, she would have been completely at Wang Tao's mercy by the time the police arrived. Thankfully, it seemed the danger had passed. Wang Tao, let today's events be forgotten. If Zimo awakens, perhaps we can still be family. She clung to a sliver of hope, wishing Wang Tao would not target them. Oblivious to her plea, Wang Tao coldly commanded, "Change your clothes." He then turned and strode out of the room. Outside, as Wang Tao emerged, two officers, led by Shen Yue, hastily approached. Seeing Wang Tao fully dressed, Shen Yue felt a sense of relief. Uncle Hat scrutinized Wang Tao, then glanced at Shen Yue, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Especially as the lackeys stood empty-handed, having evidently stowed away their weapons in the car. "Who are you?" Uncle Hat inquired sternly, directing his gaze at Wang Tao. "I am Wang Zimo's father," Wang Tao replied stiffly, his dissatisfaction evident. "What brings you here?" The officer pressed on. "I'm here to inquire about my son's accident. This matter is under our investigation. You need only await the results." Wang Tao nearly retorted, "I don't trust you," but managed to suppress his words. He pivoted, stating, "I have nothing to do with this. I'm leaving." "You cannot leave just yet." Uncle Hat blocked Wang Tao's exit, asking, "What have you done to this household's matriarch?" "We were discussing matters for adults," Wang Tao replied, dismissively, a hint of provocation on his face. Just then, Li Kaifeng emerged, now dressed, and nodded toward Shen Yue. Shen Yue momentarily faltered, uncertain whether her mother had been violated by Wang Tao. Yet, it had only been a mere 10 minutes. Surely Wang Tao couldn't he have finished so quickly? Especially considering how brief her interactions with Wang Zimo had been, anxiety gripped her heart. "Let him go. I am unscathed," Li Kaifeng stated. Given the direct affirmation from the involved party, Uncle Hat reluctantly nodded in agreement. As Wang Tao departed, he cast a lingering glance at Li Kaifeng and Shen Yue, his eyes brimming with menace. The tantalizing prospect of satisfaction had slipped through his fingers at the last moment, leaving him feeling thwarted and resentful. Inside, Uncle Hat resumed his detailed and earnest inquiry with Shen Yue. However, this time, she steadfastly refused to acknowledge having previously claimed that Lin Yi was responsible for Wang Zimo's accident. With no other recourse, Uncle Hat presented the recorded video of the earlier questioning. Yet, Shen Yue remained resolute, asserting that it was merely her conjecture, not something she had witnessed firsthand. After multiple confirmations, she stood firm in her stance. The hat-wearing interrogator spoke gravely. "If it ultimately proves that you have given false testimony, you shall face punishment. Therefore, it is in your best interest to speak the truth." "I'm stating nothing but facts," Shen Yue retorted through gritted teeth. "Very well," the hat-wearer conceded, realizing that, at this juncture, there was no concrete evidence to implicate Lin Yi as the perpetrator. On the contrary, various pieces of evidence gathered during the investigation indicated that he was indeed intoxicated at the time, rendering it impossible for him to be the culprit. The only testimony that could be detrimental to him had become mired in stalemate, as Shen Yue firmly asserted that her previous statement was mere conjecture. Unless additional eyewitnesses could be found, the case would likely be treated as an ordinary traffic accident. The two investigators concluded their questioning and prepared to depart. At that moment, Li Kaifeng rushed out to intercept them, her voice tinged with urgency. "Excuse me, could you please take us to Lin City?" Li Kaifeng was acutely aware that if the investigators left, she and her daughter would once again fall into Wang Tao's clutches, with unimaginable consequences. Thus, securing a ride with the investigators was their only opportunity. The two investigators exchanged a glance, silently nodding in agreement, and replied, "Get in, please. Just a moment while we fetch our belongings." Li Kaifeng breathed a sigh of relief and hurried back to collect her things. Soon, mother and daughter departed from Chunjiang village in the investigator's vehicle. As they drove away, Wang Tao and his underlings stealthily emerged from a nearby alley. Wang Tao's eyes blazed with fury, his pent-up rage completely ignited. Outsmarted by a woman, one of the underlings suggested, "Should we follow them to see where she lives?" Slap! Wang Tao retaliated with a swift strike to the underling's face, bellowing, "Are you out of your mind? You dare follow in that vehicle?" The chastised underling covered his face, looking bewildered, having aimed to curry favor with his boss, but instead found himself on the receiving end of a scathing reprimand. Chapter 13. A sense of being taken care of. Shen Yue and Li Kaifeng sat in the car, their nerves taut with anxiety. They frequently glanced through the rear window, wary of any vehicles that might be tailing them. It was not until they entered Lin City that they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon arriving, Li Kaifeng expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the investigators before hailing a taxi with Shen Yue. The pair subsequently transferred buses twice before finally stopping at the entrance of an old residential complex in the southern part of the city. Shen Yue silently followed her mother, understanding that this convoluted journey was a precautionary measure to evade Wang Tao's attention. Upon entering the modest two-bedroom apartment that Li Kaifeng had rented, she collapsed onto the sofa, her face still reflecting the remnants of her earlier dread. Today, she had narrowly escaped the clutches of that scoundrel, Wang Tao. She knew that despite her appearance, suitors were not in short supply. However, had she succumbed to Wang Tao, she could have easily been discarded once he grew weary of her. Glancing furtively at Shen Yue seated on the opposite side of the sofa, she sighed inwardly. Wei, have you been in touch with Lin Yi these past few days? Li Kaifeng broke the silence, her voice barely above a whisper. No, I haven't, Shen Yue responded, a pang of panic gripping her heart as her gaze darted about. She was acutely aware that her lack of communication with Lin Yi was inappropriate. Yet ever since the accident, she had felt utterly lost. Moreover, when Lin Yi had visited her, she sensed an unusual tension in his demeanor, which deterred her from reaching out to him. You must send him a message. Li Kaifeng insisted in an authoritative tone. All right. Shen Yue hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. In truth, after their heartfelt conversation the previous night, she had already resolved to do so. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, after casually grabbing a bite at the entrance of the complex, strolled to the supermarket to purchase some groceries. Upon returning home, he sent a WeChat message to Yanan, dinner tonight. And Yanan quickly replied, instant noodles or takeout. Lin Yi replied with a frown, just come back empty-handed. And Yanan responded, got it, LOL. Lin Yi, still unconvinced, asked, what do you mean by got it? And Yanan replied, instant noodles. By the way, we're out of eggs in the fridge. If you have time, please buy some at the supermarket. I'll transfer you the money. Get a lot. You need to replenish yourself. Replenish? I'm a man who has eaten Yanyuan grass. I don't need any replenishing. Lin Yi shot back with an exasperated expression, tossing his phone onto the sofa. He reclined back, his thoughts growing increasingly uncomfortable. He felt an overwhelming sensation of being cared for, and it was particularly strong, especially when he recalled the young man who had delivered flowers to him the previous night. Just you wait tonight, Lin Yi seethed through clenched teeth. At that moment, the phone that had been carelessly tossed onto the sofa vibrated unexpectedly. Lin Yi picked it up to find that his previous discontent had morphed into a dark scowl. The screen displayed a message from Shen Yue. Lin Yi, where are you? Are you feeling better? Her words overflowed with concern, almost spilling out of the screen. Lin Yi refrained from replying immediately, choosing instead to toss his phone aside once more and busied himself in the kitchen. Shen Yue clutched her phone tightly, her heart racing with anticipation for Lin Yi's response. She waited and waited, yet the expected message never arrived. Instead, she received several greetings from admirers. As the campus belle, she was never short of attention. However, in her current state of turmoil, she had little inclination to engage with them. Mom, he hasn't replied to my message. Shen Yue expressed her disappointment to Li Kaifeng. Li Kaifeng frowned slightly, then forget it. With your looks, once you return to school, you can find someone even better. Mom, that's... Shen Yue was taken aback by her mother's unexpected words, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. A country bumpkin. Li Kaifeng's words trailed off when she suddenly swayed and fainted. Shen Yue, deeply engrossed in her own turmoil, did not immediately notice her mother's distress. Mom, you can't speak of Lin Yi that way, Shen Yue murmured in discontent, but after a prolonged silence without a response from her mother, she turned in confusion to regard Li Kaifeng, who lay on the sofa. Alas, it's all my fault, causing Mom to worry so much. Shen Yue rose, intent on retrieving a blanket for her mother, considering the air conditioning in the room could easily lead to a chill. However, when she looked down at Li Kaifeng's face, her heart tightened with alarm. Something was amiss. Li Kaifeng's formerly rosy complexion had turned an alarming shade of pale, almost ghostly. Mom, wake up. Please wake up. Shen Yue gently shook her mother's shoulder, urgently calling out. Yet, Li Kaifeng remained unresponsive. Shen Yue's heart was suddenly engulfed by panic, prompting her to shake more vigorously while raising her voice significantly. Yet, Li Kaifeng remained unresponsive. At this moment, Shen Yue was utterly distraught. In a flurry, she grabbed her phone and immediately dialed for an ambulance. After hanging up, she instinctively attempted to call Wang Zimo, but as her finger hovered over the screen, she realized he would never answer her call. Consequently, she hurriedly shifted her attention to Lin Yi, only to find that he, too, was unresponsive. Refusing to accept defeat, she made several attempts to reach him, but to no avail. Her heart brimmed with anxiety and fear, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The ambulance arrived swiftly, and 10 minutes later, Li Kaifeng was urgently admitted to the emergency room of Lynching People's Hospital. Outside the emergency room, Shen Yue paced anxiously, fervently praying for her mother's safety. She continued to call Lin Yi repeatedly, yet still, there was no answer. 2 hours slipped by in a haze, and finally, an emergency doctor emerged from the room. What? Severe pneumonia. Shen Yue gasped in shock. However, upon hearing the cost of treatment, she felt utterly stunned. 600,000. Even if they sold their house, it would scarcely cover such a sum. Yet, if she did not seek treatment for her mother, Li Kaifeng would surely perish. In that instant, she felt completely lost. It was then that she sorrowfully realized that apart from her mother, she could not find a single soul to confide in or seek help from. Previously, she could rely on Lin Yi, but now, reaching him was impossible. She had thought that secretly being with Wang Zimo would provide her with additional support, but fate had proven capricious. Instead of being a source of aid, Wang Zimo had become a mere shell of a person. Chapter 14. Are you trying to keep me? At the bedside, the mother and daughter were both ravaged by the sudden affliction, their faces gaunt and weary. Wei Wei, perhaps we should forego treatment. After all, there is still a 50% chance of survival. Li Caifeng's heart was filled with despair. No, Mom, we must pursue treatment. Shen Yue vehemently shook her head, tears pouring down her face. Li Kaifeng, in her agony, lamented, "Foolish girl, we do not have such funds. Over the years, I have saved scarcely 300,000. Even if we sold the vendors in Chunjiang village, it would not suffice. That house is worth only a few tens of thousands. Regardless, we must seek treatment. This amount could cover about half a month's expenses. We will figure out the rest later," Shen Yue insisted, biting her lip with determination. She could not bear to witness her mother suffer. Moreover, she had already devised a plan. Besides selling their ancestral home, she pinned her hopes on Lin Yi, for she knew precisely how much he possessed. 300,000. This sum, combined with her mother's savings and the proceeds from selling their house, will be just enough for her mother's treatment. In her mind, she was still Lin Yi's girlfriend, and he should undoubtedly assist her. At that moment, she completely forgot about her betrayal of Lin Yi. However, how could she possibly reach him? The thought troubled her. Going to Chunjiang village? That was clearly out of the question. Lin Yi was not naive and knew Wang Tao was waiting for him. School? She was certain Wang Tao would have the same idea, and Lin Yi would certainly be aware of that too. In a city as vast as Linsheng, locating Lin Yi would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Lin Yi, having busied himself in the kitchen for a while, sauntered back into the living room, picking up his phone to check. What the heck? A dozen missed calls. Moreover, they were all from Shen Yue. A knowing smile crept across his lips. Rather than return the calls, he opted to reply via WeChat. "Darling, I'm not in Linsheng, and the signal is poor. Let us discuss matters when I return in half a month." After sending the message, Lin Yi promptly blocked Shen Yue, primarily because he found her bothersome. Upon receiving the message, Shen Yue, as Lin Yi had predicted, immediately dialed his number, only to be met with disappointment. Anger surged within her. At the moment she needed him most, Lin Yi should have been by her side. His actions were clearly unbefitting of a devoted boyfriend. Yet, the thought that she still needed something from him, coupled with his message about being out of town, led her to forgive his shortcomings once again. "Mom, Lin Yi has 300,000. If we could borrow that amount and sell the house, we would have enough to treat you." Shen Yue pondered for a moment before deciding to share her thoughts with Li Kaifeng. Upon hearing this, Li Kaifeng's heart leapt with hope. "There's a way. Yes. Wei Wei, you're truly a treasure." Li Kaifeng grasped Shen Yue's hand tightly, feeling a profound sense of pride. "I will definitely secure that money," Shen Yue affirmed with resolute determination. At 5:30, Lin Yi, having taken a nap, awoke once more. He returned to the kitchen to busy himself again. At 6:30, and Yanan arrived home punctually. As she stepped through the door, she called out, "Little brother, are you hungry? I'll make you some instant noodles." Lin Yi did not respond, and Yanan, hearing no reply, felt a pang of unease, fearing that her precious little brother had slipped away unnoticed. That would indeed be a significant loss. Thus, she quickly changed her shoes and walked into the living room. Glancing at the sofa, she found it empty. She then prepared to check the bedroom, but at that moment, she caught sight of Lin Yi sitting at the dining table, smiling at her, which finally eased her worried heart. "Why didn't you respond?" She chided playfully. "Be careful. I might just give you a beating. Sister, it's always me who has been hitting you." "ISMT it?" Lin Yi chuckled, casting glances towards a certain direction. "You rascal." And Yanan rolled her eyes at him, refraining from continuing the banter. The truth was, he was indeed correct. However, in the next moment, she noticed the table laden with dishes, twice-cooked pork, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, and stir-fried shredded potatoes with green peppers. "Oh my, how did this little man know these are my favorites?" And Yanan's spirits soared. Unable to contain her excitement, she asked, "My dear little brother, did you make all these dishes?" "Of course. Don't they look appetizing?" Lin Yi replied with a smile. "They do immensely so." And Yanan eagerly approached the dining table, grabbing a bowl to dig in. "So delicious," she exclaimed, eating heartily while showering him with praise. Lin Yi laughed. "Take it slow. There is plenty for you." And Yanan didn't even glance his way, chuckling, "Little brother, don't be silly. If I eat too much instant noodles, I'll be like this too." Lin Yi could only shake his head in bemusement, unable to comprehend why such a wealthy beauty often resorted to instant noodles. Half an hour later, and Yanin, slightly blushing as she held her slightly rounded belly, let out a resounding belch, her face alight with satisfaction. In her eyes sparkled a glimmer of unfulfilled admiration as she exclaimed, "Little brother, where did you learn to cook like this? The dishes you prepare are simply divine." Lin Yi smiled faintly, replying, "I purchased a cookbook and taught myself." In truth, he longed to reveal that he had spent over a year as a chef. However, his youth as a student made it apparent that he lacked the stamina to delve deeply into the culinary arts. Only he knew that in his past life, he had to toil for a living to earn money for medical treatment. He had heard that being a chef could be lucrative, and thus invested some money to become an apprentice. After enduring numerous trials for nearly a year, he finally mastered the craft. "You must have a natural talent for cooking," and Yin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, her face beaming with appreciation. "So, you can comfortably stay here with me and prepare delicious meals every day. Are you planning to keep me?" Lin Yi's brow furrowed at her words, nearly choking on his own saliva. He had previously felt an inkling of being supported, but now it felt like a confirmed reality. Yet, upon further reflection, the prospect of free lodging and the thrill of traveling together was enviable. Certainly the envy of many lecherous old men. Moreover, her car was no ordinary vehicle, but a supercar that would undoubtedly send adrenaline surging the moment it roared to life. And Yenin was a stunning beauty, with both looks and figure deserving of at least a score of 90, coupled with her alluring and mature demeanor. She was nothing short of a goddess. What man could remain unaffected by her earlier remarks? Unless, of course, he were someone like Lin Yi in his previous life, merely a facade. Chapter 15. The domestic chef and Yenin momentarily processed Lin Yi's words. Although she yearned to claim this precious little brother for herself, she hesitated to admit it. After all, Lin Yi was a freshman, filled with romantic aspirations. To mention the idea of support seemed likely to wound his pride. What if he chose to leave in a fit of anger? Moreover, and Yenin had never truly contemplated the notion of keeping Lin Yi. She, too, was youthful and desired a sincere romantic relationship. However, upon encountering Lin Yi, who possessed such a radiant aura, she found herself unable to suppress her impulses. Thus, she feigned annoyance and playfully retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. We are equals here. There is no question of support. If I have given you the wrong impression, please tell me directly. I will certainly amend it." Lin Yi's mind was increasingly perplexed. He could not fathom what this enchanting beauty saw in him. Though he pondered the question, he refrained from voicing it. Some mysteries were not meant to be unveiled just yet. Laughing heartily, he quickly deflected, "I was merely joking, dear sister. You treat me so well, providing me with delightful meals every day. I am overjoyed." This laughter tacitly acknowledged his continued role as Yenin's cook. To Lin Yi, being a chef and encountering someone like Yenin, who appreciated his culinary skills, felt akin to a talented steed finding its master. Thus, they shared a bond that transcended mere companionship, enriched by a shared passion. After dinner, they would no longer need to rely solely on playing cards to pass the time. In the following 2 days, each evening as Yenin returned from work, Lin Yi would have a sumptuous feast prepared, eagerly awaiting her arrival. In those moments, he embodied the role of a devoted domestic chef. His physical condition had fully recovered. However, the uncertainty regarding the determination of responsibility for the car accident left Lin Yi in a quandary. He was unsure whether to continue waiting, as he had many pressing matters to attend to. Prolonged inaction would undoubtedly hinder his future plans. On the third afternoon of his stay at Yenin's residence, while focused on his culinary endeavors, Lin Yi finally received a call from his contact. Due to the lack of concrete evidence indicating that the accident was intentional, coupled with the speeding violations committed by the truck driver, it was concluded that both parties bore equal responsibility. As Lin Yi's injuries were relatively minor, his medical expenses were minimal. Eager to resolve the matter swiftly, he wished to avoid prolonged disputes over compensation with the driver's side and decided to bear the costs himself, which Yenin kindly offered to cover, though he was unaware of the amount. As for the situation concerning Wang Zimo, he had no interest in getting involved. This call signified that he could leave Lin City with peace of mind. He immediately took out his phone, opened the ticketing app, and swiftly purchased a train ticket for the following day to Fan City. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, upon entering the hospital room, received notification from his contact. Upon learning the investigation and liability results, he unleashed a torrent of curses at the other end of the line, hurling insults such as fool and incompetent with unrestrained fervor. He spared no words in describing the ineptitude of his contact, even accusing them of being blind. In his view, Lin Yi was unequivocally the perpetrator, and the fact that his contact could not discern this was infuriating. Despite his contact's repeated forbearance, they eventually hung up, unable to tolerate the outbursts any longer. Considering the situation with Wang Zimo, they chose not to pursue the matter further. After venting his frustrations, Wang Tao, being a rogue, understood that altering the outcome would be challenging unless compelling evidence emerged to directly implicate Lin Yi. He resolved to handle the situation in his own way. Unfortunately, Wang Zimo's phone had been shattered in the accident, and Wang Tao lacked Lin Yi's contact information. He stationed his subordinates in Chunjiang village for several days. Yet not a trace of Lin Yi was found. Adding to his ire, Li Kaifeng and her daughter had also vanished without a trace in Lin City. Despite 3 days of searching, he was met with utter futility. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward his daughter, Wang Ziki, and inquired, "Ziki, do you have Lin Yi's phone number?" Wang Ziki, who had been caring for her brother Wang Zimo for 3 consecutive days, appeared haggard. Nonetheless, her beauty remained unblemished. A year and a half older than Wang Zimo, she was studying finance at Lin City University and was poised to enter her 3rd year. Recognized as the belle of the finance department, with a statuesque figure and a charming demeanor reminiscent of summer blooms. The villagers often marveled at how someone as fearsome as Wang Tao could have such a beautiful daughter. Naturally, whispers circulated that Wang Ziki might not be his biological child, given Wang Tao's notorious infidelities and the resulting turmoil within the family. Following Wang Ziki's birth, Wang Tao frequently resorted to violence against his wife, culminating in her tragic suicide after Wang Zimo's birth, leading to a strained relationship between Wang Ziki and her father. Wang Ziki replied coolly, "Ido." She too harbored doubts about Lin Yi concerning her brother's accident, yet she had shared many drinks with Lin Yi, fully aware of his capacity for alcohol. Thus, she did not believe that this was a deliberate act on his part, considering the weather conditions at that time and Lin Yi's inebriated state alongside Wang Zimo. She felt it might indeed be nothing more than an unfortunate accident. However, witnessing her father's descent into paranoia, she ultimately could not bring herself to deny his requests. Wang Tao clutched at this chance like a lifeline, urgently commanding, "Give it to me." Wang Ziki hesitated momentarily, but eventually divulged Lin Yi's phone number to him. Without a second thought, Wang Tao dialed immediately. Having purchased his train ticket, Lin Yi turned back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at the device, which displayed an unfamiliar number. He did not answer right away, as he suspected it was Wang Tao calling. The phone rang for nearly a minute before it automatically disconnected. Lin Yi resumed his cooking. Shortly thereafter, the phone rang again, still the same number. Lin Yi chose not to answer. When that same number called for the 3rd time, Lin Yi was now entirely certain it was Wang Tao. After all, he was alone and solitary. No other relatives or friends would bombard him with calls in such a relentless manner. When the phone rang for a 4th time, Lin Yi finally wiped his hands, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. "Hello, may I ask, you're Lin Yi, correct?" Before Lin Yi could finish his response, the caller brusquely interrupted him. Recognizing the voice, he replied coolly, "Yes. I am Zimo's father, Uncle Wang. Where are you at the moment?" "I'm working outside." Lin Yi casually fabricated an excuse. Wang Tao's tone suddenly softened. "Zimo has yet to awaken. When are you free to come to the hospital? You are the closest to him. Perhaps you can help rouse him." "Uncle Wang, I still need to work to earn my tuition. I can't leave just yet," Lin Yi said, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. "How about this? I'll come by in a few days when I have a break." Wang Tao's temper flared immediately. "Damn, isn't this an obvious attempt to toy with me?" Yet he suppressed his anger and continued, "Why don't you just quit your job? I'll cover your tuition for next semester. Zimo needs you now more than ever." "That would be too much trouble." Lin Yi grinned even more broadly. "I already advanced a month and a half of wages to pay for medical expenses. If I quit, I do need to pay that back." "How much?" "I'll send it to you." Wang Tao's patience was wearing thin, and his tone grew rigid. 10,000, Lin Yi demanded, knowing full well they were both playing a game, and sensing that the other man's demeanor had shifted. Wang Tao took a deep breath. "Fine. I'll give it to you. Can you come over now?" He had already concluded that Lin Yi was lying. In Lin City, how could a temporary worker earn 10,000 in a month and a half, especially someone who was merely a freshman? Lin Yi replied, "Unlevang. I can't make it." "Why not?" Wang Tao's barely restrained anger surged again. Lin Yi stammered, "I'm not in Lin City. I'm in High City, where the pay is better. Are you messing with me?" Wang Tao shouted, his patience evaporating. Lin Yi secretly reveled in the escalating anger of his adversary, feeling a sense of vindication. Nevertheless, he maintained the pretense, feigning anxiety. "Uncle Wang, I'm not playing games with you. Zimo knows I came to High City for work. You can ask him." He deliberately left the sentence unfinished. Wang Tao's face contorted with rage. "Ask him what? To ask Wang Zimo? If he could respond, I wouldn't be looking for you." Wang Tao's composure shattered. realizing he had been outmaneuvered by mere youth. However, with Lin Yi absent from Lin City, he felt as though he was striking a punch in a cotton. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, Lin Yi, I want to dance around the issue. Tell me honestly, did you cause Zimo's condition? Lin Yi, taken aback, retorted, Uncle, don't slander me. You know my alcohol tolerance. Besides, the investigation concluded it was merely an accident. It must have been your doing, otherwise. Why wouldn't you come to the hospital to see Zimo? Wang Tao's face darkened. Uncle, I'm also saddened and anxious about Zimo's predicament. Lin Yi's voice dropped, but if you continue to defame me, I will absolutely not visit Zimo. You. Wang Tao was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Not only had he been outmaneuvered by this brash youth, but he had also been threatened, a disgrace for someone of his stature. Lin Yi, not inclined to coddle him, abruptly hung up the phone. Yet, after ending the call, a pang of regret washed over him. A moment of bravado felt exhilarating, but what lay beyond that moment? Would he continuously revel in his audacity? Lin Yi was tough in words, yet not so in action. He was not invulnerable. Ultimately, he would have to return to Lin City, which meant Wang Tao would inevitably seek him out. How would he confront an even angrier Wang Tao then? Moreover, Lin Yi understood that Wang Zimo was Wang Tao's heart and soul. Even if he endeavored to marry Wang Ziki, Zimo's sister, it would be futile. Did he have to flee once more, as he had in his previous life? Having been reborn, yet feeling so powerless left Lin Yi speechless with frustration. He yearned to be the protagonist of an exhilarating tale, yet lacked a formidable advantage. A pitiful reincarnate. Yet, that was not entirely true. In certain aspects, he had indeed grown stronger. This had been evident in his recent interactions with Yanyin. Over the past few days, they had shared a bond akin to that of newlyweds, relishing each other's company. During dinner, Lin Yi appeared lost in thought. The moment Yanyin stepped through the door, she keenly detected his unease. Lin Yi, what is wrong? After spending so many days together, their way of addressing each other had subtly changed, losing its previous levity. Lin Yi forced a smile, replying, Sister Yanyin, I'm fine. How does today's dish taste? And Yanyin looked at him with skepticism. But I can see you're troubled. Why not share it with your sister? Perhaps I can help. Initially shaking his head, Lin Yi remembered that he would be leaving the following morning. He finally spoke. Actually, I do have something to say. I'll be leaving Lin City tomorrow. And Yanyin, who had been mid-bite, suddenly dropped her food onto the table, her expression one of shock. To be honest, she had grown accustomed to seeing Lin Yi at home every day. His sudden announcement of departure caught her completely off guard. Noticing her reaction, Lin Yi quickly explained, I have something very important to attend to. I must go out for a while, but I'll return as soon as it's done. Onyanen hurriedly inquired, or is it? How long will you be gone? Lin Yi glanced at Onyanen's despondent expression and couldn't help but chuckle. If all goes well, I should return in about 5 or 6 days. At the most, it could take up to half a month. Onyanen gently nodded and, with genuine concern, asked, Do you have enough money on you? If not, I can lend you some. I have enough, Lin Yi quickly replied. Onyanen continued, What time do you leave tomorrow? Tomorrow morning, Lin Yi answered. Then I shall see you off, she declared. Lin Yi did not refuse. He silently nodded in agreement. That night, the two entered the bedroom early. Perhaps due to the impending separation, they both allowed their emotions to flow freely. It was not until the depths of the night that they finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 17. Are you envious of me or jealous of me? At 10 in the morning, Lincheng railway station witnessed a brand new Porsche Cayenne gliding to a halt in the drop-off area. The front passenger door swung open, and a tall, handsome young man stepped out, waving goodbye to someone inside the car. The passengers within appeared reluctant to part ways, and the vehicle lingered, filled with admonitions to stay safe while away. Only when an impatient car behind them honked loudly did the occupants finally start the engine and drive away. The young man was Lin. After watching the Porsche depart, he turned to enter the station. He was acutely aware that Onyanen was no ordinary girl. Her driving a Porsche did not surprise him in the least. It must be said that Onyanen had indeed treated him well. Having been a solitary figure, and after suffering the betrayal of Shennongjia, he had grown disillusioned with love. Yet, Onyanen's kindness, regardless of her intentions, stirred something within him. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a great fortune. After all, he was fortunate to have such a stunning beauty in his life. Inside the station, the atmosphere was vibrant with youthful exuberance as students from Lin Yi University were on holiday. Groups of students dragged suitcases filled with laundry, their faces alight with the anticipation of returning home, making the boarding lines exceedingly crowded. Due to the rushed ticket purchasing, Lin Yi could only secure a hard seat on the express train. The journey to Chong City would take over 10 hours, and he anticipated a rather dull trip. With his hands empty, He had no desire to jostle with the other students laden with bags for the privilege of stowing their luggage first. Thus, he boarded the train last. As he stepped into the carriage and approached his designated seat, he discovered it was already occupied. To his surprise, it was a beautiful girl. She possessed a stunning face reminiscent of a peach blossom, with enchanting eyes and a cascade of thick, lustrous black hair flowing like a waterfall over her chest, perfectly concealing her alluring curves. Dressed in a short skirt, her long, slender legs boldly captured Lin Yi's attention, enveloping him in a palpable aura of youthfulness. Lin Yi thought to himself that, even if she was beautiful, it was quite improper to claim someone else's seat. Thus, he politely addressed her, "Excuse me, miss, but that seat happens to be mine." The girl lifted her gaze and sweetly smiled. "Handsome, I particularly enjoy sitting by the window. Would you mind if we swapped?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "I particularly enjoy you. Would you mind sharing yourself with me?" He hesitated to respond immediately. Noticing his silence, the girl added anxiously, "My seat is actually the one in the aisle." She pointed her delicate finger towards the E row, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with hope. Lin Yi's heart softened, and he nodded, "Sure. Thank you, handsome," the girl exclaimed joyfully. "No need for thanks," he replied. Soon, the train began to glide away from the station. Exhausted from the previous night's activities, Lin Yi succumbed to sleep almost instantly. After a while, he awoke to a subtle fragrance wafting through the air, accompanied by a soft sensation brushing against his face. Simultaneously, he felt the weight of something hard resting against his head. Instinctively, he sniffed the air and gradually pieced together the situation. He surmised that he had fallen asleep and unknowingly leaned on the girl's shoulder. In turn, she must have drifted off, her head resting against his. The scene felt undeniably intimate. The challenge now was that he had awakened. Moving would undoubtedly disturb her peaceful slumber. Yet remaining in this position would lead to an uncomfortable neck strain. Moreover, with a mere glance, he could see the faint glow of her LED screen, the light piercing his eyes painfully. What to do? After several minutes of indecision, he found himself unable to keep his eyes closed any longer. To avoid a confrontation between his nose, which had a tendency to bleed, and his eyes, he devised a plan to resolve his predicament. He cautiously extended his hand, gently cradling the girl's head, then adjusted his own position, slowly shifting her head onto his shoulder. After completing this maneuver, he sighed in relief. However, at that moment, he inadvertently noticed a middle-aged man with a rather unsavory appearance sitting across from him, holding up his phone and aiming it at both himself and the girl beside him. A lewd grin plastered across his face. Lin Yi frowned slightly, thinking, surely this man must be gravely ill. His smile is utterly repulsive. Yet, Lin Yi decided it was best to avoid conflict. He pulled out his phone, glancing at the time, only to realize that he had been asleep for over 2 hours. He turned to look at the still sleeping girl and began to occupy himself with his device. Time passed, and suddenly the girl stirred awake. "Thank you," she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. The blush that adorned her cheeks added a touch of allure to her already captivating face. Lin Yi, unable to resist the temptation, nearly succumbed to the urge to lean in closer. He quickly restrained his impulses and smiled. "It seems we have mutually assisted each other. No need for such formality." The girl beamed back, understanding his intent. Meanwhile, the lecherous middle-aged man continued to fixate on her enchanting visage, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Attempting to ingratiate himself with her, he remarked, "Miss, allow me to show you something." He then extended his phone towards her. The girl, puzzled, hesitated to accept the phone being offered. Lin Yi's brows furrowed at the sight, recalling the man's earlier predatory behavior. Despite his concerns, he could only watch as the girl took the phone and began to examine it intently. The middle-aged man smirked triumphantly at Lin Yi, cryptically stating, "You're finished, kid." Lin Yi, furrowing his brow in confusion, responded, "What do you mean?" The man chuckled coldly, "You'll find out soon enough." Not wanting to engage further with the man's distasteful demeanor, Lin Yi lowered his gaze and resumed playing with his phone. However, at that moment, he sensed a gentle nudge from the beautiful woman beside him. He turned his head to find her blushing, as she directed the screen of a lewd middle-aged man's phone towards him. Lin Yi focused intently and saw that a video was playing on screen. In the video, a handsome man leaned against the woman's shoulder, occasionally opening his eyes to gaze at her. Damn it! Lin Yi glared at the lewd middle-aged man opposite him, wishing he could transform into a superhero and deliver a fatal blow to this scoundrel. Damn! That ominous premonition from earlier. It was indeed this lecherous man who had recorded his moment of admiration for the beautiful woman. "Kid, are you bold enough to face the consequences of your actions?" The lewd middle-aged man's smile grew even more lascivious. Lin Yi, incensed by his smug demeanor, couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. "What's the matter? Are you envious of me or jealous?" Chapter 18. Your urine should be met. The lewd middle-aged man retorted in a sarcastic tone. Looking at you, a person of striking appearance, I never would have guessed you'd be such a disgrace. Even worse than a beast. Lin Yi maintained an indifferent expression and coolly countered, I conduct myself with integrity, while it seems your urine might indeed be met. The beautiful woman beside them couldn't suppress a laugh, which only served to infuriate the lewd middle-aged man further. He glared at Lin Yi and demanded, What did you mean by that last remark? Lin Yi replied with a smirk, Just complimenting your good looks, is that all right? The woman laughed even more heartily, while the lewd middle-aged man sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He was acutely aware of his own appearance, and Lin Yi's words were a blatant jab at his insecurity. Furious, he glared at Lin Yi and gritted his teeth. Kid, apologize immediately. If you don't, I'll make sure you regret it. Oh, I'm so scared, Lin Yi retorted defiantly, fully embracing his brazen style. Their heated exchange quickly drew the attention of nearby passengers, many of whom stood up to witness the spectacle. The lewd middle-aged man shot Lin Yi a ferocious glare. Realizing he was at a loss for words, and grumbled, Just wait, kid. He then swiftly donned a sycophantic expression, turning to the beautiful woman with a fawning tone. Miss, may I kindly ask for my phone back? Thank you. The woman chuckled lightly as she handed over the device, but did not express any gratitude. The lewd middle-aged man was unbothered, content simply to see her smile. He continued, By the way, miss, this kid's behavior constitutes sexual harassment. If you wish to report him, I can provide the video as evidence. He deliberately raised his voice so that those around could hear. The onlookers reacted to his statement with mixed expressions of anger and curiosity. Some were outraged, believing Lin Yi to be the scoundrel daring to harass such a beautiful woman, while others were intrigued as to how Lin Yi had supposedly harassed her. Whispers filled the train car. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. Yet his thick skin from his past life allowed him to maintain a calm demeanor, exuding an air of innocence that made some bystanders question whether the lewd man was slandering him, especially since Lin Yi was tall, handsome, and radiated positivity, hardly fitting the profile of a lecherous individual. As the murmurs circulated, the lewd middle-aged man's expression darkened. He anticipated that Lin Yi's silence would garner him some support. What kind of cosmic justice was this? He realized that to thoroughly tarnish Lin Yi's reputation and vent his frustration, he needed the cooperation of the beautiful woman. If she could assist him, he could achieve his goal. Thus, he eagerly pressed, Miss, the evidence is irrefutable. Why are you hesitating? Hurry and report this kid. The woman gently shook her head, raising her voice slightly. I'm sorry, but the video you showed me has nothing to do with this handsome guy. After saying this, she turned to Lin Yi, smiling and giving him a slight nod. Lin Yi reciprocated with a nod of his own. The crowd, having heard the woman's words, now looked at the lewd middle-aged man with increased disdain. It was evident he was attempting to frame Lin Yi. The lewd middle-aged man was now far from pleased. He abruptly stood up, scanning the crowd with a furious glare. Then, holding up his phone, he shouted, I have the evidence right here. I recorded it. I'm not lying. Just look. As he spoke, he adeptly unlocked his phone and navigated to find the video. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a surge of anxiety, wanting desperately to snatch the phone away. However, he understood that doing so would only reveal his guilt. Yet, if he didn't act once that video was shown, even if the beautiful woman didn't pursue the matter, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow over him, just as he was torn between indecision. The beautiful woman gently nudged him with her elbow and subtly shook her head. Clearly, she had sensed Lin Yi's internal struggle. Trusting her, Lin Yi decided to remain composed, especially since he had previously offered her the window seat. He hoped she wouldn't betray his kindness. Meanwhile, the lewd middle-aged man rummaged through his phone, suddenly freezing in place. He opened his camera app but couldn't find the video. At that moment, he realized where the problem lay. Yet, with so many eyes on him, waiting for the reveal, he couldn't produce anything. The train car was filled with murmurs of disbelief, further solidifying his reputation as a slanderer. Fuming with embarrassment, he turned to the woman, demanding, I was helping you. Why did you delete the video I recorded? The woman frowned, her face contorted with anger. What you showed me was clearly a video of you taking selfies in a hotel. I spared you the embarrassment by not saying it outright. You pervert. The impact of her words captivated everyone's attention, particularly the last three words, which resonated with palpable force. The onlookers couldn't help but conjure images of the lewd man parading around naked, showcasing his physique in a hotel room. Release the video, someone shouted, clearly eager for more entertainment. Soon, more voices joined in, demanding that the lewd middle-aged man either prove his innocence or vindicate Lin Yi. The lewd man's expression turned to one of utter dismay, as he realized that the video he had filmed was of himself in a compromising state. Even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't dare to show it. What was intended to be a moment of revenge had turned into a self-inflicted disaster. He glared angrily at Lin Yi and the beautiful woman, rose to his feet, seized his luggage, and fled in disgrace. The cabin erupted in louder hisses. The man departed in haste. Thus concluded the uproar, and the onlookers returned to their seats. Lin Yi leaned slightly closer to the woman, whispering, "Thank you." It was merely mutual assistance. No need for formalities, she replied with a warm smile, their eyes locking in a moment of unspoken understanding. Following the recent incident, Lin Yi's admiration for the woman beside him surged. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but also astute and resourceful. Deftly deleting the video and delivering a lethal blow to the lewd middle-aged man. "I am Lin Yi, a sophomore at Lin University." He introduced himself, taking the initiative. "I am Fang Qingyao, a junior at the Normal University, starting my 3rd year this semester," she responded graciously. Chapter 19. The first subject examination was a breeze. After their brief introductions, the atmosphere gradually became more congenial, and they began to engage in light-hearted conversation. Being university students, their discussions revolved around sharing anecdotes and amusing tales from their respective campuses. Through their relaxed exchange, Lin Yi learned that Fang Qingyao hailed from the local city of Fan. Coincidentally, they were both disembarking at the same station. In the end, they exchanged WeChat information for future contact. Noticing Lin Yi was empty-handed, Fang Qingyao generously shared her prepared snacks. As the conversation waned, they leaned against one another and fell into a deep slumber, appearing to others as a sweet couple. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was past midnight. Many passengers had already disembarked, leaving the once bustling cabin sparsely populated. Lin Yi observed that the seat opposite him was now vacant. Turning his head, he found that Fang Qingyao had unknowingly clung tightly to his arm while sleeping soundly. A delicate fragrance lingered at his nostrils, and the gentle touch on his arm sent ripples of emotion through his heart. The phrase "turbulent waves" inexplicably surfaced in his mind, and he found it increasingly difficult to associate it with the ocean. As the train approached Fan City Railway Station, Lin Yi gently shook Fang Qingyao's arm to rouse her. "Where we?" she mumbled, still clutching his arm, her voice drowsy. "We need to get off now," he replied. "So soon?" she exclaimed, her words seemingly ambiguous, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Lin Yi feigned ignorance and softly instructed, "Please gather your things. We are disembarking." Before long, Lin Yi was pulling a large suitcase while Fang Qingyao carried a petite backpack, and they successfully exited the train. At the exit, Lin Yi inquired with concern, "How will you get home? Do you need me to accompany you?" Fang Qingyao instinctively replied, "I live in the suburbs, and it's too late to return tonight. How about we find a hotel to rest for the night?" As soon as the words left her lips, she realized their potential implications, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. "You understand what I mean, right?" she hastily added. However, her clarification only intensified the already ambiguous atmosphere. Stealing a glance at Lin Yi, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Lin Yi chuckled softly, saying, "Let us go." He then began to wheel his suitcase ahead, while Fang Qingyao followed closely behind, her heart racing as she mused, "Surely he doesn't interpret my words in that way." Soon, at the station's plaza, Lin Yi hailed a taxi, directing it to a hotel near the bustling commercial street of Fan City. He had made the reservation prior to his arrival. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the hotel front desk. "Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation?" The receptionist inquired politely. "Yes, here is my ID," Lin Yi replied, handing over his identification. "Sir, we also need to scan the ID of this lady. Thank you." The receptionist reminded him. Aware of the nature of guests arriving at such an hour, especially a male-female pair, she did not pry further, but proceeded with the registration process. Fang Qingyao's face reddened once more. She opened her mouth, eager to ask if there were any other available rooms, but the words stuck in her throat. Yet, failing to inquire seemed to imply acceptance of something unspoken, and oddly enough, it appeared to align with Lin Yi's thoughts. At that moment, Lin Yi, suppressing a laugh, asked, "Excuse me, are there any other rooms available?" The receptionist glanced between Fang Qingyao and Lin Yi, seemingly grasping the situation, and smiled. "I'm sorry, sir, but we currently have no other rooms." Lin Yi bit his lip to stifle a laugh, fully aware that the receptionist had misunderstood. Yet, was this not better? He was willing to be a good man, but reality had its constraints. Initially, Fang Qingyao felt an indescribable sensation upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry about the room. However, upon hearing that no rooms were available, she relinquished her inner turmoil and silently handed over her ID. After completing the check-in process, Lin Yi led the bashful, blushing Fang Qingyao to their reserved room. Once inside, she declared, "I'll shower first. I'm all sweaty." fetching her pajamas from her suitcase. She hastily entered the bathroom before Lin Yi could respond. 40 minutes later, when Fang Qingyao emerged with her hair still damp, it was already 1:30 in the morning. "You should go wash now," she said, her shyness making her feel exposed. Internally, she chastised herself for having said such a thing, as it seemed akin to urging Lin Yi to hurry. Sure, Lin Yi thought, barely able to contain his amusement. He pondered, is this clever and resourceful beauty truly attempting to devour me tonight? 10 minutes later, Lin Yi emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Meanwhile, Fang Qingyao had already burrowed under the covers, leaving only her head visible, her gaze evasive. "Aren't you going to change?" she asked, casting a furtive glance at Lin Yi, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, quickly turning her head away. "I didn't bring any." Lin Yi shrugged, feigning indifference. He then approached the opposite side of the bed, pretending to sit down, but pausing deliberately to gauge Fang Qingyao's reaction. Fang Qingyao kept her eyes closed, pretending to be oblivious, as if she could not see what was happening. Observing this, Lin Yi decided to turn off the lights. At 3:30 in the morning, Lin Yi turned on the lights again. Fang Qingyao went to the bathroom. Lin Yi pulled back the covers and thought to himself that the room deposit would likely be non-refundable. Yet, he felt no regret, convinced that the expenditure of over 100 yuan was exceedingly worthwhile. Initially, he had assumed that Fang Qingyao's earlier hints indicated she was experienced in romantic matters, but he was pleasantly surprised by her unexpected demeanor. Reflecting on his past with Yan'an, he was filled with perplexity. It seemed implausible to attribute his appeal to the opposite sex to a notion of narcissism following a rebirth. Overthinking serves no purpose, as he knows he cannot grasp the underlying reasons. Aware of Fang Qingyao's shyness, he feigned to keep his eyes closed in anticipation. Upon her return, she pouted slightly, an air of melancholy enveloping her. "You show no tenderness towards delicate beings," she remarked. Lin Yi understood that her reproach was not genuinely aimed at his perceived brusqueness, but a subtle inquiry into whether he had already embarked on a romantic relationship, given his apparent familiarity. Despite the excitement bubbling within him, he exerted effort to maintain his composure. From the very beginning, he had comprehended the nuances, having perused numerous books on the subject. He had memorized the guidelines for the theoretical examination. While much of it remained purely academic, it could still be considered a synthesis of diverse insights, entirely divorced from any notion of brutality, let alone a lack of appreciation for the delicate. Chapter 20. An adventurous journey into the mountains. "With my gentleness, do you not feel deeply touched?" Lin Yi teased, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he feigned ignorance, deliberately emphasizing the word deeply. Upon hearing these words, Fang Qingyao's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze evasive. She quickly excused herself, stating, "I am tired. Let us rest." It was not until noon that they arose to freshen up. "How do you plan to return home?" Lin Yi casually inquired while donning his attire. A hint of sorrow glimmered in Fang Qingyao's eyes as she replied softly, "I do not wish to go back." Lin Yi readily discerned her thoughts. She merely longed for him to remain, to spend a few more days in her company. However, time was of the essence for him. Otherwise, he would not have minded extending his stay for the sake of his enchanting companion. He replied with a smile, "Be good. Return home to rest well for a few days. I shall come to keep you company as soon as I have settled my affairs. A promise is a promise. Not showing up would be akin to a puppy." Fang Qingyao grasped Lin Yi's hand, insisting on a pinky swear. With no alternative, he acquiesced to her wishes. Pinky swear? 100 years without change. Once they had tidied up, they ventured out for a meal. Subsequently, Fang Qingyao boarded a bus, while Lin Yi did not rush to depart. He first procured the necessary shoes and long-sleeve garments for his journey into the mountains before heading to the bus station, where he boarded a vehicle bound for Xing County. That evening, Lin Yi arrived at Xing County without incident. Following his prearranged plan, he found a hotel to rest for the night. At the break of dawn the next day, he set out to gather supplies. His expedition into the Shennongjia was not a leisurely exploration of its periphery, but rather an incursion into its enigmatic depths. Consequently, defensive tools, a sleeping bag for nighttime rest, and provisions sufficient for at least 5 days were indispensable. Drawing upon the experiences of his past life, by noon, Lin Yi had assembled all that was required. He then shouldered a hefty pack and resolutely made his way to the bus station, boarding a tourist coach heading for Mu Village, where he intended to rest for the night. However, accommodations in that area were notoriously expensive. In his previous life, Lin Yi had been financially constrained, forced to pitch a tent in a makeshift location and endure a night of discomfort. Now, with a bit of money to his name, he was determined not to deprive himself. To ensure he entered Shennongjia in optimal condition, he needed to be well rested. After all, There were still numerous beautiful moments and captivating individuals awaiting him in this life. He could not afford to be reckless and jeopardize his existence. By 6 in the evening, Lin Yi arrived in Mu Village and spent the night at a neighboring inn. The following morning, at 8, after a hearty breakfast, he set off. He first hitchhiked to a scenic spot known as Zilongton, where he replenished some of his food supplies. Subsequently, he circumvented the area and, relying on the memories of his previous life, successfully located the entrance to the deeper regions of Shennongjia, boldly venturing inside. After traversing several dozen meters into the dense forest, Lin Yi paused to set down his backpack, extracting a sharp machete and a sturdy iron rod. With the machete in his right hand and the iron rod in his left, he proceeded westward. After walking for over an hour, Lin Yi encountered no immediate dangers. Yet he was acutely aware that he had stepped into uncharted territory, where encounters with wild boars, black bears, and other formidable creatures loomed perilously close. There was also the threat of venomous snakes and insects, along with the unsettling presence of leeches in the vicinity. Thus, he had donned high-top shoes and long-sleeve clothing. Although stifling, they were a matter of survival. With the absence of clear paths, Lin Yi's progress was slow, covering only a few kilometers on the first day. Nevertheless, he spotted several black bears and wild boars, and fortunately, he had noticed the commotion in time to evade these dangerous animals. When night fell, Lin Yi fortuitously discovered a small cave. He used his machete to fell a few trees of considerable girth, blocking the entrance securely. After establishing his defenses, he had a modest meal of dry rations and comfortably settled in for the night. The next day, he continued westward. The dangers he faced were markedly heightened that day. He dispatched a wild boar, narrowly escaped an attack from a black bear, and endured bites from several leeches. He also encountered 2 pythons and nearly lost his footing over a precipice. That evening, he spent a night in a hollow of a tree, his heart racing with trepidation. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret for daring to re-enter Shennongjia. In his past life, he had been unafraid of death, driven by a desire to reclaim his former glory. Yet in this life, his prowess was already formidable. What was the necessity of such peril? Nonetheless, having traversed most of the journey, abandoning it now would be a lamentable waste. On the third day, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and pressed on. If fortune favored him, he believed he might locate the cave where he had discovered the yuan grass in his previous life. However, he understood that the remaining stretch was fraught with peril. In his past life, he had come perilously close to losing his life on this very path. With each step, Lin Yi meticulously surveyed his surroundings, unwilling to let his guard down. Miraculously, until noon, no unexpected incidents occurred. As he neared his destination, Lin Yi consumed a bit of food and rested for half an hour before continuing. He gripped his machete more tightly. After advancing several hundred meters, Lin Yi came to an abrupt halt. He distinctly recalled that 100 meters ahead in his previous life, a serpent thicker than his thigh had lunged at him, clamping down on his leg. He had narrowly escaped becoming crippled. In the end, before the python could ensnare him, he had wielded his machete with all his might, severing the serpent's head and managing to escape. Lin Yi could not ascertain whether, in this rebirth, the python had also returned. If it had not, he would surely pass this obstacle unscathed. But if the creature had indeed been reborn, he would inevitably find himself in grave danger once more. After several minutes of deliberation, Lin Yi ultimately resolved to take a detour. He boldly circumvented the danger from the right. Upon successfully navigating past it, he breathed a long sigh of relief. By 4:30 that afternoon, Lin Yi finally stood before the cave where he had discovered the yuan grass in his previous life. Although the sun had yet to set, the towering trees and the enveloping mist rendered visibility quite poor. Lin Yi meticulously scrutinized the entrance of the cave and every surrounding detail. After all, this final stretch of his journey had been remarkably smooth compared to his previous life. He felt compelled to exercise utmost caution, fearing that danger might be concentrated in the vicinity of this cave. However, after observing for a while, he detected no signs of peril. Consequently, he stowed away his iron rod, retrieved a flashlight, and brandished his machete, cautiously advancing towards the cave entrance. As he approached, Lin Yi's heartbeat quickened with mounting anticipation. The harrowing encounter from his past life loomed vividly in his memory. At that time, he had been relentlessly pursued by a ferocious black bear, and in a panic, he inadvertently stumbled upon this concealed cave deep within the forest. The narrowness of the entrance, barely allowing passage for a single person sideways, had granted him a narrow escape from the bear's clutches. Moreover, he had fortuitously discovered the coveted yuan grass. The other details from that time had scarcely registered his mind. As Lin Yi neared the cave entrance, he still found nothing amiss in his surroundings. He examined the structure of the entrance in detail and noted some signs of human activity. Curiosity bubbled within him. Who could possess such audacity to dwell in such a perilous location? Yet, recalling the myriad secrets concealed within the depths of Shennongjia, he felt somewhat reassured. After all, his unauthorized venture into this area west of Gene Howling had, in a strict sense, already transgressed legal boundaries. Simultaneously, Lin Yi observed that the cave floor appeared unnaturally smooth and devoid of vegetation. However, he merely paused in puzzlement before dismissing the thought. He activated his flashlight, gripped the machete firmly, and proceeded cautiously into the cave. At that moment, he felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, overwhelmed by tension. After traversing approximately 10 meters, the interior of the cave abruptly widened, revealing a space of about 20 to 30 square meters. Lin Yi's gaze fixated on the far end, dreading the sight of another version of himself lying there. If such a sight were to materialize, how would two identical selves coexist? Yet, upon reflection, even if that were the case, it was likely that the other self had long since perished. All he could do was to bury his former self and offer a final tribute of silence. Directing the beam of his flashlight to the spot where he had once lain, he found it vacant. Nothing remained. A false alarm. Lin Yi couldn't help but exhale in relief, his taut nerves beginning to ease. Swiftly, he turned the flashlight towards the area where the Yang Yuan grass grew. This was the ultimate goal of his expedition. The previous tension instantly transformed into eager anticipation. Following the beam of light, in the innermost corner of the cave, he spotted a plant emanating a faint red glow, quietly flourishing. Above it, a small aperture allowed sunlight to stream through at noon, enveloping the Yang Yuan grass in illumination. The long-awaited reality had finally arrived. An overwhelming wave of excitement surged through Lin Yi. However, upon closer inspection of the Yang Yuan grass, he noted its sparse leaves and discernible broken stems. Without a doubt, these injuries were remnants of his own actions in his past life. Lin Yi refrained from hastily harvesting the Yang Yuan grass. Instead, he held the flashlight and resolved to thoroughly inspect the entire cave. In his previous life, his reckless excitement had led him to charge towards the Yang Yuan grass without caution, resulting in a mishap. This time, he was determined not to squander the precious opportunity granted by his rebirth, which was limited to just 1 week. Suddenly, Lin Yi let out a startled cry, retreating several steps and colliding with the rock wall. The pain in his back was overshadowed by the cold sweat cascading down his brow. Before him, at the innermost right side of the cave, lay a significant indentation, strewn with a collection of desiccated bones. In such a grim cave, encountering such a sight would send shivers down anyone's spine. Nevertheless, Lin Yi quickly regained his composure, striving to calm himself. Taking a deep breath, he stepped towards the pile of bones. It wasn't that he was unafraid. Rather, having been reborn, what was there left to fear? If he were truly terrified, he wouldn't have ventured here in the first place. His earlier reaction had merely been a response to shock. Upon closer inspection of the pile of bones, Lin Yi was astonished to find them remarkably well preserved. Some even glimmered faintly, a most peculiar sight. "Forgive my intrusion, esteemed predecessor," Lin Yi murmured, his face reflecting reverence and respect. His gaze then fell upon a wooden box adjacent to the pile of bones. In truth, he had noticed this box long before, but had refrained from hastily opening it out of respect for the deceased. He surmised that within this box might lie numerous secrets regarding this venerable individual, perhaps even more information about the Yang Yuan grass. He hoped to discover methods for utilizing this precious herb, recalling how his past self had indulged in joy only to meet a tragic end. The surface of the wooden box was cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Lin Yi grasped his machete and carefully pried it open. With a sharp crack, the box yielded, and Lin Yi's attention was instantly captured. He stared intently at the contents, hardly daring to blink. As the box opened, its interior was revealed to him, a small, yellowed booklet. Lin Yi gingerly extracted it, fearful of causing any damage. However, his concerns proved unfounded, for the booklet was crafted from an unknown, yet remarkably durable and lightweight material. Its cover bore numerous scratches, indicating that the previous owner had wished to conceal its title. Lin Yi opened the booklet and began to read attentively. Time flowed slowly, and he lost track of how long he had been engrossed in its pages. Eventually, he closed the booklet, his face radiant with uncontrollable excitement. The booklet was divided into 2 sections. The first part detailed the process of body refinement, elaborating on the miraculous effects of the Yang Yuan grass and its specific usage methods. Through his reading, Lin Yi finally comprehended the source of his newfound strength, the body of Supreme Yang. However, according to the descriptions within, his current physique could only be considered a variant of the Supreme Yang body, rather than the pure form. Only upon successfully refining his body could he truly attain the status of a Supreme Yang body. A especially after reading the benefits associated with the supreme yang body. Lin Yi experienced an epiphany, finally understanding why Yin Nan had treated him with such kindness. He had previously thought he was taking advantage of her. Now it seemed the opposite was true. She had derived immense benefits from him. Of course, he was not yet a genuine supreme yang body. Strictly speaking, he had not truly favored Yin Nan and Fang Qingyao. The thought of how strong he had already become, and how much stronger he could be if he succeeded in body refinement, filled him with eager anticipation. The second part of the booklet consisted of illustrations, totaling 16 in number. Each illustration depicts a distinct technique, totaling 16 forms. The first 8 correspond with the foundational body refinement practices from the initial section, designed to assist practitioners in enhancing their physical prowess. The subsequent 8 forms, however, are specialized self-defense techniques, explicitly intended for combat. This is quite understandable. Possessing immense strength without the knowledge of its application would render one a mere brute. Therefore, the creator of this booklet is not only a genius, but also remarkably thoughtful. Chapter 22. The Onset of Danger. On the final page of the booklet, there are annotations stating that once these techniques are mastered, one could shatter stones and carve mountains with bare hands. Upon reading this, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement, his face flushed with anticipation. He desperately needed this knowledge, particularly the self-defense techniques from the second part. At present, Wang Tao posed the greatest threat to him. If he were exceptionally skilled, he would not have to cower like a turtle in Wang Tao's presence. Lin Yi couldn't help but fantasize about how he would handle Wang Tao and his companions. After indulging in these thoughts for a while, he snapped back to reality. He held no doubt regarding the authenticity of the contents of the booklet. On the contrary, he was firmly convinced of their truth. His confidence was based on several factors. First, the yang yuan grass, a substance of pure yang, was indeed present before him. Compared to the ordinary yang yuan grass available in the market, this particular specimen was evidently extraordinary, with astonishing effects in replenishing yang energy. Having personally consumed it, he could attest to its potency. Second, the pile of desiccated bones nearby exuded an aura of peculiarity. These bones had evidently endured for countless years, yet remained intact, with several still glimmering with an unusual luster. This must be the result of successful body refinement. Moreover, having been reborn, what was there left to disbelieve? Almost immediately, Lin Yi resolved to pursue body refinement, as described in the booklet, with an eagerness that was palpable. However, he faced a daunting problem: where to procure the blood of beasts over a century old. Furthermore, even if he found such a beast, as an unremarkable mortal, albeit of considerable stature, he might well appear more exhilarating to these evolved creatures than they would to him. In other words, to them, he was merely a delectable morsel. A hellish beginning indeed. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. After contemplating for a while, he was still at a loss for a viable solution. Reluctantly, he set the booklet aside and resumed his meticulous examination of the cave. Inside the cave, there were several stone benches and a stone table. In another corner, a stone trough brimmed with crystal clear water, which, by estimation, would completely submerge him if he were to sit in it. Clearly, this was the very location where the previous practitioner had conducted body refinement. Additionally, near the cave entrance, there was a large, smooth area that emitted a pungent odor, though this scent was masked by the fragrance of the yang yuan grass. Without paying close attention, one could easily overlook it. Lin Yi merely furrowed his brow slightly and dismissed it. He placed his backpack on the stone table, then sat down heavily on the stone bench, his face etched with despondency and helplessness. Such an extraordinary opportunity lay before him, yet he could only watch helplessly, feeling a profound sense of frustration. As dusk descended, Lin Yi could no longer afford to dwell on his thoughts. He retrieved his large machete and exited the cave. Soon, the sound of chopping would echo at the cave's entrance. After an hour of labor, Lin Yi finally completed his task. He surveyed the cave entrance, now securely blocked by timber, filling him with a sense of safety. He imagined the predecessor who had once refined their body here, likely having hunted beasts over a century old in the vicinity. He certainly did not wish to become a midnight snack for a beast, suffering a tragic fate of dying before achieving success. Next, he arranged the previously gathered branches and other materials in a location far from the pile of bones. He then unpacked his sleeping bag and other items. For the past 3 days, he had been anxiously traveling, his mind perpetually on high alert. At last, with a relatively safe shelter at hand, sleep washed over him like a tidal wave, engulfing him. He dared not light a fire, fearing detection from the outside. Instead, he burrowed into his sleeping bag and succumbed to a deep slumber. Thud, thud, thud. In the dead of night, amidst the profound silence, A sudden series of violent and muffled collisions erupted outside the cave. Lin Yi's eyelids jolted open, awakening him from his slumber. He bolted upright, swiftly withdrawing his right hand from the sleeping bag to grasp the large machete resting beside him, every muscle tense and alert. Something was at the cave entrance. Lin Yi's heart sank as he realized the peril. He quietly crawled up, clutching the flashlight in one hand and the machete in the other, cautiously approaching the mouth of the cave. Thud, thud, thud. The impacts grew increasingly pronounced, sending tremors of anxiety through Lin Yi. The wooden barricade at the entrance shook violently, seemingly on the verge of being shattered. Clearly, a ferocious beast was relentlessly battering the wood, attempting to invade the cave. Sweat dripped from Lin Yi's palms. In desperation, he switched on the flashlight, suppressing his fear as he dashed to the entrance, bracing against several loosened pieces of wood. Illuminated by the beam of light, he caught sight of the creature behind the wooden barrier. A gigantic python, its head adorned with a comb-like crest, was glaring at him with cold, unfeeling eyes through the gaps in the wood. It was a chilling sight. Good heavens! A sentient comb-headed python. Lin Yi berated himself internally, regretting ever daring to venture back here. Was this rebirth experience truly limited to just 7 days? Why had he never encountered this terrifying creature in his past life? Had he known such a beast was guarding this place, he wouldn't have dared approach even if given 100 chances. It seemed the python was agitated by the flashlight's illumination, intensifying its assaults. Each collision carried tremendous force, and Lin Yi felt himself nearing the brink of collapse. Engaging in battle with this colossal python at the 10-meter-long cave entrance would undoubtedly spell his doom. Lin Yi's mind raced, desperately recalling the cave's layout he had meticulously examined earlier. He realized he'd been too careless. That exceptionally smooth area was evidently the creature's resting place. Moreover, the smoothness near the cave entrance was due to the python's frequent slithering. He had truly overlooked this detail. However, one aspect perplexed him. There were no signs of the beast elsewhere in the cave. Clearly, something within the cave either frightened it or was something it fiercely sought to protect. Could it be the Yongyuan grass? Contemplating this, Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before resolutely deciding to retreat. Once inside the cave, he quickly positioned the flashlight beside the Yongyuan grass, directing the beam outward to ensure that both the entrance and the interior were well illuminated. In the absence of light, within the abyssal darkness of the cave, he resembled a blind man, facing only a singular path to doom. At that moment, he retrieved his mobile phone, placing it upon the ground and directing its camera towards the passage, subsequently activating the recording function. He then concealed himself to the left side of the passage, positioning his feet in a forward and backward lunge, firmly grounding himself. His hands clutched the machete with unwavering determination, raised high above his head. Every muscle in his body tensed, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the colossal python. His gaze remained fixed on the phone screen, cold beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Chapter 23. The brave struggle against the giant python. The sounds of impact grew increasingly fervent. The wooden obstruction at the cave entrance visibly loosened. After a succession of relentless strikes from the python, the timber finally succumbed to the strain, splintering with a resounding crack, creating a gaping breach. Yet the python did not immediately surge forward. Instead, it flicked its elongated tongue, coldly surveying the cave's interior. The silence within the cavern was palpable, and Lin Yi dared not exhale. After what felt like an eternity, the python cautiously extended its head into the cave, followed by the gradual slithering of its massive body. It advanced several meters, yet a substantial portion of its length remained outside. The python appeared unhurried, evidently confident that the human within was an easy target. Lin Yi's unblinking gaze remained fixed on the approaching serpent, his breathing nearly stilled. He noticed that the python's eyes were inexplicably drawn to the coveted Yongyuan grass. In contrast, it incessantly flicked its tongue at the flashlight, seemingly apprehensive that the beam might disrupt the grass's sanctity. Lin Yi was convinced that this rare treasure was the very object the python was sworn to protect. 7 meters. 8 meters. 9 meters. His grip on the machete tightened, knuckles paling. At last, the python reached a distance of 10 meters, and Lin Yi could distinctly see its tongue flickering in and out. Yet he remained still. The python, utterly captivated by the Yongyuan grass, fixated on it, inching forward by another meter. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yi unleashed a fierce roar, brandishing the machete with all his might, aiming for the python's vulnerable midsection. This was the only feasible strategy he could conceive to secure victory. As the python sensed Lin Yi's movement, the machete was already perilously close. The serpent, displaying an uncanny awareness, understood that evasion would come at a grievous cost. Consequently, it swiftly lowered its head. However, Lin Yi would not squander this opportunity. He brought the machete down with unrelenting force, propelling himself forward, channeling his entire weight into the strike. The blade sank deeply into the python's vulnerable spot, eliciting a bone-chilling scream that reverberated throughout the cave, causing Lin Yi's eardrums to throb painfully. The python attempted to maneuver its tail to retaliate, but the passage was too constricted for immediate action. Lin Yi endeavored to extract the machete for another strike, yet it would not budge, having embedded itself within the serpent's bones. Remaining composed, Lin Yi swiftly scrambled to his feet, seizing a hefty iron rod nearby. He unleashed a furious barrage upon the python's midsection, each blow landing squarely upon the back of the machete, driving it deeper into the flesh. The python writhed in agony, thrashing its body in a desperate attempt to evade Lin Yi's relentless assault. Unable to strike the machete's back, Lin Yi redirected his strikes toward the python's head. With each blow, the crest atop the python's head was reduced to a pulp, blood gushing forth in torrents. Yet, within those fleeting seconds, the python's tail finally breached the cave's threshold. With a violent sweep, it lashed out, striking Lin Yi with tremendous force, sending him crashing against the cavern wall with a resounding thud. Upon landing, Lin Yi grimaced in pain, yet the dire situation afforded him no respite. Gritting his teeth, he bore the agony and continued to pummel the python with the iron rod. The serpent's roars reverberated in Lin Yi's head, filled with rage and a chilling intent to kill. Undeterred, Lin Yi pressed on, driven by the instinct to survive. He raised the iron rod, seized an opportunity, and leapt, delivering a crushing blow to the python's head once more. After landing, he swiftly rolled away to a safe distance. The python shrieked again, yet the machete lodged within its midsection rendered every movement excruciatingly painful. Lin Yi's previous strike had caused its nearly severed spine to emit a crisp crack, a sound foretelling of doom. On the other hand, Lin Yi, after regaining his footing, found himself ensnared by the python's tail, which coiled tightly around him. He fought desperately, swinging the iron rod, but it was in vain. The python's constricting embrace was inescapable. Despair surged within Lin Yi as he realized his predicament. He felt the python's grip tighten further, each moment making it harder to breathe. After enduring several agonizing minutes, the last vestiges of his strength ebbed away, his head drooping into unconsciousness. As his awareness dimmed, he lamented the fate that awaited him, filled with regret for the enemies who still thrived. Time passed, and Lin Yi gradually regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open. After several violent coughs, he regained his bearings. Every muscle and bone in his body ached as if they had been mercilessly battered. Instinctively, he glanced towards the motionless python beside him, yearning to escape, but he found himself utterly drained of energy. His mind, previously blank, began to reawaken, scanning the cave with renewed clarity. A deep sigh escaped his lips, and a radiant smile blossomed upon his face, the smile of one who had narrowly escaped death. He had survived. Miraculously, he was still alive. The cave was permeated with the pungent stench of the python, assaulting his nostrils and throat, prompting further coughs. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Lin Yi's mind, and his eyes brightened with fervent excitement. He quickly turned his gaze to the python's head, which, fortuitously, had toppled into a nearby stone trough filled with clear water. At that moment, the once pristine water had been tainted a startling crimson. The vivid red hue instilled a sense of dread within him. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with determination. Casting aside the nauseating stench of blood, unable to contain his elation, he burst into laughter. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he struggled to rise. First, he ambled over to the yanyuan grass, unhesitatingly plucking its leaves and consuming them after a few chews. Next, he approached the stone trough, mustering his remaining strength to extricate the python's head from the water, casting it aside. Subsequently, he swiftly stripped himself bare and stepped into the stone trough. He slowly lowered himself, immersing his entire body in the sanguine liquid, leaving only his head exposed. The acrid stench of blood enveloped the surroundings. It did not diminish Lin Yi's exhilaration. This massive python was, indeed, Lin Yi's fortunate star, a veritable blood offering. Aware of Lin Yi's need for a century's worth of beast blood, the python had delivered itself unto him. Although Lin Yi had endured a fierce struggle for survival, he ultimately emerged not only with his life intact, but also with the coveted precious beast blood he had long sought. Even more unexpectedly, in its dying moments, the python inadvertently plunged its head into the stone trough, allowing its life essence to flow freely into it. It was akin to desiring lobster and having it leap into your pot unbidden. How could Lin Yi not be elated? His laughter was a manifestation of pure delight. However, as his mirth continued, it soon faded. Chapter 24. Full of vigor, Lin Yi felt as though countless steel needles were piercing his entire body, the excruciating pain overwhelming him, compelling a primal scream to escape his lips. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead as he gritted his teeth, striving to endure. He was acutely aware that this was a crucial phase in his body refinement process. Yet, as time elapsed, Lin Yi began to comprehend just how agonizing this pain truly was. Initially, it felt as if every inch of his skin and flesh was being mercilessly jabbed by a multitude of needles, the torment causing veins on his forehead to bulge and rendering him nearly speechless with suffering. Soon after, the agony shifted to that of his bones, akin to being relentlessly hammered by countless iron mallets. Lin Yi felt as though his very bones were on the verge of shattering. His heart-wrenching cries echoed through the desolate cave for a full 5 hours. By the end, his voice had become hoarse, reduced to a weak croak reminiscent of a weary duck's quack. At that moment, his mind was entirely numb, a blank slate, and the once vivid crimson blood had, unbeknownst to him, faded significantly. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly sensed a warm current coursing through his body, a tingling sensation that was indescribably pleasant. Filled with joy, he attempted to laugh, but what emerged was a series of peculiar, croaking sounds that left him both amused and exasperated. He continued to sit quietly in the stone trough, relishing the hard-earned relief that followed such torment. Gradually, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion and being enveloped in this rare comfort, he fully relaxed, slipping once more into slumber. This sleep lasted a whole day. Upon awakening, Lin Yi distinctly felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, as if he possessed boundless energy. Looking down, he noticed that the once blood-red beast blood had vanished, replaced by a murky, unappealing liquid. It felt as though his body was coated in a layer of filthy, greasy sludge. He reached out to touch it, only to find it disgustingly sticky. Resolutely, he began to scrub himself down, cleansing his entire body meticulously. By the time he finished, the water in the trough had turned a deep, glistening black, too filthy to behold. He leapt out of the trough. Although he was not entirely clean, there was no fresh water left in the cave, leaving him with little choice. After donning his clothes, Lin Yi approached the python's head, grasped the hilt of the large machete, and effortlessly withdrew it. A smile graced his lips at this sight. Yet, when his gaze landed upon the enormous comb python, his brow furrowed tightly. How to dispose of it? To consume it was unfeasible, for he lacked a large pot to stew it, and it would be difficult to swallow. But to discard it would be a tremendous waste, as this creature, having attained a certain level of sentience, might possess remarkable nutritional value. After much deliberation, Lin Yi ultimately shook his head, relinquishing the idea of consuming the giant python. He glanced at the skeletal remains in the corner, then bent down to drag the several hundred-pound python towards the cave entrance. He had no desire to let the carcass rot within the cave, taining what was otherwise a relatively clean space. Once outside, he tossed the python's corpse with a flick of his wrist, sending it sprawling several meters away. Lin Yi was astonished, followed swiftly by elation. The weighty creature felt as light as a feather in his hands. This demonstrated just how formidable his newfound strength had become. He mused that any ordinary person before him would fall with a single punch. Transforming into a veritable one-punch man, he couldn't help but burst into raucous laughter. Simultaneously, he thought of the insufferable Wang Tao. Should he dare to flaunt his arrogance before Lin Yi, he would swiftly learn his place. Lin Yi turned and re-entered the cave, standing solemnly before the skeleton, his demeanor grave and respectful, bowing in homage. Regardless of whether this booklet was crafted by the individual before him, it was he who had brought it to this place, granting Lin Yi the opportunity to acquire it, and thus gain such formidable power. Therefore, expressing his gratitude was indeed necessary. In all honesty, Lin Yi was quite certain that his body refinement had yielded a modest measure of success. Once his excitement subsided, he became acutely aware of his ravenous hunger. He approached, retrieved his phone, and discovered it had run out of battery. Fortunately, he had a power bank. After charging his phone, it powered on moments later. To his astonishment, he realized 2 days had passed. However, Lin Yi was in no hurry to venture outside. Instead, he leisurely pulled out some provisions from his backpack and began to devour them ravenously. As he ate, he meticulously examined the mysterious booklet. Reflecting on the preceding body refinement process, Lin Yi felt a lingering trepidation. It was no exaggeration to assert that there was no shortcut. It had been entirely reliant on sheer willpower to endure. If one faltered, the benefits would be significantly diminished. Fortunately, he had persevered, driven by a fierce desire for vengeance. Lin Yi turned to the second part of the booklet and began to study the 8 preceding movements earnestly. Once his hunger was satiated, he eagerly commenced his practice. Each of these movements was particularly peculiar, and it took Lin Yi numerous attempts to achieve a semblance of proficiency. After familiarizing himself with the motions, he embarked on his first attempt. The movements felt somewhat awkward, and it took him nearly 20 minutes to complete all 8. Afterward, he attentively assessed his body, yet found no discernible changes. Undeterred, he continued to practice. The second round was considerably smoother, taking him about 10 minutes to finish. Lin Yi sensed a subtle tremor resonating through his bones and muscles. By the third round, he completed the sequence in merely 5 minutes, executing each motion with remarkable precision. At this juncture, he distinctly felt the vibrations within his muscles and bones intensifying, his body becoming increasingly heated, beads of perspiration surfacing on his skin. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed on through the 4th and 5th iterations, until he had completed the 8 rounds as prescribed in the booklet. At this moment, beads of sweat as large as soybeans cascaded down Lin Yi's body, drenching him completely. His muscles and bones trembled violently, and upon closer inspection, one could even detect a faint rumbling sound. Simultaneously, he felt as if every pore in his body had been flung open, gasping for air in a frenzy. An indescribably exhilarating sensation. Lin Yi stood there motionless, his body quivering uncontrollably, resembling a patient afflicted with Parkinson's disease. Half an hour later, the tumult subsided. Rather than feeling fatigued, Lin Yi felt invigorated, brimming with vitality. He clenched his fists tightly, distinctly sensing a surge in his strength. Furthermore, he could palpably feel that his muscles had become more taut, firm to the touch, and filled with elasticity. His bones felt more robust, akin to steel. Chapter 25. A Transformation of the Soul. Lin Yi finally comprehended the purpose of these 8 movements. They were designed to fully unleash the latent energy of beast blood within him, empowering his body and facilitating a rebirth. However, Lin Yi harbored a question. If one day these 8 movements ceased to yield results, could he seek out more potent beast blood to further enhance his strength? Nonetheless, this was not an immediate concern, for his stomach was protesting vehemently. His expression turned peculiar. He was hungry again. How could this be? It was scarcely 2 hours since he had consumed a considerable amount of rations. Dismissing his musings, he hurried to his sleeping area, retrieving the scant remaining food from his backpack and voraciously stuffing it into his mouth. He had initially prepared rations for 5 days, and during his visit to the Xylongton scenic area, he had additionally purchased 3 days' worth as a contingency. Having journeyed for 3 days to reach this place, he had consumed a day's worth in that previous meal. Now, with 4 days' rations remaining, it was one of the reasons he was in no hurry to depart. Yet, as he continued to eat, he found his hunger insatiable. As the food dwindled, he paused when only a day's worth remained, yet his stomach continued to protest incessantly. He felt that even if he consumed the last of his provisions, it would hardly satiate this suddenly ravenous appetite. In desperation, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and resolved to consume the remaining rations in one go. As expected, upon finishing, he merely felt 6/10 full. Lin Yi found himself in a quandary. Prior to his journey, he had meticulously prepared for his sustenance, only to encounter such an unforeseen situation. Bowing his head in contemplation, his gaze fell upon a small pot hanging from his backpack. An idea sparked in his mind. Resolutely, he seized his machete and ventured outside. He first chopped a piece of wood to fashion a ladle. Then, he made his way toward the carcass of the giant python. 10 minutes later, he returned, dragging the python's remains. He meticulously cleared the dirty water from a stone trough, then excavated some earth outside the cave to construct a rudimentary pool by diverting the water flow against the rock wall. Next, he wielded his machete to chop the giant python into several segments. Finally, he diced one small portion into pieces, rinsed them multiple times, added some seasonings he carried, ignited a gas canister, and began to stew the meat. During the wait for the meat to cook, he retrieved that mysterious little booklet and diligently studied the final 8 movements. Lin Yi understood that while it was easy to perform these 8 movements once or twice, transforming them into instinctive actions was a formidable challenge. It required extensive time and effort for repeated practice. However, Lin Yi was not lacking in time. After reviewing them once, he began to practice diligently again and again. An hour later, Lin Yi paused his movements. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, lifted the pot lid, hesitated for a moment, then placed a piece of python meat into his mouth and began to eat. The notion of anything being unpalatable was merely a reflection of ignorance toward the true discomfort of hunger. When one is genuinely famished, nothing is off limits. That said, The flavor of the python meat was indeed delightful. Lin Yi swiftly polished off the contents of the pot. Feeling 7/10 full, he exclaimed, "Damn." Next pot. This day was spent with Lin Yi practicing the final 8 movements, stewing meat and feasting. By evening, he indulged in a refreshing bath, then reclined in bed for a satisfying sleep. On the 3rd day in the cave, Lin Yi first stewed a pot of meat for breakfast to stave off the risk of fainting from hunger after practicing the first 8 movements. As he had experienced the previous day, after practicing the 8 movements 8 times, he had nearly succumbed to starvation. Furthermore, he had run out of gas, leaving him no choice but to kindle a fire within the cave to cook. Fortunately, the dense fog outside rendered visibility low, alleviating his concerns of being discovered. Time flowed steadily as Lin Yi immersed himself in practice and nourishment day by day. 10 days later, he stood within the cave, gazing at the empty stone trough and the remnants of the giant python's bones, shaking his head in resignation. He had consumed all the python meat except for the head and entrails. This meant that if Lin Yi continued to linger here, he would have to venture out in search of food. Moreover, after completing the first 8 movements, he felt considerably less hungry than before. This indicated that the latent, undigested energy within him had nearly been fully absorbed, transforming into the formidable strength embedded in his muscles and bones. Lin Yi's power had grown to more than double what it was immediately after absorbing the beast blood. If he were to encounter the cock-headed giant python now, he believed he could easily defeat it barehanded, without the need for any weapon. Additionally, Lin Yi discovered that all his bodily functions had experienced significant enhancements. His reflexes had become swifter, and his agility had notably increased. Whether it was his vision, hearing, or sense of smell, all had sharpened considerably. He felt as though he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Lin Yi concluded that it was time to depart. After tidying up his belongings and organizing his backpack, he hesitated momentarily with the weathered little booklet in hand before ultimately placing it back into the wooden box. He picked up a shovel and dug a deep pit beside the skeletal remains, placing the booklet inside before covering it up. He had thoroughly memorized the contents of the booklet and had taken photographs as backups. There was no necessity to carry it away. Lin Yi approached the pile of bones, contemplating deeply, and dug another pit to bury the remains. Then he respectfully performed a deep bow. He felt a profound gratitude for the gift of rebirth. Furthermore, the two of them had coexisted across time and space for over 10 days. Turning away, Lin Yi resolutely exited the cave where he had spent the past 10 days. Certainly, before his departure, he moved several massive stones to securely block the entrance, ensuring that the secret of this place remained undiscovered by others. As for that little booklet, it would likely remain hidden from prying eyes. However, the Yanyuan grass, which he had stripped bare, might sprout new leaves in due time. Such a treasure is best kept to oneself. Chapter 26. Returned to Mukon, Lin Yi retraced his steps. It took him 3 days to ascend the mountain, yet he returned in merely a day. Navigating through the dense forest felt as effortless as walking on level ground. Along the way, he unarmedly felled a few oblivious wild boars and a hapless black bear, releasing a pent-up frustration. During his ascent, he had to circumvent these creatures, but now they appeared as mere trifles in his eyes. As night descended, he emerged from the thicket near the Xialongtan scenic area, rather than immediately crossing through the forest. He changed into a summer outfit and discarded his machete and the clothes he had worn. After ensuring everything was in order, he ventured out of the woods towards the entrance of the scenic area. Soon, he successfully caught a ride back to Mukon. Seated in the back of the vehicle, he leaned slightly forward and politely addressed the front passengers. "Good evening. My name is Lin Yi. I'm truly grateful to you both. Otherwise, I would have had to walk in the dark to Mukon tonight, which would have been quite troublesome." The driver flashed a bright smile and replied, "I am Lu Xiaolong, and this is my girlfriend, Long Xia. We are all young people here. It is only natural to help each other out while traveling. No need for such formality." The trio engaged in light banter throughout the journey. Half an hour later, they arrived in Mukon. During their conversation, Lin Yi learned that Lu Xiaolong and Long Xia were both third-year students at Jianghan University, taking advantage of their summer vacation to embark on a self-driving tour of Shennongjia. Their vehicle, a Q5 adorned with 4 rings, suggested that their families were well off, or at the very least, Lu Xiaolong's family was. However, Lin Yi sensed an underlying tension in the atmosphere. Long Xia spoke little, mostly keeping her eyes closed, as though feigning sleep. He speculated that some unpleasantness had transpired between the couple. Lu Xiaolong's eagerness to offer him a ride might have been an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness between them. "Brother Lin, where would you like to disembark?" Lu Xiaolong inquired, steering the vehicle. "I intend to go to the Shengjing Hotel. You may drop me off wherever you find convenient," Lin Yi replied. Lu Xiaolong's face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, What a coincidence. We are headed there as well. Let us go together. Thank you so much. Before long, the three arrived at the Shennongjia Hotel. After parking, they collectively checked in. As they ascended in the elevator, Lin Yi suggested, "To express my gratitude, I would like to treat you both to dinner later. Since I find much common ground with you, I shall not refuse." Lu Xiaolong readily accepted, disregarding whether Long Xie was willing. "All right, let us meet in the lobby in 10 minutes." The trio found a quaint private restaurant nearby and ordered a few signature dishes. Initially, Lin Yi had no intention of drinking, as his limited tolerance often led to embarrassment. However, Lu Xiaolong, brimming with enthusiasm, insisted on drinking and even requested a box containing 24 cans of beer from the front desk. The atmosphere clearly indicated a desire to indulge. Long Xie maintained her silence throughout, engrossed in her meal, seemingly oblivious to everything around her. Lin Yi pondered the apparent discord between the couple. Reluctantly, he decided to humor Lu Xiaolong. He also saw this as an opportunity to test his current alcohol tolerance, curious if it had improved. In just half an hour, they had emptied half a box of beer. In the past, Lin Yi would have succumbed to inebriation long before now, but he found himself unusually clear-headed, feeling no trace of intoxication. For him, beer was akin to water. In contrast, Lu Xiaolong was beginning to slur his words, though he still retained a semblance of clarity. "Brother Lin, I had no idea you possessed such a strong tolerance for alcohol. You can certainly hold your own against me. Cheers." Lin Yi raised his glass, and they both drank heartily. Before they knew it, they had finished an entire box of beer. Lin Yi felt a slight buzz, while Lu Xiaolong's face turned crimson, his speech becoming increasingly incoherent. Perhaps Lin Yi began, hoping to conclude this pointless drinking session, but Lu Xiaolong interrupted him. "Today is such a joyful occasion. We must drink to our heart's content. Waitstaff, another box of beer," Lu Xiaolong called out boisterously. Lin Yi turned to Long Xie, who remained focused on her phone, showing no intention of intervening. Given the situation, Lin Yi felt compelled to remain silent. Even if they ordered another box, he believed he would manage just fine. As for Lu Xiaolong's desire to drink himself into oblivion, that was his own affair. Worst case, he could merely carry Lu Xiaolong back. In no time, they had consumed yet another half box of beer. Lu Xiaolong was clearly drunk, rambling nonsensically, and the conversation veered toward relationships. "Brother Lin, do you have a girlfriend?" Lu Xiaolong slurred, his words tumbling out. "No," Lin Yi replied succinctly. "Not having one is good. Not having one is good," Lu Xiaolong mumbled to himself. Lin Yi patiently advised, "Romance is not merely a matter of mutual affection. Life is rife with various trivialities and conflicts. Once two people decide to be together, they must learn to be tolerant and understanding of one another." After speaking, Lin Yi discreetly glanced at Long Xie, hoping to gauge her reaction. Yet, she maintained her composure, as if she had heard nothing. Lu Xiaolong sighed heavily, saying, "You'll understand once you have a girlfriend. Women are just troublesome beings. Let us not dwell on such matters. Let us keep drinking." Lin Yi was at a loss for words. What joy! It was evident they both were displeased with one another. He decided it best to mind his own business. A few minutes later, Lu Xiaolong clutched the last bottle of beer, raising it to his lips. With an unsteady hand, it slipped from his grasp and crashed to the floor. Following that, he slumped onto the table, snoring loudly, clearly inebriated. Lin Yi shook his head in resignation and said to Long Xie, "Miss, please wait a moment. I'll settle the bill." Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi returned after paying. Long Xie looked up at him and asked, "Can you manage alone?" He asked quite heavy. With a confident smile, Lin Yi replied, "It should be fine, don't worry." With that, he stepped forward, effortlessly hoisting Lu Xiaolong onto his shoulder, striding towards the exit. Long Xie followed behind, a hint of surprise in her gaze. It was noteworthy that Lu Xiaolong stood at 175 centimeters and weighed 140 kilograms. Yet Lin Yi carried him with apparent ease. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, Lin Yi's well-defined arms showcased a smooth and toned physique, exuding a distinctly masculine aura. Truly, he epitomized the essence of manliness. In comparison, Lu Xiaolong instantly appeared diminished in her eyes. Chapter 27, A Full Manchu Han Feast. Upon reaching room 808, Lin Yi gently placed Lu Xiaolong onto the large bed. He then turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Long Xie suddenly called out to him. She herself was unsure why she had interrupted Lin Yi, and, as the words escaped her lips, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Lin Yi halted, turning around to seriously appraise Long Xie for the first time. It was undeniable that Long Xie was indeed strikingly beautiful. Although she fell slightly short compared to Fang Qingyao and Shen Yue, she was certainly a rare beauty amidst the crowd. In this era, if a boyfriend drove an Audi Q5 It would be quite peculiar for his girlfriend to possess an ordinary appearance. Lin Yi offered a gentle smile and asked softly, "Is there something you need? Could you stay and chat with me for a while?" Long Xie stammered. Lin Yi chuckled softly and replied, "Of course. Would you prefer to talk here or in my room?" He intentionally lowered his voice during the last few words, infusing a hint of suggestiveness into his tone. Long Xie glanced at Lu Xiaolong, still unconscious on the bed, revealing a flicker of hesitation on her face. Lin Yi immediately understood her concern and reassured her, "Don't worry. Your boyfriend will likely remain unconscious until tomorrow morning." Long Xie lightly bit her lip and said, "Then let us go to your room." Lin Yi's room was just next door. Soon after, the two left, entering room 8061 after the other. As the door closed behind them, Lin Yi suddenly turned, pulling Long Xie into his embrace. She was initially taken aback, but offered only a token struggle before surrendering. "You've been secretly observing me for quite some time. Haven't you?" Lin Yi whispered playfully into her ear, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. At 2 in the morning, Lin Yi reclined against the headboard, smiling as he inquired, "What exactly transpired between you and your boyfriend?" Long Xie replied weakly, "It's nothing much. He simply wanted to seek a little thrill in the nearby woods, but I didn't agree. Then he wanted to dance in the parking lot, and I refused again." Lin Yi chuckled. "Men often crave new and exciting experiences. If you keep declining, he will undoubtedly feel dissatisfied." Long Xie blushed and defended herself. "It's not that I always refuse. He enjoys playing, but every time upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. So he still loves to play, right?" Long Xie playfully pinched Lin Yi's waist and pouted. "Yes, you understand me best. Aside from that, I think he is quite a good person." Lin Yi shifted the topic. Hearing this, Long Xie sighed. "Indeed, he treats me well, but he lacks spirit and manliness. He is the type who is more reserved than he should be. If he had even a fraction of your charisma, I'm certain I would fall for him." Lin Yi burst into laughter. "In truth, he is wealthy and treats you well. Such men are quite rare. Sometimes, you should learn to appreciate your boyfriend's virtues. As for certain aspects, if you continue to have only bland meals, it will become tiresome. You're welcome to seek me out anytime. I'll treat you to a full Manchu Han feast." Long Xie clearly understood Lin Yi's implication and giggled. "You, how should I put it? Play with other people's girlfriends while still speaking kindly of them. The key is that you wish to continue playing, insatiable." Lin Yi grinned wickedly. "Am I not considering the long-term happiness of you and him? A man with such a spirit of generosity who can guarantee your indulgence in a full Manchu Han feast is nearly impossible to find." Long Xie rolled her eyes at Lin Yi, saying, "You are truly discerning. Well, I must return. Otherwise, if he wakes up tomorrow morning and finds me gone, it won't be good." Lin Yi chuckled softly, quietly admiring the sunset's afterglow. After donning her clothes, Long Xie took a few steps, then turned back with hopeful eyes, asking, "Honestly, if I come looking for you, can I enjoy a full Manchu Han feast any time?" "Of course. My skills and charm are 1,000 times more reliable than your boyfriend's," Lin Yi replied with a wicked smile. Long Xie playfully stuck out her tongue and teased, "You better keep your word. I'm leaving now. The night is long, so don't think of me." With that, she reluctantly dragged her weary body from Lin Yi's room and swiped her card to enter room 808 next door. At 8 in the morning, Lin Yi finished his morning routine and opened the door to head downstairs for breakfast. Coincidentally, the door to room 808 also swung open. Long Xie affectionately linked her arm with Lu Xiaolong's, and the two emerged from the room side by side, chatting and laughing, appearing quite enamored. Especially Long Xie, who seemed transformed, radiating an even greater allure. "Good morning to you both," Lin Yi greeted with a warm smile. "What a coincidence, Brother Lin. You weren't too drunk last night, were you?" Lu Xiaolong asked, a hint of unease flashing across his face, tinged with awkwardness. "Of course I was drunk. After helping you back to your room, I returned to mine and collapsed into bed without even removing my shoes. I just woke up not long ago," Lin Yi said nonchalantly. "In fact, my back still feels a bit sore." Upon hearing this, Long Xie couldn't help but shoot Lin Yi a significant glance, as if to say, "Your back is as sturdy as ever." Indeed, after a night of heavy drinking, one's back could easily become sore. Lu Xiaolong, feigning an injury, deliberately adjusted his waist. Meanwhile, Long Xie pinched his waist sharply, her cheeks flushing. "Ah!" Lu Xiaolong exclaimed awkwardly. Faced with the couple's flirtation before him, Lin Yi could only respond with a chuckle. It was clear that Lu Xiaolong had undoubtedly enjoyed a hearty meal after waking up. "Are you two off for breakfast?" Lin Yi tactfully shifted the topic. "Yes, join us." Lu Xiaolong beamed, extending a warm invitation to Lin Yi. During breakfast, Lu Xiaolong inquired, "Brother Lin, what are your plans next?" Lin Yi replied, "Today, I'll head to Xing County, then return to Fancher tomorrow." Lu Xiaolong's face displayed a look of regret. We had planned to stay here a few more days. If fate permits, let us enjoy another round together next time. Lin Yi similed. Absolutely. It's a pity I have other commitments. Otherwise, I would love to spend more time with you both. Long Xie kept her head down, silently eating her breakfast. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, she thought to herself, it's not the scenery you wish to enjoy for a few more days, is it? Though she harbored such thoughts, she too was eager for Lin Yi to stay longer. Unfortunately, she could only conceal this sentiment deep within her heart, afraid to reveal it, lest Lu Xiaolong become suspicious. After breakfast, Lin Yi returned to his room, packed his belongings quickly, and bid farewell to Lu Xiaolong and Long Xie. Once Lin Yi departed, Long Xie felt an emptiness settle within her. In the long days ahead, she would once again face the monotony of several meals of vegetarian fare, uncertain of when she might next indulge in a feast like the one from the previous night. Chapter 28, Beyond Reach. Upon boarding the bus back to Xing County, Lin Yi took the opportunity to catch up on some much-needed sleep. After arriving in Xing County, he sought a hotel, checked into a room, and indulged in a refreshing bath. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone to check for messages. For the past 10 days, deep within the Shennongjia region, his phone had been utterly devoid of signal. It was only upon returning to Mukun last night that he discovered numerous missed calls from various individuals. However, he was initially preoccupied with addressing Lu Xiaolong's concerns, and once back in his room, he had to contend with Long Xie, who had never tasted meat before. He ended up sleeping around 2 or 3 in the morning and eventually decided to turn off his phone altogether. After all, having been out of touch for over 10 days, a few more hours would not make much difference in replying to messages. Upon opening his phone, Lin Yi was greeted by a plethora of missed calls. He counted and found that there were dozens from Shennongjia, primarily concentrated over the past few days. Anya Nin had also called numerous times, with her calls evenly spaced almost every morning and evening. Additionally, there were a handful of calls from Wang Tao, mostly from the initial days of his venture into the mountains. Naturally, there were also several calls from Fang Qingyao, totaling around a dozen, almost one each day. It was evident that Shennongjia's frantic attempts to reach him were driven by her urgency regarding her mother's dwindling medical funds, seeking Lin Yi, the scapegoat, to bear the burden. As for Anya Nan, her calls stemmed purely from a longing for him, as well as a desire to ascertain his well-being. Lin Yi was now acutely aware of Anya Nan's intentions toward him. However, he remained unfazed. He mused that if he were a woman aware of someone possessing the ultimate yang body, he too would fervently pursue such an individual. While the concept of the ultimate yang body in traditional Chinese medicine was indeed formidable, Lin Yi firmly believed that he, as the true embodiment of this concept, held unparalleled strength, offering benefits far exceeding external perceptions. Conversely, he found delight in being sought after by a wealthy and exceptionally beautiful woman like Anya Nan. Fang Qingyao likely shared a similar sentiment, missing him as well. Wang Tao, however, was in a different predicament. He was desperate for Lin Yi's return to help awaken his beloved son and subsequently settle the score. Additionally, there were a few miscellaneous missed calls, predominantly from Lin Cheng. Although Lin Yi had his suspicions about the nature of these calls, he chose to disregard them. Reclining on the bed, Lin Yi dialed Anya Nan's number. After 3 rings, the call connected. Anya Nan's voice came through, laced with urgency. Lin Yi, where are you? Have you encountered any danger? The tension and concern in her tone softened Lin Yi's heart, prompting him to explain, Sister Anya, I'm fine. I was in a location without signal, and I just emerged to contact you. Don't lie to me. Do you know how worried I was? You scare me to death. Anya Nan's voice trembled with emotion. Thank you for your concern, Sister Anya. I assure you, I'm perfectly all right and will return in a few days. Lin Yi resuscitated. Anya Nan's tone turned a touch melancholic. Didn't you say it would be at most 5 to 6 days? Or at least half a month? It's been over half a month now. Lin Yi calculated the time. Having left on July 21st, today was August 8th. Indeed, it had surpassed half a month. I simply misjudged the timeline. I swear I'll be back by the 12th at the latest. Strangely enough, Lin Yi found himself remarkably patient with Anya Nan, perhaps due to the unique bond stemming from her being his first love. I missed you. Anya Nan suddenly confessed softly. Lin Yi chuckled, replying, I missed you too, Sister Anya. Anya Nan's voice was tinged with wistfulness. You're so stubborn. It's a pity for you, being out of reach. Lin Yi's brow furrowed in realization. Out of reach. It took him a moment to comprehend the implication. Indeed, he was currently quite out of reach. Even having consumed yang yuan grass had proven ineffective. Thus, Lin Yi retorted playfully, just you wait. I'll make you call me Brother Lin when the time comes. Anya Nan's gloomy mood dissipated in an instant upon receiving Lin Yi's call, and she teased. Let us see if your skills are enough to soften my tongue. I'll let you revel in your moment for a few days. Goodbye. After hanging up, Lin Yi felt elated. After a brief rest, he was preparing to dial Fang Qingyao when, at that exact moment, she called him. Pressing the answer button, he was immediately met with Fang Qingyao's anxious and tense voice. Lin Yi, I haven't been able to reach you for so long. Where on earth have you been? Lin Yi laughed. I was adventuring in Shennongjia. That place has no signal. Come off it. That place is so perilous. Especially the uninhabited zones. Once you enter, it's almost a one-way trip. Fang Qingyao's tone dripped with disbelief. Honestly, it seems no one believes me. Lin Yi feigned a sigh before inquiring. Qingyao, are you in Fan City? Of course. I've been waiting for you to come find me. Fang Qingyao replied, her voice laden with melancholy. But some people might have found new loves and forgotten about someone like me, whom they barely know. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a familiar frustration. Why did he always find himself on the receiving end of women's teasing? He resolved to ensure they understood his worth, so they would behave in the future. With that thought in mind, he chuckled and said, I'll arrive in Fan City around 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Will you come to the bus station to pick me up? Really? Fang Qingyao's voice shot up in excitement, filled with delight. However, she quickly blushed, realizing her overzealous reaction to Lin Yi's impending arrival. Of course, why would I lie to you? All right then. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. By the way, if you're not returning home tonight, won't your parents suspect anything? No, I told them I'm going to classmate's house for a few days. As the words left her lips, Fang Qingyao's cheeks burned even hotter. The implication was too obvious. She clearly wanted Lin Yi to spend more time with her. After their last encounter, it had taken her several days to recover. Yet, recalling that feeling, she found herself hopelessly enamored. In the initial days, she had sent Lin Yi messages, but he didn't reply. Then, she tried calling, but he was always unreachable, leaving her feeling despondent for days. She even doubted if Lin Yi was genuinely invested in her or merely playing around, which led to her inexplicable heartache. Now that Lin Yi had taken the initiative to contact her, her spirits lifted instantly. Although she was curious about Lin Yi's lengthy absence, she knew it was best not to pry, given that their relationship hadn't yet reached the status of a proper couple. Nonetheless, this did not hinder her lingering obsession with him, a fascination that even she couldn't quite articulate. Chapter 29. No longer willing to disappoint the forest. After concluding the call with Fang Qingyao, Lin Yi turned his attention to Shen Yui's missed calls. The thought of the frantic Shen Yui stirred an inexplicable satisfaction within him. As her official boyfriend, it was essential to express a measure of concern. Therefore, he dialed Shen Yui's number. Hello, Lin Yi, where have you been? Didn't we agree you'd return in half a month? Why has it taken so long? And why can I not reach you? Do you still consider me your girlfriend? As soon as the call connected, Shen Yui launched into a barrage of accusations. Lin Yi could not help but scoff internally. So now you acknowledge me as your boyfriend, do you? Did you ever think of me in that capacity while you were frolicking with Wang Zimo? Did you remember I was your boyfriend when he tried to harm me? With a cold smile, Lin Yi replied, I encountered some issues that delayed my return. Encountered issues? That doesn't excuse your absence. When I needed you the most, you were nowhere to be found. Do you still consider yourself my boyfriend? Shen Yui continued her interrogation, showing no concern for the troubles Lin Yi mentioned. Lin Yi, already aware of her character, felt no anger. It was hardly worth it. His tone turned icy as he retorted, I mentioned I had some issues, yet, as my girlfriend, you didn't even bother to inquire about them? Such indifference. Do you still think you're my girlfriend? This marked the first time he had spoken to Shen Yui so bluntly. She paused for several seconds, taken aback. Her mother's treatment was in a critical phase, but they had exhausted all savings and had to borrow 60,000 yuan from relatives. Barely enough for a few days of care. Unable to reach Lin Yi, whom she considered a financial safety net, Shen Yui lost her composure. Yet, Lin Yi's words acted like a splash of cold water, restoring her calm. Deep down, she had always viewed Lin Yi as her devoted servant, while she regarded herself as a regal princess. Agreeing to be his girlfriend was merely a stroke of fortune for him. Thus he should unconditionally comply with her every whim. With a raised voice, she shouted, Lin Yi, how dare you speak to me in that tone? Are you trying to break up with me? She was certain that Lin Yi, who loved her so fiercely, would hasten to apologize and appease her at the mere mention of a breakup, just as he had done countless times before. However, this time, the outcome defied her expectations. Instead of the familiar voice filled with trepidation and regret, she heard Lin Yi's calm response. Fine, let us break up. Em tired. Goodbye. His voice was devoid of emotion, yet it stirred a tempest within Shen Yui. Without hesitation, Lin Yi ended the call and promptly turned off his phone. Who are you trying to intimidate? He chuckled to himself. However, recalling the times he had humbled himself, he could only smile ruefully. What a fool I was to miss out on a whole forest for a single tree. Fortunately, he had been reborn. In this life, he would not squander the opportunities before him. While Shennongjia believed she could manipulate Lin Yi at will, he was determined to see how she would make him apologize. Meanwhile, Shennongjia wore an expression of disbelief. Yet, she thought Lin Yi was merely upset and that he would soon come crawling back to her, as he always had. However, an hour passed, and despite her attempts to contact him, there was still no sign of an apology. On the hospital bed, Li Kaifeng, noticing her daughter's distracted demeanor, asked Wei Wei, "What's wrong?" Li Kaifeng had visibly lost weight, yet her figure still bore the allure of a top-tier beauty, even with her pale complexion enhancing her sickly beauty. "Lin Yi won't answer my calls," Shennongjia replied, vexed. "Didn't you say you hadn't been able to reach him recently?" Li Kaifeng questioned Bujlat. "I managed to contact him, but we had a fight." Shennongjia recounted the argument in detail. Li Kaifeng shook her head subtly and offered, "Sometimes, a touch of humility can evoke greater affection from the other party." At her mother's words, Shennongjia's cheeks flushed. "Mom, what are you saying?" "Lin Yi and I haven't reached that stage yet." Li Kaifeng was momentarily stunned, realizing her words had been misinterpreted. How could her daughter think of it in such a manner? This was disastrous. It seemed Shennongjia had indeed been quite taken with Wang Zimo. In that moment, she felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Yi. Shennongjia, noticing her mother's expression, quickly understood her implications. She stood up hastily, unable to meet Li Kaifeng's gaze, and murmured, "I know what to do now. I'll call him to apologize." She hurried out of the hospital room into the corridor. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed Lin Yi's number. However, the message came through that the line was temporarily unavailable. Frustrated, she hung up and redialed several times, only to receive the same response. Realizing Lin Yi had turned off his phone, she felt a sense of injustice and her anger rekindled. Consequently, she opened WeChat and sent him a message. "Lin Yi, if you do not apologize within half an hour, we are really breaking up." After sending that message, she felt unsatisfied and added, "There is only one opportunity." After sending the messages, she anxiously awaited a response. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had turned on the television and, before he knew it, had dozed off. When he awoke, it was already time for dinner. Remembering he had turned off his phone, he retrieved it and powered it on. Upon doing so, he noticed a flurry of missed calls, most notably from Shennongjia. There were also numerous unread messages. He opened them to find Shennongjia had sent a barrage of texts, including the ultimatum about apologizing within half an hour. Glancing at the time, he noted that 4 hours had already passed. Following that were a series of desperate messages. "Lin Yi, do you really not love me anymore? Then let us break up. Em exhausted. Lin Yi, at least say something. Lin Yi, I was wrong for losing my temper and for threatening you with a breakup." After reading her messages, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. "You're so high and mighty. Go on, keep it up. I'm off to dinner," he declared, resolved to endure Shennongjia's proud demeanor. After all, it was not he who was in desperate need of money at the moment. He had no intention of lending money to Shennongjia, as his own finances were earmarked for more pressing matters. However, this did not deter him from offering her and her mother strategic advice, if they were willing to pay the appropriate price. Lin Yi would not oppose the idea of lending them money. After dinner, Lin Yi returned to his hotel. As soon as he sat down, his phone began to ring. Upon checking, he saw that it was Shennongjia calling. The phone rang for nearly a minute before Lin Yi leisurely answered. "Hello, Lin Yi. Are you truly planning to ignore me?" Shennongjia asked, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Lin Yi remained silent. "Lin Yi, can you forgive me just this once? I've been in the wrong, but my mother is ill, and I've been under immense stress. Please, try to understand," she implored. Lin Yi continued to withhold his response. "Lin Yi, say something. Your silence is making my heart race with anxiety. I feel utterly insecure," Shennongjia cried, her tears flowing like rain on a pear blossom. Keep pretending." Lin Yi scoffed inwardly, his heart as hard as iron. Had he not known of Shennongjia's betrayal, he might have softened. Yet when it came to someone like her, a deceptive vixen, nothing he did could be deemed excessive. With that thought, Lin Yi abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Shennongjia was met with the tone signaling the end of the call. She immediately ceased her crying, her sorrow swiftly replaced by a fierce anger. She had set aside her pride and humbly begged Lin Yi, only to be met with such disdain. How could she not be furious? To her, she had extended an olive branch, and Lin Yi ought to have been grateful. Yet he remained oblivious to her goodwill. "Lin Yi, just you wait. Once I secure the funds to treat my mother, let us see if I still bother with you," Shennongjia vowed through gritted teeth. The following afternoon at 1 o'clock, Lin Yi stepped off the bus. As he approached the exit, he was captivated by a youthful and radiant figure not far away. The enchanting beauty boasted an alluring figure, standing out in the crowd. Every man who passed by couldn't help but steal a glance. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had spotted someone she had longed to see, and she dashed toward a tall and handsome young man. Soon, the two were enveloped in a tight embrace. This beauty was Fang Qingyao, sporting playful twin ponytails and a flirtatious short skirt. Wherever she went, she exuded youth and vitality. The young man she embraced was Lin Yi. Lin Yi reveled in the softness pressing against his chest, basking in the envious gazes of onlookers. After a considerable time, they finally parted. "So, have you missed me this much after just over half a month?" Lin Yi teased, playfully pinching Fang Qingyao's flushed cheek. "You're so annoying," she pouted, giving him a mock glare before pulling him along. "Where are we going?" Lin Yi inweeded. "I don't know, you figure it out," she replied, not bothering to look back. Quickening her pace, the direction was clearly toward a nearby budget hotel. Lin Yi remained silent, obediently following Fang Qingyao. However, as they passed the hotel, she did not halt. Lin Yi chuckled, but said nothing, sensing her pace gradually slackening. His smile widened, realizing the moment was ripe. He decided to tease the charming girl before him a bit longer, lest she truly become irate. He suddenly grasped Fang Qingyao's waist, saying, "We've passed it." "Passed it? Where to? Where are we going?" Fang Qingyao's breath quickened, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, yet she stubbornly feigned ignorance. Lin Yi laughed as he led her back a few meters to the entrance of the RJ Budget Hotel, and they promptly checked in. Once the door to their room was closed, Fang Qingyao, who had kept her head down, slowly lifted it, only to be met with Lin Yi's fervent, masculine kiss. At 6 in the evening, their stomachs growled in unison. Lin Yi leaned against the headboard and said, "Let us get up and try some local delicacies." "You've already eaten," Fang Qingyao replied, tilting her flushed face and giggling. Lin Yi took a moment to register this, then burst into laughter. "I concede to the delicacy. But as for the food, you rascal, calling me a delicacy," she exclaimed, playfully pinching his waist. Unfortunately, it felt more like a tickle to Lin Yi, who was entirely unfazed. All right, you are indeed a delicacy, not just a specialty," he surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. "You are the delicacy, my delicacy," Fang Qingyao insisted, playfully attempting to bite his chest. Lin Yi blocked her head with his hand, laughing. "That's retaliation. Be careful, or I might make you beg for mercy." "Oomph, I didn't complain when you bit me." Fang Qingyao quickly backed down, using a flimsy excuse. She realized Lin Yi was even more formidable than before, like an inexhaustible machine. Moreover, his virility left her utterly enchanted. However, as someone new to such pleasures, her body struggled to keep pace. Thus, faced with Lin Yi's playful threats, she had no choice but to relent. Yet, Lin Yi's grin grew even more mischievous. "It's different. I bite you because you enjoy it, while you bite me out of a desire for revenge. In short, you are a wicked person." "All right, I admit I am wicked. But you're the wicked man-s woman." After exchanging playful banter, they finally rose to seek food. For 3 consecutive days, during the day, Fang Qingyao guided Lin Yi through the various attractions of Fan City. They resembled a couple deeply in love, drawing the attention of all around them. By night, Lin Yi provided Fang Qingyao with an entirely different experience, and they became lost in their own world, unable to extricate themselves. On the morning of the 12th, at the train station, Fang Qingyao reluctantly bid farewell to Lin Yi. "Remember to think of me while you're away." "Yes, I'll return to school a week early, and you must either come find me, or I will come to you. Just call me when you arrive." Lin Yi had to return, as he had promised in Yan'an that he would be back in Lin City today. Additionally, Shen Yue had been calling every day, and if he delayed any longer, she would surely reach a breaking point, which would be detrimental to his plans for revenge. Furthermore, he had reason to suspect that Wang Tao had been eerily quiet lately, leading him to believe that the latter might have taken some action against him. Chapter 31, Reciprocity. At 8 in the evening, Lin Yi emerged from the train station in Lin City and, spotting a familiar Porsche parked nearby, hurried over and slipped into the passenger seat. And Yan'an had been watching him intently, sensing a change in him, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Let us go, sis. I'm treating you to a grand feast tonight." And Yan'an set aside her curiosity and flashed a delighted smile. Lin Yi chuckled heartily and replied, "All right, thank you." Half an hour later, the two arrived at a restaurant named Yuan. Upon entering, they were met with a warm welcome. As they stepped into the private dining room, there was no need to place an order. The waiter promptly presented a table brimming with delectable dishes. "Brother Lin, you must be hungry. Please indulge," Yan'an encouraged. "Of course," Lin Yi replied without hesitation, eagerly picking up his chopsticks and diving into the feast. The 8 initial forms from the practice manual had expanded his appetite, rendering it astonishingly voracious. His capacity for food had increased at least twofold. Lin Yi devoured the meal with gusto. He was well aware that this restaurant was one of the most renowned in Lin City. For someone like him, hailing from a rural background, dining in such a place was a notion once beyond imagination. There was a reason for the high prices. Each dish was exceptionally delicious, featuring rare ingredients. Yan'an ate sparingly, while the majority of the food was consumed by Lin Yi in a whirlwind fashion. "Are you full?" Yan'an inquired with a smile. "If not, we can order more." "I'm full. It was truly delightful." Lin Yi burped contentedly, a look of bliss on his face. "How does it compare to your culinary skills?" Yan'an asked playfully. Lin Yi grinned with pride and replied, "It's still a notch below." Indeed, it had been a long time since he had tasted her cooking. Surprisingly, Yan'an acknowledged his self-admiration. Lin Yi, already quite thick-skinned, felt a slight flush at her words. With a chuckle, he humbly remarked, "Sister Yan'an, you jest. My meager skills are hardly worthy of the stage." "Mediocre skills? I wouldn't say so," Yan'an countered, her eyes sparkling with affection, as if she wished to devour him. Lin Yi laughed heartily. "Since you've treated me to a grand feast, I must reciprocate. Tonight, I shall treat you to a sumptuous dinner." "Sounds great. I can hardly wait," Yan'an replied, her cheeks tinged with pink. Subsequently, they exited the private room and drove away. Lin Yi felt curious as he sensed a remarkable courtesy from the staff towards both him and Yan'an. While the service industry emphasizes hospitality, this was remarkably beyond the norm. He even noticed that Yan'an hadn't paid the bill, leading him to believe that she had an undeniable connection with the establishment. However, he refrained from asking further. Some matters, once inquired about, could alter their relationship irreparably. Half an hour later, they returned to Yan'an's home in the Greenfield community. Upon entering, Yan'an eagerly wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's neck. At 2 in the morning, as the wind and rain began to subside, Lin Yi tilted her chin and asked, "I thoroughly enjoyed the grand feast you treated me to. How do you find this meal I prepared for you?" "I couldn't be more satisfied," Yan'an replied, her complexion radiant and her beauty captivating. "Ha! As long as you're satisfied." Lin Yi relaxed against the headboard. "Give me your hand," Yan'an suddenly said. Lin Yi, understanding her intent, extended his hand, allowing her to take his pulse. He was curious to see her reaction upon discovering the difference. Yan'an seriously placed her fingers on Lin Yi's wrist, quietly sensing. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Yi, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, what have you been up to lately? Have you consumed something extraordinary?" Lin Yi did not respond, but instead grinned mischievously. "Still calling me Brother Lin? How did you address me just now?" Yan'an shot him a playful glare and, slightly bashful, called out, "Brother, please tell me what you've been doing lately. Have you eaten something special?" That endearing term sent a shiver of delight through Lin Yi's bones. "Now that's more like it," he said, beaming with pride. He then suddenly inquired, "Sister Yan'an, did you already know that my constitution is different from others?" Yan'an stuck out her tongue, pouting. Lin Yi looked at her with a mischievous glint in his eyes and said, "Previously, I thought you were taking advantage of me, but it seems upon hearing this." Yan'an realized that Lin Yi had grasped the truth and decided to come clean. "You possess the supreme yang physique." "I know. You know? How did you find out?" Yan'an gazed at Lin Yi incredulously, but soon she felt a sense of relief. She continued, "As long as you know, that's good. Every time I was with you before, it made me feel guilty." Lin Yi playfully pinched Yan'an's lovely face and smiled. "Actually, I only discovered it after we went out this time. We can continue as we did before, so you needn't feel any psychological burden." "Okay." Yan'an tilted her pretty face, "But you still haven't answered my question. During that pulse check, I noticed your pulse is stronger and purer than before. This indicates your supreme yang physique is quite extraordinary." "I went on a trip to Shennongjia," Lin Yi evasively replied, unable to reveal the truth. Upon realizing Lin Yi's reluctance to share, Yan'an chose not to press further, acknowledging that everyone has their secrets, herself included. "You can stay here during the holiday. You're always welcome whenever you want to come over," she said. Yan'an understood that it would be challenging to fully capture Lin Yi's heart. What she could do was to seize the opportunity to leave a significant impression in his heart. If the day came when Lin Yi decided to leave, she would not hinder him. After all, at just 19 years of age, marriage was still a distant thought for him. Moreover, during his time at university, he might easily find a girlfriend. She couldn't possibly prevent him from doing so. Additionally, she faced an even more troubling matter. She did not wish to burden Lin Yi because of her own feelings. Watching this young man, she felt like both an older sister and a little wife. Especially when Lin Yi had fulfilled his promise, allowing her to call him brother. She had unconsciously done so. In that moment, she realized she had become somewhat attached to this young man. Fateful ties. Janan Saivi worthy. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Lin Yi silenced her with a kiss, the echoes of his previous words lingering in her ears. Nan Nan is truly wonderful to her brother. Chapter 32. The Allure of Mature Women. The next day, Yinan took a leave of absence. It was only at dawn that they finally fell asleep. Throughout the night, Yinan's voice had grown somewhat hoarse, filled with sweet and tender calls of brother, which had entranced Lin Yi. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Yi awoke. After freshening up, he entered the kitchen and, after a flurry of activity, prepared a simple yet heartwarming meal. He then walked into the bedroom and, seeing Nan still lying in bed, said, Nan, I need to make a trip to the hospital. You can rest a bit longer, and then we can eat. I've already prepared everything. Nan lazily turned over and, half opening her sleepy eyes, asked, Do you have a driver's license? Why not take my car? Not yet, but I plan to get one soon, Lin Yi replied. After bidding farewell to Nan, he headed to the People's Hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, he casually walked into a fruit shop, selected some fresh fruits, and then entered the hospital carrying a basket of fruit. Around 3 o'clock, he arrived at the entrance of Li Caifeng's private hospital room. Raising his hand, he gently knocked a few times and heard Shennongjie's clear voice from within. Please come in. Only then did Lin Yi push the door open and enter. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Shennongjie's expression remained unchanged. In truth, this time had been prearranged between the two of them, and she was well aware it was Lin Yi at the door. However, still harboring some resentment, she found it difficult to convince herself to rise and greet him. Li Caifeng, observing Shennongjie's indifferent demeanor, subtly shook her head and gently nudged her daughter. Shennongjia merely let out a soft hum, showing no inclination to acknowledge Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you're here. Please, take a seat. Li Caifeng, feeling helpless, was compelled to break the icy silence. With a warm smile, Lin Yi stepped forward, placed the fruit on the table, and then sat down on a nearby chair, inquiring with genuine concern, Aunt Li, how are you feeling? Is there any improvement? It's a bit better than before, but I still need to continue treatment for a while. Li Caifeng managed to force a smile. Lin Yi, with a hint of regret, replied, I recently had to travel to another province and couldn't visit you sooner, Aunt Li. I hope you won't hold it against me. After all, the two families have been neighbors for many years, and regardless of his relationship with Shennongjia, it was only proper for him to pay a visit to Li Caifeng. Thus, the customary courtesies could not be neglected. Li Caifeng waved her hand dismissively, saying, Don't mention it. You have your own matters to attend to. Just come by when you have time. In the presence of Lin Yi, Li Caifeng, being the elder, found it difficult to initiate a request for financial assistance. Lin Yi nodded, taking a careful look at Li Caifeng. Tom had not left many marks on her face. She remained as stunning as he remembered from his childhood. An idea suddenly blossomed in Lin Yi's mind. His pursuit of Shennongjia might, in some measure, be influenced by Li Caifeng's charm. Imagine, at the tender age of blossoming emotions, encountering a woman of such captivating allure as Li Caifeng. It was akin to emerging from a novice village only to encounter a top-tier succubus. Who could resist? Now, after interactions with Yan'an and Feng Qingyao, returning to reflect on Li Caifeng, the allure of mature women had been fully realized. Though she wore loose hospital garb, it did little to conceal her voluptuous figure. With every smile and frown, she exuded grace and intellect, particularly with those enchanting peach blossom eyes that seemed to hold profound emotions for anyone who looked her way. In that moment, Lin Yi finally comprehended why the men in the village were so infatuated with Li Caifeng. He also understood why she had seldom returned home in recent years, leading to his own absence from the presence of this enchanting beauty for several years. Lin Yi mused that if he were to marry Shennongjia, this captivating woman would indeed become his mother-in-law. However, now all that seemed impossible. Subsequently, Lin Yi engaged in light conversation with Li Caifeng for a while, his gaze unconsciously lingering on her figure and face. Li Caifeng had long noticed his attention, but pretended not to see. She had encountered such situations before. If she weren't wearing this outfit, her allure would be utterly unparalleled. This damned charm. She had tried several times to urge her daughter to break the silence. Yet Shennongjia remained resolutely silent. With a silent sigh, Li Caifeng finally spoke, Lin Yi, why don't you and Wei Wei step outside to chat? It's been quite some time since you two had a proper conversation. All right, Aunt Li, please rest well. Lin Yi replied as he stood and turned to leave the room. Shennongjia dawdled for a while before reluctantly following him out. However, once outside, she glanced around but could not find Lin Yi anywhere. Infuriated, she stomped her foot and pulled out her phone to call him. It took quite a while before Lin Yi finally answered. Hello, where did you go? Shennongjia's tone brimmed with dissatisfaction, her voice tinged with annoyance. She clearly held no regard for Lin Yi's presence. I left, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Left? Don't you want to talk to me? Shennongjia pressed. Lin Yi coldly retorted, you said we broke up. What is there left for us to discuss? Besides, when I was in the room, why didn't you say anything? Lin Yi was not willing to indulge Shennongjia in his presence. Throwing tantrums as if she were a spoiled princess was out of the question. Come back here, Shennongjia commanded. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi simply hung up the phone, unwilling to entertain her any further. Shennongjia was genuinely provoked now. Lin had perception. Lin Yi, as her boyfriend, was expected to comply with her wishes as he had in the past. Yet, his current behavior felt like a challenge to her boundaries, which she absolutely could not tolerate. She dashed toward the hospital entrance while Lin Yi strolled leisurely in the same direction. Lin Yi, stop right there. Suddenly, Shennongjia's furious shout rang out from behind. Lin Yi turned around, expressionless, as he regarded the furious Shennongjia striding toward him. You leave without even a word. What do you mean by that? Shennongjia exclaimed, her eyes red, emotions heightened as her face nearly pressed against Lin Yi's. Lin Yi foot. I came to visit Aunt Li, not you. Why should I have to greet you? You're my boyfriend, Shennongjia shouted. We've already broken up. That was your declaration, Lin Yi countered mercilessly. No, I don't agree to the breakup, so you must listen to me, Shennongjia nearly screamed. Their argument instantly drew the attention of passersby. Upon hearing their conversation, it quickly became apparent that this was merely a quarrel between lovers, and interest waned rapidly. Your opinion doesn't matter. From now on, we have no relationship whatsoever. Take care of yourself, Lin Yi stated before turning away without hesitation. Witnessing Lin Yi's resolute departure filled Shennongjia with a surge of panic. After a brief moment of hesitation, she swiftly ran up and grasped Lin Yi's arm. Lin Yi, you can't just leave like this. You are my boyfriend, and now that I'm in trouble, you must help me. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, felt as if he was being morally blackmailed. He thought to himself that this insufferable person still didn't realize her errors. How utterly shameless. I've said it before. We've already broken up. Why should I help you? Lin Yi coldly shot back. No, we haven't broken up. I don't agree to it, Shennongjia protested, tears streaming down her face. A woman's tears are the sharpest of weapons. In the past, she had wielded this tactic successfully before Lin Yi and Wang Zimo, and it always worked. However, this time, Lin Yi merely glanced at her with disdain and coldly replied, please refrain from causing a scene here. If you continue, I'll have to call the police. As Shennongjia gazed upon Lin Yi's frigid expression, she suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. They had known each other for over a decade, yet this was the first time she had seen him regard her with such icy eyes. Her heart tightened involuntarily. She couldn't help but ponder. Could he have discovered my affair with Wang Zimo? However, she swiftly dismissed this notion. After all, she and Wang Zimo had always acted with utmost caution, mostly during Lin Yi's drunken stupors, rendering the likelihood of being caught almost negligible. What if Lin Yi had taken another woman? This thought crossed Shennongjia's mind. Thus, she confronted him. Lin Yi, are you seeing someone else? Why else would you treat me so cruelly? Lin Yi, utterly speechless at her unreasonable outburst, scoffed. Are you out of your mind? Whether I have another woman has nothing to do with you. Excuse friend. You must have someone else. How can you justify treating me this way? After all these years together, now that I'm in trouble, you could just stand there heartless? Shennongjia grasped Lin Yi's arm tightly, refusing to let go, her voice growing louder and attracting the attention of passersby. Lin Yi's face twisted with disdain. You know very well what you've done to wrong me. Don't assume I'm oblivious. His cold and contemptuous gaze sent a shiver down Shennongjia's spine. Her greatest secret was her betrayal of Lin Yi. Judging by his words, it seemed he had caught wind of her connection with Wang Zimo. Yet, at this moment, she could not admit to anything, admitting it would jeopardize her mother's future medical expenses. Thus, she feigned calmness and forced herself to say, Lin Yi, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning my feelings for you? It's not a question, it's a certainty. Lin Yi pushed Shennongjia away with no mercy, refusing to even glance back at her. Shennongjia, in a state of despair, cried out, Lin Yi, you heartless wretch. We've been together for over 4 years, and you dare doubt me? Doesn't your conscience sake? Spare me your false sentiments, and don't push me to reveal the truth, or we'll both be embarrassed. As he spoke, Lin Yi turned and walked away without a backward glance. No, Lin Yi, you cannot leave. My mother is counting on you to lend her money for her treatment. Without it, her life is at stake. Please. Shennongjia dashed forward, clinging tightly to Lin Yi, weeping inconsolably. Yet, this was also part of her strategy to divert the conversation from her infidelity. That's irrelevant. The fact that I'm breaking up with you is settled. Whether or not I lend you money is a separate issue. Lin Yi, I implore you if you don't help us. My mother wants to have the funds for her next treatment. Shennongjia sobbed, pleading desperately. Return home and calm down. Once you've sorted out our relationship, then come find me. Lin Yi forcefully pried her hand away and strode off decisively. Shennongjia stood there, dazed and at a loss, her heart brimming with despair. She had no idea how to tell her mother that she had broken up with Lin Yi, and that he likely knew about her affair with Wang Zimo. After what felt like an eternity, she slowly wiped her tears and turned back toward the hospital. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's confrontation with Shun Yuwei at the hospital entrance was fortuitously witnessed by Wang Ziki. However, she chose not to inform Wang Tao immediately. Instead, she quietly watched Lin Yi leave before entering the hospital to visit Wang Zimo. On Shun Yuei's side, after gathering her emotions at the hospital door, she finally pushed the door open and stepped inside. Yet, Li Caifeng's keen eyes caught the change in her daughter's demeanor. Instantly realizing that Shun Yuwei had fallen out with Lin Yi. In that moment, her heart sank. They had already spent over 300,000 on her treatment. Abandoning it now would likely render all their efforts in vain. She felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At only 39, she still had a long journey ahead and countless beautiful moments to experience. But how could she procure the necessary funds? For the years she had worked in Linsheng, her lack of education had confined her to menial jobs such as cashiering, limiting her acquaintances to individuals of similar circumstances. Although there had been offers of support from others, she had firmly rejected them. She found herself engulfed in a profound sense of despair. If her daughter were to resolve the remaining 20-some thousand in medical expenses, it would require her to meet a wealthy benefactor willing to offer help, and her daughter would need to be prepared to pay a price for it. Yet, this was not the outcome she desired. The mother and daughter sat in the hospital room, wordlessly facing each other, both wearing expressions of distress. Meanwhile, Lin Yi hailed a taxi and headed straight for Chunjing village. An hour and a half later, the taxi arrived at the village entrance. Lin Yi gazed toward his home, his brow furrowing deeply. His house lay in shambles, utterly demolished, resembling a wasteland. Driver, stop. After paying the fare, Lin Yi exited the vehicle and stood before the ruins of his home. His face betrayed no anger. Instead, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. He was in dire need of money, and unexpectedly, it seemed fortune had come knocking. By now, it was around 5 in the afternoon, and neighbors who had labored throughout the day were returning home. Upon seeing Lin Yi, rather than offering comfort or revealing the situation regarding his house, they hastily shut their doors. The world had grown cold. Lin Yi cast a cold glance at the neighbors' closed doors. He bore no resentment toward them. After all, as an outsider, it was difficult to confront those who dared to demolish his home. The moment Lin Yi re-entered the village, far away in the city, Wang Tao received the news. He immediately rallied his subordinates, and they set off in a convoy toward Chunjing village. Simultaneously, a few thugs stationed in the village, tasked with surveillance, quietly approached Lin Yi's home, awaiting the unfolding of events. Chapter 34. The house has been demolished. Lin Yi cast a cold glance at the thugs nearby, recognizing them as a few youths from the west side of the village who were slightly older than him. Though they had grown up together, they now felt more like strangers. Lin Yi understood this well. After all, the Lin family, as outsiders, lacked the deep roots in Chunjing village that the Wang family held. Lin Yi approached the ruins and meticulously searched for over 10 minutes. Yet he could not locate what he was looking for. However, during his search, he keenly observed that his house had been toppled by an excavator. With no desire to waste more time, he headed directly to Shun Yuei's home. He grasped the key to the front door with a mere twist. The lock snapped open with a click. Without hesitation, Lin Yi swiftly entered Shun Yuei's home, adeptly making his way to the 3rd floor. He glanced toward the spot where he had hidden the camera and noted there were no signs of tampering. He rushed over, skillfully retrieved the camera, and connected it to his phone to review the surveillance footage. Through the rapid playback, he quickly witnessed the scene of his house being demolished. On August 1st, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Tao, accompanied by a group of subordinates, stormed to Lin Yi's doorstep with an intimidating presence. Initially, he commanded his followers to unleash their fury by vandalizing the property, a raw expression of their pent-up frustration. Subsequently, he summoned an excavator, which ruthlessly leveled the Lin family's residence to the ground. The surveillance footage captured every detail with crystal clarity. Lin Yi transferred this video to his mobile phone before proceeding to check another camera directed at the backyard. This camera also recorded part of the unfolding events. Observing these clips, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile faintly. After organizing the footage from both cameras, he descended to the lower floor and approached the neighboring house. However, despite his persistent knocking, the occupants remained resolutely unresponsive. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi ultimately decided to abandon his efforts. He understood that their reluctance to open the door stemmed from a fear of offending Wang Tao, a sentiment he found entirely justifiable. Subsequently, Lin Yi retrieved a stool from Shun Yuei's home and settled down in front of his collapsed house, awaiting Wang Tao's arrival. He refrained from contacting the authorities, fully aware that, for certain reasons, any report might end inconclusively, much like in his previous life. Thus, Lin Yi resolved to address the situation through his own means, recognizing that sometimes brute force speaks louder than words. While idly scrolling through his phone, he patiently awaited developments. Half an hour later, his phone buzzed with an unexpected message. "My dad knows you're in the village and is on his way to find you. You should leave." Lin Yi stared at the message in astonishment, not due to its content, but rather because of the sender, Wang Ziki, the sister of Wang Zimo. Renowned as the second beauty of Chunjiang village and the belle of the finance department at Lincheng University, she had been the subject of Lin Yi's childhood banter, often jesting about becoming her brother-in-law. On several occasions, Wang Ziki had overheard these remarks, resulting in some rather awkward moments. Lin Yi found it perplexing that Wang Ziki would choose to assist him. He replied, "Why are you telling me this?" Wang Ziki responded, "No particular reason. Just leave the village and find somewhere to hide. My dad is convinced you harmed Zimo, and you know he is capable of anything." Lin Yi replied, "Thank you. I regret what happened to Zimo. I am innocent. However, your father had my house demolished. Are you aware of that?" Wang Ziki replied, "I know. But a wise man does not seek immediate revenge. It will be best for you to lay low." Lin Yi responded, "Thanks. I'll visit Zimo at the hospital tomorrow." After that, Wang Ziki ceased her replies, acutely aware that if Wang Tao discovered she had tipped off Lin Yi, she would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand, or worse, physical repercussions. In Wang Tao's eyes, she was nearly dispensable. Over the years, she had harbored suspicions that he doubted her legitimacy as his daughter. Consequently, she had seldom returned home, spending most of her vacations working to earn her own living expenses, avoiding asking Wang Tao for money whenever possible. As for her motivation to warn Lin Yi, she could not quite articulate it. Since childhood, both Wang Zimo and Lin Yi had often played at her heels. For Wang Ziki, Lin Yi possessed an undeniable uniqueness. However, after Lin Yi began dating Shennongjia, their interactions had dwindled. Yet, upon witnessing their argument outside the hospital and hearing the news of their breakup, a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Lin Yi had always been tall and handsome, and their age difference was merely a year and a half. Their prolonged companionship had raised her standards, leading her to dismiss many suitors who failed to measure up to Lin Yi. Thus, she remained single. Furthermore, the burden of her father's behavior weighed heavily on her, contributing to her quiet demeanor, none of which Lin Yi was privy to. At this moment, he heard the distant roar of engines approaching the village. After sending a message to Yanyan that he would not be returning home tonight, he put away his phone. Soon, 2 Volkswagen sedans and a pickup truck pulled up to the roadside, and a group of over 10 individuals disembarked. The gang members who had been monitoring Lin Yi from afar swiftly converged. Each thug brandished sticks, with some wielding glistening knives. A throng of over 20 thugs surrounded the front passenger side of the Passat, opening the door for Wang Tao, who emerged from within. He strode purposefully towards Lin Yi, flanked closely by his entourage. Such a scene had been witnessed by Lin Yi in countless films, yet he remained steadfast, sitting motionless, observing Wang Tao's theatrics. The neighboring residents, too, had taken refuge in corners, casting furtive glances in their direction. Upon reaching a mere 3 meters from Lin Yi, Wang Tao halted, snatching a knife from one of his subordinates and pointing it menacingly at Lin Yi, his eyes flashing with malice. "You Lin family brat. I am here today to ask you one question. Should your answer fail to satisfy me, the ruins behind you will be your fate." Lin Yi leisurely crossed his legs, entirely unfazed by Wang Tao's aggressive demeanor. He smirked coldly and retorted, "If I am not mistaken, these ruins were your doing, correct?" Chapter 35, An Eye for an Eye. Wang Tao, incensed by Lin Yi's audacity, stepped closer, thrusting the knife perilously close to Lin Yi's forehead, halting just 30 millimeters away, expecting Lin Yi to cower in fear. He was sorely disappointed as Lin Yi remained unmoved, not even flinching. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, some admiring Lin Yi's courage, while others deemed him a reckless fool, unaware of the danger he faced. Wang Tao ground his teeth, forcing out the words, "Did you harm Zimo?" After posing the question, he fixed Lin Yi with a glare, his eyes ablaze with fury, veins bulging in his arm as he gripped the knife, poised to strike. The surrounding thugs recognized this as a point of no return for their leader. Lin Yi, however, remained unperturbed. To him, the knife's sharpness paled in comparison to the blade he had wielded against a formidable foe. He was confident he could evade Wang Tao's strike and counter his aggression effectively. "No," Lin Yi replied flatly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. "Boy, say that again if you dare." Wang Tao's grip on the knife trembled violently from his exertion, his eyes seething with rage. Clearly, Lin Yi was not satisfied with the response. With a faint smile, he emphatically declared, "No, you are courting death. Wang Tao roared in fury, raising his machete to strike at Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi merely scoffed, his disdain evident. He swiftly shifted his stance, sidestepping the descending blade with agility, and then extended his right hand, seizing Wang Tao's wrist with a grip akin to that of an eagle's talon. With a fierce squeeze, a sharp crack resounded as Wang Tao's wrist was rendered useless, causing the machete to clatter to the ground. Before Wang Tao could utter a cry, Lin Yi lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Subsequently, he released his hold on Wang Tao, who flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into 5 or 6 of his subordinates. It was only then that Wang Tao's piercing scream echoed. His men, still bewildered, had not comprehended the unfolding events before Wang Tao was sent sprawling. Strike him. Beat him to a pulp. Wang Tao bellowed in a fit of rage, urging his subordinates with wild abandon. Responding to their leader's command, the thugs brandished their clubs and machetes, charging menacingly toward Lin Yi. A smirk tugged at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth, revealing a sense of contempt. Within a minute, the ground was strewn with men clutching their wounds, moaning in agony. Lin Yi clapped his hands before stepping in front of Wang Tao, lifting his foot to deliver a brutal kick to him once more. Wang Tao was propelled several meters back, landing precisely in front of the bench where Lin Yi had previously sat. At over 40 years of age, Wang Tao could hardly withstand such torment. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his face as he continued to wail. The villagers, who had secretly gathered to witness the spectacle, stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the Lin Yi they once knew? He seemed to embody the prowess of a Special Forces soldier. But could a Special Forces operative possess such formidable skills? Lin Yi resumed his seat, placing his foot on Wang Tao's shoulder. With a slight exertion of pressure, Wang Tao's cries of anguish echoed for hundreds of meters, drawing an ever-growing crowd of onlookers. Lin Yi, with a mock smile, inquired, "Uncle Wang, you claim that the matter concerning Zimo has nothing to do with me. Yet why do you suspect that I was the one who harmed him?" At that moment, Wang Tao dared not exhibit any arrogance. He was well aware that a poor response could result in a shattered shoulder. His right wrist was likely fractured, and under Lin Yi's previous kick, at least 3 ribs had been broken. Cold sweat continued to pour from Wang Tao's brow as he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, replying, "I was momentarily confused, unable to discern right from wrong, blinded by my own foolishness, which led me to believe you were responsible for Zimo's misfortune. It is entirely my fault, dear nephew. Please forgive Uncle Wang this once." Lin Yi smiled and responded, "After all, Zimo is my brother. I will certainly forgive you, Uncle Wang. But could you enlighten me about the situation regarding my family's house?" With that, Lin Yi increased the pressure of his foot. Instantly, Wang Tao's cries of despair erupted once again, the pain rendering him nearly numb. "Dear nephew, I truly—" Wang Tao attempted to argue, but the severe pain in his shoulder forced him to cry out. Clearly, Uncle Wang was not only confused, but also somewhat blind and forgetful. "Lin Yi, good enough. Wouldn't you agree with me, Uncle Wang?" With that, Lin Yi raised his foot to stomp down on Wang Tao's right arm. Lin Yi," Wang Tao shouted, intending to curse, but the words caught in his throat. His right arm, as expected, was broken. At that moment, the 20 or so thugs sprawled on the ground regarded Lin Yi as if he were a demon. Each of them had suffered broken bones to varying degrees. The scene was utterly horrific. "Uncle Wang, what do you think this is?" Lin Yi, noticing the increasing number of onlookers, momentarily ceased his torment of Wang Tao. He retrieved his phone, opened a video, and held it up before Wang Tao's eyes. Upon merely glancing at it, Wang Tao's face drained of color, and he realized everything was lost. The urge to argue evaporated instantly. "Uncle Wang, if I were to hand this video over to the police and file a lawsuit against you, how many years do you think you would be sentenced?" Lin Yi inwided earnestly. Wang Tao, thoroughly terrified, felt a deep sense of regret. He had never anticipated that after 2 decades of terrorizing the village, he would fall to a mere youth today. The key was that this youth seemed to wield some legal knowledge and had a far darker disposition than himself. He shook his head vigorously, murmuring, "I don't know." Lin Yi feigned regret, stating, "At least 3 years, at most 7. When Uncle Wang emerges after 7 years, he will be nearly 50, being a man of the underworld." Wang Tao understood that Lin Yi's refraining from calling the police indicated that his aim was not to imprison him. Thus, he endured the searing pain and asked, "I admit it. I sent people to demolish your house. Tell me, how much must I compensate for you to let me go?" Lin Yi clapped his hands, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "It seems Uncle Wang is not entirely foolish. How does this sound?" He first extended 1 finger, then 2. "All right, 120,000. I will transfer it to you right now." Wang Tao agreed without hesitation. Yet, Lin Yi merely shook his head with a smile, stating, "Incorrect. Uncle Wang, you missed a 0. Chapter 36. This is nothing short of robbery. What? This is nothing short of robbery. Wang Tao could not contain his outrage. Lin Yi's expression turned cold, his face set with determination as he replied, "This house is the inheritance left to me by my parents. A vessel for my deep yearning for them. Yet now it lies in ruins. Uncle Wang, how should I calculate my emotional damages?" Wang Tao was a loss for words. This was undeniably extortion. He longed to retort fiercely, but knew that doing so would only lead to more broken bones. He despised Lin Yi yet dare not show it. At this moment, Lin Yi appeared nothing short of a devil. But 120,000, wouldn't that cost him his life? Over the years, having allied himself with some powerful figures in Lincheng, he had indeed made some money, but expenses were significant. Now he possessed scarcely 150,000. Lin Yi's demand would seize nearly all of his wealth, bordering on theft. They called him a member of the underworld, yet this young man before him was the true embodiment of that, possessing a heart as dark as coal. "Dear nephew, spare me. I have connections with the Scar-Faced gang in the east of the city." Wang Tao, left with no other options, resorted to invoking his connections in a desperate attempt to intimidate Lin Yi. "Lin Yi's Sukofut, Tidatening, Himepe, Scarface. I don't know them. If you refuse my proposal today, I will call the police and have you all imprisoned. If you call the police, you won't fare any better. You injured so many of us. You'll be breaking the law as well." Wang Tao, in a bid to protect his finances, forced himself to respond. "No worries, I have it all on video. You attacked first. I was merely defending myself." Lin Yi nonchalantly waved his phone, continuing, "Moreover, you have undoubtedly wreaked havoc in the neighborhood, leaving behind a trail of misdeeds. There must be quite a number of records associated with your capers. Uncle Wang, who do you think the hat will trust when the time comes?" Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's spirit deflated instantly. The youth before him, once appearing delicate and fragile, turned out to be a fierce character, adept at feigning weakness to ensnare the unwary. He had believed that invoking the name of Scarface would intimidate this lad into retreat, yet here he was, emboldened, landing a punch that landed harmlessly as if striking cotton. The law was not on his side, and in a physical confrontation, he was outmatched. He felt utterly cornered. After years in this line of work, this was the most humiliating moment he had ever faced. "Uncle Wang, my patience is finite. I grant you 10 seconds to ponder," Lin Yi declared, leisurely beginning his countdown. 10, 9, 4, 3, 2, wait. "I will concede." Wang Tao finally gritted his teeth, agreeing with immense reluctance. However, within him, he vowed that this matter was far from over. "If only we had done this sooner. Let me fetch some paper and a pen." Lin Yi stood up and strolled towards his neighbor's house to the right. He knocked on the door, which had remained tightly shut until Lin Yi's knock prompted it to swing open, revealing a warmly welcoming neighbor. "Little Lin, is there something you need?" Aunt Wu inquired with a smile that appeared more sorrowful than cheerful. "Aunt Wu, could you kindly lend me a few sheets of blank paper and a pen?" "Thank you." Lin Yi replied courteously. "Certainly, just a moment." Shortly, Aunt Wu returned with several sheets of paper and a pen, handing them to Lin Yi. Observing her delicate demeanor, Lin Yi merely smiled gently, saying nothing further. Upon returning to his seat, Lin Yi began to write. In no time, 2 identical compensation agreements lay before Wang Tao. The agreements detailed the circumstances surrounding the destruction of Lin Yi's home, with all pertinent information laid out clearly, culminating in the compensation clauses. Wang Tao's heart ached as he read through the terms. Voluntary compensation for property damage amounting to 450,000, cash losses within the house totaling 350,000, additional property losses of 200,000, and emotional distress compensation of 200,000. With a heavy heart, he signed. Lin Yi followed suit. Then he seized a small thug, lightly slicing the blade across his arm, causing blood to flow forth. The thug dared not protest, silently bearing the pain. Lin Yi dipped his finger in the thug's blood and pressed it against his name. Observing this, Wang Tao, despite the throbbing pain coursing through him, pressed his own fingerprint onto the document. Immediately after, Lin Yi took out his phone to capture photographic evidence. He then tossed one of the agreements to Wang Tao. "Lin Yi, what are you doing? Why harm so many people?" Just then, from the crowd of onlookers, a figure stepped forward. He glanced at the thugs on the ground, recognizing several as his nephews. First, he shot an accusatory glare at Wang Tao before turning his attention to Lin Yi. "Village chief, your presence is finally noted." Lin Yi remarked coldly. The newcomer was none other than Wang Ming, the chief of Chunjiang village. He had been observing the situation from a distance until he was spotted by some villagers, compelling him to intervene. After all, such a significant incident in the village could have repercussions for him, especially since several of the thugs were from the village. He had to provide their parents with an explanation. "Lin Yi, I ask you, did you injure these individuals?" Wang Ming demanded, hands on his hips, his tone stern. However, to Lin Yi, his bravado was merely a facade. Village chief, you ought to inquire with them instead. Lin Yi replied with a grin. If I claimed it wasn't me, you would surely dismiss it. Only their words would hold merit. Wouldn't you agree? His icy gaze swept over the thugs, causing them to flinch. You. Wang Meng was left speechless, turning instead to Wang Tao, asking, Wang Tao, what on earth transpired? Wang Tao thought to himself, why are you meddling here? Unless your son is present, this is all futile. Yet, he had no choice but to respond. Gritting his teeth, he stated, it has nothing to do with Lin Yi. We simply fell. He swallowed his pride, biting the bullet. Village chief, did you hear that? It has nothing to do with me. You needn't approach me with that sour expression every time. If one day we become family, it would be quite awkward to recall how you treated me in the past. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Wang Meng's face darkened. On one hand, he was incensed by Wang Tao. On the other, he was infuriated by Lin Yi. Become family? That would imply his beloved daughter, Wang Shanshan, would be tainted by this scoundrel. His precious daughter was a rare beauty, destined to ascend to greater heights in the city. Not to be entangled with this impoverished wretch who lacked both parental guidance. He barked, get lost. If there's nothing else, everyone disperse. With that, he stormed away in anger. Lin Yi watched him depart, a flicker of ruthlessness glinting in his eyes. Let us proceed to the hospital. On the journey back to Lincheng, the three thuggish drivers endured their pain, driving for over an hour. By the time they arrived at the hospital, their clothes were drenched in sweat. Chapter 37. By what right do you make decisions for me? The following morning, as the People's Hospital opened its doors, Lin Yi wheeled the bandaged Wang Tao, resembling a dumpling, into the bank, accompanied by the still-stunned Wang Ziki. Gazing at the disheveled Wang Tao in the wheelchair, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled up within Wang Ziki. It was not long before their turn arrived. However, when transferring funds, the bank staff initially suspected Wang Tao was being coerced and nearly called the police. Fortunately, the trio voiced their objections. Lin Yi presented the compensation agreement, explaining the situation repeatedly. With Wang Ziki corroborating his account, the bank personnel ultimately transferred the 1.2 million from Wang Tao's account to Lin Yi. Once the funds were secured, Lin Yi pushed the grim-faced Wang Tao back to the hospital. Yet, he did not leave immediately. In a quiet corner of the hospital lobby, Lin Yi and Wang Ziki found a secluded bench to sit upon. Recognizing the myriad of questions swirling in Wang Ziki's mind, Lin Yi briefly recounted the events, albeit omitting many details. Upon hearing that Lin Yi had single-handedly taken down over 20 individuals, she could not help but stare at him, incredulous. However, upon witnessing the 20-plus individuals lying in the hospital room, her disbelief transformed into acceptance. How did you manage that? Wang Ziki inquired, curiosity piqued. I practiced martial arts. How would I know that? You haven't reached out to me for over 2 years, so it's only natural you wouldn't know. Lin Yi babbled nonsensically. I'd be surprised if I believed you. Wang Ziki appeared to drift back to the days of their childhood, her tone becoming more relaxed. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? Lin Yi asked. Why should I? He brought it upon himself. Wang Ziki replied, her expression calm. That is good to hear. Lin Yi said, reaching out to tug at a strand of Wang Ziki's hair, giving it a sharp pull. What are you doing? Wang Ziki yelped, glaring at Lin Yi with annoyance. Let us go to the paternity testing lab, Lin Yi declared, standing up to leave. At this moment, Wang Ziki also came to her senses, abruptly grasping Lin Yi's arm and vigorously shaking her head. As humans, we must eventually confront reality. I am merely assisting you in shedding your mental burdens, Lin Yi asserted, firmly holding Wang Ziki's hand and leading her away. Wang Ziki's heart was in turmoil. In Chunjiang village, everyone was aware of the rumors. She had not anticipated that the long-absent Lin Yi would instantly make a decision for her upon witnessing her demeanor towards her father that morning. Lin Yi, on what grounds do you presume to make decisions for me? Wang Ziki suddenly inquired softly. Lin Yi halted, turning back to gaze earnestly at this familiar, yet somewhat estranged beauty. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Wang Ziki fixed her gaze intently upon his eyes. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yi replied, because if you do not resolve this inner conflict, you will succumb to depression. That is not a valid reason, and it seems rather irrelevant to you, Wang Ziki retorted, suddenly regaining her composure. Lin Yi understood that Wang Ziki had scarcely felt a father's love throughout her life. Wang Tao often resorted to violence against her and her mother, leaving her body marred with bruises. After witnessing this a few times, Lin Yi had come to believe the rumors. Recently, he had seized the opportunity to confront Wang Tao, leaving behind evidence of his actions. However, this seemingly delicate beauty possessed an inner strength and stubbornness that was formidable. Lin Yi gazed upon her exquisite visage, feeling a sense of vexation. He genuinely wished to assist her, for in his previous life, this woman had not cast him into misfortune. Moreover, Lin Yi was aware that Wang Ziki had ultimately fallen into depression, perishing before reaching 30. In his past existence, Lin Yi had regarded Wang Ziki as a fellow soul burdened by misfortune. Will you come or not? Lin Yi's tone grew stern. I will not, Wang Ziki coldly replied. If you refuse to leave, I shall reveal the incident from middle school when you spied on me while I was bathing. Lin Yi sudendi chaklit, adopting a pilefu demeanor. Wang Ziki's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and it was not a singular occurrence. Lin Yi leaned closer to her ear and whispered. At this, Wang Ziki's face blushed even further. Her petite fist began to rain down upon Lin Yi's chest like a gentle shower. Lin Yi felt as though he were merely being tickled, allowing her to strike him without resistance. To subdue a stubborn woman, unconventional methods must be employed. If she were his own, administering a stimulant would be the most effective approach. If not, one must exploit the other's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, Lin Yi embraced the frenzied Wang Ziki, whispering in her ear, if you do not leave, I shall carry you with me. Let go of me. Wang Ziki's voice no longer bore the sharpness of rejection. Very well, Lin Yi acquiesced, releasing her. Like a startled fawn, Wang Ziki instantly retreated several steps. Lin Yi smiled and said, let us go. He then proceeded toward the testing building. Wang Ziki hesitated for a few seconds before stamping her foot in frustration and blushing as she followed suit. An hour later, the two emerged from the testing building together. Having submitted their samples, Wang Ziki had no choice but to accept the reality and await the results in half a month. However, Lin Yi had been prudent, refraining from obtaining Wang Ziki's contact information. Upon arriving at the inpatient department, Lin Yi did not intend to ascend the stairs. Aren't you going to see Zimo? Wang Ziki inquired. I wish to invite Xin Yue as well, Lin Yi replied, a self-deprecating expression on his face. Wang Ziki detected an unusual undertone, and her lips twitched slightly. Well, thank you for today, Wang Ziki murmured. We need not. Lin Yi's words were cut off. Lin Yi, are you here to reconcile with me? Xin Yue stood several meters away, her eyes somewhat swollen. She did not glance at Wang Ziki. After contemplating through the night, she had decided that Wang Zimo was a thing of the past, while Lin Yi represented her present. As for the future, it could be addressed later. Therefore, from the perspective of treating her mother's illness and her own possessive desires, she felt compelled to reclaim Lin Yi. She cannot believe that so many years of affection could be dismissed so easily. Come, since you're here, let us go see Zimo together, Lin Yi said expressionlessly. Why will we see him? He won't awaken. Shun Yue flatly refused. Wang Ziki furrowed her brow at this remark. Regardless, Wang Zimo and Shun Yue shared a profound connection. How could she utter such words? How can you know he won't awaken if you do not go and see him? Lin Yi retorted coldly. Shun Yue panicked, her voice rising a notch as she shouted. You are speaking nonsense. I have no relation to him. It is impossible for me to provoke him, so my presence would be futile. Wang Ziki had been observing Shun Yue all along. At this moment, she was convinced that Shun Yue had some form of connection with her brother, which was likely the reason Lin Yi had chosen to end their relationship. Chapter 38, Self-Delusion. Lin Yi regarded Shen Yuji coldly, reflecting on how he had never noticed her selfishness during their time together. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that he had been too accommodating, tolerating all her flaws. In hindsight, he recognized that his previous self had been somewhat pathetic, and this woman was indeed in need of reprimand. Forget it, I will go alone, Lin Yi said, no longer paying her any mind as he took Wang Ziki's hand and walked away. Wang Ziki was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected Lin to take her hand in front of Xin Yue. She struggled slightly, only to find herself unable to break free, thus resigning herself to the situation. Lin Yi, stop right there. Xin Yue shouted fiercely, her eyes blazing with anger, particularly when she saw their hands intertwined. It incited her fury. However, her admonition bore no effect. Lin Yi continued without faltering, quickly entering the inpatient building. Enraged, she pursued him, then seized Lin Yi's arm while pushing Wang Ziki aside in an attempt to separate them. Her singular thought was that Lin Yi belonged to her. No one else should interfere. Wang Ziki stepped back, visibly displeased. Lin Yi turned, his icy gaze fixed on Xin Yue, uttering not a word. Xin Yue, caught in his piercing stare, suddenly shivered and instinctively retreated several steps. Ignoring her, Lin Yi resumed his course, still holding Wang Ziki's hand. Xin Yue's complexion turned pale. After a few seconds of hesitation, she followed them. Upon arriving at Wang Zimo's private room, Lin Yi saw him lying on the hospital bed, noticeably thinner. Lin Yi's heart sank as he beheld Wang Zimo, whose face was ashen and devoid of color. Were it not for the nearby monitoring equipment, Lin Yi might have mistaken him for a corpse. Approaching the bedside, Lin Yi gazed at Wang Zimo, speechless, only able to shake his head gently. To Wang Ziki, it appeared as though Lin Yi was expressing sorrow. However, only Lin Yi understood that his lamentation was not for Wang Zimo's vegetative state, but rather for the fact that he could not subject the brother who had betrayed him to the torment he deserved. The door to the hospital room swung open once more, but Lin Yi did not glance back. Wang Ziki cast a sidelong glance, but paid it no mind. Shen Yue entered, albeit merely standing by the door without any intention of approaching the bedside. Since you have arrived, come over and converse with Zimo. After all, your relationship with him is quite remarkable. Lin Yi, with his back turned to Shen Yue, remained oblivious to her expression. There was little to discuss. It was simply his fate. Shen Yue responded with a chilling lack of empathy. Are you not afraid he might awaken? Lin Yi chuckled. Upon hearing this, Shen Yue's heart raced. This was the outcome she dreaded the most. She feigned composure and demanded, Lin Yi, what do you mean by that? Ziki, I must go find a place to live. I will visit you again next time. Lin Yi turned to glance at Wang Ziki before preparing to leave. Wang Ziki's cheeks flushed once more, as Lin Yi's repeated provocations left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Shen Yue, feeling aggrieved, thought it was enough to be angered once. To be provoked repeatedly was excessive. She blocked Lin Yi's path and shouted, Lin Yi, are you deliberately trying to irritate me? It is often said that genuine friendships are rare among beautiful women. Although Shen Yue and Wang Ziki had grown up together, their relationship had never been amicable. Now, due to Lin Yi, Shen Yue found Wang Ziki even more intolerable. How self-indulgent. Lin Yi pulled her aside and exited through the door. Shen Yue did not spare a glance at Wang Zimo and hurried after him. Wang Ziki watched the two depart, then turned to glance at Wang Zimo lying in bed. Shaking her head, after leaving, Lin Yi quickly made his way out. Until Shen Yue's pride had been thoroughly diminished, he truly wished to avoid this insufferable person. With 1.5 million now in his possession, numerous opportunities awaited him. The first order of business was to rent an apartment near the school. He could no longer remain at Yanan's home. He now had some financial means. Dependency should be reserved for critical moments. A man should strive for independence when the time calls for it. When Shen Yue burst out of the hospital, she saw Lin Yi already seated in a taxi. Departing swiftly, she shouted in anger, but her cries only attracted curious glances from passers-by. Lin Yi circled around near Lin University and finally secured a 3-bedroom apartment in the Eugene community directly opposite the South Gate. The monthly rent was $2,000, and he signed a 1-year lease with the option to renew after that. Subsequently, he visited a nearby mall to purchase bedding and kitchen supplies. After organizing everything, his new place finally resembled a home. Today was indeed a splendid day. Perhaps he should invite someone to celebrate? With this thought in mind, Lin Yi picked up his phone, initially intending to call Yanan. Yet, upon reflection, he hesitated, considering that if she discovered he lived here, she might frequently drop by unannounced. Such a scenario would certainly complicate matters when he wished to pursue other activities. Therefore, he sent Wang Ziki a location pin along with a message. I know you live at school. I'm residing in the Eugene community near the South Gate. Come over tonight for dinner. Upon receiving the message, Wang Ziki nervously fidgeted with her skirt, feeling a bit flustered. Ultimately, she replied with a simple okay. Come over early. Lin Yi promptly responded. Since Wang Ziki had agreed to come, Lin Yi abandoned the idea of inviting Yanan. He made a trip to the supermarket, purchasing an array of fruits and vegetables. Upon returning, he entered the kitchen and began preparing dinner. Just as he stepped into the kitchen, a knock echoed at the door. He quickly opened it to find Wang Ziki standing there, holding a bag of fruit. Welcome. Lin Yi enthusiastically ushered Wang Ziki inside. Ziki, please have a seat. I will prepare the meal. Lin Yi had not anticipated Wang Ziki's early arrival at 4 o'clock. Is it just the two of us? Wang Ziki did not sit, but instead followed him into the kitchen to help. Yes, I don't have many friends in Lin City either, Lin Yi chuckled. An hour later, they finally finished. The dining table was adorned with 5 delectable dishes, all wafting enticing aromas. I didn't realize you could cook, Wang Ziki remarked, her demeanor considerably brighter than when she entered. Lin Yi grinned. I learned in secret. To let me know how it tastes. Wang Ziki picked up her chopsticks, sampling each dish with great seriousness. Wow, it's truly delicious, she exclaimed. Haha, that's wonderful. Being praised by a beautiful woman brought Lin Yi great joy. He retrieved a pack of beer from the fridge and cheerfully asked, would you like to have a little drink? Just a bit, she replied. In the summer, with cold beer and beautiful company, Lin Yi found himself thoroughly enjoying the meal. Wang Ziki, too, relished the experience. Although they had agreed on just a little, she unknowingly ended up sharing several bottles with Lin Yi, her cheeks reddening like a hen that had just laid an egg. As the alcohol took effect, Wang Ziki became notably more talkative. Lin Yi tentatively inquired, "Ziki, I borrowed a substantial sum from your father. Does it bother you?" "It's not my money." Wang Ziki gently shook her head, slightly tipsy. "Besides, who told him to demolish your house? He brought it upon himself. Knowing you think this way puts me at ease." "Cheers." Lin Yi raised his glass and downed its contents. Wang Ziki followed suit, taking a generous gulp. As the alcohol coursed through her, her cheeks flushed deeper, and her intoxication became more apparent. She squinted at Lin Yi, her gaze intense, and asked, "Lin Yi, tell me honestly, is there a problem between Shun Yue Zimo and you?" Lin Yi smiled bitterly. "Ziki, you already have your own troubles. Do not burden yourself with this. Just be happy." "Oomph." Wang Ziki pouted, somewhat displeased. "Aren't those troubles also ones you insisted I resolve? That was for your own good. But I'm trying to do the same for you now," she countered. "Drink up." Lin Yi cracked open 2 more bottles of beer, handing one to Wang Ziki while keeping the other for himself. After finishing 1 bottle, Wang Ziki had consumed a total of 5 and was now slurring her speech. "Ziki, you're quite intoxicated. Let me help you to rest," Lin Yi said, setting down his chopsticks and moving around the table to support her as she stood. "I'm not drunk. I can stand on my own," she insisted stubbornly. Yet, her legs felt weak, and she could hardly muster any strength. "Stubborn." Lin Yi wrapped his arm around her waist and lifted her effortlessly, carrying her toward the bedroom. Upon reaching the bedroom, he bent down gently to place Wang Ziki on the bed. However, just as he prepared to straighten up, Wang Ziki unexpectedly wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, refusing to let go. 2 hours passed. Wang Ziki lay on the bed, softly stating, "What you're doing is not right." Lin Yi chuckled, attempting to explain, "You were also at fault. You clung to me and were quite forward. Tell me, how could a passionate young man like me resist the advances of such a stunning beauty?" Wang Ziki found herself momentarily speechless, completely unaware of the events Lin Yi referred to. She huffed indignantly. "How can you take advantage of me and then act innocent? You certainly have some nerve." The next morning, Lin Yi sensed that Wang Ziki was preparing to sneak out of bed. With a swift motion, he turned over and embraced her from behind, chuckling, "Let's test your knowledge. If you answer correctly, you may go wash up." Wang Ziki exerted all her strength to twist Lin Yi's hand, realizing she could not break free, and retorted with irritation, "Fine, go ahead. What is four-wheel alignment?" Lin Yi's face broke into a mischievous smile. Wang Ziki furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment, ultimately shaking her head in defeat. As a finance major, she had no idea what four-wheel alignment was. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yi emerged from the bathroom post-shower, dressing while smilingly inquiring, "Now you must know what four-wheel alignment is, right?" "You are utterly ridiculous," Wang Ziki replied. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she hurried into the bathroom to wash up. After lunch, Lin Yi asked, "Did you bring your bank card?" Wang Ziki looked puzzled. "Of course, why? Come on, accompany me to the bank." "I don't want to go. I'm tired." "No more nonsense. Let's go," Lin Yi said, taking her hand and leading her out. At the entrance of Eugene Community, shops lined both sides, including 2 banks. Lin Yi strode directly to an ATM, inserted his bank card, and began the transfer process after entering his password. Wang Ziki turned her head away, deliberately avoiding looking at the password he entered and the balance displayed on the screen. After a while, Lin Yi withdrew his card and inserted Wang Ziki's card into the slot. "Ziki, enter your password," he instructed. "What are you doing?" Wang Ziki asked, bewildered. "Just do as I say. Stop asking questions," Lin Yi replied with a grin. Wang Ziki glared at him, but complied and entered her password. "Check your balance to see if the money has arrived." "Oh." Wang Ziki pressed the balance inquiry button, her eyes widening in disbelief at the number displayed. The account balance showed 20,468,233 yuan, an unexpected increase of 200,000. "Did you transfer this money?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "Who else could it be?" Lin Yi said, "From now on, focus on your studies and stop taking those part-time jobs. Also, buy good cosmetics. Don't hesitate to spend. As for clothes, get new ones if you need them. Don't deprive yourself." Wang Ziki felt a warm current flowing through her heart as she listened, yet she shook her head. "I can't take this money. It's too much." "Take it. I'm giving it to you. No arguments," Lin Yi insisted, despite her internal resistance. Wang Ziki found comfort in being cared for and having someone to rely on. Upon returning to the community entrance, Lin Yi paused and said, "I have something to attend to. Are you heading back to school or?" Wang Ziki extended her delicate hand and requested, "Give me the keys." "Why?" Lin Yi asked instinctively. "To wash the sheets, what else?" Wang Ziki replied, her face reddening with shyness. Realizing the sheets indeed needed washing, Lin Yi felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head before fetching a set of keys from his pocket and handing them to her. After parting ways, Lin Yi found a nearby typing and copying shop, printing several rural housing application forms. He began to fill them out diligently. Once completed, he hailed a taxi and directed it towards Chunjiang village. Arriving in the village, he instructed the driver to stop in the center. "Please wait for me for half an hour. I'll be back shortly." "Sure, but you'll be charged by the meter on the way back." "No problem." Lin Yi got out and stood by the roadside, facing the most imposing 5-story building in the village, lavishly decorated, even more splendid than the adjacent village committee office. He approached the building and called out loudly, "Village Chief, are you home?" At that moment, Village Chief Wang Ming was lounging in his office with his legs crossed, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Hearing the shout, he stepped outside with an impatient expression and, upon recognizing Lin Yi, coldly remarked, "Stop shouting. Come over here." "Hello, Chief." Lin Yi greeted with a smile as he approached Wang Ming. Without bothering to look Lin Yi in the eye, Wang Ming asked, "What do you want?" Lin Yi felt a surge of anger and wanted to retaliate, but restrained himself, knowing he needed Wang Ming's assistance. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered it to the village chief, saying, "Chief, knowing you enjoy these, I brought you a pack." Wang Ming did not extend his hand, dismissing Lin Yi's gesture curtly, spit it out. At this, Lin Yi's anger flared, and his expression darkened. "Wang Ming, are you trying to test my patience? You uncouth brat, what are you up to?" Wang Ming exploded with rage, shouting back. He was trying to intimidate Lin Yi. Lin Yi despised being called a wild child. His parents had simply passed away too early. Stepping forward, he seized Wang Ming by the collar and lifted him as if he were a mere chick. "Say that again. Who is the wild child?" Wang Ming, confronted with Lin Yi's icy gaze and recalling the incident when Lin Yi had single-handedly taken on 20 people, broke into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, what had he gotten himself into? "I wasn't referring to you. I was talking about myself." "Let us talk calmly," he stammered. Lin Yi scoffed, relacing Wang Ming, who stumbled several meters away, landing unceremoniously. However, he dared not breathe heavily, quickly scrambling to his feet. "I asked you, was my house demolished?" Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, fixing a piercing stare on Wang Ming. Though Wang Ming was seething with anger, he had to swallow it down. "Yes. Then, I should be able to rebuild, correct?" "Absolutely." "What do I need to do?" "First, fill out the housing application form, then bring it to me for a signature and stamp. Finally, submit the application to the Land Bureau for approval. Once approved, you can begin construction. So, if I complete the application form, you will sign it for me, correct?" "Indeed." "Does the village still have application forms?" Lin Yi inwarded. Wang Ming's eyes darted as he concocted a scheme, replying, "None left." At that moment, he was strategizing how to delay Lin Yi to vent his frustration. In truth, he could also send his son to deal with Lin Yi. However, since witnessing Lin Yi's prowess, he had refrained from making any moves after that humiliating incident. If it had been anyone else, his son would have already returned to the village to teach them a lesson. "You don't have any, but I do." Lin Yi chuckled, pulling out several pre-filled application forms from his pocket. Seeing this, Wang Ming nearly fainted with rage. Lin Yi was exceptionally cunning, not wanting to sign the forms. He sought another excuse. "Oh dear, my memory fails me. The village's official seal was taken by accountant Wang Gang. He seems to have gone to Lin City on business." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle, locking onto Wang Ming, causing the latter to feel a chill down his spine. "All right, let us pay a visit to his residence together." Without hesitation, Lin Yi strode over to Wang Ming, lifting him up as one would a chick, and headed towards Wang Gang's house. Wang Ming inwardly lamented his predicament, silently praying that Wang Gang would be out tending to the fields and not at home. Otherwise, he was certain he would endure a thorough beating from Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, there is still a meeting ongoing at our village committee. You can go to Wang Gang's house alone. I want to join you," Wang Ming called out anxiously. Lin Yi, having seen through his ruse, replied coolly, "A few minutes more or less makes no difference." Wang Ming felt utterly defeated, pondering how Lin Yi could be so impervious to reason. I just recalled that Wang Gang called me late at night to say there's no need to take the official seal with me. My memory is just so poor. I forgot again," he stammered. Lin Yi halted, lifting Wang Ming to his eye level, and coldly remarked, "Think carefully now. Is there anything else you've forgotten? If there is anything else, I might just let go." Wang Ming glanced at the ground, realizing his head was nearly 1.80 meters from it. If he fell face first, it would surely be disastrous. Fear gripped him, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. "I remember now. I promise to get you to sign and seal it shortly. I swear," he exclaimed hurriedly. "Are you certain?" Lin Yi inwarded. "Absolutely, absolutely." Only then did Lin Yi set Wang Ming down. Finally standing upright, Wang Meng's legs trembled. Inside the village committee office, Wang Meng scrutinized Lin Yi's application letter, hesitating to sign. Ahem. Lin Yi cleared his throat, prompting him. With a pained expression, Wang Meng replied, Lin Yi, it's not that I don't want to sign. It's just that your proposed building height is too lofty, 10 stories. The regulations prohibit constructing anything that high. What about this? Lin Yi produced another application form. 8 stories. That seems unfeasible as well. Wang Meng shook his head once more. What is the maximum height allowed? Lin Yi inweited. 6 stories. Wang Meng gestured with his fingers to indicate the number 6. Very well, then let us proceed with that. Lin Yi said as he presented another application form to Wang Meng. Wang Meng was left speechless, thinking to himself that it truly was 6. Simultaneously, he wondered what was going through this guy's mind. Why build such a grand structure? Besides, Lin Yi was the only one in his family. After graduating from university, he would undoubtedly remain in the city. Who would return to this remote suburb? Truly, a case of having money with nowhere to spend it. A fool. Lin Yi discerned Wang Meng's thoughts from his expression and found it amusing. In 6 months, who the real fool was would become evident. Reluctantly, Wang Meng signed the document and affixed the seal. Then, as if sending off a plague, he escorted Lin Yi to the village committee's entrance. Just as he thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Yi called out to him. Village chief, take this cigarette. I have one more favor to ask of you, Lin Yi said, his face beaming with a smile and warmth. Faced with Lin Yi's sudden exuberance, Wang Meng felt a chill run down his spine, apprehensive. He forced a smile and said, You may speak. I will do my utmost to assist if I can. Lin Yi clapped Wang Meng on the shoulder and laughed heartily. I knew you were the most accommodating village chief with the kindest heart. Here, that's the thing. Could you please help me find out who in the village is looking to sell their homestead? I'm interested in buying, and I'll take as much as is available. Additionally, I want to purchase land as well. I'm open to any offers. Furthermore, I would like to rent some of the village's collective land for some sort of farming enterprise. Chapter 41. Shennongjia comes calling. Wang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Aren't you going to continue your studies? What is this about farming? What future is there in studying? I simply want to return and become a boss to indulge myself, Lin Yi stated earnestly. Wang Meng thought to himself that this kid must be out of his mind. Everyone in the village was clamoring to move to Lin City. Many houses were vacant and unsold. Some farmland lay fallow, with true farmers unwilling to return to till the soil. Yet here was Lin Yi, a university student, claiming he wanted to engage in such activities. It was preposterous. Are you certain you wish to pursue this path? Wang Meng asked seriously, thinking that as long as Lin Yi was intent on jumping into the fire, it was no concern of his. Absolutely, and I want as much as is available. Lin Yi nodded earnestly. Fine, come back in 3 days, and I'll give you a definitive answer. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Lin Yi suddenly became exceedingly polite, even changing his form of address. Subsequently, Lin Yi hopped into a taxi and departed from Chunjiang village. This kid, a little money and he has strutting about. Let us see how he fares in the end. Wang Meng spat, turning back into the village committee. Although Chunjiang village was on the outskirts, it still fell under the jurisdiction of Lin City. Upon returning to Lin City, Lin Yi headed straight to the Land Bureau to submit his materials. In 2012, the process for rural building applications was relatively straightforward. Although Lin Yi's family home was situated at the village entrance, this area was destined to become the most prosperous street in the developing district. Moreover, the size of the land granted to Lin Yi's family was substantial, over 140 square meters, nearly 150. Lin Yi intended to utilize this entire plot for construction and planned to erect the building within a month or two. He would use single-layer walls, prefabricated slabs for the floors, and merely apply a simple coat of white paint inside and out. As for doors and windows, he would scour the second-hand market for some affordable options. In essence, he aimed to minimize costs wherever possible. Lin Yi estimated that he could complete the construction for around 100,000 yuan. It was worth noting that once the building was completed, during the time of demolition, he could potentially receive at least 10 units of 100 square meters each, along with a compensation of at least 500,000 yuan. Furthermore, 2 years later, the property prices in the new district would soar to 8,000 yuan per square meter. By that calculation, his initial investment of 100,000 yuan could transform into 5 million yuan in 2.5 years, a staggering return of 84 times. Of course, not far behind his house. Lin Yi also owned several acres of land adjacent to the village's collective forest. In just over 6 months, that land would be earmarked for a high-speed railway station, which would also yield a significant amount of compensation. The mere thought of it exhilarated Lin Yi. By the time he returned to his rented apartment, it was already 6 in the evening. Wang Ziki was not home, but the place was spotless. The bedding on the bed had been replaced with new ones, while the previous night's bedding had mysteriously vanished. Lin Yi chuckled to himself, thinking it must have been discarded by Wang Ziki as it was too dirty to clean. In the refrigerator, he found several small dishes that Wang Ziki had specially prepared for him. He heated them up and enjoyed the meal. Initially, he had invited Wang Ziki to dine with him, but she expressed her desire to rest for a few days and wouldn't be coming over. Lin Yi understood and reminded her to drink plenty of hot water, to which she retorted men, since Yanan had overindulged the last time they met. She had not taken the initiative to reach out to Lin Yi in the following days. Lin Yi relished this brief hiatus. After finishing his meal, he lazily reclined on the sofa and prepared to download some traffic exam questions to study, as he planned to register for driving lessons at the driving school the next day. Every time I return to the village, I must take a taxi, which costs over 200 yuan for a round trip, proving neither economical nor convenient. Once I obtain my driver's license and purchase a second-hand car, conducting errands will undoubtedly become much easier. However, just as I was searching for the question bank, Shennongjia call came through. This was the first time she had contacted me since we parted ways yesterday afternoon. As usual, I waited until the call was on the verge of disconnecting before leisurely answering. "Hello, Lin Yi, where are you?" "I'm at my place," I replied in a flat, cold tone. "Please give me your address. I'll come and find you." Shennongjia, evidently anxious that I might refuse, quickly added, "I promise I won't cause a scene this time." At the south gate of the school, Eugene Community, Building XX, Unit XX, Room XX. I disclosed my address without hesitation. "All right, I'll be there in half an hour." With that, she hung up. I sensed that Shennongjia must be in a desperate situation. For some reason, the image of Li Kaifeng unconsciously surfaced in my mind. I shook my head, attempting to regain my composure. Anya Nin possessed a voluptuous figure, exuding maturity and sensuality, with a passionate demeanor. Feng Qingyao, though not often encountered, had a fiery physique beneath her youthful appearance, paired with intelligence and a strong sense of self. Wang Ziki appeared delicate but harbored an unyielding spirit, while Shennongjia, once regarded as the gentle and sweet school belle, boasted a pair of slender legs and fair skin, epitomizing perfection. Yet, her overwhelming possessiveness rendered her devoid of guilt when betraying herself. In my eyes, she was nothing short of a shameless wretch. Had she graciously acknowledged her betrayal, we might have parted amicably, perhaps even earning a modicum of respect from me. Instead, she displayed no remorse, repetitively commanding my assistance. This compelled me to view her merely as an outlet for my frustration, lest the humiliations of my past be in vain. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and a knock resounded at the door. "Come, I called out, still reclining on the sofa. Shennongjia cautiously pushed the door open and immediately spotted me on the couch. "Do I need to change my shoes?" Despite being the school belle, her humble background led her to curiously survey the spacious room, a sight she had never encountered before. "Suit yourself," I replied, not bothering to lift my gaze from my phone. Glancing at the shoe rack by the door, she noticed several pairs of slippers. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to change. Approaching the sofa, she gently placed her small bag on the table before sitting down, inching closer to me. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my tone devoid of any emotion. "Lin Yi, I realize my mistakes. I'm not asking for your forgiveness, but could you please help my mother?" She began to weep as she spoke. "My mother is due for her next round of treatment tomorrow, and we need 30,000 yuan. We truly have no money left. Why should I lend you money?" I set my phone down, fixing her with a cold stare. "I promise to repay you once I earn money," she insisted fervently. "It'll take you years after graduation to earn that much. By then, if you disappear, how would I find you?" I countered mercilessly. Panic-stricken, she rushed to my side, kneeling beside me in an attempt to grasp my hand, but I evaded her. She resorted to placing her hands on my thigh, pleading desperately, "I want to disappear. I promise, you have to believe me." My resolve remained unyielding as I replied coldly, "I once trusted you completely, but you know what you did. In my eyes, your credibility is utterly bankrupt." Chapter 42. The Transaction with Shennongjia. Gazing at the expressionless Lin Yi, Shennongjia felt an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, she was entirely certain that he had uncovered her betrayal. Yet, she had no alternative. If she failed to secure the funds, her mother's treatment will be halted tomorrow. Not only would the previous treatments likely go to waste, but Li Kaifeng's recovery would also become nearly impossible. She could not bear to witness her only remaining family member suffer from illness. Thus, she had mentally prepared herself before arriving. No matter what, she had to borrow money from Lin Yi. Even if it was just enough for her mother's treatment tomorrow, it would alleviate her immediate crisis. "Lin Yi, considering we grew up together as neighbors, could you please help me?" Shennongjia adopted a pitiful demeanor, evoking sympathy. However, the more she acted this way, the more satisfying it felt to Lin Yi. It was immensely gratifying. You know we grew up together, and you were my girlfriend, yet you treated me this way. He scoffed, refusing to relent. Would it help if I knelt? Shen Yue, who had been squatting, immediately dropped to her knees, vigorously shaking Lin Yi's thigh. Observing her kneeling before him, Lin Yi felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Yet, in comparison to the torment he had endured in his past life, this was merely a fleeting pleasure. Shen Yue, the accomplice and wretch, was someone he longed to torment thoroughly, demanding her servitude until he grew weary of her, at which point he would unceremoniously cast her aside. Do you still not understand where you went wrong? Lin Yi queried, lifting her chin with his finger, his tone icy. Shen Yue's heart raced with fear. She wished to confess, but if she did, Lin Yi might expel her, leaving her mother in jeopardy. On the other hand, if she remained silent, judging by Lin Yi's demeanor, it was likely she would be thrown out anyway. With this thought, she bit her lip, tears streaming down her face as she cried, Lin Yi, I was also a victim. It was that scoundrel Wang Zimo. He took advantage of you being drunk, and he forced me. Later, he threatened me, saying that if I dared to tell you, he would spread our affair everywhere. I'm telling the truth. You must believe me. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Yi began to applaud mockingly, chuckling. I never would have guessed. You're not a drama student. Yet your acting is so convincing. Truth be told, had he not overheard their conversation in his previous life, he might have believed her words just now. You shameless wench. Do you think that now Wang Zimo is in a vegetative state, you can recklessly tarnish his name? Do you think I'm unaware of your relationship? He thundered. I gave you the chance to confess, yet you still attempted to deceive me. Get out. With a furious shout, he shoved Shen Yue to the ground. Dazed, Shen Yue realized that her carefully rehearsed lines had utterly failed. After a brief moment of shock, she regained her composure and desperately lunged at Lin Yi's feet, crying out, No, Lin Yi, I truly regret it. I wronged you. You can treat me however you wish. Just please save my mother. Anything is permissible? Lin Yi's gaze suddenly turned mischievous. Shen Yue, observing Lin Yi's expression, felt her previously resolute determination begin to waver. Lin Yi retracted his smile, stating, It seems your sincerity is still lacking. Betrayed by me, yet still wishing to borrow money without any cost. What a bargain that would be. Do I truly appear to be such a fool? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Shen Yue finally understood. The nature of their relationship could never return to its former state. Now, what lay between them was merely a transaction, and that transaction involved her body. Her physical self had long ceased to be the original version. However, leveraging her beauty, finding a moderately wealthy suitor should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Yet, if Lin Yi's demands were excessively stringent, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow over her future. She yearned to refuse, but the thought of her mother, still lying in a hospital bed, left her tormented, uncertain of how to proceed. What are the terms? She inquired, leaning against Lin Yi's thigh. 500 per encounter, Lin Yi chuckled. What? Shen Yue felt insulted, raising her head in disbelief. Was this still the Lin Yi she once knew? She had envisioned perhaps accompanying him a few times, or at most, for a year or so. Instead, it was 500 per encounter. By that calculation, even with daily meetings to fund her mother's treatment, it would take nearly a year and a half. The crux of the matter was that Lin Yi's endurance would surely falter. The timeline would inevitably extend, with a frequency of every 3 days. It would stretch to 4.5 years. This would severely impede her ability to find a new partner. Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Not agreeable? Then let be. Shen Yue gritted her teeth. The price is too low. It should be 1,000 per encounter. 600. You're not the original. Otherwise, I could spend tens of thousands to help you pass the first subject. You're pushing it. 800. Shen Yue insisted through clenched teeth. Fine, it's a deal. Lin Yi agreed readily. Shen Yue felt she had been shortchanged, but the price was hers to declare. Regretting it now was futile. At least, this price represented a 60% increase over the initial 500. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I have one condition. When my relatives visit, it cannot happen. If I have plans with friends, it cannot happen. During class, it cannot happen. Furthermore, you cannot interfere with or impact my search for a new partner. Shen Yue made a few minor stipulations, which in reality amounted to a lengthy list. For these conditions, they haggled for nearly an hour before reaching an agreement. Lin Yi, I'd like to discuss something. Could you possibly advance me 50,000? I'm in urgent need, having already committed to the transaction with Lin Yi. Further contemplation was pointless. What she urgently needed was to acquire the funds by tomorrow morning or tonight at the latest. Otherwise, it would lead to complications. That's feasible. But how do we calculate the interest? Lin Yi inwitted. Interest? You're going to charge interest? Shen Yue felt on the verge of collapse. Lin Yi chuckled, of course. Even if you borrow from a bank, you have to pay interest. Shen Yue seethed with anger, but had no choice but to concede. What's the calculation? Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then proposed, let us say, 10% interest. So, for the amount advanced based on the number of encounters, if you advance 10 times. That would mean one additional encounter. No way, that's too high. Shen Yue rejected outright without a second thought. Lin Yi casually asked, so, is there nothing to discuss? Shen Yue seethed with anger, but her silence was futile. The treatment fees for Li Kaifeng would still require approximately 260,000. This sum would have to be fronted, meaning she would owe Lin Yi nearly 290,000, including principal and interest. Dividing that by 800, it would amount to roughly 370 encounters, equivalent to providing Lin Yi with over 30 additional meetings. Forget it. It'll pass in the blink of an eye. With that thought, Shen Yue abandoned her struggle, stating, all right, let us do it your way. I'll advance 48,000 tonight. Now that's straightforward. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Go wash your face and tie your hair in pigtails. Chapter 43. Shen Yue regrets. At 10 o'clock, Lin Yi hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the bathroom to shower, while Shen Yue lay on the bed, her mind a blank slate. For the past 3 hours, she had been engulfed in regret. The transaction with Lin Yi, calculated by encounters, was her gravest mistake. She pondered how much better it would have been if it were based on time. 1,000 per hour would allow her to earn at least 3,000 for each session, compared to the terms they had settled upon. Her potential earnings would multiply several times over. Damn, that Prince Mo. How could he lead me to such a poor choice? It turned out that men were not all the same. Unlike Prince Mo, who was utterly useless, short and lacking in prowess, lasting only 10 minutes at best. And that was during a good performance. Shen Yue felt utterly desolate. Beyond the financial aspect, she found herself shamefully regretting her decision in terms of personal feelings. Had she known what kind of man Lin Yi was, she wouldn't have cared one whit about what Prince Mo was worth. In Lin Yi's presence, Prince Mo was unworthy of even carrying his shoes. Ultimately, Shen Yue, caught in a web of contradictions, was left unsure of what she truly wanted. Lin Yi emerged from the shower wrapped in a towel. After resting for a moment, Shen Yue finally found the strength to rise. She struggled to her feet and hurried into the bathroom for a shower. Once dressed, she called out, Lin, I need to go to the hospital to be with my mother. Let us stop by the bank to transfer the money, shall we? Lin Yi nodded, quickly dressing and following her out. The walk from the small building to the bank's ATM typically took Lin Yi 3 minutes, but this time, waiting for Shen Yue extended their journey to 8 minutes. Curious, Lin Yi asked, this isn't your first time? Why is it still so painful? Shen Yue felt her frustration boiling over. What a ridiculous question. She retorted, why don't you check on your good brother to see if he is always undernourished? Resulting in his stunted development? Lin Yi burst into laughter. I see now what a pitiful creature. The humiliation Lin Yi had endured in a past life faded away, replaced with a sense of delight upon hearing this revelation. Noticing Lin Yi's cheerful demeanor, Shen Yue seized the moment. Lin Yi, let us renegotiate the terms to be based on time. How does 500 per hour sound? Such terms would at least double her earnings. No negotiation. Lin Yi halted his laughter, firmly declining. Shen Yue, at a loss, quickened her pace in frustration. By the time Shen Yue returned to the hospital, it was already 11:30. Li Kaifeng, concerned, asked, Wei, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Mom, don't worry. I've managed to borrow the funds for tomorrow. It's late, so you should get some rest, Shen Yue replied, feeling utterly exhausted after encountering such a formidable opponent. It was no surprise she felt drained. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. Li Kaifeng, secretly taking a glance at Shen Yue's phone, noted her last message to Lin Yi. She surmised that Shen Yue must have gone to plead with him, though she had her suspicions about how the money was obtained. She hoped her assumptions were unfounded. However, Shen Yue's demeanor and fatigue largely confirmed her fears. Alas, it was she who had brought harm to her daughter. She longed to call Lin Yi for clarification, yet felt unworthy to inquire of others. Moreover, she needed his financial support for her medical treatment. Li Kaifeng found herself engulfed in confusion. To secure her own health, it seemed her daughter had paid a hefty price. All she could do was hope that this sacrifice would not be too great. The following day, Lin Yi rose early. At the western gate of Lin University, there was a driving school, and by 9 o'clock he arrived to enroll. The beautiful receptionist greeted him enthusiastically. We offer 3 packages here, the lowest starting at $29.80. The speed at which you obtain your license depends entirely on your effort. I want the fastest package to acquire my driver's license. Lin Yi interjected, cutting off her explanation. That's not included in these 3 options, and it is rather pricey, the receptionist cautioned. Just tell me the price, Lin Yi insisted. Upon hearing his tone, the receptionist realized he was likely a wealthy young man and became even more animated in her pitch. 98.80 guaranteed pass. You can obtain your license in 10 days. All right, I'll take it. Lin Yi decided instantly, even feeling that the time frame was still too slow. Great, let us begin filling out the paperwork. Soon, Lin Yi completed all the necessary formalities. Tomorrow morning at 8, you have your first exam. Make sure to arrive on time. The receptionist reminded him. Lin Yi nodded, understood. Also, I recommend familiarizing yourself with the traffic rules for safer driving. Of course, thank you for the reminder. He replied. He didn't need it. Having worked outside for over a decade in his past life, other than not having driven an old man's car, he had experience with nearly every other vehicle. What he sought now was merely a license. After leaving the driving school, Lin Yi entered the university, preparing to exit through the southern gate. The southwestern corner of Lin University was a dense thicket, which housed a small lake within. During school hours, passing through at night, one would invariably hear various whispers and rustling sounds. If one were to shine a flashlight inside, they could easily spot several couples embracing. On a lucky night, one might even witness a white rabbit darting about. Now was the holiday season, and at 10 in the morning, Lin Yi assumed he would encounter no one. Thus, he strolled towards a small lake alone. This was his first visit to this spot. He had previously invited Shennongjia, only to be rebuffed. The winding paths led to a secluded area, indeed a splendid venue for a rendezvous. Wow, those two large stones could accommodate two couples, and even host a competition. He mused. That small patch of grass is lovely too, conveniently shielded by a few tall trees. Unless one ventured inside to look out, it would be nearly impossible to spot anyone. Goodness, this patch of grass has been worn smooth. The blades seem embarrassed to grow. As he walked, he appreciated the surroundings. However, as he neared the lake, he spotted a stunning woman lounging in a pavilion. A few bottles of liquor were scattered on the table. Unable to see her face, Lin Yi could not gauge her beauty, but her figure, particularly her striking waist-to-hip ratio, was enough to attract a multitude of admirers. He paused momentarily, then approached her. Hey, beautiful, wake up. He gently nudged her, but she remained unresponsive. Increasing his efforts slightly, he pushed again. What are you doing? Haven't you seen a woman sleeping here? Huh? The woman, suddenly fierce, startled Lin Yi. Was he not merely acting out of kindness? Intrigued by her alluring figure, he thought, another romantic drama. She deserves to be dumped. Lin Yi intended to provoke her. Alone, drowning her sorrows in drink, she had clearly been at it since last night. Surely, this was a case of heartache. Chapter 44. One word, brother, haunts a lifetime. Are you insane? Get away. The woman shot up, glaring at Lin Yi as if she would devour him whole. Wow, she's stunning. And when angry, she is even more adorable, he noted, especially since she was clearly affluent, owning two luxury Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles. She was undoubtedly a goddess. It seemed unfair that fate had bestowed upon her an extraordinary waist-to-hip ratio alongside breathtaking beauty. Few women could reach such heights. Among the exceptional women he knew, this one was in a league of her own. Lin Yi racked his brain, tried to match her with any campus beauty, but to no avail. Perhaps she's from outside the university. With a smile, he asked, should I roll into your arms or into your heart? The beautiful woman shot him a withering glance. Are you sick? Beautiful lady, if you casually diagnose me, I might have to sue you for practicing medicine without a license. Lin Yi replied with mock seriousness. The woman, her eyes slightly swollen, couldn't help but chuckle. You're quite humorous. Sit down and keep me company. Finally, she ceased her verbal assaults. Lin Yi took a seat and inquired, why are you drowning your sorrows alone here? Instead of responding, she grabbed the remaining half bottle of liquor and took a hefty swig. Lin Yi felt he was overstepping, so he stood up and turned to leave. Hey, do you know there's a rule about this place? Suddenly, the woman's voice called out behind him. Yes, it's a no-entry policy for single men and women. Lin Yi blurted out. Then why did you come in? Didn't you come in as well? Lin Yi retorted. Don't break the rules. After stating this, the woman walked towards the innermost corner of the thicket. Lin Yi watched her retreat into the dense woods, feeling perplexed. Suddenly, she turned back, coward. How dare you demean a man of stature? Lin Yi thought, no way, I must confront her. With that resolve, he plunged into the thicket. 2 hours later, you left 10 minutes late. The woman emerged, offering a parting remark before disappearing into the underbrush. Lin Yi lay on the grass, instinctively reaching for a blade to chew, but halted mid-motion. Perhaps I shouldn't do that. If everyone plucks a piece of grass, the next couple to visit would be left with nothing but dirt. Besides, it did seem a bit unsanitary, especially with a few blades exhibiting that familiar color. Though Lin Yi felt no significant burden, ever since he learned of his unique physique. He viewed interactions between men and women more as mutual assistance. His joy would yield benefits for the other party as well. Yet, with this woman, their paths had crossed briefly, and he was uncertain if they would meet again. A sense of regret lingered within him. Regret for himself, but also for her. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi emerged from the thicket, swiftly returning to the Eugene community. Throughout the journey, he glanced around, finding no trace of her. A strange thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he had been played. Damn, the more I think about it, the more it seems plausible. Lin Yi was utterly speechless. At the entrance of a neighborhood, I hastily consumed a bowl of noodles before returning home. Just as I stepped through the door, Lin Yi's phone rang. After 2 days, Yan'an took the initiative to call. Hello, brother, have you forgotten about me? Yan'an's languid voice seemed to threaten to dismantle Lin Yi's very bones. Have you missed me so much after just 2 days? Lin Yi chuckled. 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns. Look how many days have passed. Yan'an playfully pouted. Lin Yi smiled brightly. Count on it, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lin Yi took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and set off. The Eugene community was not far from the Greenland community. A taxi ride took merely 10 minutes. By just before 2 in the afternoon, Lin Yi arrived at the Greenland community. Possessing a key, he strode right in. Upon opening the door to Yan'an's home, he found her dressed in an incredibly cool outfit, gazing at him intently, and before he could utter a word, she darted towards him. The world felt exhilaratingly beautiful in that moment. A few moments of longing had culminated in this reunion. The joy I seek cannot be confined to just a single instance. 3 hours later, Yan'an, struggling, reached down to pick up a pillow from the floor, then leaned against the headboard, saying, the day before yesterday, I saw you arguing with a stunning beauty at the hospital entrance. Who was she? My ex-girlfriend, Lin Yi thought to himself. It was quite normal for Yan'an, who also worked at the People's Hospital, to see him there. Moreover, the situation had indeed attracted a considerable amount of attention, so he saw no reason to conceal it. Upon hearing this, Yan'an was not at all displeased. Instead, she laughed. It seems I have good taste. My man is quite popular with the ladies. Don't you feel any sense of urgency? Lin Yi decided to probe Yan'an's feelings. Even if I wished to keep you, would other beauties agree? And do you even wish to stay? He continued. Besides, you resemble an indefatigable ox demon. In your presence, my humble abode would be trampled within a day. 3 meals a day is a phrase that speaks to your rarity. Lin Yi grasped the first few sentences, but the last one left him utterly bewildered. Observing Lin Yi's dazed expression, Yan'an couldn't help but chuckle triumphantly. After a moment, Lin Yi finally comprehended, glaring at her in frustration, you sly fox. I'm truly a loss for words. Yan'an, upon hearing Lin Yi's remark, burst into laughter. Brother, I only act this way in front of you. You must trust me. Lin Yi felt as though his ears were about to take flight. It was utterly overwhelming. What was all this talk about distance and meals? Lin Yi believed he had cultivated quite the thick skin and silver tongue. Yet in the face of Yan'an, he felt woefully inexperienced. Could it be due to being with her? Lin Yi thought of Fang Qingyao, who was always so proactive whenever they met. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to push the thoughts aside. As a man, if one aspect fails, one seeks to redeem it in another. Brother, I was wrong. At 9 in the evening, as the wind and rain subsided, Yan'an's sweetness was undeniable, having called Lin Yi brother countless times. Yet every time she spoke, Lin Yi transformed into a different person altogether. Lin Yi mused that Yan'an must possess an extraordinary charm. It was also due to his own radiant energy. Had it been anyone else, a mere word of brother could bind one for a lifetime. Chapter 45. You are truly extraordinary. In the East City, at the Blue Moon KTV, within a spacious private room on the 3rd floor, a group of individuals was partaking in drinks. Among them sat a burly man, his right cheek marred by a prominent scar stretching from the corner of his mouth to his ear, lending him an exceptionally fearsome appearance. Ergo, where's Wang Tao? Why hasn't he arrived? The scar-faced man inquired gruffly. The man named Ergo, who was quite crafty-looking, rushed up to the scar-faced individual and replied, Boss, Wang Tao has encountered some trouble and may not be able to show up for a while. What trouble? He was beaten and is now in a hospital. It's said he has several broken ribs and a fractured arm. Ergo spoke, the remnants of fear evident on his face. Who the hell has the audacity to lay hands on someone under my protection? The scar-faced man slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the glass surface, causing an immediate hush to fall over the room. Even the singer paused, hastily turning off the music to avoid inciting the boss's wrath. Ergo continued his report. It's said to be a university student from their village. Not only did he injure Wang Tao, but all 20 of his subordinates ended up in the hospital as well. The scar-faced man frowned. How can a university student defeat all 20 of them and send them to the hospital? That's impossible. In response to the scar-faced man's query, Ergo explained, I'm not entirely sure. This afternoon I contacted him to handle some matters at the internet cafe on Yongla Road, and that's when I learned of this. Tomorrow, you will visit the hospital to inquire further. Anyone who dares to touch my people is essentially slapping my face. A glint of ferocity flickered in the scar-faced man's eyes. Every half-month, the scar-faced man would convene important subordinates for gatherings and drinks. Other than Wang Tao, everyone was present today. Indeed, this Scarface man was Wang Tao's protector, a notorious figure in East City known as Scarface. Since Spring River Village lay just east of Lin City, it was only natural for Wang Tao to align himself with Scarface. Due to Wang Tao's boldness and fierce spirit, he gradually became one of Scarface's key subordinates. Hence, Wang Tao often spent time in East City, assisting Scarface in overseeing various entertainment venues. However, after being beaten by Lin Yi, Wang Tao was too intimidated to inform Scarface. On one hand, it was due to Lin Yi's sheer ferocity. To this day, he couldn't fathom how he had been so easily defeated. The only clear realization was that Lin Yi possessed an immensely terrifying strength, which in his eyes was even more daunting than Scarface. The following day, at 7 o'clock, Lin Yi awoke at Yanan's home. "Why are you up so early?" "I'm going to take the first driving test," Lin Yi replied, vigorously rubbing her back as he maneuvered past her. At 7:58, Lin Yi barely made it to the examination venue. Coincidentally, the beautiful young lady who had assisted him with registration a day before was leading the testing group today. Upon seeing Lin Yi finally arrive, she let out a sigh of relief. As she approached him, she playfully chided, "Handsome, you had me worried sick." Lin Yi grinned mischievously. "Was there really any need to be so anxious? It's not like we're heading to bed." The beautiful young lady paused, caught off guard by his flirtation. She shot him a glance, and in a low voice remarked, "Handsome, typically those sorts of matters are indeed only urgent and swift for you guys. Perhaps it's a matter of poor luck on your part. Is that so?" With a flirtatious glance over her shoulder, she walked away. Lin Yi admired her fair, slender legs, a smile playing on his lips. He was confident in his driving skills as well. Soon enough, it was their turn to enter the examination room. Half an hour later, Lin Yi exited the venue. His time inside had been spent sitting in front of a camera for half an hour, exceedingly dull. As expected, he had successfully passed the first driving test. Lin Yi did not depart immediately. Instead, he lingered outside the examination hall for a few minutes. Soon after, the beautiful young lady emerged. Without exchanging greetings, they shared a silent understanding and made their way to a hotel across the street. Lin Yi proceeded to book a room, and the lovely lady followed him inside. They ascended to the second floor, one after the other. Upon entering the room, Lin Yi left the door ajar. A mere 10 seconds later, the enchanting lady walked in and deftly closed the door behind her. "Handsome, please don't let me down," she remarked. 2 hours later, with his head resting on his hands, Lin Yi inquired, "I wasn't exaggerating, was I?" The lovely lady, her voice slightly hoarse, replied, "Handsome, you are truly exceptional." "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Yi chuckled, then added, "By the way, I wish to obtain my driver's license more swiftly. Do you have any means to expedite this?" "Indeed, but it requires a bit of maneuvering. You can sit for the test tomorrow." "Get it sorted for me," Lin Yi commanded. "All right." The lovely lady obediently sat up, took out her phone, and began making arrangements. After a few minutes, she set her phone down and announced, "As promised, you owe me a favor now." Lin Yi responded with a mischievous smile. "Then I shall reward you with." As they approached the front desk to check out, the receptionist kindly reminded, "Miss, there is hot water available here. It might soothe your throat." Upon hearing this, the lovely lady's face turned crimson, and she hurriedly fled. Meanwhile, Lin Yi feigned ignorance, nonchalantly awaiting the hotel staff to conduct their inspection. During this time, the receptionist could not help but glance back at Lin Yi repeatedly, even licking her lips. Startled, Lin Yi hurriedly collected his deposit and exited the hotel. Stepping out, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Fortunately, he had booked a room for 5 hours, and Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. "This is all your fault." The lovely lady's voice had grown even hoarser. "Lin Yi laughed. I warned you to keep your voice down, but you never listened." "I wish I could," she huffed as she turned away. On the roadside, Lin Yi hailed a taxi. Once inside, he asked the beautiful lady, "Where are you headed?" "To the driving school." "Driver, please take us to the Huiran driving school at the west gate of Lin University," Lin Yi instructed. "Got it." The driver, noticing their demeanor in the rearview mirror, smiled knowingly. After paying and exiting the vehicle, Lin Yi asked with concern, "Are you really going to work in your condition?" "Yes, if I don't. Who will support me? I'm just a poor student after all." "A poor student who spends 10,000 on a driving test? Who would believe that?" "If you don't believe it, then that's your problem." "All right, I won't teach any longer. This driving school is owned by my family, and the premises belong to us. That building next door is also ours," the lovely lady revealed without further concealment. Lin Yi was taken aback. "I didn't expect you to be quite affluent. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Zhou Tong." The beautiful lady gazed at Lin Yi with affection and proposed, "Lin Yi, how about you be my boyfriend?" Lin Yi, looking down at Zhou Tong, who stood a head shorter than him, was struck by a humorous thought. This woman was wealthy, with private jets parked at the scenic spots. Of course, Zhou Tong was somewhat lacking in physique, but she was still undeniably beautiful. Otherwise, Lin Yi would not have entertained the thought. Chapter 46. The First Draw of the Curtains. My dear, it's not that I refuse. I fear you won't be able to go to work, Lin Yi said, grinning mischievously. Are you implying that you disdain me for not being the first to draw the curtains? Zhou Tong asked, her eyes reddening. Lin Yi pinched her cheek and laughed. How could I? I, too, am not a novice at obtaining a driver's license. Zhou Tong took out her phone, appearing somewhat aggrieved, and said, Then adding you on WeChat should be acceptable, right? Of course, Lin Yi replied, retrieving his own phone to open the app. Upon returning to the Yujing community, Lin Yi chose to enter through the west gate, retracing the route from the previous day. As he passed the small lake, he glanced around, regrettably failing to spot the familiar figure he longed for. Upon arriving at the community, Lin Yi took out his key to unlock the door. As he stepped inside, he noticed an additional pair of women's shoes on the floor. His brows furrowed for a moment before relaxing. At that moment, upon hearing the door open, Wang Ziki rose from the sofa and hastily approached, spotting Lin Yi as he changed his shoes. Lin Yi, you're back, she said, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks, her expression shy. Yes, I want to take my driver's license test, Lin Yi replied with a smile, offering a brief explanation. Did you eat? I made some food, Wang Ziki gently inquired. Lin Yi then remembered he had been preoccupied with parking and had forgotten to eat. Not yet. It seems I'm in for a treat, he laughed, perhaps having been startled by Lin Yi's appetite during their previous meal together. Wang Ziki had prepared an abundance of dishes today. Watching Lin Yi devour the food, Wang Ziki felt a sense of satisfaction blossom within her. After filling their stomachs, Lin Yi excused himself to the bathroom. Upon returning, he caught a glimpse of his room and felt a twinge of embarrassment. The bed, once in disarray after his encounter with Shennongjia, was now meticulously arranged. Lin Yi knew Wang Ziki was a detail-oriented woman. It seemed she was aware that, aside from her, others had also occupied that bed, yet she said nothing. Lin Yi suddenly pondered whether this daughter of an adversary might not be as mistaken as he thought. Shouldn't he feel delighted? In his past life, he had regarded Wang Ziki as a fellow victim, and now he was striving to assist her in avoiding depression. However, if it were ultimately confirmed that she was indeed Wang Tao's daughter, how would their relationship progress? For a moment, Lin Yi's thoughts became muddled. Forget it. I want to know the outcome for another 10 days. He resolved, dismissing the troubling thoughts and returning to the sofa. After tidying up in the kitchen, Wang Ziki joined him by the sofa. Initially intending to sit a little farther from Lin Yi, she found herself forcibly pulled closer by him. Have you been at school these past few days? He asked with concern. Yes, she replied, her gaze lowered, her voice so soft Lin Yi almost missed it. Compared to the airport-like surroundings of Zhou Tong's home, Wang Ziki was relatively more affluent. While she couldn't afford a Mercedes G-Class, securing a C-Class was well within reach. The morning's disappointment was now compensated by Wang Ziki's presence. At 5:30 in the afternoon, she said, I'll go prepare dinner. Lin Yi placed a hand on her arm and replied, Let me handle it. You should rest. With that, he swiftly rose and entered the kitchen. By 6:30, the dining table was laden with an abundance of dishes. Ziki, dinner's ready, he called. Coming. The two spoke very little, primarily due to the awkwardness of their current relationship. Wang Zimo, as Lin Yi's friend, had betrayed him, while Lin Yi had incapacitated Wang Tao. Yet, inexplicably, Wang Ziki and Lin Yi had found themselves together. Thus, they chose to relish the rare warmth of the moment, refraining from mentioning Wang Tao or Wang Zimo. After finishing their meal, Wang Ziki prepared to leave, and Lin Yi did not impede her. Instead, he escorted her to the school. Just as Lin Yi entered the community, he received a call from Shennongjia. Hello. Lin Yi, are you home? Yes. I'm coming over now. Shennongjia concluded the call abruptly and entered the hospital room, addressing Li Kaifeng. Mother, I shall return to school to rest for the night. For the treatment expenses the day after tomorrow, I will borrow a little from my classmates. Do not fret. Li Kaifeng's expression darkened as she replied, Please be cautious on your way back. The funds advanced by Lin Yi the previous night had dwindled to 18,000, while an additional 12,000 was still required for Li Kaifeng's upcoming treatment. Shennongjia had come to a resolution over the past 2 days. She intended to seek out Lin Yi whenever possible, hoping to repay as much as she could during the holiday. Her decision to stay overnight was also strategic, wishing for Lin Yi to withdraw funds more frequently. At 7:30, Shennongjia arrived and pushed the door open without hesitation. After taking a sip of water, she grasped Lin Yi's hand and urged him onward. Let us settle the debt. She, having discarded her defenses, no longer wished to maintain the facade of innocence before Lin Yi. After all, In his eyes, she was merely a shameless person. Any pretense of purity was superfluous. Lin Yi, taken aback by her transformation, privately rejoiced that he had not genuinely married her. Otherwise, he would be burdened not by a mere hat, but by an expansive field of grass. Nonetheless, among these individuals, Lin Yi cherished his conversations with Yanin the most, for she allowed him to fully relax. Following her was Shennongjia, as he was most familiar with her. In a past life, aside from not reaching the final step, he was acutely aware of every detail. This was merely a natural response of the body. At midnight, Shennongjia lamented, "Lin Yi, you are being excessively cruel." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Shennongjia's schemes were ruthlessly dismantled by him. She had anticipated that she could strike off 2 instances that night, so she hurriedly pulled Lin Yi along to settle the debt upon entering. However, to her astonishment, Lin Yi exceeded the previous duration by an additional hour and a half, totaling 4.5 hours. She felt as if she had lost everything. If this continued, her chances of finding a boyfriend would plummet to a staggering 99% likelihood of failure, unless she would seek out an utterly naive individual, which was evidently not her target. Moreover, Lin Yi, the relentless bull, showed no signs of cherishing the situation. Considering she still had over 300 sessions to repay the debt, she believed that even if she were made of iron, she would eventually be worn down to a needle. "What have I done to deserve such treatment? Are you not aware of your own actions?" Shennongjia retorted, seething with indignation. "Isn't this quite normal? Are not others the same? Lin Yi fine ignorante. You are inhuman." Shennongjia found herself at a loss for words, and after a futile retort, she collapsed onto the bed, weeping. Chapter 47, Voluntary Transaction. Lin Yi mused, "Continue your charade." Then he spoke, "Let us converse civilly. Refrain from insults. I am not insulting you. I am merely stating the truth." Shennongjia insisted defiantly. "Very well, considering you are a woman, I shall not hold it against you," Lin Yi replied with a smirk. Suddenly, Shennongjia lifted her head and declared, "I do not care. From now on, we will calculate by time. 2 hours counts as 1. Unacceptable." Lin Yi firmly rejected. It was not easy for him to find a means of revenge that provided such gratification. He would not agree lightly. If he acquiesced to Shennongjia's demands, he would have to count 3 instances just now. It was far too unprofitable. 2.5 hours. Shennongjia conceded a bit. That is acceptable," Lin Yi coldly stated. "However, the option for prepayment is hereby rescinded." Upon hearing this, Shennongjia was immediately engulfed in panic. Tears sprang to her eyes as she cried, "Lin Yi, you know I need the money. Is it amusing to bully a vulnerable woman like me?" Lin Yi snorted dismissively. "You are the one seeking my assistance, not the other way around. If you are unwilling, return my money, and we shall part ways." Shennongjia fell silent, burying her face in the bed and weeping bitterly. Lin Yi continued, "If you wish to continue borrowing money, you must obey me. Do not constantly attempt to negotiate terms. You have no standing to do so. Moreover, I dictate the terms of our transaction. When I do not summon you, do not come. When I call, you must comply without hesitation. This is the rule. Should you violate it, today's transaction will be rendered void. I shall grant you a reprieve this time for your initial offense, but this will not happen again." Previously, the two had established various conditions, primarily to prevent Lin Yi from disrupting her studies and social life. Now, Lin Yi sought to completely dominate the situation, training Shennongjia's submissiveness. Shennongjia remained silent, continuing to sob. Lin Yi suddenly shouted, "Stop crying. If you must weep, go outside." The forceful command startled Shennongjia into silence. Observing her cessation of tears, Lin Yi remarked, "Now, that is more like it. Coming here to wail. One might think I have wronged you. Our transaction is based on mutual consent." Shennongjia longed to unleash a tirade. After all, she had been subjected to such mistreatment. Yet here he was, denying any wrongdoing. Who could she turn to for justice? Mutual consent? She thought bitterly. Did I truly consent? She felt utterly powerless. Leave? Go sleep in the next room. Lin Yi, indeed feeling fatigued, wished to send her away. It was not out of fear of her actions, but rather a genuine desire for a good night's rest. Rising early and engaging in several rounds of intense exchanges had taken its toll, and he had an early driving test the following morning. A good body should not be subjected to such strain daily. Shennongjia reluctantly got up, hesitating as if to speak, but ultimately retreated to the adjacent room. The next morning at 7:30, Lin Yi arrived at the driving school. "Lin Yi, ride with me. I'll take you there," Zhou Tong called enthusiastically from Mercedes-Benz C as soon as they reached the school entrance. Lin Yi, not one to be coy, opened the passenger door and climbed in. Zhou Tong started the car, speaking as they drove, "I've arranged everything. Just show your face during the exam, and then you can come out. I'll wait for you outside." Lin Yi nodded nonchalantly. However, while he was confident in his driving abilities, passing the second driving test on the first attempt was uncertain. Since Zhou Tong had already made the arrangements, he did not dwell on it further, especially considering the substantial amount he had paid. Zhou Tong, meanwhile, seemed to have her own thoughts brewing. At 8 o'clock, they arrived at the second driving test site. Upon entering, it was only natural that someone sought him out. After completing the registration, he was informed he could leave. Lin Yi stepped out of the examination area and approached the roadside, once again sliding into the passenger seat of Zhou Tong's Mercedes C. Zhou Tong remained silent as she started the vehicle and drove away. Lin Yi knew that she would never return to that hotel. Yesterday's disturbance had been far too disruptive. If she were to show her face, the proprietress would undoubtedly recognize her, and she would not entertain any business with her. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a high-end hotel. After parking, Zhou Tong pulled out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Lin Yi, sticking out her tongue. Lin Yi, go in first, then text me your room number. I will join you shortly. Lin Yi grinned mischievously. Did you buy throat lozenges yesterday? You are such a nuisance. Hurry up. Zhou Tong shot him a glare. 2 hours later, Lin Yi finished his work. It is truly disheartening to witness Zhou Tong once again transform into an old duck, unable to voice her concerns. With a sense of trepidation, Zhou Tong inquired, "Is it because of me that you have yet to?" Lin Yi chuckled, "Not at all. I prefer a gradual approach." He continued, "I know you are worried about my voice." Zhou Tong, blushing, replied, "You are quite thoughtful and understanding." She then shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. "When can I take the third driving test?" Lin Yi redirected to the main topic. "I've done my utmost to arrange it for 3 days from now. However, since the third test requires driving on the road, it would be best for you to practice over the next few days." He added, "Let's take a trip to the outskirts shortly, so you can witness my driving skills." 40 minutes later, in the outskirts, Zhou Tong exited the car. Watching as Lin Yi slid into the driver's seat, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She felt compelled to say something, but hesitated. "Get in," Lin Yi called, rolling down the window. Zhou Tong displayed clear hesitation. She genuinely feared that Lin Yi might not be adept at driving. The thought of an accident made her uneasy, not only about her beloved car, but also about her own safety. Yet, if she refrained from entering, what if Lin Yi perceived it as a lack of trust? Such an admirable man. She found it hard to let go. Ultimately, with a deep breath, she resolved to sit in the passenger seat. Lin Yi understood her apprehension. He only started the car after she had fastened her seatbelt. With deft maneuvers, turning left, then right, accelerating, and even drifting at one point, he demonstrated his prowess. 10 minutes later, he parked on a deserted lane and asked with a grin, "How do you find my driving skills?" Zhou Tong, surprised, admitted, "I did not anticipate your driving to be this impressive." At that moment, she finally released her grip on the overhead handle, secretly relieved. Lin Yi replied, "You've witnessed my skills, yet I have yet to see yours." "But I was the one driving this morning," Zhou Tong retorted, only to realize the double entendre in his words. On the way back, while driving, Zhou Tong expressed her concern. "That was my first time driving like that. Are you all right?" Lin Yi chuckled, "Do you not see who I am? My entire structure is crafted from carbon fiber, incredibly resilient." Chapter 48, A Meeting of Two Beauties. Zhou Tong promptly dropped Lin Yi off at the entrance of Yujin Community, and they exchanged farewells. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yi returned home. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Shennongjia seated on the sofa, her face etched with worry, exuding a palpable sense of distress. Lin Yi had initially presumed she had long departed. However, to his surprise, she remained. He heard noises emanating from the kitchen. It was Wang Ziki. Earlier, she had messaged him, indicating her intention to visit. Assuming Shennongjia had already left, he had not declined the invitation. This situation felt undeniably awkward, and he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Lin Yi, you have finally returned," Shennongjia exclaimed, a flicker of joy in her eyes as she hurriedly approached him. Lin Yi, maintaining a stoic expression, merely responded with a non-committal choosing to ignore her and head towards the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, Wang Ziki poked her head out and smiled. "Lin Yi, just a moment. There is only one dish left." "Thank you for your hard work," Lin Yi replied, stepping into the kitchen to lend a hand. Before long, a sumptuous feast was laid out on the table, and Lin Yi ate with an air of indifference. It must be said, Wang Ziki's culinary skills were indeed remarkable, tantalizing in flavor and appearance. Moreover, her innate domesticity implied that any man fortunate enough to marry her would be exceedingly lucky. Ziki's cooking is truly exquisite, absolutely delicious. Lin Yi pires enthusiastically. Wang Ziki beamed, "I'm glad you like it." This overtly sweet interaction left Shennongjia feeling quite discontented, rendering her meal tasteless. In her heart, she believed that she and Lin Yi were meant to be, and Wang Ziqi was merely an interloper. Yet now, she found herself relegated to the role of an insignificant third party. Resentment brewed within her, but what could she do? After consuming a few bites, she set down her utensils and declared, "I'm full." However, no one responded to her. She felt embarrassed, her toes digging into her shoes. Having finished his meal, Lin Yi placed his utensils down, and Shennongjia promptly spoke, "Lin Yi, I need to discuss something with you." With that, she proceeded to the guest room where she slept. Lin Yi patted Wang Ziqi on the shoulder, saying, "Thank you for tidying up." Of course, Wang Ziqi nodded obediently. In truth, when Wang Ziqi had arrived that morning and seen Shennongjia just waking up, a myriad of emotions surged within her. Initially, she had contemplated leaving. However, she did not wish to concede to someone who would betray Lin Yi's trust. Thus, she maintained a neutral facade while attending to her tasks. When Shennongjia greeted her, she merely offered a perfunctory response. Consequently, in the hours that followed, their exchanges totaled no more than 3 sentences. Nevertheless, witnessing Lin Yi's cold demeanor toward Shennongjia slightly improved Wang Ziqi's mood. Lin Yi entered the guest room, and Shennongjia promptly closed the door behind him. "Lin Yi, I would like to request an advance on some funds. My mother requires treatment again tomorrow," Shennongjia implored, her eyes brimming with hope. "How much?" "I need an advance for 3 treatments, totaling 90,000. Is that acceptable?" Shennongjia, recalling Lin Yi's previous remarks about the frequency of her visits, felt a pang of anxiety, especially with Wang Ziqi present. Despite her eagerness to settle the debt, she hesitated. "All right," Lin Yi agreed without further deliberation. After their brief exchange, Lin Yi bid farewell to Wang Ziqi and took Shennongjia out. After completing the bank transaction, Lin Yi returned home. Upon entering, he noticed Wang Ziqi was not in sight and proceeded to the master bedroom. Inside, he found Wang Ziqi meticulously arranging the disheveled bedding. Lin Yi approached her from behind and gently embraced her, explaining she urgently needed money for her mother's treatment, so she came to borrow from me. "Our relationship is purely transactional, nothing more. You don't need to explain. As long as you are happy, that is sufficient," Wang Ziqi replied softly. "There is one room left, and from now on, it will be mine." Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to feel pleased or somewhat vexed. It was evident that Wang Ziqi was competing with Shennongjia. He could only respond, "All right, this room is yours, and I absolutely will not allow anyone else to enter." Wang Ziqi's demeanor seemed noticeably downcast, prompting Lin Yi to cheer her up in his own way. 2 hours later, Lin Yi's phone abruptly rang. He glanced at it but chose not to answer. After the call automatically disconnected, the caller attempted to reach him again. This pattern continued thrice before it finally ceased. It was not until half an hour had passed that Lin Yi, observing Wang Ziqi soundly asleep, cautiously picked up the phone and quietly exited the bedroom. Settling on the sofa, he returned the call. "Hello, this is Lin Yi. May I ask who is speaking?" "I am the village chief, Wang Meng. I have gathered the information you requested. Please come by tomorrow to assess the situation." "Thank you, village chief. See you tomorrow." Lin Yi ended the call. A surge of excitement coursing through him. In the quaint village of Chunjiang, it was destined to be the cradle of his rise. However, the thought of returning to the village the next day, with the likelihood of no available public transport upon his return, weighed heavily on his mind. After some contemplation, he sent a message to Yanan. "Are you working tomorrow?" And Yanan swiftly replied, "If my brother needs me, I shall forego work." Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle at her understanding nature, his fondness for Yanan deepening. He responded, "Please drive me out tomorrow." And Yanan replied, "All right, come over tonight." Lin Yi signaled an affirmative with an okay gesture, then added, "I'll come over later to cook for you when you finish work. I can't wait for my brother's delicious food." She replied eagerly. After their exchange, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that Wang Ziqi was still fast asleep at home. "Oh no, I completely forgot." He pondered whether to bring Wang Ziqi along, but hesitated, fearing the potential fallout if the two women clashed. After resting for an hour, the clock unwittingly struck 4:30. While Wang Ziqi remained blissfully unaware in her slumber, Lin Yi settled back onto the sofa, patiently awaiting her awakening. A few moments later, Wang Ziqi stirred and lazily made her way to the sofa, curling up in Lin Yi's embrace. Perhaps due to a childhood devoid of parental affection, she relished the warmth of familial love. "Are you going out again?" she inquired softly. "Yes, I need to return to the village tomorrow," Lin Yi replied, internally marveling at Wang Ziqi's perceptiveness. "You can go. I'll be staying here for a couple of days." "Stay as long as you wish," Lin Yi said, planting a gentle kiss on her hair. Chapter 49, The Wealthy on the List. Lin Yi made a trip to the supermarket. By the time he arrived at Yanan's home in the Greenland community, it was already 5:30. Upon entering, he immediately dove into the kitchen to begin his preparations. At 6:30, Yanan returned home. Without even changing her shoes, she rushed into the kitchen and enveloped Lin Yi in a warm embrace. By 7 o'clock, the table was laden with an array of dishes, 2 flickering candles casting a romantic glow, complemented by a bottle of red wine. And Yanin and Lin Yi clinked their glasses gently, enveloped in a delightful atmosphere. I never expected you to be so adept at making girls happy, and Yanin smiled, her eyes sparkling. Lin Yi chuckled, scratching his head. I can't take credit for that. I've learned it all from television. As they savored the delectable meal, their conversation flowed effortlessly, an hour slipping by. The effects of the wine brought a rosy blush to Yanin's cheeks, reminiscent of ripe, luscious apples, stirring a desire in Lin Yi to draw closer. After indulging in their feast, they set aside their utensils, and Yanin gracefully approached Lin Yi, settling onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and kissed him passionately. The next morning at 9:30, and Yanin parked her Porsche in front of the village committee's office. Is this where you grew up? She asked, curiously surveying the surroundings. Yes. So where is your home? Shall we sit for a spell? She tilted her head, inquiring. Lin Yi shook his head. It's best not to. There's nowhere suitable to sit. And Yanin appeared puzzled, her expression reflecting confusion. Sensing this, Lin Yi pointed to a dilapidated building 100 meters away, saying, It's that house that has collapsed. What caused it to fall? She asked. It was pushed down? He replied. Do you know who did it? We should call the police. And Yanin's face flushed with indignation. Lin Yi chuckled, maintaining a light-hearted tone. Of course I know. Those scoundrels are currently in the hospital, and they even compensated me a sum. I intend to use that money to build a grand house. And Yanin expressed concern, asking, How did you provoke them? Will they seek revenge? Even if they had 100 lives, they wouldn't dare. Lin Yi answered confidently. Just then, Wang Ming emerged from his home. He first spotted the luxurious Porsche, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. His gaze then fell upon Yanin and Lin Yi. Seeing Yanin standing closely to Lin Yi, the 50-year-old couldn't help but steal a few glances at her, silently cursing Lin Yi's good fortune in associating with such a stunning beauty. Lin Yi, you've arrived? Wang Ming greeted. Lin internally muttered, Well, if I weren't here, you wouldn't see me, but his face broke into a smile as he responded, Good morning, village head. Is this your girlfriend? She's truly beautiful. Wang Ming praised with a grin. Upon hearing this, and Yanin turned her gaze toward Lin Yi, her eyes brimming with anticipation. However, Lin Yi, not wishing to address the question, deftly redirected the conversation. Village head, how are the matters I asked you to assist with coming along? Shall we discuss inside? And Yanin felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this, and pretended to look elsewhere. Let us go to my office, the village head said, leading the way into the committee office. Many passing villagers cast envious glances at Lin Yi, who had returned with such a beautiful and affluent companion. However, having previously witnessed Lin Yi's fierce demeanor, they did not approach. Soon, news of Lin Yi's return spread among the hundreds of villagers who remained. As Lin Yi and the village head conversed in the village director's office, a crowd had gathered beside Yanin's car. What a stunning car. It must be worth a fortune. Of course it is. I remember my daughter mentioning that it's a Porsche worth over $1 million. Wow, that's expensive. Lin, you might have struck it rich. Indeed, it seems the Lin family has hit the jackpot this time. Inside the village director's office, the village head courteously poured cups of hot water for both Yanin and Lin Yi. Once they accepted the cups, he took a seat and said, Lin Yi, I've been working diligently these past few days, making dozens of calls to reach out to those from the village who have moved away. Quite a few are considering selling their homes and land. Thank you for your efforts, village head. If this comes to fruition, I will certainly not forget your assistance. Lin Yi replied promptly. Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh, it's just a small matter. Your return is beneficial for our village. There's nothing but advantages for me. Lin Yi quickly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his bag, offering it, village head, just a small token of appreciation. You're too courteous, Wang Ming replied. Yet he accepted the cigarettes and placed them on the table. Recognizing Lin Yi's respectful demeanor, his perception of him improved significantly. He then pulled out a sheet of paper, stating, Let's first take a look at those houses for sale. This is Wang Chengdong's place. It's on the verge of collapse, and he wants 30,000 for 3 acres of land. This is Wang Qingyu's home, over 120 square meters, asking for 40,000, with 5 acres of land at 50,000. This is Shunlan's house, priced at 35,000 for the house and 30,000 for the land. Lastly, Li Kaifeng's 3-story building is priced at 60,000, with 4 acres of land for 40,000. The village head proceeded to detail the circumstances of 10 different properties. Lin Yi grew increasingly exhilarated, particularly upon hearing that Li Kaifeng was also planning to sell her property. His excitement was palpable, for the house belonging to Li Kaifeng was adjacent to his own, and should the land be developed, a bundled sale would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. The village chief had mentioned that the average valuation for the 10 properties was approximately 70,000 per household, summing up to a total estimated cost of around 700,000. This was a sum Lin Yi could manage. Village chief, these properties are definitely on the market, correct? He inquired. Indeed, there are a few families still contemplating their decisions, which is why I haven't introduced them to you yet, the village chief replied. I'll take them all, village chief. Please inform them to come to the village to sign the contracts 3 days hence, Lin Yi declared. Eager to secure the properties and avoid any potential complications, Wang Ming was taken aback by Lin Yi's decisiveness, not even attempting to negotiate the price. He scrutinized Lin Yi, attempting to glean any hint of ulterior motives from his expression, but ultimately found nothing. Anya Nan, who had been silently observing throughout, was filled with questions. She could not comprehend Lin Yi's intentions in purchasing these dilapidated properties, nor could she fathom the source of his substantial funds. Where could he possibly have acquired such wealth? Nevertheless, she suppressed her curiosity for the moment. Very well, I shall notify them shortly, Wang Ming responded. Now, quite amiable owing to Lin Yi's monetary exchange. By the way, village chief, I am interested in leasing the collective forest land behind the village to establish a breeding farm. It would be even better if I could purchase it. I wonder Lin Yi continued to contemplate the land that was slated for future development into a high-speed train station. Leasing is feasible. However, if it comes to selling, I will need to consult with the others. Come back in 3 days, and I will provide you with a comprehensive answer, Wang Ming replied. Lin Yi smiled in response, expressing his gratitude to the village chief. He and Anyan opted not to linger in the village and return to Lin City. Meanwhile, Wang Ming was plagued by uncertainty, especially since Lin Yi had not haggled over the price, leading him to suspect that Lin Yi might possess some insider information. He promptly called his son, Wang Ning. Ning, what are you up to? He inquired. Dad, is there something you need? Vunk Ning Crippled. Just a little matter. Wang Ming proceeded to recount Lin Yi's South real estate dealings. Do you think he has some inside scoop? Is our area about to see development? Unlikely. If there were any news, we in construction would surely be the first to know, Wang Ning said, frowning. I sensed something amiss. He was accompanied by a woman driving a luxury car, something called a juba, Wang Ming remarked, still puzzled. Porsche. Vunk Ning interjected. Yes, a Porsche. Right. That's it. He.S. returning to sign contracts in 3 days. Could you look into it? If there's any truth to it, we should consider purchasing these properties ourselves. We could make a significant profit, Wang Ming suggested. All right, I'll make some inquiries. Wait for my update, Wang Ning replied. At 32 years old, Wang Ning had already founded Yenda Construction Company, serving as its chairman. In his previous life, he had acquired vast tracts of land in the village through various unscrupulous means, ultimately reaping enormous profits. Among these acquisitions were Lin Yi's family home and land, placing Wang Ning firmly on Lin Yi's list of adversaries. Meanwhile, on his journey home, Lin Yi was meticulously strategizing the allocation of his funds. Presently, he possessed 28 million. Constructing his own house was projected to cost around 100,000, while the acquisition of the previously mentioned properties would require approximately 700,000. Leasing the village's collective land for 5 years would amount to about 50,000, with a purchase price hovering around 100,000. Additionally, establishing a simple breeding farm was estimated to necessitate another 100,000. Some of the properties he had inspected were already in a state of disrepair, requiring reinforcement and repairs estimated at 30,000 to 50,000. Calculating these expenses, he would be left with around 200,000. However, he also needed to purchase a vehicle, which would demand at least another 50,000, leaving him with a mere 150,000. Financially, he was indeed feeling the strain. Moreover, the total area of the land he had acquired, approximately 45 acres, felt insufficient, especially considering its fragmentation would diminish its value. In his previous life, he had resorted to purchasing lottery tickets in a bid to secure funds for medical treatment, having once pursued a particular number for a month. However, out of impatience, he altered one of the digits, transforming what could have been a second prize of nearly 300,000 into a mere 200. The memory of that fateful decision haunted him for months. He recalled that the prize pool for that draw exceeded billions. Naturally, Lin Yi was cautious about depleting the pool, fearing that his substantial purchases might attract unwanted attention, and he certainly did not wish to surpass last year's record of 5.6 billion in winnings. A modest profit would suffice to launch his next plan. To maintain discretion, he decided he would begin purchasing this particular ticket regularly, starting in a few days, opting for a 50-fold multiplier and preserving all the tickets to create the illusion of a consistent wager. Caution was paramount. Stealing a glance at Anya Nan, who was focused intently on driving, he contemplated waiting to see how situations unfolded before making any decisions. Why are you buying so many properties and lands? At that moment, Anya Nan caught his gaze and expressed her curiosity. Every man has his own purpose, Lin Yi replied enigmatically, unable to divulge the truth. Forget it then. Anya Nan shot him a sidelong glance. 3 days swiftly passed. Only yesterday, after receiving a message from Zhou Tong, Lin Yi realized he still needed to take the 3rd driving exam. Consequently, he called village chief Wang Ming to reschedule their contract signing for the afternoon. At 7 a.m., Zhou Tong arrived to take him for the exam. Under her guidance, Lin Yi was scheduled to be the first candidate. Not disappointing expectations. He successfully passed with the examiner's assistance. The 4th exam was even simpler, with ample help available. Before 10 a.m., Lin Yi had obtained his driver's license. How will you express your gratitude? Zhou Tong cooed, playfully wrapping her arms around Lin Yi, observing the girl he hadn't seen in 3 days. Now, brimming with anticipation, he smiled and replied, "In due time, I shall impart everything." Zhou Tong paused, processing his words, before suddenly realizing. She felt a mix of amusement and disappointment as she asked, "Why not today?" "I have matters to attend to back home," Lin Yi explained. "Fine. I had hoped you would be free today for a grand welcome." Zhou Tong sulked. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. A few seconds later, he found himself both amused and bewildered. He had to reassure Zhou Tong before returning to the Yujin community. Upon arriving home, Lin Yi donned his pre-packed backpack and set out. Exiting the community, he swiftly slipped into a Porsche parked by the roadside, eliciting admiration from the security personnel stationed at the entrance. Anya Nan and Lin Yi did not hasten towards Chunjiang village. Instead, they found a place to enjoy a light meal before resuming their journey. "Shall I take the wheel?" Lin Yi jested. "Now I'm officially a licensed driver." "Are you sure you can manage?" Anya Nan pondered anxiously, reluctant to deny him for fear of bruising his pride, yet apprehensive about his driving skills. After all, she was aware of the circumstances surrounding the acquisition of his license. She felt torn. "You doubt my abilities?" Lin Yi chuckled. "Well, if I'm destined to meet my end, I'd rather be alongside you." Anya Nan silently left. "All right then, let's be a pair of wild lovebirds." Lin Yi laughed heartily before slipping into the driver's seat. 5 minutes later, Anya Nan's anxious heart finally settled. She inquired, "Would you like me to buy you a new car for your travels?" "No, I'm a grown man. I should purchase my own," Lin Yi replied, believing it best to maintain their current relationship without the complication of financial matters, which might alter the nature of their bond. Chapter 51. A disdain for worthless fish and shrimp. Before entering the village, Lin Yi noticed a multitude of vehicles parked at the entrance, far exceeding 10 in number. As he drove into the village, he observed clusters of people gathered on either side of the road. Continuing onwards, he soon spotted a throng of individuals congregated in the open space before the village committee. It was evident that they were divided into 3 distinct groups. One group, relatively small in number, comprised individuals he recognized from his youth, clearly those attempting to sell properties to him. The second group was unfamiliar to him, though a familiar figure caught his attention. Wang Tao. He stood next to a burly man, supported by 2 others. Upon seeing Wang Tao and the scar etched across his face, Lin Yi realized that this man was none other than the infamous Scar of the Yi City, the one behind Wang Tao. The third group included Wang Ning, the village chief's son and owner of the Yuanda Construction Company, who stood beside his father, the village chief, surrounded by numerous villagers. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the Porsche Lin Yi was driving. Anya Nan, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of anxiety and unease as she said, "Lin Yi, I sense something amiss. Perhaps we should turn back?" Lin Yi turned to her with a reassuring smile. "Yanan, you stay in the car. No matter what happens, do not open the door." Anya Nan exclaimed, "What about you?" "Fear not. These worthless fish and shrimp do not pose a threat to me." Lin Yi grinned. Indeed, the scene before him was unexpected, but inconsequential. Anyone who dared obstruct his path to purchasing land today would find themselves regretting it. Lin Yi parked the car by the roadside in front of the village committee and turned off the engine before stepping out. "Lin Yi," Anya Nan called out nervously, her face etched with concern. "Do not worry. Just ensure the doors are locked," he replied, casting her a smile before closing the door with a resounding bang. Anya Nan had no choice but to lock the door securely before sliding into the driver's seat herself, resolved that if anything untoward occurred, she would not hesitate to run over a few people. Lin Yi tugged at the car door to confirm that Anya Nan had locked it before making his way to the village committee square. He surveyed the surroundings. The villagers cast furtive glances at him, a clear indication of their fear instilled by his previous ferocity. Next, he turned his gaze towards the village chief, Wang Ming, who stood at the office door alongside Wang Ning. Upon noticing Lin Yi's scrutiny, Wang Ming averted his gaze. Wang Ning, however, met Lin Yi's eyes calmly, seemingly unfazed, even appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Finally, Lin Yi's gaze settled on Wang Tao, who recoiled a few steps in evident fright. At this moment, Wang Tao and Scar, along with their cohorts, stood at the center of the square, clearly the ones seeking trouble with Lin Yi. Useless, Scar barked, clearly dissatisfied with Wang Tao's demeanor. Reluctantly, Wang Tao returned to his previous position, feeling the weight of his predicament. He was most unwilling to confront Lin Yi directly, fully aware of the likelihood of receiving another beating. Yet, under his boss's orders, and fueled by a thirst for vengeance, he felt compelled to act. He longed to reclaim the money that rightfully belonged to him, and still believed that Lin Yi was responsible for Wang Zimo's fate. Particularly, having witnessed Lin Yi's prowess, his conviction only grew stronger. Initially, he had intended to use Scar's strength to exact revenge. Thus, when Ergo approached him, he embellished the tale. Claiming Lin, he held Scar in utter contempt to prevent his boss from becoming enraged, choosing not to disclose the entire truth. With such embellishment, Scar's fury was ignited. After receiving news from Wang Ning the previous night, he had come to Chunjiang village today with over 40 men. Scar nodded toward the tattooed, muscular man to his left, who then advanced towards Lin Yi, stopping 2 meters away. "Kid, tell me, did you beat up Wang Tao?" The man demanded. Lin Yi replied calmly. "He brought it upon himself. Do you realize he S&Lee with our boss, Scar?" The man pressed. "Initially, I was unaware. I learned later, but what of it?" Lin Yi countered. "Watch your tone," the man shouted, jabbing a finger at Lin Yi. "I have a strong aversion to being pointed at." Lin Yi's expression darkened. His gaze fixated on the man. The muscular man, undeterred, retorted, "I'll point as I please. What will you do about it?" Lin Yi could not tolerate such insolence. With a swift step forward, he seized the man's pointing hand with his left, twisting it sharply. The man cried out in pain, collapsing to one knee. Yet, true to form, he resisted the agony and swung a punch at Lin Yi's face with his left hand. Lin Yi immediately simuled, raising his right foot to deliver a powerful kick to the man's chest. The brute was sent sprawling at Scar's feet. Lin Yi said, "So you wish to test me? Very well, let me show you my might." The altercation transpired in mere seconds, leaving the majority of onlookers bewildered, unable to discern how Lin Yi had subdued the man. Even Scar and his crew, obstructed by the brute, were left in a state of shock. This man, known as Ahu, was reputed to be Scar's most capable and formidable subordinate. Yet, in a matter of seconds, he lay on the ground, clutching his chest in discomfort. The villagers, having witnessed Lin Yi's ferocity before, were unsurprised. Had Scar and his men not been present, they would have surely erupted in applause. Wang Ning's expression, however, shifted. Although he could not see clearly, he was aware of Ahu's prowess, capable of taking on a dozen men single-handedly. Now, seeing him so swiftly dispatched by Lin Yi, his earlier dismissive attitude began to wane. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, who had previously witnessed Lin Yi's might, subtly stepped back, positioning himself behind Wang Ning. As Wang Tao stepped back in trepidation when Ahu approached, his body trembled uncontrollably. Only Yanan, sitting in the car with her phone raised, ready to call for help, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had not anticipated that Lin Yi was not only an exceptional driver, but also formidable in a fight. Now, she believed his words about those individuals being nothing more than detritus. Truly, he was a man worthy of her admiration. After a brief moment of stupor, the expression on the scarred face darkened considerably. The 40 or so henchmen he had brought with him also drew their weapons, iron rods, machetes, and the like, displaying an eagerness to charge at Lin Yi at a mere command from their leader. With a subtle gesture, Scar suppressed the previously restless momentum of his followers. Yet, their eyes remained fierce, glaring menacingly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, however, appeared unfazed, wearing a slight smile as he turned to Wang Tao, inquiring, "Uncle Wang, what are your intentions? You demolished my house, compensated me, and now, do you wish to retract your promise?" Wang Tao, upon hearing this, felt as though he could die. If he claimed he would not retract, it would diminish Scar's justification for confronting him. Conversely, if he admitted to retracting, Lin Yi's earlier kick had already left him with 4 broken ribs. Another blow would likely confine him to his bed for months. The thought of this filled him with unbridled resentment towards Ergo, for had he not insisted on dragging Wang Tao out of bed, he would not be enduring such torment. However, silence was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Lin Yi, your house is not worth that much." Lin Yi's previously cheerful demeanor vanished upon hearing those words. His expression turned icy as he bellowed, I too have regrets. Add 1,000,000 for emotional distress. Wang Tao, caught between anger and fear, felt his face flush crimson, struggling to articulate a response. At that moment, Scar took a step forward and said in a low voice, Kid, you have gone too far. The boss's appearance signifies something extraordinary. His henchman, who had previously worn expressions of tension and fury, suddenly broke into slight smiles. Wang Ning, observing from a distance, also wore a faint smile, seemingly amused by Lin Yi's audacity. It appeared that these individuals had considerable faith in Scar. Yet, Lin Yi remained composed, silently scrutinizing Scar. Only Yanin in the car felt a surge of anxiety, once again raising her phone. The digits 110 had already been dialed. She merely awaited the final press of the call button. Excessive? How have I been excessive? Should it not be you who has overstepped? Lin Yi suddenly erupted into laughter, pointing at himself as if he had encountered an absurd joke. He showed no regard for Scar, which secretly delighted Wang Tao. The henchman, too, wore relaxed smiles, shaking off the earlier gloom brought on by Ahu's defeat. In the distance, Wang Ning also smiled slightly. To them, Scar could easily handle a Hus, and Lin Yi's defiance meant certain doom for him. You've injured so many of my men and forced them to pay substantial compensation. Is that not excessive? Scar's face darkened further. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh again, unabashedly. Then you must know what they did to me beforehand, right? That house over there is mine, and it was their handiwork. I could simply have it repaired. Was it necessary to send so many to the hospital? Scar, uncharacteristically patient, puzzled his subordinates and Wang Ning. Under normal circumstances, Scar would have acted by now. However, having witnessed Lin Yi's prowess, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. Yet, he could not show weakness in front of others, hoping Lin Yi would provide him with an out. Lin Yi, however, understood Scar's intentions. Any chance of amnesty would necessitate Scar's submission first. To Lin Yi, today was about imparting a profound lesson to Scar. The earlier defeat of Ahu was merely the beginning. Otherwise, once Spring River Village announced its development zone status, more underworld forces would undoubtedly swarm in, creating incessant troubles for him. It was imperative to establish his reputation, ensuring that anyone wishing to acquire land from him would consider the weight of their wallets rather than the strength of his fists. Suddenly, Lin Yi turned sharply to Wang Tao, his voice thunderous. Wang Tao, was your previous conduct not misguided? Confronted by Lin Yi's wrathful inquiry, Wang Tao felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively glanced at Scar's back, searching for a hint of guidance, but Scar remained unresponsive. Looking back at Lin Yi's icy gaze, he gritted his teeth and admitted, yes, I was in the wrong. Will you acknowledge the compensation? Lin Yi's voice rose further. Wang Tao was nearly in tears, thinking that Lin Yi was indeed a fearsome figure. Despite harboring resentment, he wouldn't dare deny it, not with this formidable presence before him. Scar would not always shield him. He gritted his teeth and said, I acknowledge it. I ask again, did you injure yourselves? Lin Yi simirkit, revealing a wicked smile that sent a jolt of apprehension through Wang Tao. Surrounding villagers stifled their laughter, forcing themselves to hold back. Wang Meng, fully in awe of Lin Yi's cunning, averted his gaze. The answer was already clear in his mind. Wang Ning frowned, thinking that Lin Yi was brazenly fabricating lies. Lin Yi was indeed inhumane. However, he merely expressed his thoughts internally. In reality, he observed that Lin Yi regarded Scar with utter disdain. He couldn't help but glance at the Porsche parked by the roadside, setting aside Lin Yi's fighting prowess. He wondered if the individuals inside had lent him the confidence to act so boldly. Scar's 40-odd henchmen were now seething with anger, raising their weapons and shouting to teach Lin Yi a lesson. Striking Wang Tao was akin to slapping their own faces. If Wang Tao claimed to have fallen, they would forever be unable to hold their heads high before Lin Yi. Yet, Scar maintained a calm facade. What Wang Ning could fathom, Scar surely understood as well. On the surface, he was the boss of E City, but in truth, he was merely a thug who had established a few entertainment venues through sheer audacity. In the presence of those with genuine power, he was nothing more than a minor player, essentially a mere enforcer. Wang Tao held on for several tense seconds, receiving no guidance from Scar. Realizing he could not delay any longer, he gritted his teeth and confessed, we fell. Ashamed, he lowered his head after speaking. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with only Lin Yi's hearty laughter echoing through the air. This was the thrill of vengeance, the satisfaction of witnessing one's adversary bow their head in acknowledgement of their wrongdoing, enduring humiliation yet feeling utterly powerless. It was an exquisite delight. You're Scar, are you not? You have heard it for yourself. It is not I who am excessive, is it? Lin Yi's face radiated a sense of ease and joy. Scar's previously grim countenance unexpectedly transformed into a smile as he spoke. Young brother Lin and you, I see the shadow of my younger self, undaunted and fearless, which I greatly admire. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled and replied, Thank you for your kind words, Scar boss. He intentionally emphasized the term boss as a means of offering Scar a gracious exit, acknowledging that the latter was already softening his stance. Scar nodded slightly and said with a grin, I find your temperament quite agreeable. Another day, I shall treat you to a fine drink. For now, I will not intrude upon your time. I will certainly accept your invitation, Lin Yi replied with a smile, stepping aside to clear the way. Let us go, Scar called out, striding toward the imposing G-Class parked by the roadside. His entourage of over 40 thugs exchanged glances before obediently following Scar to the vehicles. Even Ahu, who lay on the ground, was lifted into a car, and soon they vanished from sight. Within a mere minute, the once bustling village committee square was significantly emptied, and the number of cars along the roadside had dwindled considerably, as if the earlier tense confrontation had never occurred. Chapter 53. Testing the waters. Only then did the surrounding villagers exhale in relief. Meanwhile, Wang Ming shook his head slightly and entered his father's office. Wang Ming was struggling to maintain his stance. Inside the Porsche, and Yan stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. However, once those fierce and armed individuals departed, she finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, she opened the car door and approached Lin Yi. It's all right now, Lin Yi said, offering her a reassuring smile. He then turned his attention to Wang Ming, walking over with a grin. Wang Ming instinctively took 2 steps back, but the thought of his son being inside bolstered his courage. Village chief, I hope I didn't frighten you, Lin Yi teased. Not at all. I was genuinely worried for your safety and was ready to call the police at any moment, Wang Ming replied with a playful tone. Thank you, Lin Yi said politely. Village chief, when can we sign the land transfer agreement? I see that the uncles and aunts have arrived. Wang Ming did not respond directly, but instead smiled and ushered Lin Yi and Yin into his office. Lin Yi cast a calm glance at Wang Ming. The day's events were rife with oddities, but he suspected all the threads led back to Wang Ming. Firstly, the very presence of Wang Ning suggested something was amiss. If Wang Ming had intended to inform his son about the previous bullying, he would have done so long before today. Thus, it was more likely that Wang Ming harbored suspicions regarding Lin Yi's motives for purchasing land, which prompted him to summon Wang Ning. Wang Ning, in turn, likely sought to uncover information, hence his visit. Regarding Scar's arrival, Lin Yi speculated 2 possibilities. Either Wang Tao had proactively sought Scar for revenge, ensuring his whereabouts were known to Wang Ming, or Wang Ning had informed Scar after learning about Wang Tao's situation. These 3 individuals had a history of collusion. Despite Wang Ning's usual disdain for Wang Tao and even a slight contempt for Scar, once Spring River Village became a development zone. Both Wang Tao and Scar had gained Wang Ning's favor as pawns in his game. In the past, who did Wang Tao fear most in the village? It was none other than Wang Ning, the rising star, known for his ruthlessness and cleverness, albeit he remained relatively quiet in the village. Scar's willingness to elevate Wang Tao was not solely due to Wang Tao's own merits. Wang Ning's influence played a significant role. Lin Yi and Yan stepped into the office. Brother Lin, it has been quite a few years since we last met. Wang Ning enthusiastically extended his hand for a handshake. Lin Yi reciprocated, smiling. Indeed, it has been several years. You become quite the successful businessman. I genuinely envy you. Wang Ning's construction company had gained a modest reputation in Lin City, particularly in the eastern region where he had developed 2 residential projects, accruing a significant profit. It's merely a small venture. You, Brother Lin, are truly exceptional, Wang Ning flattered. Even Yan, standing nearby, could not help but roll her eyes. Ningke, you're busy. I need to discuss something with your father, Lin Yi interjected, eager to move on. However, Wang Ning chuckled, No rush, Brother Lin. Let us have a private chat. I sense you might have some insider information. He then cast a pointed glance at Yan. Lin Yi thought to himself. So he couldn't gather information on his own and is now turning to the source. With a hearty laugh, he responded, I've mentioned it before. I've returned to engage in farming, specifically raising cattle and sheep. As you know, pursuing a degree ultimately leads one to work for someone else. I recently received compensation and intend to invest it to generate more income. Then you should just buy land. Why purchase a house as well? Lin Yi inwardly cursed, thinking, what is it to you? Being a businessman, Wang Ning was far more astute than Wang Ming, who merely saw the land as a worthless plot that Lin Yi should buy as much of as possible. However, Wang Ning, being in real estate, perceived the situation differently. Spring River Village was less than 40 minutes from Lin City's Eastern District and comprised a vast expanse of flat land. In recent years, Lin City South real estate market had flourished, and rumors had circulated that the city's development was primarily focused on the southern, northern, and western areas near Westlake, while the eastern side had been overlooked. Yet, no one could guarantee where the government would ultimately decide to develop. Thus, Lin Yi found himself filled with suspicion, particularly towards Yan'an, whose beauty and Portia hinted at wealth and connections to influential circles, likely privy to valuable information. Lin Yi shook his head with a wry smile, stating, "Nothing escapes your keen insight, Ningguo. I have indeed come across some information regarding proposed rural housing renovations, with each household potentially receiving a subsidy of 20,000 yuan. I plan to purchase the properties, use the subsidy to renovate them, and then sell them for profit." "Are you certain?" Wang Ning appeared skeptical. "Absolutely certain," Lin Yi asserted confidently. In truth, he had learned of this information previously, even before it had been publicly announced. However, he had little interest in such trifling gains. He couldn't help but feel paranoid, realizing that even this meager opportunity had piqued his suspicions. While he knew that Lin Yi would not benefit from such small change, he had no intention of alerting him. After scrutinizing Lin Yi for a moment and then glancing in Yan'an, he sighed inwardly, feeling a mix of resignation and concern. Nonetheless, he jokingly remarked, "Young brother Lin, your girlfriend is quite beautiful. Where does she work?" Lin Yi chuckled internally as he replied, "She's a nurse at the People's Hospital. We only just met after I had that car accident." With that, Wang Ning finally relented. It was improbable that truly affluent families would allow their children to work as nurses at a hospital. "All right, you can chat with my dad. I'll take my leave now," Wang Ning said, turning to exit. As Wang Ning stepped out of the village committee office, he spotted someone sneaking a glance in a Wang Ming's office. Upon closer inspection, he recognized his younger sister, Wang Shanshan. "Shanshan, what are you doing here?" Wang Ning called out. "Brother, are you leaving?" Wang Shanshan did not respond directly. Instead, she deftly changed the subject. "Make sure not to provoke Dad while I'm away, understand?" Wang Ning godmoni said steadily. "I know," Wang Shanshan retorted, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. However, she quickly dashed to Wang Ning's side, instantly donning a cheerful facade, and said, "Brother, lend me 2,000 yuan. Didn't I just give you some before I came back a few days ago?" Wang Ning glared at his 12-year younger sister. Yet his heart softened, and he withdrew the money. This Wang Shanshan was practically the tyrant of their household, unafraid of anything. "All right, you can go now." With the money in hand, Wang Shanshan turned on her heel and left, resembling a thankless wolf. Wang Ning gritted his teeth in frustration, yet found himself powerless against this little sister. Chapter 54, An Unexpected Delight. With Wang Ning's departure, Wang Ming had no further thoughts. He swiftly called over the 10 families he had previously arranged to meet. It was only then that Lin Yi realized, to his surprise, that Shen Yue was among them. Previously preoccupied with dealing with Scar and his associates, he had failed to notice her presence. Upon catching sight of Lin Yi, Shen Yue instinctively retreated to the back of the crowd, leading to an incredibly awkward encounter when they finally faced each other. Lin Yi, however, remained composed. This situation was entirely Wang Ming's fault. He had not informed the others about who was purchasing their houses and land. Upon seeing Shen Yue, and Yan'an feigned indifference. Shen Yue, upon spotting Yan'an, initially felt a wave of gloom. Why had Lin Yi suddenly become so popular among the beautiful women? Wang Ziki, the stunning lady before her, was certainly of equal caliber. After a moment of adjustment, she managed to regain her composure. At that moment, she was merely a transactional counterpart to Lin Yi. Before the transaction commenced, Wang Ming remarked, "Lin Yi, I must apologize. It was my oversight in understanding the policies. The homestead and house cannot be transferred, so we can only circulate the land." Hearing this, Lin Yi inwardly chastised himself for having been overly optimistic. Realizing his significant misunderstanding of the policies, he wished he could slap himself for the false hope. "Then let us proceed with the land transfer." Lin Yi reluctantly accepted the reality. The transfer process involved applications, reviews, registrations, and so forth, with Wang Ming guiding everyone through the necessary forms. Subsequently, the transfer contracts were signed in Wang Ming's presence, and the transaction progressed swiftly. Given that most of the land was flat and the fields of each family were neatly aligned with clear boundaries, Wang Ming produced the village land map and marked the areas that Lin Yi was transferring. After the contracts were finalized, Lin Yi returned to his vehicle and retrieved his backpack, pulling out bundles of cash to distribute on site. The scene was quite spectacular, drawing many villagers to gather around. Just as he finished handing out the money, a few individuals approached him, saying, "Lin Yi, we want to sell our land too." Wang Ming stepped beside Lin Yi and remarked, "These are the families that were previously hesitant. All right, please share the details of your land and give me a price. I have just over 4 acres. How about 40,000? Sound good?" Before long, the four families reported their figures, and Lin Yi readily agreed, facilitating the signing of the land transfer agreements on the spot. Lin Yi quickly calculated that it amounted to roughly 10,000 per acre. Not all of the land was arable. It included forested areas as well. Thus, for Chunjiang village, which faced significant depopulation, this price was considered relatively high. Typically, in rural areas situated about an hour's drive from the provincial capital, the transfer price for an acre of land ranged from 6 to 8,000 yuan. The main reason for this was Lin Yi's refusal to negotiate. Chunjiang village was suitable for aquaculture, yet the government's substantial support for the industry would not be implemented nationwide until a year later. Therefore, even if this area did not transform into a development zone, Lin Yi's early investment in aquaculture was bound to be lucrative. In total, he acquired 55 acres from 14 families, costing him 560,000 yuan. After receiving her 40,000 yuan, Shennongjia initially intended to inquire when Lin Yi would return so she could accompany him. However, after glancing at Yan'an, she reconsidered and ultimately departed in her uncle's vehicle. Lin Yi had anticipated discussing the village's collective land leasing with Wang Meng once the crowd dispersed. But then another 17 or 18 individuals arrived. Lin Yi, do you still want our woodland? Yes, of course. Lin Yi replied, his heart soaring with joy. These individuals were those who remained at home and no longer needed firewood for cooking, rendering their woodland practically useless. Seeing Lin Yi's interest in acquiring it, they preferred to exchange it for cash. Moreover, Lin Yi's offering was significantly higher than usual. Consequently, they happily transferred their land to him, perceiving him as a generous benefactor. Lin Yi, however, was indifferent to their perceptions. Wang Meng quickly became busy again. Throughout this process, more individuals came forward, also wishing to sell their woodland, and Lin Yi agreed to all offers. By the time the crowd dispersed, Lin Yi's backpack was nearly empty. He glanced inside and found only 80,000 yuan remaining, having initially brought 2 million. Yet, as he surveyed the map filled with markings indicating his acquired land, an indescribable sense of satisfaction washed over him. He now owned 112 acres of land, which would one day be adorned with towering buildings. Furthermore, with the additional woodland acquired from the recent sellers, Lin Yi's land now spanned various regions surrounding the village, largely in large contiguous plots with few isolated sections. Then came a delightful surprise. After finishing his tasks, Wang Meng said, Lin Yi, regarding the 18 acres of woodland we discussed earlier, the village has agreed to transfer it to you. For 30 years. It will cost you 80,000 yuan. What do you think? Wow. Are you looking at my wallet to set the price? Lin Yi was speechless. Village chief, how about we lower it a bit to 50,000? No way. The minimum is 70,000. How about 60,000? Deal. Wang Meng immediately agreed, wearing a triumphant grin. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly, feigning a distressed expression as he replied, Village chief, you've taken advantage of me. But then again, I do need that piece of land to establish my site. Nephew, I can see you're destined for great things. Don't sweat the loss of a few thousand yuan. Wang Meng reassured him with a smile. Frustrated, Lin Yi could barely contain his exasperation. Soon, all agreements were signed. However, due to the sheer volume of land transfers, totaling 130 acres, they required approval from the village committee to be submitted to the land transfer service station. Wang Meng repeatedly assured Lin Yi that since this was for the development of aquaculture, there would be no issues. He promised to submit the details today, and, typically, a response would be received within 5 working days. Lin Yi checked the date. It was already the 21st. 5 working days would mean a response by the 28th. Just in time for the start of the new school year on September 1st, Lin Yi once again produced 2 packs of cigarettes for Wang Meng. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yi took in Yan'an and exited Wang Meng's office. Lin Yi, you're back. As soon as they stepped out of the village committee, Lin Yi heard someone calling out to him. He turned around to see Wang Shan standing at the boundary between his home and the village committee, beaming and waving at him. Oh, it's been a while. Shan, you are even more beautiful than before, Lin Yi remarked with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Wang Shan from head to toe. What are you staring at? With those roguish eyes, aren't you afraid your girlfriend will get jealous? Wang Shan feigned annoyance while covertly glancing towards Yan'an, who, however, showed no reaction and quickly dove into the passenger seat. Yan'an is just a good friend of mine, Lin Yi replied with a grin. He was not naive enough to fall for such an obvious ploy. If she wouldn't even acknowledge Yan'an as his girlfriend in front of Wang Meng, it was unlikely she would do so in front of another beauty. I heard you broke up with Shennongjia. Wang Shan suddenly leaned closer to Lin Yi and asked in a hushed tone. Earlier, when Lin Yi had arrived, The commotion had awakened Wang Shanshan, who had been napping. Thus, she had a clear view of the unfolding scene at the village committee, particularly noting how Shen Yue had been hiding behind the crowd. Consequently, she surmised that Lin Yi and Shen Yue must have parted ways. Yes, we have, Lin Yi replied candidly. Oh, that makes sense. So what? You're not interested in me, are you? Lin Yi's gaze roamed unabashedly over Wang Shanshan's beauty and figure. In terms of looks, Wang Ziqi had a round face, while Wang Shanshan possessed a more angular, refined visage. Both were stunning in their own right. Wang Shanshan's hourglass figure was also remarkable, driving the youth of the village to invariably compare the two of them as equals in beauty. Wang Shanshan covered her mouth with a smile and asked, Are you leaving already? Yes. I'll be going back in a few days. Can I visit you at your school for some fun? Wang Shanshan inquired eagerly. Of course, you're always welcome. Wang Shanshan watched as Lin Yi left before heading home. Coincidentally, Wang Ming witnessed this scene and began pacing anxiously in his office. He was genuinely worried that Lin Yi's earlier jest about becoming his son-in-law might turn into a reality. He truly held Lin Yi in disdain. He hastily set aside his paperwork and rushed home. Unfortunately, Wang Shanshan's dismissive remark made him return, dejected, to assist Lin Yi once more. Previously, Wang Shanshan had a decent impression of Lin Yi, handsome and responsible. Given Lin Yi's relationship with Shen Yue, she had never considered pursuing anything with him. However, witnessing Lin Yi's boldness today, standing resolutely before dozens without flinching, stirred something within her. In her eyes, men should embody such courage and charisma. Compared to the suitors who had previously pursued her, Lin Yi far surpassed them in both looks and presence, prompting her to test the waters with him. She was well aware of her father's incessant admonitions urging her to distance herself from Lin Yi and to seek a wealthy suitor in the city instead, which greatly annoyed her. Today was no different. She merely let his words go in one ear and out the other. On their way back to Lincheng, Yanyan remarked, That girl seemed quite interested in you. It was evident that Wang Shanshan had been waiting for Lin Yi. It's all my fault for being so exceptional, Lin Yi quipped. And Yanyan rolled her eyes and retorted, I noticed her brother clearly looks down on you. And while her father pretends to be polite, he secretly holds you in contempt as well. If anything were to happen between you two, well, that would be quite the spectacle. Lin Yi chuckled. Wouldn't that be delightful? It would infuriate those two fools. He could not help but laugh heartily. He had taken note of Wang Ming and Wang Ning's attitudes towards him, remembering them well. For now, however, he needed Wang Ming's assistance, so he played along. Excuses. Excuses. Clearly, you have your eyes on that beauty, and Yanyan teased, feigning annoyance. Lin Yi grinned. She can't hold a candle to you. In my eyes, you're the most beautiful. And Yanyan blushed at his words, playfully retorting, At least you have a conscience. Women, after all, often only needed a little flattery to soothe their tempers. If that failed, a bit more persuasion would suffice. Absolutely. My affection for you is as constant as the sun and moon, Lin Yi said with a mischievous smile. You certainly have a sweet tongue. And Yanyan shifted the topic, asking, Weren't you afraid with so many people around? Lin Yi answered nonchalantly, What is there to fear? As long as they dare to make a move, I will ensure they learn what it means to have a father. And Yannan's gaze towards Lin Yi gradually filled with admiration. Yet, contemplating her own circumstances, she usually aimed to keep Lin Yi out of her troubles. However, after witnessing his performance today, her resolve began to waver. She realized that even if she tried to shield Lin Yi, their connection would inevitably expose him to danger. Initially inviting Lin to stay at her home was done out of spite, but she soon found herself unable to part with him, leading to her concerns. When Lin Yi chose to rent a place and stopped contacting her every few days, she finally felt a sense of relief, believing this would minimize the chances of being discovered. It was a form of protection for Lin Yi, albeit a temporary one. She knew that day would inevitably come. Lost in these thoughts, her emotions turned somber. Lin Yi noticed her change and asked with concern, What's wrong? This was the first time he had seen Yanyan like this. She was usually so cheerful in his presence. Anyanan asked softly, Lin Yi, if one day my association with you brings you trouble, would you hate me? Never. Lin Yi replied firmly, You are my woman. Your troubles are mine to bear. Hearing this, Yanyan smiled brightly. With you saying that, I feel reassured. They continued to chat for a while, but Yanyan refrained from mentioning the troublesome matter. Lin Yi didn't pry, yet he understood it was likely related to that pretty boy. After Lin Yi escorted Yanyan home, they cooked dinner together like a young couple and later watched an art film before embracing and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Yanyan left for work, and when Lin Yi awoke, it was already 10 o'clock. Checking his phone, he found a message from Yanyan. Lin Yi, there's a bank card on the table in the living room. The code is XXXXX. It contains 1 million. I know you need money. Consider a loan until you can repay me. Lin Yi chuckled. Realizing Nan had discerned his financial situation from the events of the previous day. On the way back, she had not mentioned money at all, clearly aware that offering him money directly might bruise his pride, hence framing it as a loan. In Lin Yi's heart, the gentle, considerate, and fervently passionate Yan'an has secured a prominent place. Chapter 56. A timely assistance in the snow. The total expenditure for acquiring the land amounted to 18 million. Presently, he is left with a mere 100,000 yuan. However, Lin Yi still needs to purchase a second-hand vehicle for transportation. When calculated, the funds available for constructing a house and a farm have dwindled to almost nothing. Thus, Yan'an's assistance is indeed a timely gift in his hour of need. Thank you, Nan. Lin Yi, without a hint of hesitation, promptly sent a message of gratitude to Yan'an. Upon returning to the Eugene community, Lin Yi deposited the 20,000 yuan cash he held in his bank account, then prepared to head out to buy a car. Just then, a message from Zhou Tong arrived. Lin Yi, where are you? At home. Lin Yi replied succinctly. I'll come over now. Zhou Tong responded almost instantly. I was just about to head out. Lin Yi sighed helplessly and replied. He understood that Zhou Tong, having missed a lavish meal the previous day, was feeling a bit impatient since it had been several days since he last contacted her. Where are you going? Zhou Tong promptly inquired. To the north of the city to buy a car. Lin Yi replied honestly. Then let me drive you, Zhou Tong suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi felt this would indeed save time and responded, all right, I appreciate it. Let's not be so formal with each other. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi settled into Zhou Tong's Mercedes-Benz C-Class. The automotive industrial park in the northern part of the city was approximately a 30-minute drive from Lincheng University. By the time they reached the vicinity of the automotive industrial park, it was nearing noon. Lin Yi and Zhou Tong casually found a restaurant nearby and had a simple meal before entering the largest second-hand car dealership in the area. Lin Yi had always found it curious that most new car salespeople were women, while the second-hand car market was predominantly male. Moreover, these male salespeople were quite eloquent, yet seldom spoke the truth. As soon as Lin Yi and Zhou Tong stepped through the dealership's entrance, a young salesman eagerly approached them. Bro, what price range are you looking to explore? This young salesman displayed perceptiveness by directing his attention to Lin Yi, recognizing that Zhou Tong, driving the Mercedes, was unlikely to be the buyer. However, Lin Yi sensed an unusual implication in the glances exchanged between the salesman and his colleagues, feeling as though they perceived him as a mere trophy boyfriend living off a wealthy woman. Nevertheless, Lin Yi remained unfazed. His purpose for visiting was clear, to purchase a vehicle, and as long as the price was right, everything else could be negotiated. Thus, he casually responded, around 100,000. Do you have any particular brands in mind? The salesman inquired promptly. Any of the BBA brands will do, Lin Yi stated. Great, this way please. The salesman then guided Lin Yi toward a display area filled with vehicles. In the showcase, the salesman began to introduce the cars one by one. This is a 2010 Audi A4 with a mileage of 60,000 kilometers, priced at 220,000. This is a 2008 Audi A4 with 120,000 kilometers, available for 100,000. This is a 2010 Mercedes C. After the salesman presented 10 used BBA vehicles, Lin Yi remained dissatisfied. Either the models were too outdated or the prices exorbitant. Zhou Tong noticed Lin Yi's hesitation. Suddenly, she seized his arm and turned to leave, prompting the salesman to exclaim, Bro, we can negotiate the price. You can make an offer, however. Zhou Tong paid him no mind and quickly ushered Lin Yi into the car, which then roared away. Sitting in the car, Lin Yi questioned Zhou Tong. What are you doing? Zhou Tong replied, the prices are all too high. I have a 2012 Audi A4 that I don't use. I can sell it to you. Lin Yi chuckled. I can't afford to pay too much for your car. I'll sell it to you for 80,000, Zhou Tong said earnestly. But I have a small request. You can't ignore me. Of course, I want to make unreasonable demands, all right? Zhou Tong understood that her relationship with Lin Yi was merely a fleeting whim. Knowing that Lin Yi had a preference for more voluptuous women, she felt impoverished and overly loud. Their time together was often marked by constant relocation. She wished to see Lin Yi's place, but feared he might cast her out after a visit. While she couldn't articulate deep feelings for Lin Yi, she found herself deeply entangled since being with him. Thus, she hoped to bind him with something else, preventing him from dismissing her should he grow tired or find another woman. Although she acknowledged this was merely a temporary fix, she couldn't conceive of a better plan. Let us go check out the car. Lin Yi did not immediately agree. Indeed, as Zhou Tong surmised, his relationship with her was akin to that with Long Xie, lacking seriousness. The distinction was that he might never see Long Xie again, while Zhou Tong was a constant presence. For someone like Lin Yi, accustomed to lavish banquets, being with Zhou Tong felt akin to sampling a different flavor, akin to enjoying a vegetarian meal. He held no aversion to Zhou Tong's proposal. Both parties seemed to benefit. On the way back, Lin Yi suddenly recalled a crucial question and asked, "Your car is practically new. If I buy it, will your family cause me any trouble?" "They wouldn't dare." Zhou Tong responded firmly, "You can rest assured." Soon, Zhou Tong drove the Mercedes back home. Not long after, she emerged with a nearly pristine Audi A4. Lin Yi took a glance. Wow, the mileage is only a few dozen kilometers. And many protective films haven't even been removed. It's practically a new car. An Audi A4. Even the base model is priced over $300,000. And the mid-range model exceeds $400,000. Selling it to Lin Yi for $80,000 is akin to giving it away. "How do you like it? Satisfied?" Zhou Tong asked nervously, fearing Lin Yi might perceive this as a moral coercion. "It's great. Let us proceed with the transfer," Lin Yi said with a smile, wrapping his arms around Zhou Tong and planting a firm kiss on her cheek. By 5 p.m., all transfer procedures were completed smoothly. Lin Yi then returned to the community to finalize the parking arrangements. Thus, Lin Yi resolved his transportation inconvenience. Subsequently, he took Zhou Tong to an upscale restaurant for a delightful feast. Naturally, after dinner, Zhou Tong had indeed assisted Lin Yi, so he generously offered her advice. At midnight, Zhou Tong, unable to stay out overnight, reluctantly returned home, while Lin Yi, wishing to avoid the raucous sounds from the neighboring room in the hotel, also departed for home. Chapter 57. 1,000 miles to deliver ahead. Upon returning home, Lin Yi entered his bedroom, preparing to retire for the night, only to discover another person lying on his bed. The individual seemed to sense Lin Yi's arrival. Turning over, she softly spoke, "You're back." Lin Yi responded. "I couldn't sleep, so I came here." 2.5 hours later, Wang Ziki had drifted into a deep slumber. Lin Yi took out his phone and glanced at it, unable to suppress a wry smile. He was acutely aware that Wang Ziki often bore the weight of familial burdens, which adversely affected her sleep quality. However, since being in the presence of his exceptionally young energy, her sleep had markedly improved. After all, his constitution had a remarkable effect on the sleep of women. Observing Wang Ziki, Lin Yi felt a pang of sympathy for her. Wang Ziki slept soundly until the following morning at 11, when Lin Yi's phone rang, disrupting her rest. Lin Yi answered the call. "Hello, is this Lin Yi?" "Yes, it is. I'm from the Resource Bureau. The construction application you submitted has been approved. Please come by to collect the materials at your convenience." "All right, thank you." Lin Yi hung up, his face illuminated with excitement. The approval of his construction application signified that he could organize this task before the semester commenced. Although he did not anticipate earning a scholarship during his university studies, securing his graduation certificate was of utmost importance. Therefore, attending classes and familiarizing himself with relevant professors was essential. He resolved to finalize the construction-related arrangements prior to the start of the semester, while the subsequent tasks concerning the farm's establishment could be managed as time permitted. After a simple lunch with Wang Ziki, Lin Yi drove to the Land Bureau to collect the materials, while Wang Ziki visited the hospital to see Wang Zimo and Wang Tao. Upon obtaining the construction materials, Lin Yi promptly called Wang Laowu, a local contractor who specialized in building private residences. "Hello, who is this?" came the quick response. "This is Lin Yi, from the Lin family." "Oh, little Lin, what can I do for you?" "Wang uncle, I need to build a house and would like your assistance in overseeing the project." For the next 2 days, Lin Yi found himself exceedingly busy, accompanying Wang Laowu to purchase materials, and finally arranging everything. Due to the proximity to a large city, acquiring various materials was quite convenient, albeit at a rather steep price. Ultimately, the material costs alone amounted to 90,000 yuan, with labor expenses exceeding several thousand, surpassing Lin Yi's initial calculations. Nevertheless, Lin Yi's financial situation had become considerably more robust, rendering these expenses negligible. During these 2 days, several villagers approached Lin Yi again, motivated by his prior high land purchase prices. Consequently, he acquired an additional 20 acres, bringing his total to 150 acres. He also retained 730,000 yuan in cash. On the 25th, at 5 in the afternoon, Lin Yi returned home, utterly exhausted, and collapsed onto the sofa. After a brief respite, he received a message from Fang Qingyao, stating she would be returning to school the following day and wished to see him. Lin Yi readily agreed. However, shortly thereafter, he received another unexpected call from Long Xia. "Hello, what are you up to?" Lin Yi chuckled, just lying at home. Uncertain if Long Xia was with her boyfriend, Lin Yi refrained from joking. "I'm coming to Lin's city. Will you welcome me?" Long Xia inquired tentatively. Lin Yi thought, why wouldn't I welcome her? I'm open to all visitors. Welcome. I await your arrival with open arms. Longxia promptly replied, I'll arrive at Lin City train station at 8 o'clock. You'll come and pick me up. After expressing her anticipation, she hung up nervously, as she had to leave at 5 the next afternoon. The sole purpose of her visit to Lin City was to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Lin Yi glanced at the time and said with a smile, all right, I'll be there to pick you up. Relieved by his affirmation, Longxia felt a weight lift off her shoulders. The train station was located in the southern part of the city. As he prepared to leave, Lin Yi hesitated briefly before deciding against driving to meet Longxia. Instead, he took a taxi to the train station, arriving just as the clock struck 8. Hastily reaching the exit, he spotted Longxia standing nervously, scanning the area while clutching a small bag and ready to make a call. Lin Yi approached her with a few quick strides, smiling, my apologies for the delay. I was caught in traffic. Upon recognizing him, Longxia's anxiety dissipated, leaving no room for displeasure. It's all right. I just arrived. Let us find a place to stay first, then we can go out to eat, Lin Yi suggested. Sounds good. Typically, accommodations near the train station were scarce. So Lin Yi hailed a taxi and found a nationwide chain hotel not far from the city center. As soon as they entered the room, Longxia was eager to make the most of her time. After spending over 10 days away from Lin Yi, she had become weary of the monotonous company of Lu Xiaolong and longed for the elaborate meals Lin Yi had prepared for her. Just the day before, she had returned home from a trip with her boyfriend to Hangzhou, and after spending a mere day at home, she secretly purchased a ticket to Lin City. She understood that once school commenced, her opportunities to escape would be scarce. Moreover, she was due to return to school with Lu Xiaolong early on the 28th, leaving her with little time for solitude. 3 hours later, Longxia suggested, Lin Yi, let us order takeout. I'm not in the mood to go out. Without any desire to admire the night scenery of Lin City, Lin Yi complied. As he opened his phone to order takeout, he inquired, when do you head back? I have a train at 5 in the afternoon tomorrow. It's a rare opportunity for you to come here. Why return so soon? Stay a few more days, and I'll show you around Lin City. Lin Yi offered, though inwardly he thought it unlikely he would be able to leave the house before 4 in the afternoon. Given her evident desire to make the most of her limited time, after enjoying their late-night snacks, Longxia ordered a second round of local delicacies. The following morning, Lin Yi hoped for a leisurely sleep-in before work, yet to his surprise, Longxia had set an alarm for 8 o'clock. After a 2-hour class, Lin Yi playfully teased, aren't you worried about the drastic changes when you return? What will you tell them? Longxia stuck out her tongue and replied, he is still young and lacks the ability to discern good from bad. All right, I understand. For lunch, Lin Yi ordered takeout once more. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Longxia finished freshening up. Although she appeared fatigued, Lin Yi could clearly see the radiance in her expression. At 4 o'clock, they set out, and Lin Yi accompanied her to the station. As they prepared to part ways, Lin Yi smiled and asked, are you satisfied with your hostess' hospitality, my dear guest? Longxia's cheeks flushed. I am exceedingly satisfied. With an emphasis on her satisfaction, she added, next time, I'll strive to stay longer. Lin Yi go kit. Even the most exquisite feasts can become tiresome. Longxia shook her head. Your culinary skills are unparalleled. I could never grow weary of them. With that, she reluctantly turned and entered the station. Chapter 58, The Exemplary Roommate. As Lin Yi watched Longxia depart, he chose not to leave the station. Instead, he made his way to the exit. After waiting for approximately 40 minutes, he spotted Fang Qingyao emerging from the station clad in a strikingly short jumpsuit. Her breathtaking beauty, coupled with her alluring figure, turned heads effortlessly. Lin Yi approached her, taking one of her bags in one hand while wrapping the other around her waist. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, he hailed a taxi, and they departed. The distance from Shida to Lin University was merely 2 streets away. However, Lin Yi was aware that he should not take Fang Qingyao near the school, as encountering acquaintances would lead to embarrassment for her, if not for him. They headed east to the Mayday Grand Hotel, a venue of considerable luxury. Upon entering, Fang Qingyao, having not seen Lin Yi for over 10 days, playfully inquired, brother, have you missed me? Although she lacked the sultry allure of an Yanin, her question was sufficient to send shivers through Lin Yi's soul. Whether I missed you or not is uncertain, but I, Lin Yi, am here to amuse you. After exchanging playful banter, the two wasted no time in getting to the heart of the matter. At 8:30 in the evening, they stepped out to dine. Lin Yi, I want to go to KTV to sing, Fang Qingyao suggested. Lin Yi shook his head. It's rather dull with just the two of us. She replied, my roommates are also coming. I'll invite them to join us. Are they all beauties? He asked. Absolutely. Come with me, will you? Fang Qingyao implored. Shaking his arm playfully, Lin Yi conjured, I'll dict. Which one? Blue Moon KTV, she replied. Very well, let us go. Blue Moon KTV was located in the northeastern part of the city, close to Shida. After a 20-minute journey, they arrived at the entrance, where a few moments later, three stunningly dressed young women approached them. One wore white stockings, another black, and the last showcased her bare legs, each radiating youthful vibrance. With Fang Qingyao's long legs complementing the ensemble, passers-by couldn't help but glance their way. Yeah. Fang Qingyao waved at them. Wow, Yao. Didn't we agree on a girls' night? Why'd you bring a handsome guy? The girl named Ye teased. I was worried you wouldn't have enough fun, so I brought him to spice things up, Fang Qingyao quipped. Yao. Could he possibly be your new boyfriend? Finally found a man, congratulations, remarked another girl in black stockings, her gaze lingering on Lin Yi. Let me introduce him. This is Lin Yi, a friend I met during the holidays from the neighboring Lin University. Fang Qingyao quickly clarified. A friend? Really? Yao, if you say that. I might just. The final girl in white stockings began, stepping closer to Lin Yi to scrutinize him. I have no objections. You three can each pursue your interests. Fang Qingyao laughed heartily. You'd better keep your word and not regret it later. Ye chuckled. Lin Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. What a fierce pack of roommates. Fang Qingyao turned to Lin Yi, saying, Lin Yi, this is Sun Ye, the leader of our dorm. Lin Yi nodded at Ye. The one in black is Huang Tingting, the most extroverted among us. After Fang Qingyao finished her introduction, Ye added, Yao, you're good with words. She is actually the naughtiest. Yeah, that is going too far. Huang Tingting blushed and playfully nudged Sun Ye. I was wrong. You're not, I am. Sun Ye quickly apologized. Fang Qingyao shook her head and continued. This is Cheng Mushua, the most knowledgeable among us. Sun Ye and Huang Tingting couldn't help but laugh, while Lin Yi remained utterly confused. Most knowledgeable? In what regard? He blurted out. Of course, when it comes to relationships. Huang Tingting shot back. Lin Yi felt another wave of embarrassment wash over him. Truly, what exemplary roommates. Deciding to change the subject, Lin Yi suggested, all right, let us head inside. The four beautiful women finally quieted down and followed him into the grand hall of Blue Moon. Lin Yi took the initiative to book a private room. Just as he stepped away, a person approached Fang Qingyao and her friends, whispering, ladies, room 888 on the third floor has invited you to join for a singing session. The four women shook their heads in refusal. Ladies, it's merely singing. Please grant us this courtesy. The individual persisted. No, thank you. Fang Qingyao declined once more. Ladies, I've come alone to invite you. If you refuse, many others will follow shortly. The person's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of menace. Sorry. We have friends, Fang Qingyao reiterated. Fine, just wait. The individual shot them a glare before heading upstairs. After Lin Yi set up the room, he beckoned the women to join him. Yet they remained still, which puzzled him. Fang Qingyao hurried over to Lin Yi, whispering, Lin Yi, let us not sing anymore. Let's go back. But I've already booked the room, he protested, oblivious to any prior incident involving them. However, noticing the expressions of Sun Ye and the others, he realized something unpleasant had transpired. Don't worry, I'm here, and since we have the room, let us sing for a bit. If things don't feel right, we can leave, he reassured her. Fang Qingyao hesitated, but returned to convey Lin Yi's words to the others. After a moment of silent agreement, they nodded. The five of them made their way to the private room on the second floor, where a waiter soon delivered a fruit platter and a case of beer. However, the earlier incident weighed on them, leaving them somewhat distracted while singing. Curious, Lin Yi approached Fang Qingyao and asked, Yao, what is really going on? Just as she was about to respond, the door to the room swung open. Four young men, adorned with earrings and tattoos, stormed in with an intimidating presence, glaring at the five of them. The leader, sporting bleached hair, declared, Ladies, our brother specifically invited you to come and sing with us. Let us go. Fang Qingyao, frightened, clutched Lin Yi's arm tightly. Sun Ye and the others huddled together, clearly aware that these individuals were not of good character. Noticing their lack of response, the bleached-haired leader pressed, Will you walk with us, or shall we force you? Choose one. It was evident they intended to use force. Hey, I want to join too. Can I come? Lin Yi interjected unexpectedly. The leader was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, shouting, Get lost, you pretty boy. We don't need your kind here. Chapter 59, Fierce Roommates. Fang Qingyao tightened her grip on Lin Yi and urged, Lin Yi, let us find a way to leave. Don't provoke them. Lin Yi patted her hand reassuringly, smiling, Don't be afraid. I'm here. He then stood up, addressing the bleached-haired youth. Let us talk this through. There is no need for insults. The leader, taken aback by Lin Yi's defiance, grew even more furious. The others glared menacingly at him. As one individual closed the door, the moment it latched shut, the four assailants lunged toward Lin Yi. The four women shrieked in terror. However, A mere 15 seconds later, the young man with yellow hair and his 3 accomplices found themselves piled in a corner behind the door, wailing in despair. You dare to strike us? Dog brother will not let you off easily. The yellow-haired youth bellowed. With a swift kick, Lin Yi silenced him, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. It was only at this juncture that Fang Qingyao and her companions regained their composure, exchanging incredulous glances. What had just transpired? They had scarcely grasped the events unfolding before them, only witnessing how Lin Yi dispatched them into the corner. The yellow-haired youth suffered the worst, trapped beneath his 3 companions. When Lin Yi's foot connected with his thigh, a faint crack echoed, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, a piercing scream escaped his lips. Unfazed, Lin Yi seized the topmost individual and commanded, "Go summon your so-called dog brother to apologize, or I shall shatter their bones." With that, he flung the thug outside. The door, now ajar, pressed against the yellow-haired youth's thigh, eliciting another howl of agony. "Shut your mouth." Lin Yi roared it. The 3 remaining thugs, trembling in fear, ceased their cries. They were indeed terrified. Lin Yi returned to his seat beside Fang Qingyao and addressed the quartet. "Rest assured, shortly we shall venture to a private room for karaoke, and I guarantee no one will dare disrupt your enjoyment." The 4 nodded, though their expressions remained fraught with fear. Moments later, a cacophony erupted from outside. The door was cautiously pushed open, as those outside seemed aware that their comrades were stacked behind the door. Upon entry, a long-haired, fierce-looking individual swaggered in. However, when he laid eyes on Lin Yi, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. My apologies, I seem to have taken a wrong turn." He stammered, his words faltering. He then turned to leave. "You haven't made a mistake." Lin Yi repeated coolly. "And no, I genuinely have," he insisted. This was Ergo, a trusted subordinate of Scarface, who had witnessed Lin Yi's ferocity in Spring River Village, who was still recuperating in the hospital with several broken ribs. Not to mention Wang Tao and his 20-odd men, each requiring weeks of rest to heal. Clearly, Lin Yi was a ruthless force. After returning that day, Scarface had explicitly warned them to avoid provoking Lin Yi. Little did they expect to encounter this fearsome figure in Scarface's very stronghold. Ergo had no desire to spend months in the hospital himself. "Dare to step out that door and see what happens," Lin Yi declared, uninterested in further conversation. At that moment, some of the individuals accompanying Ergo recognized Lin Yi, instinctively retreating. Those outside even retreated to corners where Lin Yi could not see them. I see Lin Xiaoge is here. My sincerest apologies for my subordinate's indiscretion in disturbing your enjoyment," Ergo said with a forced smile. "I offer my apologies, and the current room is too small. Let me arrange a larger one for you. Tonight, I shall treat you, so feel free to order whatever you wish. Furthermore, I will secure a platinum membership for you, granting a 30% discount on future expenditures. Additionally, any of your friends who come to sing under your name will be guaranteed an uninterrupted experience." Ergo continued, showering Lin Yi with flattery. The yellow-haired youth and his companions, still lying there, thought they had misheard. Meanwhile, the thugs outside, reminded by those who had encountered Lin Yi before, understood the gravity of the situation and remained silent. Fang Qingyao's mouth fell agape in disbelief, unable to fathom Lin Yi's influence. Shennongjia and the others were equally dumbfounded. Satisfied with the response, Lin Yi nodded approvingly. Seeing that Lin Yi no longer pursued the matter, Ergo turned and ordered, "Drag these blind fools out of sight. We cannot let them offend Lin Xiaoge's eyes. Also, reserve the 3 VIP rooms upstairs." Soon after, the yellow-haired trio was unceremoniously removed. Ergo continued, "Lin Xiaoge, allow me to escort you to one of the VIP rooms. They're spacious." Lin Yi rose and smiled at the 4 women. "Shall we?" The 4 hurriedly stood and followed Lin Yi out. On the 3rd floor, in room 555, after ushering Lin Yi and the others inside, Ergo ingratiatingly remarked, "Lin Xiaoge, enjoy your time. Shortly, someone will bring in fruit platters and drinks. Should you require anything else, simply inform the staff." With that, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. Lin Yi, Fang Qingyao began hesitantly. "You are so handsome." Shennongjia gushed, surrounded by her companions like a starstruck admirer. Lin Yi chuckled. "I've always been handsome. Haven't I?" "Seriously, Lin Yi, do you have a girlfriend?" Shennongjia inquired. "Even if you do, I'm drawn to men with such commanding presence," Cheng Mushue boldly declared, wrapping her arm around Lin Yi's. "I think so too. You are precisely the kind of boyfriend I envision. What should I do?" Huang Tingting chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Fang Qingyao regretted inviting these audacious friends. The key issue was Lin Yi's youthful vigor, and these women were dressed provocatively. What if he lost control? Could you refrain from being so flirtatious? Fang Qingyao admonished. Qingyao, between men and women, Attraction is natural. That's where you're mistaken, Chung Mushua teased. I truly can't deal with you. You all have some nerve. If you go home with him tonight, we'll see who ends up begging for mercy. Fang Qingyao was not merely speaking in jest. She vividly recalled the state she was in after her first intense training session with Lin Yi. Furthermore, Lin Yi had only grown stronger since then. She knew all too well. Even if someone had experience in that regard, Lin Yi was an unparalleled force, a veritable titan. Chapter 60, Indulgence. As the waitstaff arrived with large platters of fruit and several cases of beer, the four women began selecting songs to sing. The earlier interruption faded into the past. Lin Yi occasionally joined in, though more often he was pulled into duet performances by Shennongjia and the others. Fang Qingyao maintained a relatively reserved demeanor. Lin Yi found it perplexing that, despite the presence of such audacious friends, Fang Qingyao had not been led astray. As the alcohol flowed more freely, the three women gravitated closer to Lin Yi. This made Lin Yi wish to impart a stern lesson, reminding them of the boundaries of their audacity. After singing for over 3 hours, it was nearly midnight, and the four had drunk enough. Thus, Lin Yi suggested they wrap up. All right, today has been delightful. Lin Xiaoga, I will follow your lead wherever you choose, Huang Tingting boldly declared, noticeably tipsy. Let us depart, Lin Yi replied, steering the group forward. Upon reaching the lobby, Ergo had not yet left. He approached Lin Yi, presenting him with a card, saying, Lin, here is the platinum card for this place. I have loaded 2,000 yuan onto it, which also includes the amount you have already paid today. Please take good care of it. Lin Yi received the card and, accompanied by the four women, exited the lobby. However, upon reaching the entrance, Lin Yi found himself in a quandary. It was evident that Fang Qingyao intended to accompany him back. Yet, she had previously only referred to their relationship as friendship, suggesting that her following him home would imply they were cohabitating. Moreover, Shennongjia and the other two clearly showed no desire to return to school. Just then, Shennongjia, the head of the dormitory, spoke up. It's too late. We can't go back. What should we do? As she asked. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Yi rather than the other three. This was quite a predicament. If it were just her, Lin Yi wouldn't mind taking her along. But now, with four people involved, it became rather awkward. He would have relished the opportunity to indulge like the affluent and powerful of ancient times. But he couldn't impose his desires onto others. Fang Qingyao remained silent, while Shennongjia, Huang Tingting, and Chung Mushua looked at Lin Yi with eager anticipation. Yeah. You can share a taxi with Qingyao. I will take Tingting and Mushua together. The destination is the Mayday Hotel in the eastern part of the city, Lin Yi instructed. As Fang Qingyao got into the car, she cast a worried glance at Lin Yi, clearly concerned for her two roommates. After hailing a taxi, Lin Yi intended to occupy the front passenger seat. However, Huang Tingting beat him to it, and Chung Mushua swiftly slipped into the back seat. Lin Yi had no choice but to join them in the back. Just as he settled down, Huang Tingting, instead of remaining in the front, also squeezed into the back seat, leaving all three of them cramped together. The driver was left bewildered, silently lamenting how the youth of today certainly knew how to have fun. The back seat was indeed crowded, not due to the size of the vehicle, but rather the number of occupants. Lin Yi could only manage a wry smile as he resigned himself to endure the journey. I will come find you later. I need to discuss something with you. Chung Mushua suddenly leaned in and whispered in Lin Yi's ear. Lin Yi feigned ignorance, offering no response. As they approached the hotel, Huang Tingting leaned closer and murmured, Later, I need to talk to you about something. Lin Yi thought to himself, am I truly in for a treat? He escorted the two to the hotel lobby, where Fang Qingyao and Shennongjia were already waiting. At the front desk, Lin Yi arranged for 2 more rooms and then led the 4 of them upstairs, including the previous room. All 3 rooms were conveniently located on the same floor and adjacent to one another. In the hallway, Lin Yi pointed to the middle room, saying, This is the room I booked this afternoon. I will be sleeping alone here. He continued, the rooms on either side can accommodate 2 people each. You can divide your cells as you see fit. Having said that, he handed the room keys to Fang Qingyao and Shennongjia, indifferent to how they chose to pair off. Lin Yi then opened the door to the middle room, entered, and closed the door behind him. Outside, the 4 women harbored their own thoughts, remaining silent. Eventually, Shennongjia, the dormitory leader, declared, I'll room with Mushua. Chung Mushua glanced at Huang Tingting and nodded reluctantly. In truth, she had hoped to share a room with Huang Tingting, as they had both overheard each other during the taxi ride regarding their conversations with Lin Yi. Being together would indeed be much more convenient. However, since the dormitory leader had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. Thus, the rooms were assigned. The one feeling most frustrated was Fang Qingyao, who had originally anticipated some alone time with Lin Yi. Little did she expect her 3 assertive roommates to intrude. Now, This evening was rendered futile, and she would feel even more hesitant to step out alone the following night. Lin Yi lay on the bed, feeling helpless. He couldn't allow any other women to occupy this room first, lest his relationship with Fang Qingyao be exposed. It wasn't that he was afraid, but rather he wished to consider her feelings. After all, Fang Qingyao was indeed a lovely woman, and since their encounter on the train and the subsequent events in Fan City, Lin Yi had resolved to treat her well. Primarily, it was about maintaining authenticity. Overthinking was futile. Lin Yi took a shower and then lay down to sleep. However, shortly after he settled in, he heard a gentle knock at the door. Though the sound was soft, Lin Yi's keen senses picked it up. After a moment's thought, he got up to open the door. Upon opening it, a stunning figure slipped inside. What the heck? Huang Tingting. Half an hour later, another knock echoed from outside. Lin Yi exchanged glances with Huang Tingting. Reluctantly, he approached the door again, peering through the peephole, but seeing no one. He decided to open the door anyway. Another figure slipped inside. Cheng Muxue. This was becoming absurd. A few minutes later, Sun Ye appeared outside, pressing her ear against Lin Yi's door to listen for a moment. She was utterly bewildered. Although she had never been in such a situation, she had certainly seen enough movies from the West to know what was happening. Clenching her teeth, she prepared to return to her room, but since Huang Tingting had taken a room card, the door closed automatically behind her. Now, she was in a predicament. She had no choice but to call Fang Qingyao. Upon opening the door, Fang Qingyao let Sun Yi in, but the room was pitch dark. The two used their phones as flashlights, only to discover that the room card had also been taken by Cheng Muxue. Goodness, what wonderful roommates. The most awkward of all was Fang Qingyao, who now understood the situation next door without needing to guess. She and Sun Yi found themselves at a loss for words. Yao Yao, have you and Lin Yi? Sun Yi inquired, don't hide it from me. I can tell. Fang Qingyao thought to herself. If you can tell, why ask me? The one feeling awkward here was her, after all. Although she and Lin Yi had indeed progressed in their relationship, her so-called good roommates were making a fuss. Not only those two, but also the one in front of her seemed equally intrigued. Those two next door were like insatiable ghosts. She could understand their curiosity being what they were. However, Sun Ye, as the dormitory leader and a beauty in her own right, typically exuded a pure and gentle demeanor. To witness her acting this way today was quite unexpected. You two are truly good sisters. Fang Qingyao didn't know how to respond, so she chose silence. Sun Yi, observing her reaction, deduced the truth and remarked, Lin Yi is quite the scoundrel. If he yes with you, he should be responsible. No, Lin Yi isn't what you think. He treats me very well, Fang Qingyao retorted defensively. Sun Yi countered, if he has already crossed that line with you, he should be accountable. What he is doing now is wrong. Fang Qingyao denied it again. It was my choice to follow him, and he couldn't possibly have me as his only one. Sun Yi, puzzled, replied, I don't understand. Why couldn't he have you as his only one? I can explain right now. Just wait a moment, and you'll understand when they come out, Fang Qingyao said, her face flushed. Sun Yi remained confused, but Fang Qingyao showed no intention of elaborating, so she fell silent. Both were incredibly tired but held on. They waited for 3.5 hours. As the clock struck past 4 in the morning, a knock echoed from outside the door, followed by its creaking open. Cheng Muxue appeared out, only to be met with an abyss of darkness. She illuminated her phone screen to cast a faint light towards the bed. However, the moment she did, she was startled and quickly withdrew her head. Yao Yao, I both know now, Sun Yi whispered, a hint of indignation in her tone. Cheng Muxue had no choice but to step inside. Inserting her card into the power slot, the lights flickered to life, illuminating the three of them in an awkward silence. Mere seconds later, a knock resonated once more from outside the door. Cheng Muxue opened it to reveal Huang Tingting, who sheepishly entered. The two approached Sun Yi and Fang Qingyao, lowering their flushed faces. You two truly are the best of friends. Sun Yi couldn't finish her thought. Cheng Muxue murmured, I believe Ye and Yao Yao should pay a visit. What did you say? Sun Yi's face instantly turned crimson, taken aback by Cheng Muxue's audacious remark. It was nothing short of scandalous. I merely speak the truth. If you doubt me, ask Tingting, Cheng Muxue insisted. Yao Yao, do you agree? Huang Tingting suddenly turned to Fang Qingyao, stating, his room is filled with your scent. Yao Yao, don't tell me you think you can monopolize him. If that's the case, you'll surely wear yourself out. Cheng Muxue added in agreement. I'm going to sleep, Fang Qingyao said, her face aflame, as she pretended to drift off. Sun Yi finally grasped the underlying meaning. Lin Yi was not human. 3.5 hours. What does that even imply? If she were to indulge in lavish meals every day, she'd surely be exhausted. Having had her share of boyfriends, she had seen the likes of foot massages and such, so she understood a thing or two about the complexities involved. Ironically, it was she who found herself wide awake now. Em tired, Cenk muksuermarkt. Retreating to her bed. Yeah, let us go. I can hardly keep my eyes open, Huang Tingting said, pulling Sun Ye along. Once they returned to their room, Huang Tingting handed the card to Sun Ye, saying, Here is the card. I'm going to sleep. With that, she collapsed on her bed, utterly worn out. Sun Ye sat on the edge of the bed, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. She recalled Lin Yi's demeanor at KTV and the sound she had eavesdropped on earlier. She also thought of Huang Tingting, Cheng Muxue, and Fang Qingyao's words, her curiosity intensifying. Ultimately, she rose, quietly exiting her room to knock lightly on Lin Yi's door. He was preparing to sleep when he heard the sound, realizing he would have to pull an all-nighter at work. The following afternoon, at 2 o'clock, the five of them gathered in the hotel lobby. Apart from Fang Qingyao, who appeared somewhat fatigued, the other three radiated vitality. You should go back with them. I'll find you in a few days, Lin Yi whispered to Fang Qingyao. Fang Qingyao's mood was indeed quite low. Lin Yi had initially been alone, never intending to monopolize anyone. Yet now, all four girls in the dormitory were connected to him, complicating matters for the future. The four reluctantly parted ways with Lin Yi. After returning to their dorm, Sun Ye locked the door, and the four convened a meeting. Sun Ye spoke first. Yao Yao, we owe you an apology. We were in the wrong. It's fine, I understand. Fang Qingyao responded, still feeling disheartened. To be honest, even if you asked me to leave Lin Yi right now, I genuinely couldn't do it, Sun Ye continued. Me too. I feel the same. Huang Tingting and Cheng Muxue chimed in. But I promise, when you're alone with Lin Yi, we won't disturb you, Sun Ye added. The implication being that one could feast on the main course but must not deny them the broth. After all, the three knew that Fang Qingyao was not only beautiful but also had never been in a relationship. From their shallow understanding of Lin Yi, it was evident he would likely treat Fang Qingyao with greater care. All right, let us not overthink this, Fang Qingyao interjected. What we need to do now is keep this matter from outsiders, or else it won't happen, Sun Ye replied. This is a fortunate affair that we must safeguard. Huang Tingting and Cheng Muxue vigorously shook their heads in agreement. Also, Tingting, I suggest you break up with your boyfriend if you wish to pursue something with Lin Yi, Fang Qingyao felt compelled to say. She worried that Lin Yi might inquire about their situations, and she was someone who would never hide anything from him. I'll do it right now. Huang Tingting decisively pulled out her phone and sent a breakup text. However, her phone was soon inundated with messages. Meanwhile, Lin Yi returned home. As expected, Wang Ziki was waiting for him again. Ziki, stay over tonight. It just so happens we're going to the hospital tomorrow. On his way back, Lin Yi received a call from the hospital's testing center, instructing him to collect the DNA report the following day. It had been half a month since Lin Yi returned to Lin City. In that time, he had been tirelessly toiling away. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Shen Yue was consumed with worry. On one hand, Lin Yi had not once reached out to her for a transaction during this period. On the other hand, the money she had advanced, alongside the funds from selling land, amounted to 1.78 million, and after Li Caifeng's treatment that morning, only a little over 20,000 remained. This indicated that the next treatment, scheduled for 3 days later, was again in jeopardy. Additionally, the doctor had mentioned a noticeable improvement in her mother's condition. But treatment could not cease. It was estimated that 3 more sessions were required for discharge. This was nearly 60,000 less than anticipated. The total cost for those 3 sessions would be 90,000. After Li Caifeng was discharged, she would be unable to work for at least 2 to 3 months, meaning they needed to prepare living expenses for that duration. Including rent, they would need at least 5,000 a month, totaling 15,000. Subtracting the remaining 28,000 she had, it meant she needed to request another advance of approximately 80,000 from Lin Yi. Consequently, her total debt to him would reach 18 million. According to their agreement, that equated to 272 installments. However, with a 10 interest rate, it would amount to 300 installments. So far, she had only made 2 payments. Chapter 62, Wang Ziki's thoughts. Contemplating Lin Yi's demands, though anxious, she held back. Simultaneously, she found herself harboring a flicker of expectation that Lin Yi would reach out to her in the next couple of days. Li Caifeng's condition had visibly improved. Her complexion was healthier, with a hint of blush replacing some of the pallor. She had tried several times to ask Shen Yue how she had borrowed money from Lin Yi and whether there was something she was unaware of. Yet, every time she opened her mouth, the words fell short. She was almost certain that Shen Yue had struck a deal with Lin Yi. However, she remained oblivious to the specifics of that transaction. Upon hearing that only 3 more treatments were required before her mother could recuperate, she fervently wished for a swift recovery, so she could confront Lin Yi for clarity. Her daughter was in the prime of her youth. She could not allow unforeseen circumstances to interfere. Meanwhile, Lin Yi worked tirelessly to ensure that the increasingly anxious Wang Ziki could sleep soundly. Eventually, Wang Ziki fell into a deep slumber. Lin Yi gazed at Wang Ziki, a woman who emanated an aura of gentle tenderness, evoking not only a sense of pity, but also a hint of indulgence. In stark contrast to Wang Ziki's gentle demeanor, and Yanan radiated a fiery enthusiasm. Fang Qingyao, on the other hand, seemed to embody the allure of a people player, half concealed. Among these three, Lin Yi found himself particularly fond. As for Zhou Tong, her behavior was nothing short of madness. Though Long Xie exhibited her own form of insanity, it was evidently a result of her boyfriend, Lu Xiaolong's influence. Lin Yi preferred to describe Shun Youwei's demeanor with a single word: promiscuous. The following day, the 28th, Lin Yi drove Wang Ziki to the hospital. Although he refrained from asking, he was aware that Wang Zimo had been sent back to his hometown and a caregiver had been hired for him. Wang Tao had also returned home. Thus, during this period, Wang Ziki frequently sought refuge with Lin Yi. On one hand, this was due to her sleep issues. On the other, it was a pure longing for the warmth of home, something Lin Yi had provided for her. Throughout the journey, Wang Ziki was visibly anxious. Upon arriving at the testing center and receiving the report, she hesitated to allow Lin Yi to open it. "Ziki, perhaps you should wait in the car for me," Lin Yi suggested, opting to examine the report himself first before deciding whether to disclose its contents to Wang Ziki. After much deliberation, Wang Ziki ultimately acquiesced. As she departed, Lin Yi promptly opened the report and turned to the final page, where the conclusion stated that based on the existing data and DNA analysis, it did not support the claim that Wang Tao was Wang Ziki's biological father. Upon reading this, Lin Yi couldn't help but exhale in relief. He was quite satisfied with the outcome. Had Wang Tao truly been Wang Ziki's father, their relationship would have complicated any future interactions with either Wang Tao or Wang Zimo. Now, he was free from such psychological burdens. The question remained, however, what would Wang Ziki do? This result could potentially alleviate her internal turmoil. But how could she possibly articulate the end of her relationship with Wang Tao? Lin Yi pondered that perhaps it would be best for them to never cross paths again, though it ultimately depended on Wang Ziki's perspective. Moreover, who was Wang Ziki's real father? The thought alone gave him a headache. The situation was undeniably convoluted. Upon returning to the car, Wang Ziki noticed that the testing report in Lin Yi's hands had clearly been unsealed, and she felt compelled to inquire, but lacked the courage. Lin Yi remarked, "Ziki, we must face this eventually." Upon hearing these words, Wang Ziki understood the implications of the outcome. Nonetheless, she trembled as she opened the report. When she reached the final conclusion, she collapsed onto the dashboard of the passenger seat, weeping uncontrollably. It turned out that Wang Tao was indeed not her father, which explained his relentless abuse and the dehumanizing treatment she had endured. It also clarified why Wang Tao had subsequently imprisoned her mother, only improving their circumstances after Wang Zimo's birth. Tragically, her mother, unable to bear the constant humiliation and violence from Wang Tao, ultimately chose to end her own life. Since then, Wang Ziki had become taciturn. Yet now, she faced another pressing question. Who was her father? But did it truly matter? All she longed for was to live a good life. Lin Yi offered no words of comfort. Instead, he allowed her to weep freely, to release her pent-up emotions. Only when her tears ceased did he speak. "From now on, as long as I am here, you're always welcome to come over. Consider it your home. If one day you wish to leave, just let me know, and I will not hinder you. I only hope for your happiness and freedom." "Thank you, Lin," Wang Ziki replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at him earnestly. His words left Lin Yi feeling somewhat bashful. Should he truly provide her with a genuine home, her gratitude would be understandable. Yet at present, Lin Yi was merely offering her a temporary refuge, imbued with the warmth of home. Lin Yi did not directly respond to Wang Ziki's gratitude. Instead, he commented, "Oh, by the way, if you plan to return to Chunjing village in the future, do remember to call me. I worry about you." Wang Ziki gazed deeply at him and nodded. She understood Lin Yi's feelings, yet she genuinely wished to express her gratitude. Although Lin Yi could not provide her with a true home, up until now, he had fulfilled her desires, and for that, she felt content. Thus, when she learned that Shun Youwei and Lin Yi had been intimate and even suspected that Lin Yi had other women outside, she remained indifferent. What mattered to her was that Lin Yi treated her with kindness and affection each time he returned. To others, Lin Yi might not appear to be a good man, but to her, he was undeniably one. In silence, Lin Yi escorted Wang Ziki back home, whether it was for celebration or consolation. He made a special trip to the supermarket to purchase an abundance of ingredients and prepared a lavish dinner for her. He even shared a few drinks with Wang Ziki. When Yan'an and Fang Qingyao called, inviting him out, Lin Yi declined. Today he belonged solely to Wang Ziki. The following afternoon, after lunch, Wang Ziki prepared to return to school. Lin Yi noticed her mood had improved significantly and personally drove her back. With only 3 days remaining until classes resumed, he contemplated the ongoing renovations at his home and the pending approval of the land transfer. Thus, he had little to occupy his time back home. Consequently, Lin Yi decided to seek out some tasks to engage in. After all, he still had over 2 months before substantial funds would be available to him. He aimed to lay some groundwork before then. He casually visited a nearby bookstore to purchase a map and began studying it. However, it wasn't long before Zhou Tong called. Lin Yi recalled that ever since he practically received a brand new Audi A4 from her, he had yet to properly reward this wealthy, yet impoverished beauty. With a smile, he answered the call. As anticipated, she lamented her longing for him. Ultimately, Lin Yi set aside his current endeavors and agreed to meet her. Chapter 63. Strong desire at 5 in the afternoon. After alleviating Zhou Tong's yearning, Lin Yi inquired, "Did your parents scold you?" Zhou Tong was well aware of what Lin Yi referred to and chuckled. "I told them I didn't like that Audi and sold it." "Did they ask where the money went?" "They did, and I said I spent some and saved the rest." Lin Yi sighed inwardly. The affluent were indeed extravagant. For them, tens of thousands were merely trifles, while he found himself meticulously budgeting each day. On his way home, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that Shennongjia must have exhausted her funds by now. Moreover, she had been obedient lately, refraining from contacting him. After some consideration, he decided to send her a message, "Come over tonight." At that moment, Shennongjia happened to be helping her mother fetch hot water, her phone lying on the bed. Lin Yi's message was consequently seen by Li Kaifeng, who felt a tumult of emotions. In truth, she was not pleased with Shennongjia's involvement with Lin Yi, but since her daughter was fond of him, she felt powerless to intervene. Yet when she learned that her daughter had secretly gotten together with Wang Zimo behind Lin Yi's back, her initial reaction was one of anger, feeling that her daughter was betraying Lin Yi. However, after a moment's contemplation, she reasoned that since the situation had already unfolded this way, it would be better for the two to sever ties completely, allowing Shennongjia to seek a more affluent partner. Li Kaifeng, having experienced hardship herself, understood the paramount importance of wealth. Given her current health issues, this realization was even more pronounced. Thus, she had previously told Shennongjia that it wouldn't be a problem to find someone else. Yet, fate seemed to mock them, as Shennongjia, due to her circumstances, found herself entangled in an ambiguous arrangement with Lin Yi. Moreover, they were officially reported to have broken up. What was the most valuable asset her daughter possessed now? Was it not her exquisite beauty? Such a tragic fate. Upon Shennongjia's return, Li Kaifeng feigned ignorance. After tending to Li Kaifeng's needs, Shennongjia finally picked up her phone. After glancing at the messages, her expression remained unchanged. "Mom, I'm heading back to school tonight. I assure you I won't delay tomorrow as treatment." With that, she exited the hospital room. Li Kaifeng painfully shut her eyes. On her way to Lin Yi's home, Shennongjia had already made up her mind to exhaust the full advance. At 6 o'clock, she arrived punctually at Lin Yi's residence, just as he emerged from the kitchen. Preparing to dine, he was taken aback by Shennongjia's eagerness. "Have you eaten?" Lin Yi inquired. "No," Shennongjia replied softly, having forgotten to eat in her haste. She had come so early, truly hoping to return to school after the transaction was completed. However, her hopes for a second transaction had dwindled. Lin Yi had transformed from merely formidable to extraordinarily so. "Let us eat together," Lin Yi suggested as he began to serve himself. Shennongjia hesitated for a moment before stepping into the kitchen to serve her own meal, eating slowly. She recalled the last time they had shared a meal at the table, which had coincided with the eve of summer vacation. That day had initially been intended for Wang Zimo's scheme against Lin Yi, but the plan had backfired, leaving him in a comatose state. While she found herself embarking on a dismal holiday, time had flown by, and summer was drawing to a close, yet her own tragedy remained unresolved, particularly when considering her debt of nearly 300 instances to Lin Yi, leaving her uncertain if she should feel joy or sorrow. Lin Yi ate quickly and then returned to the sofa. After Shennongjia finished her meal, she hesitated for a few seconds before standing to clear the table, wash the dishes, and wipe down the surfaces. Once everything was tidied up, she noticed that Lin Yi showed no inclination to invite her inside. Catching a whiff of her own scent, a reminder of her exhausting day, she decided to take a shower. After drying her hair with a hairdryer, she quietly slipped into Lin Yi's bedroom and lay down on the bed. After playing on her phone for a while, Lin Yi finally entered the room. 3 hours later, Shennongjia emerged from the bathroom after spending several minutes inside. "You performed well today. You reduced it by 2, Lin Yi remarked flatly. Shennongjia was torn between feelings of happiness and anger. She had previously possessed 2 skills, and today she had acquired an additional one. If Lin Yi didn't count it as an extra, it would indeed be difficult to contest. Moreover, he was aware that his idea of overall performance included her voluntarily doing the dishes. She nodded silently and then said, Lin, I'd like to negotiate something. I wish to advance another 80,000. What do you think? Lin Yi calculated the accounts and, after deducting 80,000, found he still had 650,000 remaining. This advance had already been promised to Shennongjia, and he had initially estimated a larger amount. Thus, he had no reason to refuse. All right, have you tallied up the numbers? Shennongjia replied eagerly. I remember it all clearly. With this 80,000, the total advance amounts to 18 million, which translates to 725 instances. Adding the interest, it totals to 300 instances. You have already utilized 4 instances, leaving 296 remaining. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, saying, Your arithmetic is commendable. Unlike me, I could spend an entire night calculating what 3 for 135 equals. Shennongjia remained momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation, feeling as though she were speaking to a brick wall. So when shall we go to the bank? She inquired, her lips pressed together. My mother needs treatment tomorrow morning. What time tomorrow? Lin Yi asked. We must pay by 10 o'clock. There's still time. Let us go in the morning, he assured her. Upon hearing this, Shennongjia realized she would not be returning to school that night. Quietly, she got up and walked to the adjacent room, leaving the door ajar before lying down and quickly falling asleep. She was indeed exhausted. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had originally intended to sleep, suddenly recalled that he had not practiced the first 8 forms from his manual since returning from Shennongjia. Feeling a surge of inspiration, he headed to the living room to begin his practice. After completing the first 3 rounds, he noticed no change. However, after completing another 3 rounds, he felt a noticeable warmth in his body. By the time he finished the last 2 rounds, he was drenched in sweat and heard his stomach growling incessantly. Suppressing his hunger, he carefully assessed his body's strength and discovered it had subtly increased. This realization thrilled him. It indicated that over the past month, he had accumulated some energy, and by practicing these 8 forms, he could convert it into his own strength. This meant he could become even stronger, albeit the process would be slow, unless he obtained the blood of a powerful beast aged over 100 years, preferably one that had attained sentience. His stomach growled again in a disobedient manner, prompting Lin Yi to dress and dash out the door. Arriving at the entrance of the community, he first ordered 10 servings from a noodle shop for takeout. Next, he headed to a bun shop, where he took all that remained. After that, he visited a meat shop, packing up the remaining 20 pounds of braised pig's head, pig trotters, and more. It was not that Lin Yi preferred not to eat out. He merely feared startling others. He worried that if someone recorded a video, he might be subjected to dissection and study. Upon returning home, he devoured his food ravenously. And it was not until half an hour later that he felt full again, having consumed everything he had brought back. After disposing of the trash downstairs, Lin Yi returned and practiced the first 8 forms again, but to no avail. This further confirmed his hypothesis. He resolved to practice once a month henceforth. After all this, Lin Yi discovered a problem. He couldn't fall asleep. Chapter 64, Becoming Stronger Again. The body of Ultimate Yang had experienced yet another enhancement. Lin Yi felt that he could not rest until he had released his pent-up energy. He did not wish to enter the guest room. Although he was uncertain if there were any special benefits to the first use after an increase in ability, he did not want to squander the opportunity on Shennongjia. Checking his phone, he noted it was midnight. Lin Yi promptly called in Yanan. Upon hearing that Lin Yi was coming, Yanan immediately woke up. 15 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at the Greenland community. After parking, he dashed straight up to Yanan's home. It was 3:30 in the morning. As Lin Yi donned his attire, he chuckled and remarked, I feel invigorated tonight. My physical condition seems to have improved once again. I am uncertain whether this will benefit you, but I rushed over to share the news. Thank you for thinking of me first, brother, and Yanan replied, still somewhat dazed. She continued, there must be some advantages, though I cannot articulate them. Ultimately, she added, brother, you should return now. Allow me to gather myself. Only then did Lin Yi depart, reflecting on her repeated addresses of brother, which made him feel as though every cell in his body was breathing autonomously. The following morning, as Yanan arose, she was struck by an unprecedented vitality coursing through her body. She immediately conveyed this news to Lin Yi, who was preoccupied at the time. It was 9:30 in the morning when Shennongjia unsteadily exited Lin Yi's residence, her gait somewhat unsteady. At that moment, Lin Yi finally succumbed to slumber. After returning from Yanan's home the previous night, he had been wide awake. Following the parking of his vehicle, he transferred funds to Shennongjia at the community entrance, only to find that it was already 4:30 upon his return home. Less than 6 hours of sleep later, Shennongjia was roused from a rest. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that she finally attended to her morning routine, departing at 9:30. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Yi awoke. Noticing the message from Yanan, he meticulously recalled her state after their encounter with Lin Yi and Shennongjia. In an instant, he comprehended the matter at hand. Moreover, Lin Yi's eagerness to visit Lin City a few days prior, even refusing to leave her residence for an entire day, indicated that he had bestowed upon her an abundance of gifts, which she could not easily forget. This fervor was indicative of her deep-seated attachment. Lin Yi resolved that in the future, he must be judicious in his enhancements, reserving them for those women who treat him kindly. Instantly, a hierarchy formed in his mind, and Yanan, Wang Ziki, and Feng Qingyao, reclining comfortably on the sofa, Lin Yi stretched lazily just as a message from his roommates arrived, inquiring about his return to campus. He had just finished typing a response when a call from village chief Wang Ming interrupted him. "Hello, Lin Yi. The approval for the land transfer has come through, primarily because you intend to establish a breeding farm. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Therefore, you must get this breeding farm underway, or I shall have no explanation to provide," Wang Ming chattered. "Certainly, I will retrieve the materials tomorrow." "Thank you, village chief," Lin Yi replied politely, though he only half believed Wang Ming's words. From previous interactions, it was evident that Wang Ming was eager for him to invest more money in the village. Particularly after the recent testing with Wang Ning, he believed that Lin Yi's financial contributions would yield little return. After hanging up, Lin Yi sent out the previously composed message to his friends. Thus, the four of them arranged to gather that evening. Lin Yi's major in university was architecture, and the architecture program at Lin University ranked among the top 3 in the institution. Its only drawback was the relatively low number of female students. However, the university also housed the School of Finance, the Law School, and the School of Arts, ensuring that the engineering students were not entirely deprived. Lin Yi and his roommates resided in the southeastern corner of the campus, while the female dormitories were situated near the south gate, adjacent to the male dormitories. Consequently, every time Lin escorted Wang Ziki home, he would drop her off at the entrance of Yujin Community. Originally, his roommates suggested dining at the back gate, which led to the west gate, but Lin Yi dismissed this notion and proposed the south gate instead. On one hand, he wished to avoid recalling the scene of the accident. On the other, the south gate was more convenient for him. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the four roommates reunited at a farmhouse restaurant near the entrance of Yujin Community. "Lin Yi, you rascal, you've been in Lin City without even visiting the school, making us believe you hadn't returned," exclaimed his roommate, Zhou Xiong, with a hearty slap on Lin Yi's shoulder. Despite his name suggesting a robust figure, Zhou Xiong stood only at 160 centimeters, slender as a monkey, with no correlation to strength. Of course, he relished claiming he possessed considerable boyfriend power. Yet he had no partner to verify this assertion. However, his drinking prowess was undeniable. He could consume 2 gin of baijiu without faltering. "Indeed, I've been here for 2 days now, and I've asked you several times, yet you've not replied. How inconsiderate," chimed in Zhenggang, a top student from the student union. Rumor had it that he would soon be promoted to vice president of a student union, thriving amidst his academic pursuits. "Unlike Lin Yi, who has to accompany his campus beauty of girlfriend, you all are merely single," joked Qiancheng. This fellow often boasted of aspiring to be a successful entrepreneur, claiming his surname warranted such ambition. Although he hailed from wealth, he had an uncanny knack for ostentation, asserting he had a girlfriend comparable to Shennongjia. Yet after a year, none had set eyes on her. "Huh, you're no different. You are still single," Shenggong retorted. "I wouldn't associate with your lot." "All right, now you're claiming to have a girlfriend more beautiful than Lin Yi's, huh?" Zhou Xiong laughed. "Old Qian, I suspect you're spinning tales. Do you perhaps harbor an aversion to women?" Lin Yi interjected with a hint of melancholy. Instantly, Zhenggang and Zhou Xiong erupted into cheers. "Damn, Lin Yi, who do you look down upon? I bet I can arrange a date for tomorrow, and you'll be footing the bill," Qiancheng exclaimed, flustered. Lin Yi chuckled and readily acquiesced. "All right, if you don't manage to bring her, you will treat us. In that case, I shall bring along a newly acquainted girl tomorrow, so you can see my discerning taste." Zhenggang raised his hand, his face alight with excitement. Clearly smitten. "It seems I'm the only one without a date, huh? You all wait for me," Zhou Xiong grumbled, taking a large gulp of tea from the table. The group ordered a feast, indulging in copious amounts of food and drink. Lin Yi, however, ceased after consuming 3 bottles of beer, as everyone was well aware of his alcohol tolerance and did not press him further. Once they were satiated, the four departed the restaurant. A tipsy Zhenggang and Qian Cheng continued to extol the beauty of the girl they had invited for the following day. Lin Yi, weary of their conversation, stated, "You all should head back. I have matters to attend to outside." He hesitated to mention his rented accommodation, fearing that these inebriated friends might want to drop by, especially if Wang Ziki happened to be there, which would complicate explanations. The effort required for such an explanation was tiresome, and he preferred to avoid it altogether. Chapter 65, A Home Run. I sense you are acting suspiciously. Have you rented a place with your stunning girlfriend? Zhou Xiong mused, wrapping an arm around Lin Yi with a face full of curiosity. Wow, congratulations. You finally hit a home run. Zheng Gang exclaimed, starry-eyed with envy. Qian Cheng, however, scoffed, took you 4 years to achieve that. You're pathetic. No sooner had he uttered these words than a cacophony of mock screams erupted. Zhou Xiong and Zheng Gang could no longer tolerate Qian Cheng's insufferable demeanor and launched a barrage of punches and kicks at him. Lin Yi covertly gave him a light kick as well. Merely for show, a genuine strike could have landed Qian Cheng in the hospital for months given his frail physique. After the ruckus subsided, the three returned to their dormitory while Lin Yi proceeded towards Yujin Community. On his way back, he spotted a familiar silhouette ahead and quickened his pace to embrace the figure from behind. Wang Ziki nearly gasped in surprise. Upon turning around, she found Lin Yi, and like a timid deer, she allowed him to act as he pleased. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Wang Ziki fought against her drowsiness and whispered, "I'll be here for the next 2 days. After school starts, I want tea come over often." Lin Yi chuckled softly and inquired, "What if I miss you?" "The weekend is fine," she replied, her cheeks already flushed, reddening even more. "Very well." Lin Yi understood Wang Ziki's concerns. She was apprehensive about being discovered by her roommates if she frequently visited. Alas, how to describe this girl? Deep down, she yearned for connection, yet remained burdened by countless worries. Lin Yi neither opposed nor supported her decision, confident that she would eventually change her mind. The following morning, Lin Yi rose early. At 9:30, he arrived punctually at the Chunjiang Village Committee. Upon seeing a brand new Audi A4 parked nearby, Wang Ming inwardly cursed Lin Yi for being an unrepentant man. To him, it was evident that Lin Yi had been taken care of by the woman who previously drove a Porsche. Otherwise, he would not be driving an Audi A4. Wang Ming was acutely aware of Lin Yi's financial situation. Having spent so much on land, how could he possibly afford an Audi? Unfazed by Wang Ming's expression, Lin Yi politely offered him a pack of cigarettes, saying, "Village chief, you've worked hard." "Not at all," Wang Ming replied, handing over a pile of documents before asking, "When do you plan to start construction on your breeding farm?" The higher-ups are quite interested and intend to send someone over to assist with the design. Lin Yi had done his homework this time, familiarizing himself with the necessary procedures for establishing a breeding farm and the essential facilities required, such as pollution control measures. The offer of technical support from above was precisely what he desired. His intention was to enhance the value of the original forest land, hoping to demand a higher compensation later. However, he had no plans to actually engage in breeding. "All right, thank you for your assistance, village chief," Lin Yi replied with a smile. "Since I start school tomorrow, let us schedule it for next weekend." After all, the resolution for Chunjiang Village to become a high-tech development zone was confirmed and announced at the end of November. In his previous life, Lin Yi had been out of town and only learned of this news the following January. Thus, he only needed to prepare the breeding farm site by mid-November and acquire a few cattle by then. "Sure, I'll arrange it," Wang Ming agreed immediately. "I'll take my leave now." Lin Yi turned to enter his car, but Wang Ming called him back. Wang Ming hesitated, seemingly struggling to find the right words. Lin Yi smiled and asked, "Village chief, is there something else?" Lin Yi, about Shanshan," Wang Ming stammered. "What about Shanshan?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "Oh, it's nothing," Wang Ming quickly reassured, realizing Lin Yi's expression. "I'll be on my way then." Lin Yi settled into his car with a smile, his thoughts drifting back to Wang Shanshan's earlier mention of wanting to find him. It seemed Wang Ming was testing him, worried about his daughter's relationship with him. However, Wang Shanshan had said she would come looking for him before school started, and with classes commencing tomorrow, she had yet to appear. It appeared she had likely already gone to Lin City and was no longer in the village. It dawned on Lin Yi that September 1st fell on a Saturday, with classes officially starting on the 3rd. The school required students to return on the 1st to help them settle in and ensure the new term commenced smoothly. Conversely, the normal university schedule allowed classes to begin directly on the 3rd, only requiring student council members to arrive early. With this realization, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. It was no wonder Fang Qingyao had mentioned returning a week early. She truly had. He had simply miscalculated the dates. Rather than rushing back to Lin City, Lin Yi decided to check on the progress of his house construction. In just 5 or 6 days, the foundation had been laid, and 2 workers were busy laying bricks for the first floor. Lin Yi was quite pleased with the progress, since he lacked the time to oversee the project personally. He had purchased the materials and entrusted the construction to Wang Laowu. This arrangement spared him both worry and effort. After all, his requirements for the house were deemed subpar by the experienced Wang Laowu, who had suggested numerous improvements, but Lin Yi had been resolute. Ultimately, as the one financing the project, Wang Laowu had no choice but to acquiesce. Consequently, the total cost for labor and management was a mere 50,000 yuan. Lin Yi, feeling generous, eventually paid 60,000 yuan. Thus, the construction of this 6-story building, with an area of 150 square meters, had only cost him a total of 150,000 yuan. Upon returning to Lin City, Lin Yi, considering Wang Ziqi's return to school, deliberately stopped by the supermarket to purchase a variety of ingredients to take home. The two busied themselves in the kitchen for over an hour, preparing a sumptuous dinner. At 5 o'clock, they sat down to eat. However, by 6, Lin Yi's phone began ringing incessantly. "If you have something to attend to, go ahead. We just finished eating," Wang Ziqi said kindly, noticing Lin Yi's reluctance to answer. "It's nothing. I can go a little later. It's my roommates." Lin Yi replied with a smile as he answered the call, activating the speakerphone. "Where have you been? You're not afraid of losing and trying to avoid treating us, are you?" Qiansheng shouted from the other end. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly at Wang Ziqi and responded, "What's the rush? I have a few things to wrap up. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Don't forget to bring money." Qiansheng laughed heartily before hanging up. Lin Yi didn't take yesterday's bet to heart. If Qiansheng truly brought his girlfriend along, he would genuinely be happy for him. A meal was nothing he couldn't afford. "Go on. I'll clean up," Wang Ziqi said thoughtfully. Lin Yi gently tousled her hair, responding, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll be back soon." Chapter 66. As long as the figure is right. In a private dining room of a farmhouse restaurant, Lin Yi pushed the door open. "Lin Yi, I thought you were trying to weasel out of coming," Qiansheng exclaimed with a smug grin upon seeing Lin Yi enter the room. Lin Yi responded with a dismissive look. "Do I seem like that kind of person?" Yet, as his words faded, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the girl seated beside Qiansheng. His eyes lingered momentarily before he subtly shifted his attention away. From the moment Lin Yi walked in, the girl's gaze had remained fixed on him. "Lin Yi, sit here." Zhou Xiong gestured towards the seat next to him, calling out loudly. "Huh, why didn't you bring someone along?" Lin Yi chuckled lightly and walked directly to an empty spot by the door, deliberately leaving space between himself and Zhou Xiong for the servers to bring in dishes. Lin Yi glanced toward Zheng Gang's side, noticing he also had a beautiful woman beside him, though she was unfamiliar to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, that's excessive. I'm utterly devoted to my studies and have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship for the time being," Zhou Xiong proclaimed brazenly. Sigh. In an instant, Lin Yi and Zheng Gang emitted disdainful sounds in unison. "As if you excel in your studies," Zheng Gang chuckled mockingly, his expression dripping with contempt. In truth, Zhou Xiong's academic performance was the poorest among them, having failed several subjects last semester. Zhou Xiong's face darkened, though his naturally dusky complexion rendered it less conspicuous. "All right, Lin Yi, allow me to introduce you to my friend, Fang Qingyao, from the Normal University." Qiansheng beamed with pride, as if the terms friend and girlfriend were interchangeable. Lin Yi felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Did an introduction even require mentioning? He and Fang Qingyao were well-acquainted friends, their relationship far from ordinary. Observing Qiansheng's smug demeanor, Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words. "Lin Yi, I never anticipated encountering you here," Fang Qingyao noted, recognizing Lin Yi's discomfort and taking the initiative to speak. Upon her words, Qiansheng froze, while Zheng Gang and Zhou Xiong wore expressions of astonishment. "What's going on? They know each other?" Lin Yi could only muster a strained smile. "Qingyao, what a coincidence." "Qingyao." Such an intimate form of address seemed overly familiar. Qiansheng fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, his mind swirling with questions, a multitude of inquiries flashing through his thoughts. He himself dare not be so familiar with Fang Qingyao, yet Lin Yi appeared utterly unashamed. "Lin Yi, is it really appropriate to address her so informally upon your first meeting?" Qiansheng queried, evidently perplexed, with a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his tone. Zheng Gang deliberately turned his head aside, stifling laughter, while Zhou Xiong shook his head in a bittersweet manner. It was apparent that Lin Yi and Fang Qingyao not only knew each other, but shared a connection of considerable significance. They recognized this, while Qiansheng remained oblivious. However, one could hardly blame Qiansheng. Prior to Lin Yi's arrival, he had been exceedingly attentive and solicitous towards Fang Qingyao, clearly smitten. Yet, Fang Qingyao had consistently maintained her distance, much to Qian Cheng's frustration. As a wealthy second-generation heir, Qian Cheng had always looked down upon Lin Yi, especially since Lin Yi was dating the stunning Shen Yue, which only deepened Qian Cheng's jealousy. Just a few days ago, while returning to school, a beautiful lady boarded the train and happened to sit in the same row as Qian Cheng. He was instantly captivated, going to great lengths to engage her in conversation, ultimately securing her contact information. Yesterday, he had been goaded into action, and today he had expertly charmed this lady into joining him. Who would have thought she would be acquainted with Lin Yi? Ironically, Fang Qingyao had long perceived Qian Cheng's affections and had intentionally distanced herself from him. When they disembarked from the train, a sudden urgency compelled Qian Cheng to rush to the restroom, while Fang Qingyao, eager to meet Lin Yi, had no intention of waiting. Thus, Qian Cheng missed the scene of Lin Yi embracing Fang Qingyao at the exit. Had he witnessed that moment, the awkwardness of today's encounter could have been entirely avoided. Lin Yi, upon hearing Qian Cheng's words, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He wished he could shake some sense into this oblivious fellow. Why must he pursue his own woman? All right, let's raise a glass. Zheng Gang promptly interjected, sensing the tension in the air, and hastily lifted his cup. Zhou Xiong quickly chimed in. I'm parched. Let's have a drink first. With the exception of the two young women, the rest raised their glasses and drank heartily. Once they finished, Zheng Gang was quick to introduce Lin Yi. This is Ouyang Shireen, a third-year senior from the College of Arts. Hello. Lin Yi gritit polititi. Ouyang Shireen possessed an alluring and commanding presence, tall and exquisitely shaped, her smile radiating charm and femininity. She exemplified the adage, when physique is impeccable, clothing merely serves as embellishment. When beauty is striking, anything worn is of the utmost quality. Fang Qingyao was already recognized as a top beauty, yet Ouyang Shireen, seated nearby, posed no less of a challenge, perhaps even eclipsing her. It was little wonder that Zheng Gang was so cautious around her, utterly defenseless, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Hello. Ouyang Shireen responded with a smile, her voice carrying a unique charm that reminded Lin Yi of Yan'an, whose soft brother was always so enchanting. Zheng Gang scrutinized Lin Yi closely, his eyes betraying anxiety, fearing Lin Yi might reveal any prior acquaintance with Ouyang Shireen. Fortunately, Lin Yi showed no signs of recognition or discomfort, allowing Zheng Gang to breathe a sigh of relief. After several rounds of drinks, Fang Qingyao remained silent, her mood seemingly low. Beside her, Qian Cheng, eager to please, served her food and poured her drinks, but Fang Qingyao declined all attempts. Lin Yi observed this quietly, choosing not to intervene. In contrast, Ouyang Shireen shifted from her previous reticence and began actively toasting everyone. Although Zheng Gang, too, transformed into an eager suitor, Ouyang Shireen did not refuse his advances. Eventually, Ouyang Shireen spoke up. Zhou Xiong, let us exchange contact information. I can introduce you to a girlfriend later. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong gleefully downed his drink in one go and eagerly opened WeChat to scan her code. Shortly thereafter, Ouyang Shireen exchanged contacts with Fang Qingyao as well. Then, she turned to Qian Cheng, who politely declined. Ouyang Shireen jested, I see. You are quite the gentleman, to which Qian Cheng unexpectedly blushed. Following that, Ouyang Shireen called out, Junior, let us exchange numbers too. There was no particular reason behind her request. It seemed more like a desire to make a new acquaintance. Lin Yi exchanged a glance with Zheng Gang. Seeing no objection from him, they ultimately decided to share their contact information. Among the four, Lin Yi stood the tallest and was also the most handsome, followed closely by Qian Cheng and Zheng Gang, while Zhou Xiong lagged behind. Consequently, Zheng Gang felt a twinge of jealousy at Ouyang Shireen's decision to add Lin Yi. Chapter 67. Disturbing the Hornet's Nest. The meal lasted an hour and a half. Afterward, Qian Cheng proposed a visit to KTV for some fun. Zheng Gang was the first to raise his hand in support, with Ouyang Shireen following suit. However, Fang Qingyao expressed her desire to return to school, which sent Qian Cheng into a frenzy of persuasion. Eventually, Fang Qingyao reluctantly agreed. Zhou Xiong, upon witnessing this, realized he had no choice but to join, as the intentions of his two roommates were abundantly clear. To abstain would be akin to dismantling the plan. Thus, he readily agreed to go, assuming the role of a third wheel. Lin Yi, however, dismissed the notion, stating, I have a few matters to attend to. You all go ahead. If you decide to visit Blue Moon KTV, just mention my name, and they will arrange a private room for you. The moment Lin Yi uttered these words, he inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. No sooner had he finished speaking than Fang Qingyao remarked, I'd rather not go. My singing is rather dreadful. This left Qian Cheng in a state of utter dismay. His suggestion to visit the KTV was merely a ruse to spend more time with Fang Qingyao, was it not? if Fang Qingyao declined. Then what was the point of his attendance? Qingyao, do join us. We'll sing for a while and then return, Qian Cheng implored, nearly reaching out to grasp her arm in desperation, unconsciously addressing her with the familiar Qingyao. Fang Qingyao cast a furtive glance at Lin Yi before resolutely shaking her head. Yet, the situation did not end there. On the other side, Lin Shirin chimed in, then I shan't go either. Zheng Gang was left bewildered. What was happening now? He quickly interjected, Shirin, you should go. After all, class's Haven Tea started yet. It's a perfect opportunity to unwind. However, Ouyang Shirin merely shook her head again. Zhou Xiong was the first to grasp the crux of the matter, exclaiming loudly, Lin Yi. This exclamation jolted both the flustered Qian Sheng and Zheng Gang back to their senses, and they simultaneously turned their attention to Lin Yi. The abrupt reversal of the two ladies' intentions to forego KTV seemed too coincidental, particularly after Lin Yi had expressed his own reluctance. Surely, they could not be hoping for something that was simply not there. Faced with their inquisitive gazes, Lin Yi let out a resigned sigh. Fang Qingyao's refusal was undoubtedly due to his influence. Yet, what was Ouyang Shirin's peculiar behavior about? Lin Yi found himself at a loss and finally said, all right, let us go then. Since I've treated you to a meal, let me also treat you to some singing. How generous. Let us go. Zhou Xiong laughed as he clapped a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, though the gesture appeared somewhat awkward given their height difference. The group divided into two factions. Lin Yi, Qian Cheng, and Fang Qingyao formed one, while the remaining trio constituted the other. After more than half an hour, the two groups reconvened at the entrance of Blue Moon KTV. As they stepped into the lobby, the receptionist immediately recognized Lin Yi. A private room, please, he stated, retrieving a platinum card from his wallet, generously provided by Ergo. Soon, their room was ready, and a young attendant led them upstairs. Upon reaching the third floor, they encountered a group approaching them. The leader, a burly man sporting a scar on his face, was accompanied by Ergo. This gang exuded a menacing aura that instinctively prompted Qian Cheng and Zheng Gang to halt and yield the right of way. Meanwhile, Fang Qingyao inched closer to Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained steadfast, not budging an inch, while Zhou Xiong, quick on the uptake, reached out to pull Lin Yi aside. Just then, the formidable group's demeanor shifted, and they broke into smiles. The scarred leader waved cheerfully at Lin Yi. Ah, Brother Lin, what a pleasant surprise to see you here for a sing-along. Lin Yi smiled back, just brought a few friends along for some fun. Brother Lin, truly a man among men. Even your girlfriend is stunning. Ergo interjected, turning to Fang Qingyao with a friendly greeting. Hello, beautiful, it's nice to see you again. While Ergo intended to compliment both Lin Yi and Fang Qingyao, Qian Cheng was left dumbfounded. Even if he played the sycophant, he could not deny that Fang Qingyao clearly knew Lin Yi and shared a close bond. After all, why else would they come to KTV together? Zheng Gang, Zhou Xiong, and Lin Shirin exchanged glances filled with exasperation. Wishing to warn Qian Cheng, but unsure how to broach the topic. Lin Yi, Qingyao, do you two know each other? Qian Cheng finally mustered the courage to ask. We do, Lin Yi replied without hesitation. And what exactly is your relationship? Qian Cheng pressed on. Friends, Lin Yi answered curtly. Well then, Lin, why not invite your school goddess over as well? Qian Cheng suddenly suggested, donning a smile. Lin Yi felt a headache coming on. Should he admit to having broken up with Shen Yue and risk hurting his good roommate's feelings? But if he remained silent, he certainly did not wish to invite Shen Yue. Ultimately, Lin Yi resolved to be forthright, albeit with some reluctance. I've broken up with her. Whether it was sooner or later, it was still a wound that would sting, and it wasn't he the first time. Fang Qingyao bit her lip. Feeling that she should not let Lin Yi bear the burden alone, she ought to clarify matters. Thus, she turned to Qian Cheng and said, Qian Cheng, let us talk privately. With that, she glanced at an unoccupied room nearby and stepped inside. After a moment of hesitation, Qian Cheng followed her in. The scarred man shot Ergo an irritated glare, displeased with his loose tongue. Startled, Ergo shrank back, hastily apologizing to Lin Yi. My apologies, Brother Lin. Lin Yi merely smiled nonchalantly, saying nothing. To alleviate the awkwardness, the scarred man chuckled. Brother Lin, you all should enjoy yourselves tonight. I'll cover all expenses. He then summoned a nearby server and whispered some instructions before turning back to Lin Yi with a smile. I'll take my leave now. Have fun, and next time, just put on my tab. Lin Yi clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Scar. Soon, they entered the private room. Zheng Gang and Zhou Xiong were still reeling from the earlier shock. The group they had just encountered was clearly from the underworld, yet they had treated Lin Yi with the utmost respect. Suddenly, Lin Yi appeared enigmatic in their eyes. Ouyang Shirin regarded him with curiosity as well. Before long, the server brought in beers, snacks, and fruit platters, filling both tables to the brim. This only solidified their belief that Lin Yi possessed an unspoken background. However, curiosity aside, they did not dare to inquire further. A few minutes later, Fang Qingyao re-entered, her demeanor considerably brighter and more relaxed than before. Half a minute later, Qiancheng strode in with a sullen expression. He immediately grabbed 2 cans of beer, handing one to Lin Yi. You covered the meal, so I'll take care of the KTV expenses. With that, he shot Lin Yi a fierce glare and began to down the beer. Clearly, he had lost the previous day's bet. Understanding that Qiancheng was in a foul mood after learning part of the truth, Lin Yi followed suit and downed a can as well. However, just as Qiancheng finished, Zhou Xiong chimed in with a cheeky remark. Qiancheng, the expenses here were already covered by that brother Scar. You might as well return the meal money to Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Qiancheng nearly exploded with rage. Itching to give Zhou Xiong a beating, you talk too much, just drink. Qiancheng himself was unsure how much he had consumed, and in the end, it was Zhou Xiong who had to help him back. Zheng Gang offered to escort Ouyang Shireen home, only to be politely declined. Lin Yi took it upon himself to return Fang Qingyao to the university. Yet upon arriving at the campus entrance, Fang Qingyao adamantly refused to go inside. She had returned to Lin City early precisely to spend a few more days with Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, after merely indulging in an afternoon of leisure, she found herself disturbed by these predatory roommates in the evening. Furthermore, in the ensuing days, she could not catch even a glimpse of Lin Yi. Coupled with the misunderstanding that transpired tonight, Fang Qingyao was resolute in her desire to have an earnest conversation with Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I'm not going back. I want to plant strawberries with you. She gazed at Lin Yi with a pitiful look, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Yi glanced at his phone and noted the time. It was already 10:30. Swayed by Fang Qingyao's eager gaze, he ultimately yielded to her plea. He located a nearby hotel, and as they entered the room, Fang Qingyao's eyes reddened, tears welling as she spoke. Lin Yi, tonight truly was a misunderstanding. I had no idea that Qiancheng was your roommate. I met him on the train back, and he asked me to assist him in teasing his roommate. After all, he is somewhat of a fellow townsman, so I obliged. I never imagined that the roommate he mentioned would be you. Lin Yi chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle her hair gently, responding with warmth. How could I possibly blame you? Now, let us embark on something a tad more daring. Fang Qingyao chuckled softly. Life comprises more than mere escapades. It is filled with them. 2 hours later, as Lin Yi donned his clothes, he remarked, Get up, we're heading back. Where to? Fang Qingyao inquired softly, leaning against the headboard. To my rented apartment. I promised someone I would return. Oh, very well, she replied, then suddenly added in a low voice. No wonder you were so quick today. Lin Yi frowned, retorting, How can you say that? You've done so several times. Is it not sufficient? I merely compared your recent timings. Fang Qingyao protested, her cheeks flushed. Good grief. Such a tiresome woman. Lin Yi conceded defeat. Upon returning to the Yujing community, Fang Qingyao recalled to ask, Is anyone at your home? Yes, a friend, he replied. Ah, I see. Fang Qingyao thought, realizing that someone must be present. Hence the need for the hotel room. She felt a surge of joy at Lin Yi's willingness to bring her to his rented abode. It signified his trust in her. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yi finally returned home with Fang Qingyao. Hearing the door open, Wang Ziki, who was seated on the sofa, immediately stood up and switched on the light. Ziki, have you been sitting on the sofa this whole time? Lin Yi was surprised to find her waiting in the living room. I couldn't sleep, Wang Ziki replied softly, her gaze shifting to Fang Qingyao. However, she displayed no signs of anger, instead greeting her with calmness. Hello. Hello. Fang Qingyao responded, feeling a twinge of guilt. Today was when she learned that Lin Yi had a girlfriend, yet he claimed to have broken up. Upon seeing Wang Ziki, her first instinct was to assume she was Lin Yi's girlfriend. Moreover, their conversation suggested they had not truly parted ways. Otherwise, they would not be speaking so comfortably, nor would they be in Lin Yi's home. Thus, a sense of unease washed over her. Qingyao, you may occupy this room tonight. Lin Yi indicated the room previously used by Shen Yue. All right. Fang Qingyao nodded, fleeing into the room and shutting the door behind her. Lin Yi shook his head in exasperation, while Wang Ziki quietly entered Lin Yi's room. That night belonged to Lin Yi, and she firmly believed it. Consequently, regardless of Fang Qingyao's presence, she was confident that Lin Yi would return and would still be hers. Lin Yi turned off the living room light and followed into the bedroom. At 3:30 in the morning, Wang Ziki finally drifted into a deep slumber, while Fang Qingyao in the adjacent room also succumbed to sleep. Lin Yi felt no apprehension that Fang Qingyao might depart from him, for she was well aware of her predatory roommates and the tales surrounding them. Similarly, Wang Ziki understood the transactional relationship she maintained with Shen Yue. Deep down, Both Fang Qingyao and Wang Ziki accepted the reality of Lin Yi having other women. They merely remained oblivious to their respective standings in his heart. This uncertainty was their primary concern. The following morning, the campus of Lin University buzzed with excitement as welcoming committees prepared to greet new students. It was not until 11 in the morning that Wang Ziki and Fang Qingyao finally awoke. They both rose from their slumbers, stepped out of their respective rooms, exchanged an awkward glance, and nodded in silent acknowledgement. Subsequently, they each retreated to different washrooms to freshen up. "Are you ready? Time for breakfast." Lin Yi called out from the dining area. "Coming." They both responded in unison, momentarily taken aback by their simultaneous reply. Quietly, they approached the dining table and took their seats. Lin Yi chuckled heartily. "Why not introduce yourselves to each other?" Wang Ziki, with her typically reserved demeanor, initiated the introductions. "I am Wang Ziki, a junior. I have watched Lin Yi grow up." Good grief. Lin Yi tightened his grip, feeling a sense of being exposed. He never anticipated Wang Ziki would utter such a statement. Fang Qingyao, however, stifled a laugh, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Lin Yi frowned. "Is that an appropriate introduction?" "I merely spoke the truth," Wang Ziki replied nonchalantly. Lin Yi feigned anger. "If you dare come again tonight, I will insist you call me brother." They were all well acquainted, and it was not as if they hadn't done so before. "Forget it. I won't argue with you." Lin Yi recalled that this tactic of intimidation had lost its effectiveness. Fang Qingyao laughed heartily, and when she regained her composure, she introduced herself. "I am Fang Qingyao, from the Normal University, also a junior. I met Lin Yi on the train during the summer break, and I am one of those familiar faces." Upon hearing this introduction, Lin Yi was utterly defeated. They were all good girls. How had they strayed so far after being associated with him? Their literary eloquence had seemingly led them astray, particularly in Yanin, who often employed idioms that left him perplexed. "You are welcome to come here any time. I generally return only on weekends." Lin Yi's willingness to invite Fang Qingyao over indicated her significant standing in his heart. Thus, Wang Ziki was striving to reconcile with the current situation. However, Fang Qingyao interpreted this as a hierarchy, leading her to question whether Wang Ziki was indeed Lin Yi's legitimate girlfriend. Yet, how could a legitimate girlfriend be so magnanimous? Perhaps sensing Fang Qingyao's uncertainty, or perhaps wishing to provide her with further insight into Lin Yi, Wang Ziki continued. "Lin Yi's ex-girlfriend might return as well. However, she typically only comes to borrow or repay money, so you need not concern yourself with such individuals." Upon hearing this, Fang Qingyao realized she had been overthinking. She and Wang Ziki were essentially cut from the same cloth. "Let us eat." Lin Yi could no longer endure their discussions about him while he was present, particularly as he had not heard many compliments. After breakfast, Lin Yi drove Fang Qingyao back. In the car, she mustered her courage and asked Lin Yi, "If I have time, can I come and find you whenever?" "Of course, next time you come, I will provide you with a key." As Lin Yi drove, he chuckled and remarked, to which Fang Qingyao obediently responded. Suddenly, it appeared she had a thought and inquired, "What if my roommates wish to find you? Would you mind?" "I might, but considering your relationship with them, I can't possibly refuse," Lin Yi reassured her. "Remember, in my heart, you are distinct from them. If they truly wish to contact me, let them reach out directly. You need not act as a messenger." All right." Fang Qingyao felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Although Lin Yi's words were not exceedingly direct, they nevertheless indicated her significance in his heart. As for her 3 roommates, they were merely a fleeting amusement for him. Moreover, "If the day comes when I need you to come find me, make sure you do," Lin Yi mentioned, recalling their monthly training sessions and wanted to give her a heads up. Fang Qingyao, unlike in Yanin, who was bold and daring, occasionally felt shy, and her face flushed at this moment. Had it been in Yanin, she would undoubtedly have asked, "Why? Is it that you particularly desire me at that time?" Upon returning home, Lin Yi discovered that Wang Ziki had already returned to school, leaving the house eerily quiet. He retrieved a map once more, intending to explore nearby opportunities for making money. However, his phone rang again. Upon answering, a voice on the other end said, "Hello? Lin Yi, are you at school?" "I suppose so, why?" Lin Yi responded, unable to suppress a mischievous grin upon recognizing the caller. He mused, reminiscing about how this girl, who once resembled a little delinquent, had transformed into a beauty rivaling Wang Ziki after growing up. He wondered whether her father would confront him with a knife if he were to pursue her, or if her brother would fly into a rage upon learning of it. "I'm coming to hang out with you. Do you have time?" The other party's tone brimmed with anticipation. "If a beauty is seeking me, I always have time," Lin Yi replied smoothly. "Once I find you, where should we go?" She asked again. "How about we head to Shishan Lake?" Lin Yi suggested after a moment's thought. "Sounds good. I've never been there," she exclaimed excitedly. In 20 minutes. Meet me at the west gate of your school. I'll drive over to pick you up. You have a car? Lin Yi set aside the map and descended to his vehicle, realizing the caller was Wang Shanshan, the cherished daughter of village chief Wang Ming. Had she called half an hour earlier, he would have been able to pick her up directly at the university gate, but now he would have to make another trip. Yet, the thought of this beauty being drawn and made the effort worthwhile. Especially considering that Wang Ming had never held his family in high regard and had even conspired with his sons Wang Ning and Wang Tao to encroach upon his family's land. Lin Yi vividly remembered the time he sought justice and was met with violence instead. As for Wang Shanshan, the pampered young lady, he felt no guilt for what might transpire. After all, she was willingly stepping into the fire. Reflecting on his own constitution, Lin Yi perceived her as the one gaining from the encounter. This mindset mirrored his thoughts regarding Feng Qingyao's 3 roommates, Sun Yi, Huang Tingting, and Cheng Muxue, whom he deemed worthy of rewards for their playful springtime exploits beneath the cherry blossoms. Therefore, should they seek him, it would depend on his mood, and they would need to comply with his wishes. Nevertheless, this mindset did not deter him from his resolute intention to win Wang Shanshan's heart today. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi met Wang Shanshan, who was clad in a floral jumpsuit, at the west gate of the university. As she lifted her leg to enter the car, a gentle breeze revealed a glimpse of her charming figure, prompting Lin Yi to exclaim in admiration, "Wow, stunning." He marveled at how she had transformed from a little delinquent into an adorable beauty, a remarkable metamorphosis indeed. "Let's go, Lin Yi," Wang Shanshan said, her face alight with excitement. Lin Yi replied affirmatively, pressing the accelerator as the A4's engine roared to life, propelling them forward. "Do you always drive this aggressively?" Wang Shanshan grasped the overhead handle, her expression betraying no fear. Lin Yi thought to himself, she truly is a child of the streets. "Not really. Seeing you look so beautiful today made me a bit too excited, and I unintentionally pressed the gas pedal," he joked with a grin. Wang Shanshan was no naive. Coming from a wealthy family, she often indulged in movies and online activities, and had likely encountered her fair share of risque jokes. Thus, her understanding of driving far exceeded that of your average innocent college student. Yet, Lin Yi's playful banter left her momentarily uncertain if he was joking about his driving. "This is a new car. Drive slowly, or it might break down. Repairing luxury cars can be quite costly," Wang Shanshan said, her concern evident as she pursed her lips. Chapter 70, Shifting Gears by Sound. Lin Yi glanced at Wang Shanshan, who was pretending to be serious while also driving, and wondered if she might indeed be an experienced driver. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. He had never heard of her having a boyfriend. In the past, any boy who dared to pursue her would have faced her father and brother's wrath, who would storm into the school to threaten him. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Lin Yi continued, "Cars are meant to be driven. If they are merely parked and left untouched, they lose their value as art." Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan no longer doubted whether Lin Yi was actually driving. She realized he was indeed in control of the vehicle. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted. "You speak as if you were an expert on cars." Lin Yi laughed heartily, rippling, "Absolutely. A good driver must possess keen predictive abilities, accurately judging the distance between vehicles, and know when to brake rather than constantly pressing the accelerator. For instance, when there's a long stretch of road with no cars ahead, I can hit the gas. But if the car in front feels I'm tailing too closely, I must reduce my speed. Moreover, one must learn to shift gears by sound, constantly assessing the vehicle's condition to ensure safe driving, along with mastering overtaking techniques. Lastly, parking should be executed flawlessly to avoid scratches that could damage the vehicle." Wang Shanshan turned to gaze out the window, her mind wandering to various scenarios, and she murmured, "All right, you must have the best driving skills. Once we reach the outskirts, teach me. I also want to get my driver's license." Lin Yi eagerly agreed, "No problem. I guarantee you'll learn quickly and master it in no time." Wang Shanshan playfully stuck out her tongue, teasing, "You're just boasting." Lin Yi chuckled, "I assure you, I am no braggart. I possess considerable experience in teaching others to drive. Generally, those I've instructed sing my praises." As Lin Yi drove, he maintained his speed, becoming increasingly bold. Upon reaching Shishan Lake Park, the influx of visitors on weekends was incessant. Lin Yi opted not to park in the main lot, but instead drove directly to the rear entrance's parking area. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lin Yi retrieved an umbrella from the trunk and handed it to Wang Shanshan, also grabbing a mat, along with the snacks and fruits procured during their earlier stop. "Let's go." Lin Yi beckoned to Wang Shanshan as they entered the park through the rear gate and ventured deeper within. Throughout their stroll, the two tacitly avoided revisiting the topic of their drive. Wang Shanshan showed little interest in the A4, and Lin Yi had no desire to instruct her. As they walked and conversed, the number of passers-by dwindled, leaving mostly enthusiasts of walking and running. I know a particularly serene spot with a vast expanse of lawn. Shall we play there? Lin Yi suggested. Sound great. After walking for so long, my legs are starting to ache, Wang Shanshan readily agreed. Lin Yi vaguely recalled a previous outing with some roommates, when he had urgently needed to relieve himself and had dashed into the nearby thicket. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a small, flat patch of grass some 50 to 60 meters from the path. Surrounded by towering trees, it offered a cool respite, free from disturbances. Thus, Lin Yi, glancing around to ensure the area was deserted, led Wang Shanshan into the thicket. To protect her bare legs from branches, he gallantly forged a path ahead. After approximately 5 minutes, they indeed discovered a grassy area of several square meters. The grass was knee-high, and even without a camping mat, lying down would be quite comfortable. However, considering Wang Shanshan's attire, Lin Yi thoughtfully laid out the mat, placing the snacks and fruits on the grass before sprawling out himself. Wang Shanshan hesitated momentarily before removing her shoes and cautiously stepping onto the mat. It was just large enough for the two of them to lie on, comfortably. So when she settled down, she nearly nestled against Lin Yi. Here, have some fruit, Lin Yi smiled, pulling a banana from the bag and expertly peeling it before offering it to her. As she reached for it, her cheeks flushed, perhaps from the heat, leaving her to ponder whether Lin Yi was being intentional with his gestures. This thought momentarily stilled her appetite until she observed Lin Yi munching on the fruit heartily, prompting her to join in. The two engaged in casual conversation, savoring their snacks and fruits. The heat from their earlier exertion dissipated in the gentle breeze, leaving them both feeling refreshed. Lin Yi lay on the mat, hands behind his head, gazing at the cerulean sky with an expression of utter contentment. Wang Shanshan watched him, secretly yearning to recline and relax. Yet the setting held her back. Noticing her indecision, Lin Yi remarked, "The sky is truly blue. Why not lie down and take a look?" Wang Shanshan bit her lip and gradually reclined. At that moment, Lin Yi naturally extended his left hand, allowing her head to rest upon it. Wang Shanshan did not refuse, lying quietly while gazing at the sky, exclaiming, "It is indeed very blue. Do you think a plane might fly by? Do you still, like in your childhood, wish to shoot down the planes you see in the sky?" Lin Yi chuckled. Of course. Wang Shanshan playfully stuck out her tongue, recalling those childhood whims, now realizing such fantasies were futile. Just then, a soft breeze swept by, stirring the grass. Perhaps lost in their conversation, Wang Shanshan displayed no reaction, possibly feigning ignorance. Lin Yi, too, pretended not to notice, internally acknowledging Wang Shanshan's affluent background. Though only 19 and far from maturity, he understood the importance of respect and the nuances of propriety. With a serious expression, he began to jest. "If you want to learn to drive, you must start with the written test. I can teach you right now. How about it?" "Sure." 2.5 hours passed, and the sun had already begun its descent, with the chirping of birds in the woods growing increasingly distinct. A gentle breeze caressed Lin Yi's face, causing the foxtail grass he had between his lips to sway. "This wind feels delightful," he mused, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, reflecting on the sweltering 30-degree weather, lamenting the lack of air conditioning in the car. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan was drenched in perspiration, the mat beneath her soaked. "You know, I didn't expect you to be so reliable. I thought you were just boasting," she remarked, her face glistening with tiny droplets of sweat, rendering her particularly captivating. Lin Yi laughed heartily. "Of course. I pride myself on being quite dependable." Wang Shanshan, catching the drift of his playful banter, pouted, "I've experienced that already. You possess quite an impressive theoretical knowledge. I half expected you to be an experienced driver," she teased. Lin Yi, recalling their earlier conversation, spat out the foxtail grass, replying, "You're the truly seasoned one. I was merely curious before. However, your learning ability is commendable." "Shut up," Wang Shanshan retorted, her tone lacking vigor. As Lin Yi reflected on their time together, he noted how Wang Shanshan, driven by curiosity, seemed to awaken a latent potential within herself, practicing various techniques with surprising skill. He was left utterly astounded, contemplating that this girl would undoubtedly become an extraordinary presence in the future. Yet, he believed that such a woman would be difficult for any man to handle, and even if she were to marry someday, she would forever cherish the goodness of Lin Yi. After resting for half an hour, they replenished their energy with more snacks and fruits before preparing to return to school. As they departed, Lin Yi left the mat on the grass, weighed down by a stone, partly due to his reluctance to wash it and partly in case it might be useful again in the future. "I'd like to come here again," Wang Shanshan said as they reached the west gate of the university, her gaze lingering on Lin Yi as she prepared to alight. Lin Yi shook his head. "It's too hot. Let us go somewhere with air conditioning." He genuinely wished to avoid another bout of discomfort, unless accompanied by a different person. "All right, I'll see you in a few days, Wang Shanshan said, quickly exiting the vehicle and closing the door behind her. Lin Yi nodded, pressing the accelerator to the floor and departing with a flourish. As he drove, he sang along to the music blaring from the radio, his spirits soaring. For Lin Yi, the mutual affection felt with Wang Shanshan was devoid of guilt, instead providing a sense of vindication. However, the thought of revenge reminded him that he had not invited Shen Yue over for quite some time. Thus, he sent her a message requesting her presence. Upon receiving it, Shen Yue felt an inexplicable excitement and anticipation. After informing Li Kaifeng, she returned to campus, meticulously preparing herself before stepping into the Eugene community. Li Kaifeng was filled with mixed emotions. Whenever Shen Yue mentioned returning school for a night's rest, she often knew it was due to Lin Yi's invitation. With only 2 treatments remaining until her discharge, she yearned for a chance to meet Lin Yi privately and understand the situation better. Lin Yi had already returned home, taking a shower before lounging in his shorts on the sofa, once again poring over the map. Lin University completely occupies a substantial area at the center of 4 roads, with grand entrances facing each of the cardinal directions. To the east lies the main gate, which is opposite not a residential area, but a park. The north and south gates face a residential neighborhood, with a row of restaurants and internet cafes across the street, providing various entertainment options. Meanwhile, directly opposite the west gate, one side features a driving school owned by the affluent Zhou Tong, while the other half is an expansive vacant lot, seemingly covering several acres. This land is subdivided into smaller plots, cultivated with an array of vegetables. Lin Yi gently tapped this area on the map with his finger, his mind racing with thoughts. Lin University is situated to the north of Lin City, adjacent to the 4th Ring Road. In 2012, Lin City flourished within the 4th Ring, while areas beyond appeared relatively desolate. The true development would not commence until a year or 2 later, when the government encouraged farmers to migrate to the city to purchase homes, implementing various incentive policies. Additionally, affluent residents from the surrounding prefecture flocked to Lin City for real estate, resulting in significant growth and the emergence of skyscrapers beyond the 4th Ring. Thus, Lin Yi felt no surprise at the presence of such a vast vacant lot outside the West Gate. He initially contemplated calling Zhou Tong to inquire about the situation, but recalling that he hadn't reached out to her in days and that she couldn't go out at night, he opted to send her a message. "Are you free this Sunday?" Zhou Tong, lounging at home while playing on her phone, was elated upon receiving Lin Yi's message. She longed to express that she was available not just this week, but also the following weeks. Consequently, she promptly replied, "Yes." After sending the message, she realized her misunderstanding regarding the phrasing. "Sunday? Isn't that tomorrow? I interpreted it as a week from now." "Oh no. All right, let us meet tomorrow at noon." Ultimately, Zhou Tong, upon reading Lin Yi's reply, felt her thoughts were indeed rather scandalous. The only solace was that Lin Yi was not present to witness her current flustered expression. After finalizing their plans, Lin Yi put away the map. Checking the time, he noted that Shen Yue should be arriving shortly. Remembering that he hadn't eaten, he sent her a message. "Please bring me back 2 servings of beef noodles from the entrance of the community." At that moment, Shen Yue was already in the elevator. Upon reading the message, she had to return downstairs to pack 3 servings of noodles. After a satisfying meal, the clock struck 7. Shen Yue, as per usual, first tidied the dining table and then voluntarily took a shower. Throughout this time, the 2 exchanged not a single word beyond the earlier message, existing in the same space like strangers. After watching television for a while, Lin Yi finally stood up. Upon entering, his eyes brightened. He distinctly remembered that Shen Yue had not worn HS when she arrived, yet now she donned them. Gazing at her slender legs clad in HS, complemented by her naturally fair complexion, Lin Yi felt a gentle stirring in his heart. His deep-set eyes admired the sight for a full minute. However, he merely leaned against the bed, continuing to play on his phone. Lin Yi's training regimen was designed for Shen Yue to act on her own initiative, emphasizing service awareness. Thus, he was testing her perceptiveness. Aside from that aspect, she performed adequately. It was now time to cultivate her awareness in this regard. After waiting for quite a while, Shen Yue, sensing Lin Yi's lack of urgency to take action, felt puzzled. Could it be that he did not favor HS? Surely not, for aren't all men alike? She had even styled her hair in twin tails. Shen Yue pondered endlessly over where she might have faltered, yet no clarity emerged. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Previously, her commendable performance had counted as 2. The so-called good performance stemmed partly from her proactive demeanor and partly from her initiative in tidying up and showering. Perhaps, the realization dawned upon her. Her face flushed with heat. She had come here to settle a debt. However, if she did not bring it up, Lin Yi would remain unresponsive, rendering her visit meaningless. Having concocted an excuse for herself, she turned to Chapter 72, Modifications and Originals. Observing the once proud campus belle, Shennongjia humbly bowing her head before him. Her demeanor earnest, Lin Yi felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration and fulfillment. If only the students from the business administration department knew that their department's flower, one of Lin University's 3 prominent beauties, had lowered her head in submission. One could only imagine their astonishment and indignation. Even with his eyes closed, Lin Yi could envision the shock and ire on the faces of those boys. 4.5 hours later, as the clock struck midnight, Lin Yi stepped out for a quick shower, returning to his phone afterward. Shennongjia, with tearful eyes, beseeched, "Lin Yi, don't you have any compassion for me?" She attempted to elicit a modicum of sympathy from him through her display of distress. Yet, Lin Yi was not swayed by her feigned pitifulness. "When you were driving, I didn't see you drop below 120 kilometers h. What a shameless person." He shot her a cold glance and remarked, "Stop pretending. Given your commendable performance today, I'll reduce the total by 2. Originally, Shennongjia had hoped for a reduction of 3, considering her obedient compliance and her service-oriented approach. Additionally, the duration had felt excessively long. However, Lin Yi's words dashed her hopes. "My arithmetic isn't great. Remind me of my current total?" Lin Yi glanced at Shennongjia and asked nonchalantly, 293. Lin Yi responded with a slight grunt, lapsing into silence. Shennongjia, feeling utterly drained, could only plead, "Can I rest for another 10 minutes? Lin Yi remained unresponsive, engrossed in his phone. After 10 minutes, Shennongjia finally mustered a bit of strength, struggling to rise. Lin Yi watched her departure, unable to suppress a smile. At 9:30 the following morning, Lin Yi woke Shennongjia, who was still sleeping in the adjacent room. Expecting another opportunity to repay her debt, she was disheartened to hear Lin Yi say, "Get up, wash up, and leave. I'm heading out." "Oh." Shennongjia felt a twinge of disappointment within her, unable to articulate whether it stemmed from the mischance to repay her debt or something else entirely. At 10 o'clock sharp, Lin Yi appeared at the community entrance. On the roadside, Zhou Tong lowered her car window, excitedly calling out to him. Lin Yi smiled and quickly approached her, all the while contemplating whether Zhou Tong's reluctance to drive the Audi A4 was due to its letter designation, while opting for the Mercedes-Benz C, perhaps to temporarily escape her dual-sided dilemma. But upon reflection, that reasoning seemed flawed. If that were the case, it would be best to purchase a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. No, perhaps two, to alternate between them. It might indeed boil down to financial constraints, Lin Yi concluded. Without needing any direction from him, Zhou Tong drove to a hotel neither had previously visited. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If this continued with Zhou Tong, in a few years, should someone scrutinize his hotel stay records, they would surely accumulate to an overwhelming number. However, Zhou Tong's exuberant voice was certainly quite striking. In the event that one truly desires to rent an apartment, it is inevitable that neighbors may occasionally pay a visit, expressing their concern. 2 hours later, Lin Yi retrieved a throat lozenge from his pocket and offered it to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, her cheeks flushed, accepted it and quickly placed it in her mouth. To avoid disturbing others, Lin Yi had recently instructed the front desk to assign him the most secluded room, strategically distanced from the reception area. Fortunately, during the daylight hours, this arrangement minimized any potential disturbances. After a considerable interval, sensing that Zhou Tong's throat might have improved, Lin Yi ventured, "Zhou Tong, why don't you consider renting an apartment?" Zhou Tong, upon hearing this, leapt from the bed with excitement, eagerly inquiring, "Are you planning to live with me? I must inform my parents that I have a boyfriend." Lin Yi's expression darkened at her response. What a leap of logic. Even if he were to acknowledge someone as a girlfriend, it certainly would not be Zhou Tong. Comparatively, he preferred those who possessed a Mercedes-Benz C-Class rather than those who merely drove one. To speak frankly, his own assets surpassed Zhou Tong's. Moreover, considering Zhou Tong's vocal nature, the prospect of a relationship raised concerns about potential disturbances. Given his own demanding schedule and the absence of leisure, he would likely find himself relocating frequently. This implied frequent stays in hotels, an arrangement he wished to avoid due to the risk of drawing unwarranted attention. Reluctantly, Lin Yi revealed the truth of the matter. "All right then," Zhou Tong replied, her face filled with disappointment, realizing her earlier hopes were in vain. Suddenly, she locked her gaze with Lin Yi and questioned, "Lin, tell me honestly, do you find me too young? Or perhaps too loud?" "Not at all." Lin Yi firmly shook his head. Even if he harbored such thoughts, he certainly could not voice them. After all, Zhou Tong had been quite supportive. She helped him obtain his driver's license and occasionally treated him to vegetarian meals, enhancing his culinary experience. Furthermore, she had almost gifted him a brand new Audi A4. Thus, he endeavored to spare her feelings. However, it was not feasible for him to be at her beck and call. Especially for someone like him, time was a precious commodity, and he preferred to maintain control over his own schedule. If you truly object to my age, I could always take a trip to the neighboring area, Zhou Tong declared with determination. Lin Yi, observing her resolute expression, chuckled. What is the benefit of modifications? If they're too ostentatious, aside from other potential complications, what if I accidentally break something? Besides, modifications tend to be fragile. If you truly wish to alter it, I would hesitate to drive it. A minor accident could have dire consequences. Original lights are far safer. Upon hearing Lin Yi's reasoning, Zhou Tong instantly deflated. Fine, I will rent an apartment in your neighborhood. After some light conversation, Zhou Tong's spirits finally began to lift. Realizing Lin Yi's visit must have been motivated by more than mere socializing, she asked, Lin Yi, do you have something you wish to ask me? Lin Yi nodded and inquired, is that delivery from the driving school linked to your family? Yes, I mentioned it to you before, she confirmed. Does your family reside here? Where did you purchase this land? Lin Yi continued his questioning. My family has always lived here. The land is self-owned. Wow, your family must have made quite a fortune selling land, Lin Yi remarked with a smile. Are you interested in inheriting this wealth? I'm the only daughter in my family, Zhou Tong replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Lin Yi. She genuinely wished to be with him. And as time passed, that desire intensified. Lin Yi thought to himself that this woman was beyond hope. Even now, she seemed to contemplate possessing or even trafficking him. She must be out of her mind. Let us be serious. Otherwise, I will take my leave, Lin Yi stated blandly, resolved to dissuade Zhou Tong from these unrealistic notions. Please don't. I was only joking, Zhou Tong exclaimed, pressing herself against Lin Yi's chest in a plea for mercy. From the outset, Zhou Tong was aware of the nature of her relationship with Lin Yi. Initially, her expectations were modest. She merely wished for him not to ignore her. However, as time went on, she found herself unable to detach from him. More accurately, she had begun to miss his abilities. Lately, she had spent less time assisting at the driving school, resulting in more free time, during which unwarranted thoughts began to manifest. She wished for Lin Yi to remain by her side. Lin Yi, suppressing a smile, spoke earnestly, I am not a good man. If you wish to continue following me, refrain from discussing matters unrelated to our purpose. Oh, I understand my mistake. I am sorry, Zhou Tong said, her eyes brimming with tears as she spoke with a tone of deep grievance. Lin Yi's words effectively severed her hopes. While her mood was understandably low, the prospect of leaving Lin Yi truly felt impossible. Thus, she resigned herself to her plight. After allowing her a moment to collect herself, Lin Yi said, I have a question for you. Does your family own the plot of land adjacent to the driving school where they grow vegetables? Zhou Tong, pursing her lips, responded, Brother, that seems unrelated to our discussion. Lin Yi felt a rush of heat to his face. He could only feign an expression of indifference and retorted, Just answer the question without unnecessary chatter. Zhou Tong was left speechless. This man, how exasperating. Alas, what could she expect from him, being a leader? Fine. That plot of land is half owned by my family, a quarter by my second uncle, and the remaining quarter by my third uncle. Haven't developers shown interest in purchasing it? Lin Yi it. Yes, but my father and his brothers believe waiting a few more years will yield greater returns. After selling other plots, they intend to keep this one, Zhou Tong explained. What was the developer's offer? Lin Yi asked, intrigued. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment before responding. My father mentioned the developer offered 80 million. Wow, Lin Yi exclaimed it. It turned out Zhou Tong wasn't unable to afford a Mercedes G-Class. Perhaps she merely felt it was beyond her means. Lin Yi had never intended to buy the land. He only wished to rent it for some purpose. Noticing that Lin Yi remained silent, Zhou Tong recalled the first time she laid eyes on him. He had exuded the aura of a wealthy heir. Curiously, she asked, Lin Yi, you're not a rich heir, are you? Are you interested in that land? Lin Yi snapped back to reality, tapping her on the head. Your imagination is quite vivid. If I were truly a rich heir, would I be driving a second-hand car? Perhaps that is a possibility. Lin Yi replied with feigned annoyance. Fine, I am indeed a rich heir. Are you satisfied now? Zhou Tong chuckled. All right. I was only joking. Please don't be upset. She pleaded playfully. You've made me quite unhappy today. Let us go, Lin Yi declared as he prepared to rise. However, Zhou Tong threw herself into the blankets. 2.5 hours later, Lin Yi and Zhou Tong stepped outside, only to encounter the cleaning lady in the hallway. The cleaning lady stared at Lin Yi as if trying to discern some extraordinary ability he possessed. Lin Yi hastily pulled Zhou Tong along, hastening his steps as they swiftly entered the elevator. Throughout the journey, Zhou Tong kept her gaze fixed upon the ground, only exhaling in relief once she stepped into the car. In the Eugene community, her family owned 3 apartments, 2 of which were already leased out. She pondered whether to use the remaining one as the venue for her duel with Lin Yi. However, she was also apprehensive about the possibility of her parents discovering it. After dropping Lin Yi back at the Eugene community, she resolved to secretly rent another place, as this might provide a legitimate reason for her to stay overnight and also put Lin Yi at ease. Lin Yi, indifferent to Zhou Tong's thoughts and disinclined to speculate about them, trusted that she would adeptly manage her affairs given her unique character. Upon returning home, Lin Yi continuously contemplated what ventures he could pursue if he were to lease that parcel of land, seeking ways to amass considerable wealth. He had little regard for small sums now. In truth, the land, spanning over 10 acres, could easily accommodate a small residential community. Considering the property prices beyond the 4th Ring Road, it would fetch around 8,000 to 9,000 per square meter. Thus, strictly speaking, Zhou Tong's valuation of 80 million was not exorbitant. Had he possessed the funds, he would have promptly purchased the land, even if he did nothing with it. Allowing it to sit for 2 or 3 years would undoubtedly yield substantial appreciation. If he were to develop a residential complex, the profits would be even more lucrative. However, he needed to wait at least 3 months before he could afford it, by which time prices would likely have escalated. Nevertheless, he aimed to rent the land to initiate some activities that could enrich the lives of others. After a moment of contemplation, an audacious idea began to take shape in Lin Yi's mind, albeit with considerable investment and the risk that the lease term might not extend beyond 3 years. With his idea germinating, Lin Yi recognized the need for further investigation before arriving at a final decision. Glancing at the time and recalling that classes would commence the following day, he ventured out for a meal before returning to the dormitory. Upon his arrival, Zhou Xiong and the others were present. Zhou Xiong and Zheng Gang greeted Lin Yi warmly, while Qiansheng disregarded him entirely, seemingly still sulking over the incident involving Fang Qingyao. Zhou Xiong, pulling Lin Yi aside, whispered, "Don't provoke that guy. He's on edge." Lin Yi shrugged it off, replying, "What is the big deal? It's just a woman." However, Qiansheng, who had been quietly eavesdropping on Lin Yi, sprang from his bed in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Lin Yi, spare me your flippant remarks. I fell head over heels for Qingyao because of you, and now my heart is shattered. How do you intend to compensate me?" He adopted a melodramatic expression of heartbreak. Lin Yi retorted dismissively, "Aren't you supposed to have a girlfriend? How can you suddenly be infatuated with Qingyao? What a cad." Zhou Xiong and Zheng Gang erupted in laughter at Lin Yi's words, realizing his previous fibs had been exposed. Qiansheng felt so embarrassed he could have dug his toes into the floor. He had always boasted about having a girlfriend who was even more beautiful than Shen Yue. But now his claims appeared ironic, mocking his vanity and jealousy. "I don't care. You owe me a compensation," Qiansheng insisted stubbornly. Zhou Xiong muttered under his breath, "Shameless." Lin Yi chuckled, "What sort of compensation are we discussing? I haven't figured it out yet. I'll inform you once I do." Lin Yi felt that Qiansheng's audacity was nearly on par with his own. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, as he could tolerate minor squabbles among roommates. "All right, let me know once you've decided." Lin Yi nodded, adding, "And by the way, Qingyao isn't your type, so don't go to the trouble of pursuing her. If you end up heartbroken, don't blame me for not warning you. You're utterly shameless. You're eyeing what S on the table while still looking at what S in the pot. How are we supposed to live?" Qiansheng retorted indignantly, "Wrong. You got it backwards. Get lost." Chapter 74. One of the 3 campus beauties. Lin Yi opened his laptop and adeptly downloaded the new semester's course schedule. The schedule was densely packed with classes. This was still the case even without elective courses being available for selection. Lin Yi merely glanced at it, and his head began to throb. With 36 class hours a week, it meant that from Monday to Friday his days were nearly filled, leaving only half a day free of classes. Moreover, aside from a few foundational courses, the remainder were all specialized classes. The thought of having 3 more years until graduation exacerbated his headache. Nowadays, finding the focus to study felt as daunting as climbing a mountain. After some reflection, he decided to prioritize securing his daily grades first, as they typically accounted for 10 to 20% of the final exam score, varying by teacher. As for the final exam, he would think of alternative strategies if necessary. "Have you all purchased your textbooks?" Lin Yi casually inquired while preparing to head out with his course schedule in hand. "We bought them ages ago," Zhou Xiong, ever the chatterbox, responded enthusiastically. "I think I'm missing one. I'll accompany you," Zheng Gang offered, standing up to follow Lin Yi outside. As they stepped out of the dormitory, Zheng Gang suddenly leaned in close to Lin Yi, whispering conspiratorially, "Lin Yi, have any other beauties contacted you recently?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself that numerous beauties had indeed reached out to him. But how could he possibly respond to that? However, He quickly realized the implication behind Zheng Gang's words and, donning a mischievous grin, replied, I'm currently a golden bachelor. The number of beauties trying to contact me is simply overwhelming. Zheng Gang, upon hearing this, felt an urge to deliver a few playful slaps to Lin Yi for his feigned ignorance. Come on, you should know what I mean, Zheng Gang insisted, exasperated. Oh, I see who you're referring to. You're not trying to contact her, are you? She is ignoring you, right? Lin Yi fine on epipani. His face adorned with a hint of sympathy as he regarded Zheng Gang. Zheng Gang, having struck a nerve, was nearly fuming with frustration and yearned to punch this insufferable friend who kept bringing up sensitive topics. Just answer my question directly. Has Shireen contacted you privately? Finally, Zheng Gang asked bluntly. Young man, have some confidence in yourself. And remember, when pursuing girls, you must have a thick skin, understand? Lin Yi adopted a mentor-like demeanor, his face brimming with jest. This expression drove Zheng Gang into a frenzy, causing him to urge, just tell me if you two have been in contact. Not at all, Lin Yi replied, observing the urgency in Zheng Gang's demeanor. He understood that this guy was smitten, much like Qian Sheng, yet the object of his affections clearly did not reciprocate his feelings. Otherwise, he would be posing such foolish questions. Zheng Gang suddenly grew obstinate, insisting, I don't believe you, unless want to see my phone. That is a bit much, isn't it? Lin Yi was taken aback by Zheng Gang's unexpected request, his surprise evident. Are we not brothers? Zheng Gang's concerns were not unfounded. Over the past couple of days, all his messages to Ouyang Shireen had gone unanswered. He feared he might end up like Qian Sheng, especially after recalling that when Ouyang Shireen had added their contacts, she had placed Lin Yi's name at the end, which only heightened his unease. Thus, he seized the opportunity to inquire while Lin Yi was back in the dormitory. Lin Yi, thoroughly exasperated, decided to relent, opening WeChat and handing his phone over, saying, I can show you, but if there's nothing you desire, you owe me a meal. All right, Zheng Gang readily agreed, taking the phone only to be taken aback. In the WeChat chat window with Ouyang Shireen, there was nothing but the message, you have added Lin Jian Shiming, and can now chat. Lin Jian Shiming was indeed Ouyang Shireen. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zheng Gang returned the phone to Lin Yi and awkwardly chuckled. You tricked me into thinking I owe you a meal. Shall I treat you another day? When is another day? Lin Yi feigned anger, asking with a light scoff. Zheng Gang grinned. Another day is just another day. Let me know in advance when you're free. Get lost. Lin Yi retorted with annoyance before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, I advise you to change your target. Why? Zheng Gang halted his actions, perplexed as he was about to send another message to Ouyang Shireen. Lin Yi kindly advised, because she isn't your type. Moreover, she is stunningly beautiful. Won the school flowers and a senior in her third year. How could she possibly be interested in you? Hence, it's quite normal for her to ignore you. Zheng Gang felt as if Lin Yi had exposed a secret within him, his expression flickering with unease as he scolded. Are you even a brother? Don't you wish for my happiness at all? There's no hope for you, Lin Yi remarked before leaving without a backward glance. Zheng Gang stood there dumbfounded for a while, ultimately retracting the message he had prepared to send to Ouyang Shireen. His acquaintance with Ouyang Shireen was purely coincidental. On the day he returned to school, while waiting for the bus at the train station, Ouyang Shireen was right in front of him. When boarding, her suitcase was too heavy, so he kindly lent a hand. Once on the bus, Ouyang Shireen found that only the seat beside her was vacant. Thus, Zheng Gang sat next to her for the entire journey. Thanks to Zheng Gang's assistance, they chatted for nearly an hour until they reached the school, whereupon they exchanged WeChat contacts. Just then, Qian Sheng, in a fit of pique, mentioned he would bring his girlfriend, and Zheng Gang immediately thought of Ouyang Shireen. When he extended the invitation, Ouyang Shireen, recalling Zheng Gang's earlier help, hesitated only slightly before agreeing, considering it a return of a favor. After all, Zheng Gang's intentions were quite evident. He merely sought to gain face in front of his roommates. As for affection, many men admired her beauty, and she held no particular feelings for Zheng Gang. Consequently, after the meal, Zheng Gang messaged her every couple of hours. Initially, Ouyang Shireen would respond occasionally, but eventually, she ceased all replies. In contrast, Ouyang Shireen was quite impressed with Lin Yi. However, she could also discern that Fang Qingyao harbored feelings for Lin Yi, and her intuition told her that there was an extraordinary relationship between Lin Yi and Fang Qingyao. Therefore, although she found Lin Yi somewhat intriguing, she never reached out to him. Perhaps Lin Yi was right. Zheng Gang mused with a heavy heart. Who was he? Just an ordinary guy with lofty aspirations, striving to ascend the social ladder. It wasn't he until this morning, when Qian Sheng remarked that he was a frog dreaming of eating swan meat, that he discovered Ouyang Shireen's true identity. All along, they knew there were 3 school flowers at Linda, one being Shennongjia from the business administration department, Lin Yi's ex-girlfriend, which they were aware of. As for the other 2 school flowers, they were less informed. This morning, after Qian Chung posted on the campus website, they learned that the Ouyang Shireen they had dined with was indeed one of the 3 school flowers. Chapter 75. Searching for him 1,000 times in the crowd. Lin Yi made a trip to the old book market at the North Gate and purchased all the textbooks required for the semester. Afterwards, he felt no inclination to return to the dormitory and headed directly back to the Eugene community. To him, the bed in the dormitory would merely serve as a place for afternoon naps. In the evening, he preferred to return to Eugene community. The frivolous nighttime conversations in the dorm were far less appealing than inviting a beautiful woman over for a more engaging discussion. That night alone, Lin Yi went to bed early. The next morning, shortly after 7, Lin Yi got up early, freshened up, and slung his backpack over his shoulder as he stepped out. At the community gate, he bought some breakfast and, while eating, made his way towards the teaching building. The first 2 classes of the morning were History of Architecture, held in the Comprehensive Building. The architecture department offered numerous specializations, and Lin Yi was studying architectural engineering technology with a total of 6 classes in their year. Courses like History of Architecture typically gathered 3 classes together. As Lin Yi entered the large classroom, the front rows were already filled with students. He made his way directly to the back row. As soon as he sat down, several of his roommates entered the classroom one after another. Zhou Xiong immediately spotted Lin Yi in the back row, grinning broadly as he hurried over. Zheng Gang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed. Only Qian Chung surveyed the surroundings, eventually resigning to sit at the back as well. The 3 settled close to Lin Yi, with Zhou Xiong eagerly speaking first. His face radiating anticipation. Lin Yi, how big is the place you rented outside? Let us gather for a meal there sometime. Not convenient. Lin Yi shot him a glance, responding tersely. What is inconvenient? We can just drink and leave. No need to carry you back. What a great deal. Zhou Xiong remained undeterred by Lin Yi's refusal, continuing to speak animatedly. You blockhead. Lin Yi said it's not convenient because there's a woman living there. Zheng Gang interjected, unable to hold back. Is it that school flower from before? Zhou Xiong's curiosity piqued. He quickly inquired. You're really foolish. It can't be her since Lin Yi mentioned they broke up the other day. Zheng Gang shook his head while explaining. Oh, I see. It must be that beauty from the normal university, right? Haha, this time I surely won guess wrong. Zhou Xiong declared, a smug smile on his face. Zheng Gang wanted nothing more than to cover Zhou Xiong's mouth to stop him from babbling. He gently nudged Zhou Xiong, signaling him to look at Qian Chung. Zhou Xiong turned and saw Qian Chung glaring at him with a dark expression, clearly furious. Only then did Zhou Xiong realize he had misspoken and hurriedly offered his apologies. This had struck a nerve with Qian Chung. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, Qian Chung retorted sharply. If he had a hammer in hand, he would have liked to give Zhou Xiong, the oblivious chatterbox, a good knock. Lin Yi observed this scene with a helpless shake of his head. With less than 10 minutes until class started, a figure walked in through the classroom door, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Lin Yi had been idly flipping through his textbook when he suddenly sensed a shift in the classroom atmosphere, which had fallen silent. Curious, he lifted his gaze and was immediately struck by a wave of brightness. The crisp sound of high heels echoed, seemingly resonating in everyone's hearts. The woman wore a form-fitting skirt, her long, fair legs on full display, leaving the crowd momentarily dazed. Draped in a slightly loose azure shirt, her figure remains irresistibly captivating. The curves of her bosom reminiscent of a ripe peach, begging to be admired. Beyond her perfect physique, she possesses a visage that is nothing short of breathtaking. With long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back, she gracefully lifts a hand to tuck a stray strand behind her ear, causing the young men in the classroom to momentarily suspend their breathing. Beauty exudes an air of sophistication. Lin Yi watched as she ascended the podium, an involuntary smile gracing his face. In the quest to find her, he had searched endlessly, only to realize, upon a sudden turn, that she stood before him, illuminated by the soft glow of the classroom lights. Over 2 weeks ago, within the verdant embrace of the school's lover's paradise, he had encountered this fierce beauty. Now, she stood tall at the lectern, drawing the gaze of dozens of young men below. Hello, classmates. I am Lu Muan. Over the coming year, I will accompany you as we delve into the profound corridors of architectural history, exploring the evolution and development of architecture. Her melodious voice wafted through the air like a gentle spring breeze, bringing a refreshing coolness to the somewhat stifling classroom. Lu Muan? What a lovely name. And her speech is equally delightful. Yet, how could she have appeared so intimidating upon their first meeting? As Lin Yi reminisced about their initial encounter, a faint smile crept across his face. Unbeknownst to him, Thoughts of that day, which he still considered a somewhat unfortunate experience, lingered in his mind. "Hey, Lin Yi, what are you grinning about?" Zhou Xiong's voice abruptly interrupted Lin Yi's sweet reverie. "Nothing, just recalling some amusing moments," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Lu Yuan, who was animatedly lecturing at the podium. "That's our teacher. Do you have any special thoughts about her?" Zhou Vong nudgit Lin Yi playfully, his eyes glinting with mischief as he scrutinized him. He had already noticed Lin Yi's gaze had yet to stray from Lu Yuan. Lin Yi shot him a withering look. Huffing, I wonder who it was that nearly drooled on the floor when they first saw Lu Yuan. As soon as the words left his mouth, not only Zhou Xiong, but also Zheng Gang and Qian Sheng instinctively wiped at the corners of their mouths, their startled expressions eliciting laughter from Lin Yi. Even the boys in the front row, upon hearing Lin Yi's remark, discreetly wiped their mouths. "We were merely appreciating beauty. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound," Qian Sheng hastily defended. "Lin Yi, let me ask you, who is more beautiful, Teacher Lu or Shen Yue?" Zheng Gang quickly shifted the topic. The moment the question was posed, Zhou Xiong and Qian Sheng leaned in unison, their faces alight with anticipation, eager for Lin Yi's insight. Both are stunning in their own right. However, Lu Yuan possesses a grace and charm that distinctly sets her apart. She can truly be called a goddess. Shen Yue, on the other hand, could benefit from a bit more refinement and depth. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, Lin Yi longed to declare one a goddess and the other a harpy, but such words remained unspoken in his heart. To voice them would likely provoke a duel from the male students of the business administration department, particularly since Shen Yue's relationship with a male student from the foreign languages department had already tarnished their pride. To further stoke the flames would be folly. Lin Yi was not afraid of confrontation. Rather, he deemed it beneath him to engage with those who blindly idolized her. Some beauties are best savored in secret, without making a spectacle of it. Chapter 76. Sis, I no longer wish to strive. Wow, no wonder you're the most knowledgeable man about women in our dormitory. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective, Zhou Xiong exclaimed excitedly, his gaze never wavering from Lu Yuan at the podium. Zheng Gang nodded in agreement, affirming the term goddess is perfectly apt. It fits her to a T. Compared to Teacher Lu, Fang Qingyao is utterly insignificant. Qian Sheng seized the moment to belittle Lin Yi. You guys are all so smitten that you've become utterly foolish. Lin Yi's eyes drifted among his friends, and he sighed softly. Look at you all. Are you so easily enchanted that you've lost your wits? Come on, don't be so serious, Zhou Xiong retorted, who was the one staring at Teacher Lu with wide eyes just now, without even blinking. Forget I said anything, Lin Yi dismissed, unwilling to engage in trivial banter. Lu Yuan was passionately delivering her lecture at the podium, yet she remained oblivious to Lin Yi's presence in the corner. He pondered how best to greet her. Just then, the loquacious Zhou Xiong chimed in again. Lin Yi, how old do you think Teacher Lu is? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi blurted out, 20. Huh? What did you say? Zhou Xiong replied, momentarily caught off guard. Zheng Gang quickly pressed. How do you know? Just a guess. Lin Yi chuckled at Zhou Xiong's bewildered expression, nearly bursting into laughter. He certainly knew her age, having measured it personally. Qian Sheng, feeling offended, interjected sternly. Choose your words more respectfully. This earned him rolling eyes from both Zheng Gang and Lin Yi. I was asking about her age. Your thoughts are quite impure. Zhou Xiong finally caught on, irritated. Zheng Gang and Lin Yi leaned on their desks, laughing so hard they nearly lost their breath. I told you not to sit with me. It's just bad luck. Qian Sheng suddenly blurted out. I didn't call you over, Lin Yi retorted, his smile fading as he shot back. In his previous life, he might have shown Qian Sheng some courtesy, but now he believed respect was earned, not given. Since Qian Sheng consistently targeted him, he felt no need to be polite. The remark silenced Qian Sheng, who had no choice but to close his mouth. Typically, the first class of the semester felt interminable, but today, the students' wish time would slow down so they could savor more of Lu Yuan's presence at the podium. When the bell rang to signal the end of the first class, Qian Sheng quickly grabbed his books and dashed toward an empty seat in the front. Zhou Xiong and Zheng Gang soon followed suit, racing ahead without even a word to Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked up to see the boys who had previously sat at the back now scrambling for the vacant seats in the front. The large classroom transformed into an arena of competition, charged with the spirit of rivalry. After a fierce scramble, some emerged victorious, their hearts brimming with joy, while others returned empty-handed, faces etched with disappointment. Qian Sheng, quick on the uptake, secured a prime seat at the front. He turned back to smirk at Lin Yi, who remained seated, unmoved. Lin Yi dismissed the childish antics with indifference, choosing to ignore them. He mused on whether Qian Sheng would still be smiling if he knew the true nature of Lin Yi's relationship with the newly crowned goddess. Meanwhile, Zheng Gang and Zhou Xiong also succeeded in claiming favorable seats closer to the front. Both individuals sent messages to Lin, explaining that they initially intended to assist him in securing a spot, but alas, the crowd was too overwhelming, leaving them powerless to act. Lin Yi merely responded with a brief, "Thank you." Internally, he chuckled at the sight of these sycophants, desperately attempting to bridge the chasm between themselves and Lin Yi. Little did they know, he was already at a negative distance. The brief interlude of 10 minutes sped by, and the bell signaling the return to class rang once more. At that moment, Lin Yi confronted an awkward predicament. He found himself utterly alone, surrounded by an empty expanse, seated conspicuously in the last row. "All right, let us resume our lesson," Lin Yi announced, her gaze scanning the classroom. When her eyes fell upon Lin Yi's position, she hesitated for a fleeting moment. In that instant, her heart was a tumult of astonishment, anxiety, and bewilderment. She had never contemplated who Lin Yi might be, nor had she ever considered the possibility of encountering him again. Throughout this time, she had occasionally thought of Lin Yi, but each time, she had forcefully banished his image from her mind. Thus, seeing him suddenly seated in the classroom left her momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. She quickly averted her gaze, striving to regain her composure. Before continuing with the lesson, Lin Yi simply smiled faintly, then settled quietly in his seat. When the bell rang to signal the end of class, Lin Yi stepped out of the classroom, her graceful movements scrutinized by dozens of eager eyes. Her swaying figure was etched deeply into the memory of every onlooker. After Lin Yi exited the classroom, Lin Yi waited a few seconds before hastily following suit. Upon stepping into the corridor, he spotted Lin Yi already at the far end. He promptly quickened his pace to catch up. The corridor was teeming with students changing classrooms after the bell, making it quite congested. Thus Lin Yi could only trail Lin Yi from a distance. Eventually, she exited the academic building, heading toward the office of the architecture department near the northern gate. Lin Yi, maintaining a leisurely pace, followed behind her. As they approached the northern gate, Lin Yi accelerated his steps. When he was just a few meters away from Lin Yi, he called out, "Professor Liu, wait a moment. There was a part in class that I didn't quite understand and would like to ask you about." Lin Yi inwardly sighed, knowing that the inevitable had finally arrived. The moment class ended, she had unconsciously quickened her pace, hoping Lin Yi would not pursue her. However, upon noticing him tailing her, she walked even faster, yet ultimately, she could not evade him. She halted, slowly turning around, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she regarded Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and inquired, "Professor Liu, do you remember me?" "Come, let us head to my office," she replied. Lin Yi's office was located on the third floor of the architecture department's building, a small, private space. Inside, there was a desk, 2 chairs, and a sofa adorned with a plush mat, accompanied by a pillow, clearly intended for her midday rest. Upon entering, Lin Yi casually closed the door and locked it behind him. Observing him secure the door, Lin Yi could not help but ask, "What are you doing?" Lin Yi grinned mischievously and replied, "Sister, I've decided I no longer wish to strive.